Why is it so cold? He looked around and found himself in a crude little shack. A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind like a rising tide, leaving him dazed for a moment. Originally, he had been a food delivery courier from the 21st century who met with a fatal car accident while on his route. Then without rhyme or reason, he woke up in this body. The owner of this body was called Chen Xiangbei, only 18 years old. The original host had actually frozen to death. He surveyed the cramped shack, a single thin filthy quilt that reeked faintly of mold and mustiness. He ran his frostbitten hands over his pockets and found only a 50-cent note of legal tender left inside. At that moment, Chen Xiangbei finally recalled that the original owner had not merely frozen to death. The foolish lad had owed son Laokai 1 yuan and 6 mao in rickshaw rental fees. Because he could not scrape together the money, he had gone without food for 2 days, unwilling to spend a single coin. In the end, no one knew whether he had died of hunger or of cold. A rickshaw puller, Xiangbei truly felt defeated. In his previous world, he had delivered takeout. In this world, was he still destined to haul people around for a living? Shivering, he walked over to a breakfast stall. A gust of icy wind cut past, making him tremble again. Chen Xiangbei hurriedly called out to the stall owner, "Boss, give me 2 bowls of porridge and a cornbread bun." Before long, the steaming porridge and bun were set before him. He picked up the bowl and drank the porridge in great gulps. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, and his body, numb with cold, gradually began to regain sensation. After finishing breakfast, Xiangbei began to ponder what he should do next. Like many predecessors who had crossed worlds, he too possessed 2 golden sheets. One was a spatial realm with a volume of several tens of millions of cubic meters. It could be imagined as a colossal warehouse, 1 square kilometer in area and 50 meters high. The other was a pair of eyes capable of seeing through a person's true identity. What Chen Xiangbei did not yet know was that his system could even be upgraded in the future. For now, however, these abilities were of little practical use to Xiangbei. The urgent task was to earn some money and find a place to sleep at night. Otherwise, he might once again freeze to death. "Manager Sun, how are you?" Xiangbei greeted Sun the manager with a face full of ingratiating smiles. Sun glanced at him expressionlessly and said, "Oh, it's you, Xiangbei. You've come to pay up, have you?" Chen Xiangbei hastily replied, "Manager Sun, business hasn't been good these past few days. I haven't made much money. Could you let me delay the rental fee for a couple of days?" At these words, Sun's face immediately darkened. "Xiangbei, you and I haven't just known each other for a day or two," he said coldly. "If everyone were like you, could this rickshaw business still keep running? If you still can't pay today, then this rickshaw can only be taken back." Hearing this, Xiangbei felt his heart sink halfway into ice. This manager's son truly was a miser, unwilling to show even the slightest bit of leniency. Helpless, Xiangbei said, "I'll do my best to scrape the money together tonight." Leaving the depot, he cursed manager's son inwardly. Seeing that Xiangbei was young and had no one to rely on in vaping. The rickshaw given to him was the worst in the whole yard, yet the price was not a single cent cheaper. None of the other drivers wanted it. Each time, though, Sun would sweet-talk Xiangbei, promising to give him a better rickshaw next month. And so Xiangbei pulled that rickshaw for half a year, yet Sun never fulfilled his promise. The original owner's death from cold was most likely indirectly tied to that broken-down vehicle as well. In Beiping as it was then, there were no proper paved roads. The ground was laid entirely with blue bricks, uneven and full of pits. Passengers riding in the rickshaw would be jolted until they were dizzy. In such conditions, Xiangbei toiled non-stop until 8 in the evening, yet had earned only 9 mao. Barely enough even to cover the rental fee. Dragging his weary body, he passed by Shangxi Alley when a middle-aged man stepped out from behind a half-closed door. The man carried a wooden case in his hand, and speaking in authentic Beiping dialect, raised his hand to hail the rickshaw. To Dongdan. With a glance through his system, Xiangbei saw the information Fujita Taro, 2nd Lieutenant of the Guangdong Army. He had not expected that on his very first day in this world, he would so coincidentally run into an enemy soldier. Xiangbei felt a secret surge of joy, but outwardly, he feigned nonchalance, his face wreathed in smiles as he pulled the enemy's rickshaw, jogging unhurriedly northward. They entered a dim, narrow alley where the light was poor and almost no pedestrians passed by. Seizing the moment, he deliberately steered a wheel over a loose brick, then slammed on the shafts. The rickshaw jolted to an abrupt halt. Chen Xiangbei pretended that the rickshaw had broken down and stopped to check it, making a show of examining the wheels while deliberately creating clattering noises to draw the enemy's attention. In the instant the enemy was distracted, Xiangbei swiftly drew a brick from his spatial realm and smashed it down savagely onto the man's head. A dull thud rang out, the enemy's body gave a violent shudder, then swayed and toppled to the ground. Yet the man did not lose consciousness at once, he still struggled feebly, trying to rise. Seeing this, Xiangbei brought the brick down on him several more times in succession, putting all his strength into each blow, until at last the brick itself shattered to powder against the man's skull. It was the first time in Chen Xiangbei's life that he had killed a man, and he could not help but feel both tense and afraid. Yet he told himself that every enemy he eliminated today meant that many fewer innocent civilians would die in the future. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiangbei stored the corpse and the wooden case the man had carried into his spatial rack. After that, he pulled the rickshaw to a nearby grove of trees. Finding a concealed spot, he stripped the enemy's clothes from the corpse and tossed the naked body into the thicket. In this war-torn era with no surveillance of any kind, no one would ever be able to trace what had happened. After disposing of the corpse, he carefully wiped down the rickshaw, making sure that no blood or other traces were left behind. Only after all this did Xiangbei feel at ease enough to return to the depot. Xiangbei. As soon as Sun Laocai the owner saw him, he pointed at the account book with his long pipe stem and said, "There's nothing I can do. This rickshaw can only be taken back. Settle the 7 days of rental fees. You owe 1 yuan and 6 mao in total. Manager Sun, could you show a bit more flexibility? Business really has been poor these few days," Xiangbei said, deliberately looking troubled. "Xiangbei, you and I have known each other for some time. That counts for something. I'm not trying to make things hard for you on purpose," the boss continued. "It's just that many people are waiting to rent rickshaws. Here's what we'll do, just give me 1 yuan and 5 mao 8. We'll part on good terms. I know life isn't easy for you, but rules are rules. We can't break them. 2 fin less." So the old miser was actually willing to forego that. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Did he really think Xiangbei couldn't afford those 2 fun? Though inwardly reluctant, Chen Xiangbei held his tongue. He fumbled in his pockets for a long time before finally producing 1 yuan and 6 mao, which he handed over to Sun Laocai. Sun Laocai took the money, a faint smile appearing on his face, and waved Xiangbei away. Chen Xiangbei walked silently out of the rental depot, but inside, he felt as if blossoms were bursting into bloom. Today had truly been bountiful. From that enemy officer alone, he had turned up more than 200 yuan in legal tender, as well as a Browning pistol. With this money and the guns, he would never again have to return to that broken freezing shack. He went to an inn and spent 1 yuan to rent a room. Though the room had no heating, it was far warmer than the shack. He took out the Japanese soldier's box. Inside, he unexpectedly found a radio set and 500 US dollars, a windfall beyond all expectation. This time he had truly struck it rich. Yet the radio seemed to hold little real use for Xiangbei. He did not know how to send telegrams, and with 1937 approaching and Beiping soon to fall, he could not imagine what use the radio would serve if he kept it. Chen Xiangbei's heart seethed with hatred for the Japanese invaders. He longed to personally kill the enemy and avenge his country and its people. Yet going to the front lines meant facing enormous danger, where a single misstep could cost him his life. Living as an ordinary civilian, however, meant enduring the Japanese bullying and oppression, a life of endless suffering. After long and careful thought, Xiangbei conceived another path. He would spend money to buy himself a patrolman's post. Although a patrolman's status was low, scornfully called a stinking foot patrol, it was at least safer than being an ordinary commoner. Thus the next day Xiangbei went to Shandong and rented a room for 2 fabi a month. Afterward, he began asking around everywhere looking for a suitable patrolman to approach. Soon he found one named Lu San. Lu San had once been a complete rascal, and he had occasionally ridden in Xiangbei's rickshaw before. Lu San had never paid a single coin and would even think up tricks to demand money. Yet after his brother-in-law became a squad leader, Lu San had been pulled into the police station as well. When he met Lu San, he went straight to the point. "Third brother, I want to become a patrolman. Do you think you can help me with?" Lu San sized Xiangbei up from head to toe, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Xiangbei, I can help, but let's be clear, you'll have to give me half of your first month's wages." Chen Xiangbei cried out inwardly in frustration, but in order to become a patrolman, he gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine, no problem." Lu San chuckled smugly and went on, "You've really come into money, haven't you? Section Chief Wang will want 80 yuan. Do you even have that much?" "Third brother, you see, my family had an ancestral painting. A few days ago we had no choice, we urgently needed money at home, so we sold it. It only fetched 100 fabi. So I wanted to ask for your help to see if you could find me a steady livelihood." "Third brother, you surely have experience in such matters, so I must trouble you to put in some extra effort." As soon as he finished, he hastily offered Lu San a pack of Dechimin, a fine brand of cigarettes. Seeing the cigarettes, Lu San laughed. No problem, leave it all to me. Tomorrow I'll take you to see Section Chief Wang. As long as he nods, your matter will definitely go through." Chen Xiangbei hurriedly replied, "Then I truly must thank you, third brother." The next day, at the time Lu San had specified, Xiangbei arrived at the Eastern District Police Station. Beiping's entire police force numbered over 10,000, including district stations, fire brigades, and investigative squads. At that time, Beiping was divided into 6 inner-city districts and 5 outer-city districts. As one of the core inner districts, the Eastern District had a naturally large police station with more than 300 patrolmen. Section Chief Wang commanded more than 100 men. Xiangbei's monthly pay would be 8 fabi, of which he was required to hand over 3 fabi to his superiors. In that dark old society, even a mere 8 fabi was already a considerable sum for ordinary people. For these patrolmen, however, relying on all kinds of petty extortion and skimming, they could easily bring in more than 10 fabi a month. Yet Chen Xiangbei did not truly care about how much he was paid. After all, as someone who possessed a system, earning money for him was as easy as turning his hand. What he truly wanted was the identity of a patrolman and the convenience and power that came with it. As for Section Chief Wang, he stood barely 1.60 meters tall, yet weighed over 300 jin. In the station, everyone called him half in jest Wang de Tu, Big Head Wang. So you are Chen Xiangbei? Section Chief Wang asked with an air of arrogance. Do you know the rules here? Before Xiangbei could answer, Lu San hurriedly cut in. Section Chief Wang, I've already told him. He'll show you filial respect with 3 fabi every month. As he spoke, Lu San's face was plastered with a fawning smile. Seeing this, Xiangbei said nothing more and respectfully placed 80 fabi on the table. Not bad, Section Chief Wang remarked with satisfaction. Section Chief Wang nodded contentedly, then said to Lu San, all right Lu San, take him and have him work properly. Thus Xiangbei went to logistics and received a reeking patrol uniform and a black baton. Third brother, this uniform stinks. Can I change it for another? He asked. Lu San curled his lip. You're lucky to have anything to wear at all. If you don't want it to stink, wash it yourself at home. These old uniforms are all left behind by people who were expelled or quit. How could they not reek? People who've decided to leave would never bother washing the clothes clean before returning them. That afternoon, Lu San led Xiangbei out to begin their street patrol. Along the way, Chen Xiangbei finally saw Lu San's true nature. The man was nothing less than a thorough. He would grab a handful of sunflower seeds here, snap off 2 heads of garlic there, and whenever a young married woman or unmarried girl passed by, he would take the chance to grope them. Not only that, he even went out of his way to kick any dog that crossed his path, as if the whole world owed him something. The small peddlers suffered the worst, harassed by him day in and day out, living in constant misery. Yet when it came to the big opium dens and gambling houses, Lu San did not dare demand even a single coin. For behind those places stood powerful backers he could not afford to offend. It was the very embodiment of that saying, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Xiangbei harbored a deep-seated hatred for this guy, wishing he could just shoot him dead. Returning home, Chen Xiangbei, a man from modern society, certainly would not spare himself. He first went to the market, purchasing a large quantity of beef, lamb, rice, flour, live chickens, and various seasonings such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Next, Chen Xiangbei visited a grocery store, selecting various cooking utensils like pots and bowls. Finally, he placed all the purchased ingredients and kitchenware into his space. The space was his secret weapon, possessing powerful preservation capabilities. No matter how long the food was kept inside, it would never spoil or go bad. At that time, the exchange rate of legal tender to foreign currency was 1 and the legal tender was quite strong. 1 yuan could buy 30 jin of rice, while pork was only 0.2 yuan per jin, costing over 60 yuan just for these ingredients. Chen Xiangbei carried 2 jin of pork and 10 jin of rice, and had someone deliver 500 jin of coal back home. Something still needed to be staged. If he ate meat every day without buying any for the family, that wouldn't make sense. This was a courtyard with 45 families living in it. Chen Xiangbei lived in the east wing, paying 2 yuan a month, which wasn't cheap. In the future, this would be considered in the second ring road. Once home, he started braising pork, and soon the fragrant aroma filled the courtyard. Chen Xiangbei was quite unfortunate. In his memories, he had never tasted braised pork. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing someone knock on the door, Xiangbei casually opened it, revealing a middle-aged man wearing a melon hat and a black jacket. This person looked somewhat familiar. Boss, you must be new here. I'm your neighbor, just call me Tang Tizui. I live in the northern room, and I'm particularly good at fortune-telling. How about I help you take a look? Tang Tizui said with a flattering expression. Wasn't this the same Tang Tizui who swindled people in the tea house? Chen Xiangbei knew what kind of person Tang Tizui was, and naturally didn't give him any good face. No need for you to look. If you have something to say, just say it, Xiangbei replied unhappily. You just arrived, right? Boss, as a neighbor, I have a bottle of strong liquor at home. How about we drink a bit? At that time, it was quite difficult for the common people in Beiping to get some meat. As Chen Xiangbei's braised pork aroma filled the entire courtyard, it inevitably lured Tang Tizui over. I'm not much of a drinker. Is there anything else? If not, I need to eat, he said, effectively sending Tang Tizui back. All right. Then you eat first, and if you need anything, just let me know, Tang Tizui said awkwardly. With a bang, Xiangbei closed the door. Bah? What's a black dog so arrogant about? Tang Tizui angrily returned to his room. The neighbors in the courtyard, drawn by the delicious aroma, came out saying, this new guy is quite wealthy, just moved in, and is already cooking meat. Yeah, he just had a truckload of coal delivered. Looks like a black dog, a man said, slapping a woman on the head. You better lower your voice, or you'll be in trouble if someone hears you. The person hitting was the woman's husband, Wang Laoyo, a rickshaw puller. Nowadays, people are quite honest. When they see the patrol, they hide far away, while everyone in the courtyard spoke in hushed tones. Having eaten his fill, Chen Xiangbei began to explore his space. The space was incredibly powerful. He could dig through it and pass through walls. Within the area covered by the space, all items would be visible, no matter where they were hidden. The space could not store living beings either, as the live chicken he bought was already dead. Had he known this, he would have just smashed that bastard with a brick and collected both the person and the card in. The space could not store living beings, either, as the live chicken he bought was already dead. Had he known this, he would have just smashed that bastard with a brick and collected both the person and the card into the space. The space could not store living beings, either, as the live chicken he bought was already dead. Had he known this, he would have just smashed that bastard with a brick and collected. This clearly meant another round of trouble for Xiangbei. The two ordered 2 bowls of stew and 4 baked pancakes. Just halfway through their meal, a man and a woman entered. Chen Xiangbei used his system to check. Sakata Ichiro, lieutenant of the Beiping Special High Unit. Yamashita Keiko, second lieutenant of the Beiping Special High Unit. There were particularly many Japanese in Beiping at this time, and the two also ordered 2 bowls of stew to eat. Third brother, I think those 2 are Japanese. Don't we have a task to catch spies in our bureau? I'll follow those 2 Japanese. You go report to the bureau, Xiangbei whispered. Are you crazy? How do you know they are Japanese? Even if they are, can we little patrol officers catch them? Lu San said with a mocking expression. Third brother, I've pulled a rickshaw for those 2 before, and they were speaking Japanese back then. I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. You're looking for trouble with the Japanese. Lu San said in a despondent tone. Fine, then I'll follow them alone later. In the afternoon you patrol by yourself. We'll discuss the other matters when I return. However, Xiangbei, I must make it clear to you beforehand, this is your own choice to follow them. If anything happens, don't drag me into it. After paying the bill, Chen Xiangbei hurriedly left the shop. He then found a secluded corner where no one was around, and quickly changed into the plain clothes he took out from the space. In the afternoon he followed the Japanese to Dongxi Hutong. The alleys here were intricate, and the 2 spies sneaked into a courtyard. After a while, a man and a woman walked out of the courtyard. Xiangbei checked with his system, and saw they were all Japanese spies, but he did not follow them any further. However, it was broad daylight, so Xiangbei naturally did not dare to rush in. Therefore, he could only find a hidden spot at the street corner and quietly wait for nightfall. Time passed. Second by second, the sun gradually set in the west, and the sky grew darker. However, no one had come out of that courtyard. Xiangbei knew that even if he actually caught the Japanese and brought them to the police station, they would merely be released after receiving some money, which would have no effect at all. Chen Xiangbei was well aware of this, so he decided to take matters into his own hands and investigate. His spatial abilities allowed him to move freely within the space. Even walls could not hinder his steps. Thus, Chen Xiangbei utilized his spatial abilities to effortlessly pass through the wall and enter the agenda. As he entered, he saw a woman just finishing a telegram, conversing with the Japanese. From their dialogue, Xiangbei learned that the woman's words seemed to be related to the movements of the 29th Army. To his surprise, both Japanese were speaking Chinese. The woman anxiously asked Sakata, how dare they send military personnel to us in broad daylight? When will the staff from the general staff pick up this woman? The longer we wait, the more I worry something will go wrong. Miss Wheezy, they have been following this woman for several days, and only today did they find an opportunity to capture her. If not here, where else could they take her that's close to our safe point? The staff from the general staff will arrive tonight, and there are fewer people from the Revival Society in Beiping. They won't find this place, and after tonight, we can finally rest. Xiangbei had long sensed with his spatial divine sense that there was another woman from the Revival Society locked inside the room. Isn't the Revival Society just the military intelligence? Although they were part of the National Army, they also killed Japanese, so this person must be rescued. Last time when Xiangbei stored a live chicken in his space, it died, so today he planned to let the Japanese test it. The door of the room was already locked from the inside. However, Xiangbei used his space ability to enter, startling the two, who quickly groped for their handguns. He wouldn't give them the chance to draw their guns, quickly grabbing each of them. With his left hand, he caught the Japanese named Sakata, and as he reached out to grab the woman named Huizi, she blocked him with her hand. Xiangbei grabbed the woman's chest, and as Sakata vanished, the woman named Huizi also disappeared from the room. Xiangbei smirked. How unfortunate, just as I felt something, they both disappeared. I guess by now both of them are already cold. He stored both individuals along with the furniture into the space. About 30 seconds later, he released the woman from the mountain, only to find she had long ceased to breathe. I guess by now both of them are already cold. He stored both individuals along with the furniture into the space. About 30 seconds later, he released the woman from the mountain, only to find he quickly chased away those chaotic thoughts from his mind. Is this space really that powerful? It's far more effective than a handgun for killing. He released Sakata Ichiro, as well, only to find he too had lost his breath. Xiangbei took out a police baton and struck both of their heads several times, creating the illusion that they had been murdered with the baton. As for whether the autopsy would reveal asphyxiation or blunt force trauma, Xiangbei truly couldn't care. After all, the Bureau had a mission to capture spies, and there might even be a reward. Even if they knew Xiangbei had committed murder, it didn't matter. The key was to conceal the existence of the space. If it weren't for the fact that there was still a woman from the Revival Society in the inner room, Xiangbei would have stored both Japanese in the space. Since there was still a member of the Revival Society, he wanted to seize the opportunity to get into the organization. He couldn't miss out on making an accomplishment. Xiangbei began to search the room, finding 4 handguns, a radio, 10 kilograms of explosives, 5 large yellow croakers, and 600 yuan in cash along with a sniper rifle. He already knew there was another woman inside, bound hand and foot, with a towel stuffed in her mouth. She appeared to be in her 20s, sporting a ponytail. She wore a black leather jacket and resembled Tong Yali, looking more like a person from the 21st century. Chen Xiangbei, leader of the intelligence team of the Revival Society. Xiangbei's system quickly displayed the woman's identity. It seemed she was the one. Oh, how could a member of the Revival Society fall into the hands of the Japanese? Xiangbei walked in and said, "Miss, don't be afraid. I am a patrol officer." Saying that, he loosened the woman's spine. Supporting the woman out, he saw 2 corpses lying in the outer room. "Sister, I killed these 2 Japanese. We must leave quickly. I just heard more Japanese from the general staff are on their way. If they arrive, we won't be able to leave." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaohui had no choice but to comply. She was injured and needed to leave quickly to inform others from the Revival Society to come back. The 2 left the alley, and Xiangbei found a rickshaw to escort Chen Xiaohui back. Before long, they unexpectedly arrived at the Kuomintang's party headquarters. As soon as they reached the entrance, 3 or 4 people rushed out, all dressed in black Zhongshan suits. They escorted Chen Xiaohui inside, and just as Xiangbei was about to leave, 2 people blocked his way. Xiangbei was taken into an interrogation room, where a man in his 40s sat across from him. "Young man, tell me how you discovered these 2 Japanese. And how did you kill them?" "Zhang Mingyu, intelligence team of the Revival Society," Xiangbei replied, feeling, "I saved your people, and instead of thanking me, you interrogate me. I don't know what department you are, but your way of treating people—" "Don't be angry, young man. This is just routine, and your reward won't be less. But some things must be clarified," Zhang Mingyu said, his tone softening. "My name is Chen Xiangbei, a patrol officer at the Dongqing branch. During lunch today with Lu San, I discovered these 2 men. I had transported these 2 Japanese while pulling a rickshaw before, and they were speaking Japanese then. Our bureau also has a mission to catch spies, so I followed them to their residence. After they discovered me, we got into a scuffle. Luckily, I had trained before, and after subduing the 2 of them, I rescued your colleague." Afterward, Zhang Mingyu arranged for Xiangbei to stay in a single room, providing him with good food and drink. He said he needed to clarify the truth before letting him go, which would take until Chen Qiaohui's arrival 3 days later. The woman, who had originally been only slightly injured, had recovered quite a bit after 3 days of rest. Today, Chen Xiaohui arrived dressed in a full military uniform, looking quite voluptuous. The military uniform suited her well, giving her a heroic bearing. "Chen Xiangbei, hello. My name is Chen Xiaohui. Thank you for saving me. This $200 is my way of thanking you." As she placed the money on the table, Xiangbei insisted on refusing, as he aimed to join the Revival Society. "Director Chen, saving you is my job. I really can't accept this money." Saying that, he pushed the $200 back. As he did, his heart ached. That was money he could never earn in years of pulling rickshaws. Fortunately, Chen Xiaohui pushed the money back again. "Chen Xiangbei, this money is my way of thanking you. You must accept it. As for what you said, we have already verified it with Lu San. Unfortunately, the corpses of those 2 Japanese have been taken away by someone. Chen Xiangbei, you are quite skilled and alert. Would you be willing to become an external member of the Revival Society? To become a formal member of the Revival Society requires an exam, but external members do not." "Director, what exactly is the Revival Society?" Xiangbei feigned ignorance. He was just a newbie who had only been in the police department for 2 days. If he knew about the Revival Society, it would be a bit strange. "The main tasks of the Revival Society are intelligence collection, political propaganda, and internal reform," Chen Xiaohui said proudly. "Director, I am willing to join the Revival Society." "Very well, you will continue to work at the Dongqing branch. Soon you will be promoted to squad leader. We will notify you of any tasks, and your identity must be kept absolutely confidential. I will give you a confidentiality manual and work permit shortly. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to come to me." "Thank you, Director," Xiangbei thought joyfully. With this identity, it would be even easier for him to make money. As soon as Chen Xiangbei returned to the bureau, Lu San approached him, saying, "A government official came a couple of days ago inquiring about what happened that day. I told you not to cause trouble, but you didn't listen. Where have you been these past few days?" "Our squad leader said he would deduct your salary. Even if your pay is less, you still owe me half of your monthly salary. We agreed on this beforehand." Xiangbei thought about how he would deal with this brat in the future. At that moment, the squad leader walked over, sporting a trader's hairstyle and a goatee, weighing no more than 90 pounds. He must have been smoking opium. This guy named Hu Xiaoqiang was Lu San's brother-in-law, and even worse than Lu San. Xiangbei knew of at least 2 or 3 girls who had been ruined by him, but due to his position as squad leader, nothing ever came of it. Hu Xiaoqiang kicked Xiangbei in the backside, saying, "You just arrived 2 days ago and are already looking for trouble. Not even asking for leave, do you not want to work anymore? He'll deduct half a month's salary." Xiangbei didn't lose his temper. He would deal with this brat later. He merely picked up his hat and put it on, glaring at Hu Xiaoqiang fiercely before leaving. Seeing Hu Xiaoqiang furious, he shouted, "You brat, do you have a death wish? Do you believe I can fire you?" At that moment Lu Xin said, "Brother-in-law, let's fire this brat once the salary is paid. We can sell his position again." Lu Xin had thought this out long ago, planning to swindle Xiangbei out of a big sum. Xiangbei naturally didn't care about these two fools. After all, he had the backing of the Revival Society, and even the bureau chief couldn't fire him. Leading a father and daughter who had fled from hardship, they were eating at a roadside stall. Xiangbei thought to himself, this father and daughter were in for trouble. Leading a father and daughter who had fled from hardship, they were eating at a roadside stall. Xiangbei thought to himself, this father and daughter were in for trouble. He hid nearby to eavesdrop. It turned out the father and daughter had fled from Shandong. The old man's surname was Ma, and he had a 17-year-old daughter named Xiangxiu who resembled Leng Qingxiu from the goldfish family. They had arrived in Beiping with no one to rely on, having spent all their money. Old man Ma wanted to find a good family for Xiangxiu. Though the girl was dressed in rags, she was quite beautiful, only lacking a bit of aloofness compared to Leng Qingxiu. The moment Xiangbei saw Xiangxiu, his heart began to race, finally understanding why Yinshi had been so infatuated back then. Tang Tizui paid for their meal and told them to wait there, saying he would find a good husband for Xiangxiu shortly. Xiangbei wanted to see what scheme Tang Tizui was up to. About half an hour later, Tang Tizui brought over a man in his 30s. "Brother Ma, this is the son-in-law I found for you, willing to pay $10 as a bride price to marry Xiangxiu. You can rest assured. Brother Ma, Xiangxiu, do either of you know how to read?" Old man Ma shyly replied, "This big brother, neither of us knows how to read, so I'll trouble you." Upon hearing this, Tang Tizui became even more delighted. "How about this? He'll write a marriage certificate for you too." Saying that, he began to write. Xiangbei scanned the document and saw Zhao Dahai Chuanxianglu brothel. This Tang Tizui was truly a scoundrel. Old man Ma wanted to find a good family for Xiangxiu, but this scoundrel was selling their daughter into a brothel. "Brother Ma, the marriage certificate is ready. Just press your handprint here with Xiangxiu, and it's done," Tang Tizui said. Old man Ma's eyes welled with tears. "You don't need to give me $10, oh just give me 5. You must treat our Xiangxiu well." Saying that, the father and daughter embraced and cried. Tang Tizui urged, "Brother Ma, don't cry. This is a joyous occasion. Just press your handprint, and this celebration will be official." Just as the father and daughter were about to press their handprints, before their fingers could touch the paper, it was snatched away by Chen Xiangbei. "You two really have some nerve, daring to trade in human lives in broad daylight. And you, old man, how could you sell your own daughter to a brothel?" Old man Ma was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Tang Tizui and the turtle master sensed trouble and immediately attempted to flee. At that moment, Chen Xiangbei slammed a handgun down onto the table. The two men were instantly terrified, kneeling there. "Sir, please spare us. This is my first time doing this." Old man Ma and his daughter were also frightened and knelt on the ground. Xianbei put on a shameless expression and said, "Come on, speak up. Let's see how much your lives are worth." According to Republic of China laws, trading in human lives and forcing people into prostitution can lead to the death penalty. Upon hearing this, Tang Tizui rummaged through his pockets for a long time and finally pulled out 15 yuan, while the turtle master produced 28 yuan. Chen Xiangbei looked at the meager sum on the table and chuckled. "It seems your lives are worth this little. Come on, both of you, get up and take the money back to the police station with me." "Boss, please don't. I only have this much money. If you kill me, I can't produce any more." The two began to play. Xianbei started pulling the collars of the two men as he walked outside. Boss, let me look for more. Just wait a moment, we're neighbors. Please give me a chance." Tang Tizui, with a face as if his mother had just died, said, "I'll find more money." He took out 20 yuan from under his left shoe insole and 15 yuan from under his right, totaling 50 yuan on the table. The turtle master pulled out 60 yuan from his hat. Chen Xiangbei held 138 yuan in his hand and asked, "What are you two doing here? Don't you hurry and scram. Are you waiting to go to the police station?" The two took off in a flash, leaving behind old man Ma and Xiangxiu still kneeling there. Chen Xiangbei helped them up. This father and daughter would eventually be sold by these people in Beiping. He stuffed the money into old man Ma's hands and asked, "This money is their compensation to you. What are your plans for the future?" Upon hearing this, old man Ma and Xiangxiu knelt down in gratitude once more, and Chen Xiangbei, "We came to Beiping to escape disaster. We are unfamiliar with this place and initially wanted to find a good family for Xiangxiu. We didn't expect to nearly sell our daughter." Old man Ma clutched the significant sum of 138 yuan, unsure of what to do. "How about this? I'll help you find a place to stay in our compound for you two. We can discuss your future plans later." The father and daughter wanted to kneel again, but Chen Xiangbei quickly refused. The rented room was next to Chen Xiangbei's small, but only 1 yuan per month. He also took some extra items from his own room and brought them over before heading back to the police station. Soon Lu Sen approached with a smile. "Chen Xiangbei, I helped you plead with my brother-in-law. You just need to set a table at Quanzhou tonight, and this matter will be settled. I'll set it for your grandfather. Go find somewhere cool to stay." Chen Xiangbei replied with a look of disbelief. Lu Sen, irritated, said, "Chen Xiangbei, are you tired of living? Do you believe my brother-in-law can make you leave tomorrow? Chen Xiangbei was also anxious. Let me go, that's fine. But return the 80 yuan I gave you. Lu Sen sneered. You didn't give me the money, you need to ask whoever you gave it to. If you don't return the money, I won't go anywhere. Chen Xiangbei spoke indifferently. Brother-in-law, this kid Chen Xiangbei is refusing to drink my toast and is asking for a punishment. I told him about the dinner invitation tonight. He completely ignores me and still wants his 80 yuan back, Lu Sen said, relishing the situation. No problem. Just wait and see how I deal with him tomorrow at work. Chen Xiangbei returned home and began cooking meat. In these times, ordinary people were lucky to eat steamed buns. Unlike Chen Xiangbei, who feasted on meat daily, resulting in envy from the entire compound, especially from Tang Tizui. Today, not only did he ruin Tang Tiejua's business, but he also imposed a hefty fine. Everyone in the compound, except for old man Ma next door, now hated him. Just as the braised pork finished cooking, he heard a knock on the door. Chen Xiangbei guessed it wouldn't be Tang Tizui, as he had just been embarrassed by him. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Xiang show her face flushed as she held out a bowl of cabbage and tofu. Brother Chen Xiangbei, my father sent me to bring you some tofu. Chen Xiangbei chuckled. Such a beautiful girl coming in just to offer me tofu. That line really made his day. What are you laughing at, brother Chen Xiangbei? Xiang Xiu asked innocently. Oh, nothing, Xiang Xiu. Just remember to joke. Chen Xiangbei poured tofu into his bowl and filled another bowl with braised pork for Xiang Xiu. Xiang Xiu, this is freshly made by me. Please take it to Uncle Ma to try. Brother Chen Xiangbei, this is too much. You've helped our family so much, I can't trouble you any further. Chen Xiangbei laughed. Sister, you've already offered me tofu. Don't say such distant things, I'll just have a few more servings of tofu later. Xiang Xiu thought to herself, so brother Chen Xiangbei likes tofu. I'll bring him some more in the future. She wondered if brother Chen Xiangbei had a girlfriend, her face getting redder as she pondered. Chen Xiangbei took 4 steamed buns and handed them to Xiang Xiu. A wife must be well fed and well cared for. How can she not eat well or drink well? Old man Ma expressed his profound gratitude, saying they had finally met a good person. But he secretly thought, it would be great if I could marry Xiang Xiu to this young man. He planned to ask the young man if he had a girlfriend. If he could marry Xiang Xiu to him, he would have no more worries. Little did he know they were being arranged next door. Because he was fond of Xiang Xiu, Chen Xiangbei definitely needed to curry favor with his future father-in-law. He also informed them that Tang Tizui lived in the same compound, so they didn't need to fear him and could come to him if anything happened. Chen Xiangbei bought several blankets, fearing that his future wife might get cold at night. He also brought back 200 jin of coal, worried they might run out, and even purchased a stove, helping them set up the chimney. In this era, few people burned coal due to its high cost. He repeatedly instructed them on how to use coal for heat. Old man Ma thought to himself, this young man must like my daughter, otherwise why would he treat them so well? He has already decided to marry Xiang Xiu, so he didn't refuse any further. Chen Xiangbei returned to his room and began to contemplate. He originally had no plans to buy a house. That was because war was about to break out, and he could live anywhere alone. In his past life, Chen Xiangbei never married due to lack of money and being picky. But now, upon meeting Xiang Xiu, he was smitten at first sight. He was determined to marry Xiang Xiu, but living in his current place wouldn't do. He needed to buy a house not too big and began to tally his finances. With just the legal tinder and silver dollars, he had over 1,000 yuan. Additionally, he had 5 large yellow croakers and $500, so buying a small house was definitely feasible. Chen Xiangbei decided to confront old man Ma the next day. After all, he had finally found a beloved wife and feared that the longer he waited, the more complications would arise. The next day at the police station, he saw Lu Sen spitting at him from a distance. Hu Xiaoqiang, as the squad leader, had over 30 men under him. To assert his authority over Chen Xiangbei, 30 men formed 5 teams in the courtyard for questioning. This group of rascals stood awkwardly, resembling a bunch of fake soldiers. Chen Xiangbei stepped forward. Tomorrow, leaders from the headquarters will come for inspection, and today you are responsible for clearing out the toilets at our police station. In a little while, go borrow a dung cart, and remember to take it out of the city. If it spills on the road or isn't cleaned properly, you'll be directly dismissed. It seemed that Hu Xiaoqiang, the dog bastard, was starting to make things difficult for him. He suspected that Lu Sen was involved in this matter too. Chen Xiangbei knew that among the more than 300 people in the police station, there were over 20 squat toilets, and it was estimated that they hadn't been cleaned in a year. However, what Chen Xiangbei didn't know was that Lu Sen had filled them all with water for over an hour the night before. He filled all the squat toilets to the brim, and holding his breath against the stench, spent half an hour mixing everything together. Several times he splattered the liquid on his face and vomited several times inside. Just thinking about that smell was enough. Lu Sen was really determined to make Chen Xiangbei suffer. The reason he spat at Chen Xiangbei today was that he had already gotten used to it since yesterday. To balance out the suffering he experienced in the toilet yesterday, Lu Sen came in early this morning. He mixed the toilet thoroughly again, estimating that Chen Xiangbei would need 3 or 4 carts to finish the job. And he had to deliver it outside the city. A 1-round trip would take over 3 hours. Just thinking about Chen Xiangbei's expression made him feel incredibly happy. In order to establish his authority, Lu San took the initiative to inform everyone in the squad. Chen Xiangbei angrily said, "Captain, why should I be the only one to do this? Why don't you let others go? This is just retaliation," Hu Xiaoqiang mocked. "What are you talking about? Everyone is being picky. How can the police station function like this? If you really don't want to do it, then you can just leave." After saying this, he sat down and lit a cigarette. Dozens of people were watching with amused expressions, staring at Xiangbei. At that moment, Director Song Hua and Section Chief Wang walked in. Hu Xiaoqiang hurriedly extinguished his cigarette and stood up. Director Song said, "It's just right that all of you in Team 3 are here. I have something to announce. Hu Xiaoqiang, you've been doing well lately. Your team has brought glory to our bureau." Hearing this, Hu Xiaoqiang felt pleased. Who would have thought he would receive praise from the director? He estimated he had a chance for promotion. Director Song continued, "Who is Chen Xiangbei?" "Director, I am Chen Xiangbei from Team 3. For your participation in breaking the major spy case, you are hereby promoted to the captain of Team 3. Work hard, young man. I have high hopes for you." After saying this, he shook hands with Xiangbei. At this moment, Hu Xiaoqiang was stunned. The director just made him the captain of Team 3. What about me? Director Song appeared to realize something and said, "Then you can temporarily serve as vice captain for Chen Xiangbei. Work hard. I have high hopes for you." After saying this, he patted Hu Xiaoqiang on the shoulder and left with Section Chief Wang. At this moment, Hu Xiaoqiang felt like 1,000 alpacas were running through his mind. After saying this, he patted Hu Xiaoqiang on the shoulder and left with Section Chief Wang. At this moment, he awkwardly glanced at Xiangbei. "Captain, you take the seat." "That was a misunderstanding. It was Lu San's idea. It has nothing to do with me." "Brother-in-law? Who the hell is your brother-in-law? You should call me vice captain here," Hu Xiaoqiang said with a disgusted expression. Lu San was also confused what's going on. How did Xiangbei become the captain? "What about me?" Xiangbei placed his hat on the table and said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, this is easy to handle. Lu San, you'll have to work hard in the restroom today. And who vice captain, since Lu San is a relative, you should help out too. The two of you will have to work hard today." Hu Xiaoqiang angrily said, "Captain Chun, there's no need for this. It was already a misunderstanding, and I'm still vice captain. Tonight, let's go to Donglashan. Oh, I'll treat you, brother. I'll find a brother to help Lu San. That will be fine." "What are you talking about? This is work allocation. Everyone is being picky. How can the police station function like this? If you really don't want to do it, then you can just leave." At this moment, everyone laughed, looking at these two as if they were fools. Especially Lu Sano. Everyone knew how much effort he put in to frame. At this moment, everyone laughed, looking at these two as if they were fools. Especially Lu Sano. Everyone knew how much effort he put in to frame Xiangbei in the restroom. After the meeting, everyone went on patrol. Xiangbei didn't care how Lu San and his brother-in-law dug the restroom. Today he needed to go out to look for a house, and he found a street-facing courtyard near the police station. For northern rooms, 2 rooms on each side, approximately 180 square meters. After bargaining, he finally settled at 850 yuan. He also bought a few pounds of snacks and 2 bottles of white wine before returning home. Today Xiangbei planned to find a match for himself personally. He brought the snacks and wine into Old Man Ma's house, and both father and daughter were very happy to see him. "Uncle Ma, I won't beat around the bush today. I have my eyes on Xiangxiu. If you don't mind, just let her marry me, and I'll take care of you in your old age." Upon hearing this, Xiangxiu's face turned red, and she ran out of the door. Old Man Ma laughed and said, "In fact, the uncle has long had his eyes on you. For Xiangxiu to marry you is her blessing." Xiangbei also told Old Man Ma about buying the house, saying he would move in once the renovations were done, and they would hold the wedding there. He also left 100 yuan as a bride price, but Old Man Ma refused to accept it no matter what. Xiangbei thought that if he didn't accept the bride price, how could that work? He must secure this marriage to feel at ease. He found Xiangxiu again. The marriage was already settled, yet he hadn't even asked the girl's opinion. In Xiangbei's world, this was utterly impossible, but for this era, it was a very normal thing. Many people only see each other's appearance on the day of the wedding. But for Xiangbei, he had to ask Xiangxiu. If the girl disagreed, he would never force her. Xiangxiu blushed as she entered the room with Xiangbei. He grasped her small hand and said, "Sister, I want to marry you. Would you be willing to marry me?" Xiangxiu, her face flushed, tried to struggle free from Xiangbei's large hands, but remained silent. "If you don't want to, I will tell Uncle Ma to cancel our marriage." Upon hearing this, Xiangxiu stopped struggling and just nodded her head shyly. Seeing this, Xiangbei immediately held Xiangxi's hand and said, "Sister, do you want to go to school? After we marry, I will send you to school." Upon hearing this, Xiangxiu looked up cutely and asked, "Can I still go to school after we marry? I have always wanted to go to school, but my family is too poor and I couldn't afford it." Xiangbei didn't want his woman to be, "Sister, once we marry, we'll take Uncle Ma over too. We'll support your dad together." Hearing this, Xiangxiu was so touched that tears streamed down her face. "Brother Xiangbei, is what you said true?" "Of course it's true. I have no parents. You are my wife, and Uncle Ma will be my father in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiangxi's face was both red and hot, and she even leaned her head on Xiangbei's chest. Xiangbei felt secretly delighted and took the opportunity to kiss her forehead, causing Xiangxiu to run out of the door blushing. Chen Xiangbei had just returned to the police station when he saw Hu Xiaoqiang and Lu Xin fighting in the sewage. The ground was filthy, and the entire police station was filled with a foul odor. Upon asking, he found out the details. Hu Xiaoqiang and Lu Xin spent the entire morning hauling a cartload of manure, leaving both utterly exhausted. Lu Xin pulled the cart, while Hu Xiaoqiang pushed from behind. Initially, everything proceeded without incident. Perhaps due to Lu San's inexperience, or perhaps because the cart was overloaded with liquid manure, he abruptly raised the front of the cart, causing the sloshing effluent to splash directly into Hu Xiaoqiang's mouth. Hu Xiaoqiang immediately erupted in fury. Lu Xin, still seething over Hu's betrayal earlier that morning, retaliated without hesitation. The two men tumbled into a violent brawl. So fierce were their movements that they overturned the entire cart, unleashing a chaotic, no-holds-barred manure melee. They wrestled blindly amid the reeking muck while nearby police officers doubled over with laughter. When Director Song learned of the incident, especially upon discovering that Lu San had deliberately flooded the latrine, his rage exploded. He summarily dismissed both men on the spot. Xiangbei reflected in silence. Lu San could be dismissed as merely a reckless scoundrel, deserving censure but not death. Yet Hu Xiaoqiang had to die. Better to end him now than risk his future predation upon innocent young women. That afternoon, Xiangbei hired masons, carpenters, and tile workers to renovate his future home. Every detail, from the lavatory to the kitchen, was meticulously modeled after designs from a later era. Though the city lacked a municipal water supply, Xiangbei engineered a rudimentary radiant heating system inspired by future technology. Without running water, however, he had to manually fill the heating circuit with water bucket by bucket. Though the renovation consumed a considerable sum, Xiangbei regarded the final result with deep satisfaction. He then scoured antique markets and acquired an exquisite set of rosewood furniture. Altogether, these improvements cost over 300 fabi, the national currency. 20 days passed thus. Though Xiangxiu had not yet formally married into the household, she already prepared all meals. The three of them dined together daily, sharing one pot and one table. Whenever old Ma was away, Xiangxiu yielded, half resisting, half surrendering, to Xiangbei's affectionate advances. One midnight, Xiangbei slipped silently into Hu Xiaoqiang's residence, having confirmed in advance that Hu lived alone. Still furious over his dismissal, Hu Xiaoqiang had quarreled violently with his wife that very morning. She had stormed off to her natal home before dawn. Xiangbei entered the room undetected using his spatial ability. Hu Xiaoqiang lay snoring soundly. Still furious over his dismissal, Hu Xiaoqiang had quarreled violently with his wife that very morning. She had stormed off to her natal home before dawn. Xiangbei entered the room undetected using his spatial ability. Hu Xiaoqiang lay. The man clearly possessed hidden wealth, ill-gotten gains amassed through years of deception and coercion. By conservative estimates, several lives had already been extinguished by his treachery. Xiangbei released Hu Xiaoqiang back into the room, only to find him lifeless, breath stilled, without a trace of struggle. Then, vanishing once more into the void, Xiangbei stepped onto the street. Even Sherlock Holmes himself would find no forensic clue to unravel this death. Xiangbei knew the future trajectory of Fabi's value. After 1948, a single silver dollar would exchange for millions of Fabi. Thus, whenever he acquired Fabi, he promptly converted it into silver coinage. 10 days later, the courtyard renovation was complete. Xiangbei escorted Xiangxiu and old Ma to view their new bridal residence for the first time. A traditional Sihiyuan, for buildings enclosing a tranquil central courtyard. Its inverted-facing hall built of gray brick and blue tile. The east and west wing rooms mirrored the main hall with precise symmetry, forming a tightly enclosed mouth character layout. Inside, rosewood furnishings gleamed beneath scarlet bedding. Freshly pasted double happiness characters adorned every window pane. Every domestic necessity was provided. Even old Ma's chamber held entirely new furnishings. Father and daughter wandered as if lost in the grand view garden, scarcely daring to believe such elegance could ever belong to them. Most astonishing was Xiangbei's remodeled bathing chamber and privy, walls fully tiled with gleaming ceramic. Old Ma hesitated at the threshold, unwilling even to step inside wearing shoes. Though modern sewer systems did not yet exist, Xiangbei excavated a sealed septic tank within the courtyard. To prevent leakage, he lined it with costly cement, requiring only periodic professional cleaning. Radiant heating extended to every chamber, an unprecedented luxury in Beijing of 1936. In truth, piped water had already reached the capital as early as 1920. Likewise, boilers were neither novel nor rare. Their adoption hinged solely on willingness to invest. Xiangbei had crafted this home not merely as shelter, but as a lifelong sanctuary for himself and Xiangxiu. Upon seeing her bridal chamber, Xiangxiu leapt with unrestrained joy. At that moment, catching sight of old Ma's distracted gaze, she impulsively leaned forward and kissed Xiangbei full on the lips. The sudden tender gesture left him utterly unprepared. Xiangbei gazed at Xiangxiu, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes modestly downcast. Night fell softly, No grand ceremony marked their union. No guests were invited. Not even colleagues from the precinct or neighbors from the alley. After dinner, Xiangbei assigned old Ma 2 wing rooms within the ancient courtyard residence. The remaining 2 wings were repurposed, one as a lavatory, the other as a bathing chamber. Inside their chamber, Xiangxiu sat quietly upon the scarlet bridal bed, her 2 thick braids cascading like dark waterfalls across her chest. Her head bowed gently, a delicate blush bloomed across her cheeks, like a peach blossom unfurling under spring light. Xiangbei approached softly, took her hand in his, and murmured, "Little sister, marrying you makes my entire life." She pressed her burning cheek against his chest. What followed remains unwritten. 10,000 words omitted, then another 5,000 withheld. At dawn the next day, Xiangbei hurried out to secure Xiangxiu's enrollment in a suitable school. After persistent effort, he finally found an institution willing to accept her. Yet when he shared the news with old Ma, the elder reacted with vehement disapproval, deeming Xiangxiu too old for schooling and viewing tuition as sheer waste of time and money. Faced with old Ma's stubbornness, Xiangbei refused to yield. With patient, earnest persuasion, he explained how education would shape Xiangxiu's future. Only after prolonged entreaty did old Ma reluctantly consent. As Xiangxiu possessed no formal education, she began with elementary-level instruction. Though she would sit among children half her age, Xiangbei held unwavering faith in her potential. When Xiangxiu donned her school uniform for the first time, she seemed transformed entirely. The crisp uniform suited her perfectly, evoking the refined, ethereal grace of Lung Qingqiu herself, fresh, serene, and breathtakingly luminous. Time flowed swiftly. By spring festival of 1937, a civic order had deteriorated markedly. Japanese aggression grew increasingly brazen. Essential commodities, grain, cloth, fuel, grew ever scarcer, their prices soaring beyond reach. Starving and frozen corpses littered the streets, grim testament to mounting despair. Since the North China Incident of 1935, Japan had wielded military and political pressure relentlessly. It sought autonomy for 5 northern provinces, Hebei, Shandong, Shaanxi, Chahar, and Sui-Yuan, and propped up Yin Ruging's East Hebei anti-communist autonomous government, severely eroding China's sovereignty. Beijing faced escalating military threat. Japanese troops conducted frequent drills near Fengtai and Tongzhou, strategic locations encircling the capital. Following the Fengtai incident of 1936, Japan seized control of this vital stronghold. To appease Tokyo, the nationalist government established the Hebei Chahar Political Council under Song Jian, further enabling Japanese economic dominance as Japanese merchants monopolized key supplies. Collaborators smuggled grain and cotton yarn in league with occupying forces. Hoarding and price manipulation became rampant, driving inflation ever higher. Xiangbei had long harbored one audacious ambition: robbing the Japanese bank. Yet caution held him back. The institution boasted formidable security, and its internal layout remained unknown to him. 2 days prior, he purchased an antique and deposited it in a safe deposit box at the Yokohama Specie Bank, using the occasion to study the bank's architecture, vault access points, and guard rotations. Especially at night, over a dozen armed Japanese soldiers stood vigilant watch. Moreover, the embassy, housing over 100 military police, lay nearby. At midnight on Chinese New Year's Eve, Xiangbei, clad head-to-toe in black like a shadowed arachnid, approached the Japanese bank. A 5-story edifice. At midnight on Chinese New Year's Eve, Xiangbei, clad head-to-toe in black like a shadowed arachnid, approached the Japanese bank. A 5-story edifice, its 4th and 5th floors housed administrative offices. At midnight on Chinese New Year's Eve, Xiangbei, clad head-to-toe in black like a shadowed arachnid, approached the Japanese bank. A 5-story edifice, its 4th and 5th floors housed Xiangbei effortlessly neutralized the 2 external sentries using his spatial ability, then slipped unseen into the bank's interior. Xiangbei discovered that this group of Japanese soldiers was drinking in the security room, each one of them getting quite tipsy. He changed into a Japanese uniform and pushed the door open without hesitation, catching the soldiers off guard. When Chen Xiangbei placed his hand on one of the soldiers' shoulders, the soldier suddenly vanished, shocking the surrounding Japanese soldiers. Taking advantage of their confusion, Xiangbei swiftly captured the second and third. As the soldiers across from him attempted to draw their guns, Chen Xiangbei lunged at 4 or 5 of them. One by one, the soldiers were absorbed into his space, everything going even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Using his space, Xiangbei discovered that the Japanese had rigged the security door in many ways. Even with a key, opening it carelessly would trigger an alarm. Little did they know that Xiangbei didn't even need to use the door. Inside the over 400 square meter underground vault, tons of gold bars, legal currency, silver dollars, US dollars, British pounds, and mostly Japanese yen were piled in the corners. There were heaps of jewelry and precious items in the vault as well. The sight was quite strange, rows of shelves, and as Xiangbei touched them one by one, they vanished from the vault. He had no time to admire these treasures, quickly absorbing all the visible wealth into his space. Xiangbei then proceeded to the second floor's safes, emptying all the items within. Upon reaching the third floor, he found a large collection of valuable antiques and paintings. It was unclear whether these had been pawned by others or if they were collected by the Japanese for transport back home. Xiangbei paid no mind to that, absorbing everything into his space. To confuse his adversaries, he also used his space to create holes in the walls of all the vaults, leaving bricks and some tools at the scene. He took away all the corpses of the Japanese soldiers to mislead his enemies. When he returned home, his wife Xiangxiu was still sound asleep. Lying on the bed, Xiangbei began to sort out the treasures he had gathered that evening. 1. 5 tons of gold. 7. 5 million legal currency. 3. 5 million silver dollars. 1. 6 million US dollars. 8.0 British pounds, and over 45 million yen. They say counting money can strain your hands, and today Chen Xiangbei was counting it to the point of cramping. He wondered how he could have acquired so much money. The reason for such a large sum was that the Japanese were preparing military funds for their attack on Beiping next year. You should know the current exchange rate. 1 US dollar can be exchanged for 3. For legal currency. 1 British pound can be exchanged for 17 legal currency. British money is truly valuable. 1 British pound is equivalent to 17 silver dollars. The exchange rate between legal currency and yen was nearly 1:1. You might not have noticed, but the least valuable asset here was actually that 5 tons of gold. At this time, the price of gold was only 13 million US dollars per ton. Converted to legal currency, it was less than 2 million. The total gains from this evening were over 20 million silver dollars, not including the 45 million yen and the antiques and jewelry. Xiangbei was so excited that he was trembling. He knew that throughout the entire war of resistance, the beautiful country had only provided $6 billion in military aid to Huagua. The wealth Xiangbei currently possessed was enough for him to escape with Xiangxiu and her daughter to the beautiful country, living off it until the end of time. But as a Chinese person, how could he bear to watch his compatriots suffer? Most importantly, he had his space. Now there were opportunities for wealth everywhere in Huagua, but Xiangbei was worried about the safety of Xiangxiu and her daughter. He ultimately decided to send them to Chengdu. During the War of Resistance, Chengdu and Lanzhou were the 2 safest cities. The Japanese had neither occupied them nor bombed them heavily. Thinking of this, Xiangbei was too excited to sleep. The next morning, Xiangxiu made breakfast and prepared washing water, even putting the tooth powder on the toothbrush. Yes, in this era they used tooth powder. With such a wonderful wife, Xiangbei truly hated to let her go. But he knew that after 7 months, he would be unable to guarantee her safety. Uncle Ma, wife, I need to discuss something with you. I plan to send you to Chengdu, he said. Xiangbei, have I done something wrong? Don't you want me anymore? Xiangxiu said with red eyes. Wife, what are you thinking? I heard from my superiors that the Japanese are about to attack. You are not safe in Beiping, Xiangbei said sternly. Wife, what are you thinking? I heard from my superiors that the Japanese are about to attack. You are not safe in Beiping. Xiangbei thought to himself, of course, he earned a lot on the side. Last night, he had made over 20 million. Xiangbei thought to himself, of course, he earned a lot on the side. Last night, he had made over 20 million silver dollars. Xiangbei, when will we move back? That's hard to say. It's best to wait until the Japanese retreat. I will try to visit you when I have time. When are we? No need to rush. Let's wait until April or May. After breakfast, Xiangbei arrived at the police station only to be informed that there was a meeting. In the conference room, the chief was furious, saying that a Japanese bank had been robbed and the Japanese consulate was already causing a stir at the city government. He mentioned that more than 10 Japanese soldiers were still missing, and someone brought out a large pile of photographs of the missing soldiers, placing them on the table. They demanded the case be solved within a deadline, offering a reward of 100 silver dollars for any leads. Anyone providing clues about these missing Japanese would be rewarded 500 silver dollars regardless of life or death. The city government also promised that anyone who found the Japanese would be promoted 1 rank, and the team that solved the case would see their team leader promoted as well. Xiangbei thought to himself that he still had scrap worth 600 silver dollars in his space. That day, the Revival Society sent someone to notify him to closely monitor any news regarding the traitor Wang Rouge. It seemed that the Revival Society was intent on rooting out traitors. Wang Rouge had openly sided with the Japanese during their invasion of China. With the support of the Japanese, he established a puppet anti-communist autonomous government in Jidong. He controlled 22 counties in Jidong, becoming an important puppet in the Japanese invasion of China apart from Beiping City, now including Tongzhou, Chongping, and Miyun. This also included the 22 counties now in Hebei Sanha, which were governed by the autonomous government. Wang Rouge cooperated with the Japanese economic invasion, allowing them to smuggle goods in Jidong. He also assisted the Japanese military in suppressing patriotic figures and persecuting anti-Japanese forces. Since the Japanese couldn't find the culprit, they might as well hand over this traitor. The police of Beiping City had searched for several days, yet found nothing. The Japanese were furious and doubled. That night, Xiangbei took a bicycle from his space and set off towards Tong County under the cover of darkness. Tong County, now known as Tongzhou, was where the autonomous government was established and also the stronghold of Wang Rouge. It was an independent villa with a courtyard of 23 mu. Xiangbei used his space to stealthily enter the room and pulled a button from Yin Ruge's clothing. This was no ordinary button, it was custom made by the Japanese to celebrate Wang Ruge's appointment. He then entered the basement, discovering that Yin Ruge had indeed amassed a fortune over the past year. Various currencies, gold bars, and antiques totaled at least 2 million. Xiangbei tossed the 11 corpses of Japanese soldiers into the basement and used a dagger to stab each one in the neck again. If Wang Ruge found these corpses and tried to dispose of them, he would struggle to explain. If the Japanese discovered this place, it would be even harder to clarify. Before dawn, Xiangbei returned to Beiping, placing the last corpse at the doorstep of one of his team members. This team member is named Sun Dazhuang, who is rather honest and often bullied in the team. He disguised the little devils to create a false impression of death from excessive bleeding. He placed the button in the hands of the Japanese. Quietly, he returned home only to find that his wife was still not awake. What kind of person did he marry? His wife did not even know he had been away all night. When he arrived at the police station in the morning, he saw a crowd surrounding Sun Dazhuang. Excitedly, Sun Dazhuang rushed forward and said to Xiangbei, "Captain, I found a Japanese soldier. But the person is dead. Can I still receive the reward?" "What? You found a Japanese? Looks like you are quite capable and are going to make a fortune." Xiangbei pretended to be excited. As the morning was nearing its end, the director called Sun Dazhuang into the office. Shortly after, Sun Dazhuang walked out with a pout, having only received $50. The director said the Japanese only gave $50, and this reward would probably become a cold case. About 10 days later, Section Chief Wang was transferred to another police station and promoted to deputy director. Xiangbei also became Section Chief Chen, of course, after giving $500 to Director Song. Sun Dazhuang became a squad leader, and Xiangbei could only send him here. As for whether he could hold his position, Xiangbei did not care. It was heard that when the Japanese found Wang Yinru, he was commanding people to bury a corpse in the yard. Now the Japanese caught him red-handed. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't clarify the situation. It was said that Wang Ru was tortured by the Japanese for an entire week before he died, having endured tiger benches, chilly water, and even dog punishment. That day, Sun Dazhuang hurried into the office. Anxiously, he said, "Chief, some people under me got into a fight this morning. You need to help handle it." "Just a few fighters. You can handle it yourselves, no need for me," Xiangbei said impatiently. "Chief, it really has to be you who handles it." The fighters were a battalion commander from the 29th Army, and on the other side were 2 Japanese. "We can't deal with it ourselves. Please think of a way." Xiangbei thought to himself, "If you dare not deal with the Japanese, do I dare to?" It turned out that the 2 Japanese were merchants who were harassing Chinese women on the street. For people from the 29th Army couldn't stand it and beat the 2. Xiangbei scanned the system and saw Tung Jinjikairo, president of Tungjing Trading Company. He has already been beaten into a pig's head. Ogawa Masaki, employee of Tungjing Trading Company, was also badly injured. The 29th Army people were not hurt much. A4 could easily take on 2 without suffering significant injuries. Zhao Dashan, a captain in the 29th Army, Xiangbei didn't need to ask to know what had happened. "Gentlemen, do we need to mediate?" Then he heard Zhao Dashan say, "What kind of a worthless section chief are you? You don't even ask what happened and want to mediate." It seems Zhao Dashan has a violent temper. It's no wonder that only someone with such a temper could manage these affairs. How could I dare to publicly deal with the Japanese? Even the city government doesn't dare, Xiangbei thought to himself. He waved his hand. Since neither side is seriously injured, let's mediate and let both sides go. The Japanese immediately jumped out. "You Chinese pig, which eye of yours saw that I wasn't seriously injured? I demand severe punishment for these 4 people. Our Tungjing Trading Company is the largest trading company in Beiping, and you Chinese pigs depend on us to survive. If these people are not severely punished, I have the right to stop all your supplies in Beiping." Xiangbei thought to himself, "This idiot is making quite a fuss. I didn't know how powerful your Tungjing Trading Company was until now. Alright, I got it. I will remember to take care of your business. Gentlemen, please don't make it difficult for a small character like me. I can't offend either of you," and ordered Sun Dazhuang to release both parties. As they left, both sides were cursing. Zhao Dachuan even spat at Xiangbei's back and called him a waste. Angrily, Xiangbei murmured, "Zhao Dachuan, you idiot, I won't hold it against you since you are fighting against the Japanese." Soon Director Song arrived at Xiangbei's office. "Xiangbei, you handled this matter very well. Neither the 29th Army nor the Japanese can be provoked in the future. Handle such matters according to today's principles." "Okay, Director, you can rest assured. I can still handle these minor issues well." After saying this, Xiangbei took out 5 packs of Marlboro and pushed them towards Director Song. "Section Chief Chen, this is foreign imported cigarettes. They are not cheap." Director Song looked like a money grubber. Yes, during this time a pack of Marlboro or Camel cigarettes could sell for $1. You must know that the monthly salary of an ordinary person at that time was less than 10 legal currency. These were still from the last time collected from Wang Ru's basement, 1 box each of Marlboro and Camel cigarettes. Since the distance between home and the police station was relatively short, Xiangbei would choose to go home for lunch every day. One day when he was almost at his door, he suddenly noticed a small beggar about 7 or 8 years old collapsed on the ground not far ahead. In today's Beiping city, it was common to see people starving or freezing to death on the streets. This had become an all-too-common sight, as if the city's daily life was just like this. People had long become accustomed to it, even somewhat numb. However, for Xiangbei, who was born in a later generation, this situation was simply intolerable. If he had not witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he might have barely accepted it. But since he had seen it, he absolutely could not stand idly by. Xiangbei carried the child back home and placed him on a warm bed. He specifically instructed Xiangxiu to cook some thick rice soup for the child. After all, in this difficult year, most collapsed beggars were likely due to extreme hunger. Coincidentally, Xiangxiu happened to have cooked a pot of millet porridge today. Thus, he had Xiangxiu serve a bowl of millet porridge. He then gently scooped some soup with a spoon and carefully fed it to the child. It was unknown whether it was because the child's body temperature rose or the millet porridge was effective, but after more than an hour the child woke up. The little beggar looked at the three people with fear, curling up in bed. He softly said, "Thank you, uncle," and aunt, at which point Xiangbei carefully observed the little beggar's face. Because of the short hair, he initially thought it was a handsome little boy, but from the voice it sounded like a little girl. He softly said, "Thank you, uncle," and aunt, at which point Xiangbei carefully observed the little beggar's face. Because of the short hair, "My name is Zhao Xiaoying. Because the Japanese occupied the northeast, our family escaped to Beiping. My mother died on the way to Beiping, and my father also died here last month." The child spoke while crying. Since the child had woken up, he must be very hungry, so let's eat first. After washing his hands, Xiangxiu led the child to the dining table. Perhaps because they were in an unfamiliar place, the child was still very alert and refused to sit down. But seeing the table full of dishes made his mouth water. For ordinary people, having cornmeal for 3 meals a day was already quite good. But in Xiangbei's home, there were shredded potatoes with vinegar, braised pork, soy sauce beef, and a carp stewed with tofu. Indeed, Xiangbei loved to eat tofu the most. "Xiaoying, don't be afraid, you can eat anything here. But today at noon, you can only eat until you are half full. You can eat freely at night." After the meal, Xiangbei instructed Xiangxiu to take the child to buy some new clothes. If the child was only given a few hearty meals, it was like. After the meal, Xiangbei instructed Xiangxiu to take the child to buy some new clothes. If the child was only given a few hearty meals, it was likely they would not survive. Xiangbei planned to adopt Xiaoying and discussed it with Xiangxiu. Unexpectedly, Xiangxiu agreed immediately. Had it not been for meeting Xiangbei, her and old man Ma's fate would not have been good. Seeing Xiaoying reminded Xiangxiu of her own experiences. After the meal, Xiangbei changed into casual clothes and went out. He intended to investigate the Tengjing Trading Company thoroughly. Didn't they have a large amount of supplies? After 3 days of investigation, it was found that there were 3 relatively large warehouses just in Beiping. Under the surveillance of his divine sense, spanning nearly 100 meters, the items in the warehouse were laid bare. To collect the supplies into the space, one must make physical contact. The warehouse was stocked with a large quantity of daily necessities, including rubber, cotton, cloth, grain, sugar, medicines, and even automobiles. Motorcycles and gasoline were included, and there were even some light weapons and opium paste. Collecting from these warehouses posed no issue, but the 3 warehouses were relatively far apart. Even riding a bicycle at night, it would take over 3 hours to visit all 3 warehouses. There was a motorcycle in the space, but who would dare ride such a noisy thing at night? Just past midnight that night, he set off, first arriving at the warehouse located in Chongping. This was a complex composed of 12 small warehouses, though referred to as small. Each one was still around 5 to 600 square meters. He entered the warehouse through the space and began to collect bags of rice into the dimensional space. This warehouse primarily supplied the 22 counties under the Zhejiang anti-communist autonomous government. It took him over 2 hours just to collect these supplies, and he conveniently captured a few Japanese as well. Through prolonged use of the space, he discovered many new methods of spatial utilization. For instance, if a person is stored in space for less than 5 seconds, they would not die. However, they would lose consciousness for over 5 hours. There were quite a few Chinese working the night shift in this warehouse. He only rendered them unconscious, but when it came to dealing with the Japanese, he showed no mercy. Yet many of these Chinese were also driven by necessity. At least they had not reached the point of threatening his life, so he would only resort to harming his fellow countrymen. After emptying the 2 warehouses in the east and west cities without spending a dime, he disguised the scene by damaging the walls and returned home as dawn began to break. This operation took too much time. He couldn't afford to be so greedy in the future. Safety had to be the priority. Having been awake all night, he felt exhausted and slept until midday. In the meantime, Xiangxiu called him to get up several times, but he brushed it off, claiming he felt unwell. After lunch, he arrived at the police station, which was even more bustling than before. They said that a group of living deities from the capital had completely emptied the Tengjing Trading Company's warehouse. It was rumored that there were several tens of thousands of supplies and over 10 tons of gold bars, with more than 500 vehicles lost. He thought to himself, where did all these gold bars come from? I didn't see any. There weren't that many cars, just a few dozen. It seems that such rumors should not be fully trusted. The station was as before mobilizing everyone to investigate the case. They said that whoever could solve the case would be rewarded with $2,000. He didn't care about that. Upon returning to the office, he began to tally the gains from last night. In the space, there were only 5 to 6 tons of rubber, but over 1,000 tons of cotton. Surprisingly, there were over 3,000 bolts of imported cotton fabric. He only realized this when he visited the dyeing factory, discovering that the Japanese had been dumping cotton fabric into China in large quantities. The most abundant were grains flour, rice, and cornmeal combined totaled over 8,000 tons. There were 65 tons of sugar and various medicines estimated to fill 2 trucks. The most unexpected find was actually over 100 boxes of sulfanilamide. What he didn't know was that this batch of sulfanilamide was procured by the Guangdong army for business purposes. It was only temporarily stored here, but it all became cheap for him. Sulfanilamide was the most scarce medicine, especially in treating gunshot wounds. At a critical moment, a single dose could save a life. This medicine usually came in boxes of 10. Under normal circumstances, one could buy a box for just over 10 national currency. Due to its controlled status, it could not be purchased at normal prices. On the black market, it often soared to over $100 a box, and sometimes even traded for a single dose in exchange for a small yellow fish. Especially with the Red Party, no amount of money could buy it. Both the national government and the Japanese strictly controlled goods entering Red Party areas, especially targeting medicines and weapons. There were only 23 vehicles, of which 15 were trucks. Among the Ford cars there were 8, including a bulletproof sedan. There were 12 motorcycles, and astonishingly 1,500 tons of gasoline. In this era, it was extremely abnormal for a trading company to possess such a large quantity of gasoline. Civilians would use very little gasoline, so it was highly likely that it was prepared for the Japanese military. There were exactly 300 Type 38 rifles, which are commonly referred to as the Type 38 Desai. These rifles were brand new and shiny, coated with a thin layer of gun oil, looking almost as if they had just left the factory. One must admit that the guns produced by the Japanese are indeed beautiful, not only in craftsmanship, but also in their reasonable design, making them very user-friendly. In addition to the Type 38 rifles, there were also 80 Mauser 96 pistols, which are also known as box cannons, or 20 shots. Its firepower is fierce and highly effective in close-quarters combat. Of course, it was accompanied by 1,000 rounds of ammunition sufficient for a small-scale battle. Another unexpected gain was over 60 boxes of opium paste. This was a considerable fortune, estimated to be worth over $1,000. However, this item could not be sold again, as it was a harmful drug. Keeping it would be a burden. With the ongoing grain shortage, and vaping his actions would only exacerbate the rising grain prices. However, this item could not be sold again, as it was a harmful drug. Keeping it would be a burden. With the ongoing grain shortage and vaping his act, he suddenly recalled the image of Zhao Xiaoying, who had fainted from hunger, and how the original owner nearly starved to death in a tent. Though he was not a saint, he did not want to be the cause of so many commoners' deaths, especially those who had fled. Wasn't old Ma eager to marry Xiang Xiao out of fear of starvation? This was not something he wished to see. He decided to wander around in the city that night. If he encountered a wealthy landowner, he would take a few things. If he met a poor person, he would give them some food. Xiangbei entered the palace through space, where darkness enveloped him, and a chilling stillness pervaded the atmosphere. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he thought, damn, how unlucky am I. It turned out to be the northern third section, the legendary Cold Palace. No wonder there were eerie gusts of wind. Even with his spiritual sense that could extend within 100 meters, Xiangbei's hair stood on end. Xiangbei quickly left the house, feeling as if someone was watching him from behind. After searching around, he found nothing of value, only some red sandalwood furniture and not a single piece of valuable porcelain. However, he discovered some buried jewelry underground, but Xiangbei found the space somewhat inadequate. It could only transfer items within 100 meters around him. For instance, he could send these grains directly to the residential courtyard, or even directly into someone else's. But to retrieve the jewelry from the ground, Xiangbei had to slowly collect the dirt above into the space. It was too troublesome, so he decided not to bother with the jewelry left underground. After wandering around the Forbidden City, he found few antiques. However, he was drawn to the pillars of the grand halls, although he wasn't sure what kind of wood they were made of. He felt they must be valuable, yet in the end he resisted the urge to take the wood home. If he dismantled the Forbidden City, Chen Xiangbei would become a historical criminal. Weren't there supposed to be antiques everywhere in the Forbidden City? Hadn't Puyi taken them all out of the palace? Little did Xiangbei know that he was simply too late. The relics had long been relocated south. Though he found no antiques, he stumbled upon several hundred tons of grain. He wondered who would store grain here, but didn't dwell on it, and directly collected the grain. I, Chen Xiangbei, am here to aid the poor, not the palace. Unbeknownst to him, the grain he took belonged to the 29th Army. Just as Xiangbei intended to leave, he noticed at the edge of his spiritual sense, below the Qianqing Palace, about 20 meters deep, lay a stone approximately 5 or 6 square meters. Xiangbei's spiritual sense could penetrate any object, yet it could not pass through this stone. Interesting, he thought as this piqued his curiosity. Digging was easy for Xiangbei, but the ground of the Forbidden City was paved with bricks, making any excavation too obvious. So he went to the moat outside the Forbidden City, which happened to be dry in winter. Thus Xiangbei began to dig into the riverbed, and with the aid of space, it took him more than an hour to reach beneath the Qianqing Palace. Without his spiritual sense, he surely would have gotten lost. There lay a black stone, its surface marked with signs of. Xiangbei suspected it was a meteorite distinctly different from ordinary meteorites, as it bore inscriptions and patterns not belonging to Earth. Even at close range, his spiritual sense still couldn't penetrate the stone's surface. Moreover, the stone was buried at this location, leaving him uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or intentional. He attempted to store the stone in his space, trying more than 10 times until he was drenched in sweat. Yet the meteorite remained unmoved, and strangely, it was freezing cold. It felt like it was around -4 or 5 degrees. He was sure of the meteorite's temperature because the sweat that dripped onto it had already frozen. After over 20 attempts, Xiangbei finally gave up. Looking at such a wondrous treasure that he couldn't store in his space was incredibly frustrating. The stone weighed at least 10 tons, and he couldn't transport it out. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon it, sealing the hole he had created. Exiting the palace, he felt a twinge of regret. Xiangbei hurried to the Gongwang mansion, keeping his spiritual sense open all the way. Although he hadn't distributed much grain on this journey, he had certainly amassed a considerable sum of money. From just 7 or 8 wealthy targets he had collected, although he hadn't distributed much grain on this journey, he had certainly amassed a considerable sum of money. From just 7 or 8 wealthy targets, he had collected over 500 silver dollars. In terms of cash, there were 70 to 80,000 25 large yellow croakers, a plethora of jewelry and antiques, and several tons of grain. Upon arriving at the Gongwang mansion, Xiangbei circled around several times. Wasn't it said that Shun had hidden many treasures? What nonsense! Xiangbei no longer believed in rumors, realizing that the Jiaqing Emperor was indeed a remarkable person. The place he raided looked as if it had been licked by a dog. Can't you leave something for future generations? He lamented. This era, people went to bed early. After midnight, Xiangbei found himself at Tianxiao, a well-known gathering place for the lower classes in Beiping, filled with numerous impoverished people, street performers, small vendors, and laborers. It was a typical slum, and Xiangbei paid special attention to those sleeping on the streets. Although it was late, he occasionally encountered people on the streets. Fortunately, in this time, there were no streetlights, and even beggars were asleep. He sent bags of grain into the homes of those fast asleep, spending over 2 hours in this area alone. Longshu Ditch was a famous stinking ditch in Beiping, surrounded by a settlement of poor people. Mental energy. He sent bags of grain into the homes of those fast asleep, spending over 2 hours in this area alone. Longshu Ditch was a famous stinking ditch in Beiping, surrounded by a settlement of poor people. He sent bags of grain into the homes of those fast asleep, spending over 2 hours in this area alone. Longshu Ditch was a famous stinking ditch in Beiping, surrounded by a settlement of poor people. He had no idea which underground arms organization this belonged to, merely taking a glance. During this time, he also seized several silver deposits from Qing dynasty princes, including gold bars, silver dollars, and antiques. It turned out there was a limit to using space. At that moment, Xiangbei was about to head back when 2 patrolling police officers approached. Dressed in night clothes, he obviously didn't. It turned out there was a limit to using space. At that moment, Xiangbei was about to head back when 2 patrolling police officers approached. Dressed in night clothes, he obviously didn't look like a good person. He turned and ran, and the 2 police officers decisively opened fire. In a moment of desperation, Xiangbei utilized space to teleport to a courtyard, the effort nearly causing him to faint. After resting for more than half an hour, he finally escaped the area. This was the consequence of forcibly using space. It was like a battery. Once the last bit of power was drained, recharging it would be uncertain. Whether or not he finished distributing the grain, such actions could never be repeated. It was far too reckless, akin to playing with fire. With a slight misstep, he might have lost his own life. Reflecting on it, now Xiangbei still felt a lingering. He had never been one to sacrifice himself for the so-called Saint Mother. That was not his style. His life creed was to survive as long as possible, ideally until the end of time. Thus, taking such a great risk for the sake of delivering grain was truly extraordinary. Upon returning home, Xiangbei felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. He slept for a whole day and night. Seeing him so deeply unconscious, Xiangxiu thought he had fallen seriously ill, anxiously flitting around like a hot potato. She not only called for a doctor to treat Xiangbei, but she also stayed by his bedside for a day and night, not leaving for a moment. It wasn't until the next day that Xiangbei finally awoke slowly. He felt as if his body had been crushed by a heavy truck, sore all over. Once he regained some strength, he dragged himself to the police station. But upon arrival, he found it was even more bustling than a market. It turned out that a strange event had occurred in Beiping City in recent days. The goddess of mercy had appeared delivering grain to half the city. Not only that, but some claimed to have received gold and silver dollars. Even more astonishing, some families had received peaches from the Queen Mother. As the rumors spread, the discussions among the people intensified, and the entire police station was in an uproar. The police leadership too set aside their urgency regarding the theft cases and began investigating the so-called goddess of mercy. Returning to his office, Xiangbei sat quietly in his chair contemplating. He opened the space and carefully counted the grain inside. To his astonishment, although he had sent out a lot of grain that night, there was actually over 100 tons still remaining. Despite this, Xiangbei understood very well that such matters could not continue any longer. He decided to lay low for a while to avoid unnecessary troubles. After all, the Japanese might have already connected this incident with the bank theft. At noon, as Xiangbei returned home for lunch as usual. When he reached the door, he found it surprisingly locked. This surprised him, as there had never been a time when the house was empty at this hour. Feeling suspicious, he hurriedly unlocked the door and entered the house. He waited in the living room for about 10 minutes, when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Soon after, an anxious old man rushed in, panic written all over his face. "Xiangbei, it's bad." Xiaoying suddenly came home during lunch. She said that Xiangxiu was taken away by bad people when she got out of school. "Xiaoying and I searched for half the day, but couldn't find anyone." Upon hearing this, Xiangbei's expression instantly grew serious. He quickly asked Xiaoying, "Tell uncle, who took Aunt Xiangxiu away?" Xiaoying cried intermittently, saying, "It sounds like 3 Japanese people talking. They were also driving up." Xiangbei wondered if his actions had been discovered. Without time to think further, he hurried back to the police station to mobilize all the officers to search. He publicly promised, whoever finds their wife will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan. Once this bounty was announced, everyone seemed to be invigorated. Xiangbei knew that offering 1,000 yuan was a bit too ostentatious. But in order to find Xiangxiu, he couldn't care less. Moreover, as a section chief, if he could produce 1,000 yuan, it would mostly lead people to suspect he was taking bribes. Meanwhile, Xiangbei was anxiously waiting for news at the police station. As time passed, second by second, his anxiety grew. Finally, just before evening, news arrived: Xiangxiu had been abducted by the car of Takeda Masao, a consular official from the Japanese embassy. It turned out that the consul had encountered Xiangxiu by chance on the road and was captivated by her beauty, leading him to harbor malicious intentions. Relying on his status as a consul, he knew that the Chinese could do nothing against him, and thus he recklessly forced Xiangxiu into his vehicle. Upon learning the truth, Xiangbei was furious. He immediately gathered over 100 of his brothers and headed straight to the Japanese embassy. At the entrance, the atmosphere was tense, with both sides gripping their guns tightly, staring at each other, none daring to act. Although Xiangbei's men had over 20 guns, they were clearly at a disadvantage compared to the more than 100 Japanese. Furthermore, at that time, not all the police officers were equipped with firearms, which psychologically put Xiangbei's men at a disadvantage. Faced with the well-equipped Japanese soldiers, the police felt intimidated. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth and followed, for Xiangbei was their superior, and they could not defy orders. It was evident that the more than 100 men were only mustering courage due to their numbers. At that moment, Xiangbei suddenly sensed an unusual aura and immediately activated his spatial divine sense. Through Xiangbei's spatial divine sense, he heard a translator say, "It is all my fault, Your Excellency. If it weren't for my negligence, that girl would not have escaped from the car so easily." Immediately, a slap landed on the translator's face. "You fool. You should have jumped into the river to grab that girl. Such a beautiful girl was just swept away like that. Do you think that girl will survive? Her family is causing a scene outside. Keep a close watch on them, and if the girl returns alive, you must bring her back to me, understand?" "Your Excellency, it was pouring rain that day, and the river was swift and deep. I estimate that it will be very difficult for that girl to survive. Bakugo, send that girl's family away. Hearing them shout here is driving me crazy." The translator let out 2 Japanese soldiers. "You lot, stop shouting here. There's no one here you're looking for. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude." Xiangbei glared at the translator, wanting nothing more than to shoot. However, the most important thing right now was to find Xiangxiu. Ma Laohan snatched Xiangbei's pistol and was ready to fight the Japanese. Xiangbei also restrained Ma Laohan and whispered in his ear, "Leave the matter of avenging Xiangxiu to me, but Xiangxiu is indeed not inside right now. She must have jumped into the river to escape, and we now need to find her as our top priority." At this point, Xiangbei barely managed to wrest the gun from Ma Laohan's hands. He and the others turned to leave, hearing murmurs from the crowd behind them. Xiangbei didn't need to guess. He already knew what they were saying. Section Chief Chen is really a coward. His wife was taken by the Japanese, and he didn't even dare to make a sound. Back home, Xiangbei was engulfed in endless self-reproach. If he had sent the father and daughter to Chengdu earlier, this wouldn't have happened. If he hadn't encouraged Xiangxiu to go to school, this incident wouldn't have occurred. Xiangbei promised a large sum of money and mobilized all his brothers to search along the river for Xiangxiu's whereabouts, plastering Beijing with notices offering a reward for 10 consecutive days with no results. Using his divine sense, Chen Xiangbei traced the river downstream for over 50 kilometers, yet found no trace of Xiangxiu. During these 10 days, both Xiangbei and Ma Laohan were in torment, even dreaming of Xiangxiu returning safely. After half a month, both men accepted the reality that Xiangxiu was no longer with them. If she were alive, she would have returned long ago. Even if her body were found, someone would surely come to claim the reward. Xiangbei finally realized that without sufficient strength, no matter how much one clings to life, or how wealthy one is, when misfortune strikes, there is no power to resist. Since heaven had given him a second chance at life, Xiangbei decided not to live in hiding anymore. Now that he had money and resources, he might as well gather a team and take matters into his own hands. What Xiangbei lacked now were weapons. At this time, he set his sights on the Shenyang arsenal, one of the largest military-industrial enterprises in China at the time. After the September 18th incident, it was occupied by the Japanese army and renamed the Fengtian Arsenal. Despite the heavy guard by the Japanese, Xiangbei no longer cared about that for the sake of revenge. A month later, perhaps Ma Laohan was too heartbroken to stay in Beijing and expressed a desire to return to his hometown. Xiangbei understood Ma Laohan's feelings and gave him 1,000 yuan to support his retirement. He also advised him to exchange the yuan for silver dollars within a year, and to do so in batches, with each exchange not exceeding 50 yuan. After exchanging, bury the silver dollars and tell no one. When Xiangbei stuffed 1,000 yuan into Ma Laohan's hands, Ma Laohan was genuinely shocked. Not to mention, having seen 1,000 yuan, he had never even heard of it. In the end, under Xiangbei's sincerity, he accepted the 1,000 yuan. Not to mention, having seen 1,000 yuan, he had never even heard of it. In the end, under Xiangbei's sincerity, he accepted the 1,000 yuan. At last, Ma Laohan shyly made a request to adopt Xiao Ying as his goddaughter. After spending these days together, he had come to care for her as if she were his own daughter. With Xiangxiu gone, Ma Laohan, having Xiao Ying to keep him company, made Xiangbei feel more at ease. Finally, Xiangbei urged Ma Laohan to ensure that Xiao Ying continues her education. This was also Xiangxiu's wish during her lifetime. After sending off Ma Laohan and Xiao Ying, he took another week off under the pretext of continuing to search for Xiangxiu. Xiangbei also purchased a high-priced transit pass to northeast China, planning to raid the Shenyang arsenal and seize all the weapons from the Japanese. At that time, the main railway connecting Beijing and Shenyang was the Baining Railway, which ran from Beijing to Tianjin, then to Shanhaiguan Jinzhou, and finally Shenyang, which was also known as Fengtian. After undergoing layers of checks along the way, it took 25 hours to arrive in Shenyang. After 2 days of reconnaissance, he discovered that the factory was heavily guarded, comparable to a military camp. Covering more than 3,000 acres, the factory produced about 6,000 rifles per month, primarily replicating the Type 38 rifle. It also produced over 300 light and heavy machine guns per month, including replicas of Czech light machine guns and Type 92 heavy machine guns. The factory could produce mortars, mountain guns, field guns, and even some anti-aircraft guns. Various calibers of ammunition exceeded 20 million rounds per month, and artillery shells exceeded 100 rounds per month, including 75 mm and 105 mm calibers. The number of workers alone reached over 2,000, peaking at 5,000. He found that once the ammunition warehouse was locked, there would be no one inside. Xiangbei had already bought a train ticket for the return journey at 7 a.m. and entered the ammunition depot at 1 a.m. One warehouse was over 2,000 square meters, and there were 16 in total. Xiangbei didn't care about the type of weapons. That took him more than 4 hours to clear all 16 warehouses. He would have liked to take all the machinery as well. After all, General Zhang had spent over 200 million yuan to build the arsenal. Just purchasing these machines cost 150 million yuan, but it was easy for Xiangbei to take them away. Workers' space and raw materials were not something he could resolve temporarily, so it was better to leave them there and slowly exploit them. Just as he was about to retreat, he discovered under the cover of his space awareness that below one of the warehouses was a small storage room containing a large amount of foreign currency in gold. This amount was estimated to be 5 times that of the Beijing Japanese Bank. How could there be a treasury underground in a military factory? Xiangbei could not comprehend this matter, yet it had a direct relation to him. Since he acquired the Japanese bank in Beiping for $0, all Japanese banks within Huahua had ceased to store large amounts of cash. They basically only kept enough cash for 1 or 2 days and stored their substantial assets in secret locations. This time it was merely a stroke of luck, and Xiangbei did not hold back, emptying the entire warehouse. But little did he know that this was the total wealth of all Japanese banks in the 3 eastern provinces. Just as he prepared to withdraw, he discovered a vacant lot at the factory. There were nearly 100 Type 97 medium tanks parked there, which were the best tanks produced by Japan during World War II. However, the Shenyang arsenal did not manufacture tanks, so how could so many be stored here? Since they were parked in an open area, collecting them could risk being discovered. Fortunately, it was still around 5 o'clock, and the sky had yet to brighten. The risk was still quite worth it. By the time Xiangbei finished collecting these tanks, he was utterly exhausted. He hurriedly made it to the 7 a.m. train. The warehouse opened promptly at 7:30 every morning. At that time, Xiangbei had already left Fengtian, so on the train, he eagerly began counting his haul. This haul surpassed his wildest imagination. The Japanese had spared no effort in their war of aggression against China. The arsenal was working overtime and fully committed to production. Among the treasures there were as many as one 300 Type 38 rifles. This rifle was one of the main weapons of the Japanese army at the time, known for its accuracy and reliability. Additionally, there were 500 Type 94 pistols. Although these compact pistols had limited power, they could prove unexpectedly useful in close combat. The number of helmets reached an astonishing 1100, undoubtedly providing better protection for the troops. There were 1500 Czech light machine guns renowned for their high rate of fire and reliability, making them effective weapons on the battlefield. The Type 92 heavy machine guns numbered 800, with their powerful firepower capable of suppressing enemy advances. There were also 120 anti-aircraft machine guns crucial for defense against aerial threats. In terms of artillery, there were 250 Type 92 70mm infantry guns along with 200 rounds of ammunition. Although this artillery had a smaller caliber, it had unique advantages in mountainous warfare and close support. Furthermore, there were 90 Type 96 105mm howitzers and 3500 rounds of ammunition. These large-caliber artillery pieces had devastating power capable of inflicting catastrophic damage on enemy fortifications and cluster targets. The number of grenades was even as high as 300 boxes, providing strong close combat fire support for the infantry. The number of grenade launchers reached to 800. This portable curved trajectory weapon was highly practical in complex terrain. Lastly, the total number of various types of bullets soared to 420 million. Such an enormous stockpile of ammunition was sufficient to ensure the troops had ample firepower supplies during prolonged battles. Especially those 85 Type 97 tanks along with 1500 rounds of matching ammunition. Each of these tanks weighed a staggering 15.8 tons and could reach a top speed of 38 kilometers per hour. They were equipped with powerful 57mm cannons, and each was outfitted with a Type 97 machine gun in the front and rear. It is worth noting that throughout World War II, Japan only produced 1500 of these tanks. Finally, there was that sum of money: gold, silver, dollars, US dollars, British pounds, yen, French currency, and various antique artifacts totaling over 200 million US dollars. Little did Xiangbei know that this money was 70 of the total income the Japanese had earned in the eastern provinces since their fall in 1931, with part of it also coming from General Zhang's assets. It was said that when the young marshal left, he was in such a hurry that even his home and bank were seized by the Japanese. According to the young marshal's later account, the amount of money stolen by the Japanese alone amounted to tens of millions in silver dollars. Chen Xiangbei could not fathom how at that time the young marshal commanded hundreds of thousands of troops. Even if he had to withdraw from the northeast, how could he not have been able to take away his own assets? But this matter was indeed true. The renowned king of the northeast could not even protect his own property. Unexpectedly, the final beneficiary turned out to be him, Chen Xiangbei. After returning to Beiping, without delay, Xiangbei's first task was to head to Longshugo to retrieve that batch of explosives. When he saw the explosives, a surge of boldness welled up in his heart. The quantity of explosives exceeded 500 kilograms. Regardless of whom this batch originally belonged to, Xiangbei left 200 yen as the purchase fee. As night fell, Xiangbei took advantage of the cover of darkness and stealthily infiltrated the embassy like a ghost. Once inside, he treated the embassy as if it were unguarded, capturing everyone within into his space. This included the guards, all of whom he absorbed into his space, leaving only the two fat men who had participated in the abduction of Xiang Xiao and the translator. At that moment, Teichi Masao was embracing a Japanese woman, lost in the bliss of wine and tenderness, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Inside were piles of wealth: gold, silver, dollars, US dollars, and various foreign currencies, dazzling to behold. Not to mention the array of antique artifacts, each of which was worth a fortune. It should be noted that at the embassy, even the soldiers standing guard outside had been absorbed into the space, and he moved these three individuals to the underground vault of the embassy, which was truly a treasure trove. Inside were piles of wealth: gold, silver, dollars, US dollars, and various foreign currencies, dazzling to behold. Not to mention the array of antique artifacts, each of which was worth a fortune. Since the Japanese bank was robbed, several Japanese businesses in Beiping had been like startled birds, hurriedly transferring large amounts of currency and gold to the embassy. After all, this place was heavily guarded, much safer than the businesses. Naturally, Xiangbei was completely unaware of these matters. How could he have imagined it? That he would be so fortunate to stumble upon such a windfall. However, Xiangbei was not interested in these treasures at the moment. His gaze was soon drawn to two batches of boxes stacked in the corner. Upon approaching, he discovered that one batch contained brand new German-made MP-36 submachine guns. The MP-36 submachine gun is one of the most advanced submachine guns in the world. It was a signature weapon of Germany during World War II. Renowned for its lightweight precision and high rate of fire, this gun weighs only 4.2 kilograms and uses 9mm ammunition. Its firing rate reaches 500 rounds per minute, and there were as many as 300 of them. Such advanced weaponry is typically sold only to Germany's allies. Chen Xiangbei estimated that these guns were likely prepared for a major offensive against Beiping this year. In another batch of boxes, there were actually brand new radio stations totaling more than 30 units. Xiangbei expressionlessly dragged the three men to the center of the room like dead dogs. He then stripped them of all their clothing. He tightly bound the Japanese men's hands to the ceiling with ropes and secured their legs firmly to the ground. Next, Xiangbei scooped a bucket of salt water and expressionlessly poured it over the three men. The cold water made them shiver violently, instantly awakening them from their stupor. Xiangbei sat back down on the mountain of gold bars behind him, casually fiddling with a worn-out kitchen knife. The blade of the knife was heavily worn, covered in various nicks and cuts. It was probably difficult even to chop vegetables. However, in stark contrast to this shabby kitchen knife was the gleaming dagger tightly gripped in his other hand. The blade of the dagger was incredibly sharp, glinting with a chilling light under the dim illumination. Although there was no longer any danger in the embassy, Xiangbei still used a rag to gag the three men, preventing them from making any sounds. The three men looked at Xiangbei in terror, their bodies trembling with fear. Suspended in midair, they could only futilely twist their bodies, attempting to break free from their bindings. "I am the husband of the woman you killed a few days ago." Xiangbei's voice was cold and calm, as if it came from hell. "My name is Chen Xiangbei, a police officer from the East City Police Station. I have come here today to seek revenge for my wife. Do not doubt it, apart from the four of us, there are no other living souls in this embassy. Now let the four of us slowly enjoy the remaining time together. First, I will confiscate some items." With that, Xiangbei stood up, holding the worn kitchen knife. He walked towards the three men step by step, his pace steady and ruthless, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. The three were so frightened that their faces turned ashen, their lips trembling, yet they could not utter a single clear word. They looked at Xiangbei, who approached step by step, holding a broken kitchen knife and a pair of pliers. In the dim light, a cold glimmer flickered. Xiangbei was clearly well prepared, having deliberately left Wutianmasaru for last. He understood that sometimes fear could destroy a person's will more effectively than physical torment. To achieve this effect, Xiangbei had somehow acquired a worn-out firewood knife. Although the blade was somewhat dull, it was more than adequate for his plans. As Xiangbei stood beside the fat man, the latter's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He deliberately prolonged the time to savor the thrill of revenge. The entire process took 5 minutes, but for the fat man it felt like an endless nightmare. As the kitchen knife fell, a piercing scream erupted from him, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot from the excruciating pain, and his body broke out in a thin layer of sweat in the near-freezing basement. Next, it was Wutianmasaru's turn. At this moment, he was already terrified beyond belief, with wetness in his pants, clearly having lost control. Xiangbei looked at him expressionlessly, the kitchen knife still dripping with the fat man's blood. Wutianmasaru's legs shook uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to stand. Xiangbei slowly walked up to him, raising the kitchen knife for another brutal strike. When it all ended, Wutianmasaru had fainted. However, Xiangbei did not stop there. He picked up a basin of salt water and poured it over Wutianmasaru, waking him from his unconsciousness. Xiangbei stood expressionlessly in the center of the basement, his eyes cold as ice, staring intently at the three individuals before him. "You three, who will come first?" This question echoed in the basement. Yet faced with such a terrifying scene, the three had already lost their wits, their bodies trembling incessantly. The atmosphere in the basement grew increasingly oppressive, with only Xiangbei's indifferent voice lingering in the air. Finally, he seemed to lose his patience, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze slowly fell upon the translator, a chilling stare that sent shivers down the spine. The translator felt Xiangbei's gaze and involuntarily trembled, wanting to plead for mercy. Yet he found his throat blocked as if by some object, unable to produce a sound. "Since no one is speaking, then you go first." After saying this, he picked up a pair of rusty pliers nearby, an old tool that seemed to have seen better days. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All that could be heard in the basement was the translator's rapid breathing and heartbeat. Xiangbei's movements were exceedingly slow, as if he was relishing the process. With each squeeze of the pliers, the translator's body trembled violently, beads of sweat multiplying on his forehead. However, these 5 minutes felt like 5 centuries to him. When the last sharp sound resonated, the translator's body slumped as if it had lost all support, fainting away. Xiangbei looked expressionlessly at the skinny man on the ground, then turned his gaze to the other two. His voice remained cold. "Next, who is it going to be?" Finally, it was time for the main course. Xiangbei was truly going to skin them alive. This time he decided to start with the fat man again. It was said that the ancient method of skinning did not cause too much blood loss, but perhaps due to Xiangbei's inexperience with such cruel methods. The fat man's blood gushed out like a fountain. Merely cutting off a 15-centimeter strip of skin made him. However, Xiangbei would not let him off easily. He gently called the fat man awake again, preparing to continue tormenting him. Then Xiangbei began to serve the translator again. As one round of torment ended, and it was the fat man's turn again, Xiangbei was surprised to find that the man had lost all breath. Clearly, he had been scared to death. Xiangbei thought to himself that this little guy had gotten off easy. He had initially wanted to torment him longer. Thus, after a prolonged 3 hours, these two finally took their last breath. Xiangbei looked contentedly at his masterpiece, then began to clean up all the items in the basement. Together, they amounted to over $10 million. Since this area was surrounded by foreign embassies, and there were no Chinese residents, he did not have to worry about causing unnecessary trouble. Xiangbei lit a long fuse and left the place. Only after walking a kilometer did he hear the massive explosion and the tremors akin to an earthquake. After washing up, Xiangbei dragged his exhausted body slowly toward the police station. Along the way, his steps felt heavy, as if he bore the weight of the entire world. After washing up, Xiangbei dragged his exhausted body slowly toward the police station. Along the way, his steps felt heavy, as if he bore the weight of the entire world. When he entered the police station, the previously noisy environment suddenly fell silent. All the officers stopped their work, looking at him with strange eyes, as if he were a stranger. When he entered the police station, the previously noisy environment suddenly fell silent. All the officers stopped. When he entered the police station, the previously noisy environment suddenly fell silent. All the officers stopped their work, looking at him with strange. Xiangbei looked at Sun Dazhuang expressionlessly and replied calmly, "I've heard about this. The little devils have done too many evil deeds. Their retribution has come at just the right time." After saying this, he took out a stack of cash from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the table. "Who helped me find news about your sister-in-law that day? A reward of $1,000. The rest can be divided among the brothers who went that day." Xiangbei's voice remained calm, without a hint of fluctuation. Chairman Han was once a subordinate of General Ma, but later betrayed him and joined the side of the principal. Now he ruled over Shandong essentially in a semi-independent state. Xiangbei watched this scene, a wave of melancholy rising in his heart. He had already decided to leave Beiping. He planned to go to Shandong to seek out Chairman Han. Chairman Han was once a subordinate of General Ma, but later betrayed him and joined the side of the principal. Now he ruled over Shandong essentially in a semi-independent state. However, Chairman Han ultimately met his end by execution due to his abandonment of resistance. But for Xiangbei, this was no longer important. He only hoped to find a new beginning in Shandong, far away from the sorrowful Beiping. He intended to ally with Han Fuju and spend half a year recruiting troops. He was waiting for Han Fuju to abandon Shandong, so he could seize the opportunity to make a significant move there, waging a decisive battle against the Japanese. Through Director Song's introduction, Chen Xiangbei was fortunate to meet General Zhang Zhong. General Zhang was one of the core leaders of the 29th Army and had previously served as the commander of the 38th Division. Holding General Zhang's letter of recommendation, Chen Xiangbei was filled with hope for the future. He also gave Chen Xiaohui a heads-up, knowing that the military code in the future was severe. On February 28, 1937, he resolutely left Beiping and boarded a train heading for Jinan. At Pearl Spring Courtyard, the former residence of Zhu Jinlin, the second son of Emperor Ingzong, had now become Han Fuju's residence in Jinan. Chen Xiangbei finally arrived here and met this controversial warlord. "Good day, Chairman Han." Chen Xiangbei saluted respectfully. "I am Chen Xiangbei. I have long heard of your great name. I once served as section chief of the Dongxing district at the Beiping police headquarters, and I have come hoping to serve under your command, to join the army and serve the nation, to contribute my share to the country and people. I earnestly hope Chairman Han will accept me." He then handed over a handwritten letter from General Zhang Zhong. "Chairman Han, I intend to establish a grain and oil company in Shandong and would like to invite you to be an honorary shareholder of our firm." He set a heavy trunk down beside the table. Han Fuju looked at him with a broad smile. "So it was introduced by Jin Chun," he said. "No need for formalities. We are all on the same side. Brother Chen wishes to leave the police and join the army. Next week, go see Division Commander Sun Tong of the 20th Division. He will make the arrangements for you. I am deeply grateful for Chairman Han's favor and guidance." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiangbei rose to take his leave. The next morning, he arrived at the Jinan Daily before dawn to place a recruitment notice. Xiangbei planned to open grain and oil companies in counties across Shandong and recruit security personnel for them, in effect building numerous security firms to lay the groundwork for future resistance against Japan. The advertisement concerned the Dongfang Grain and Oil Company, which was hiring a business manager. The requirements read age between 18 and 35, education above elementary school, with high school preferred, all genders welcome. They sought 30 recruits. The work might require long-term postings in the field, and even trips into Japanese-occupied zones to procure supplies, so danger could not be ruled out. Xiangbei emphasized that only the brave should apply. As for remuneration, salaries ranged from 15 to 50 silver dollars per month. The interview was scheduled for March 6th at 8 a.m. on the first floor of the Qingfeng Grand Hotel. Because Xiangbei had no temporary office, yet the hotel lobby had to be used for the interviews. For the occasion, the hotel transformed the hall into a conference room, arranging well over 200 stools. One could imagine the stir the advertisement would cause once published. After all, Xiangbei's offered wages were remarkably generous. They were even comparable to the monthly pay of a deputy county magistrate. The lenient requirements drew a vast number of applicants. More than 500 or 600 people came. Xiangbei questioned each applicant with meticulous care. His aim was not merely to learn their personal circumstances. More importantly, he wished to discern from their speech and manner their attitude toward the government's resistance against Japan. On the application form, 2 questions stood out. If given another chance, would you join the army? And would you be willing to join a Japanese-funded enterprise? Those 2 seemingly simple questions carried deep. When the crowd saw Xiangbei's age, they were surprised. The interviewer looked only 18 or 19. He seemed far too young for the task. Xiangbei was particularly impressed by 2 applicants. One was a young man named Wang Zihao from Dazhou, Shandong, only 23 years old, handsome, and radiating an upright, honorable air. Wang had 3 younger sisters and a younger brother. Both parents were deceased, and he supported the family by working 2 jobs. He had once vowed to enlist and serve the nation, but harsh reality had saddled him with helplessness. At that time, military pay was barely 8, quite often reduced, and frequently delayed. The other person who impressed Xiangbei was a girl from Shanghai, Zhao Xiaodong, only 19, and a graduate of Shanghai Normal University. Zhao Xiaodong had long aspired to join the army, unexpectedly, she had come to Jinan to escape an arranged marriage. There was a distinct quality about her that made him involuntarily think of another woman, Xiang Xiao. In that moment, Xiangbei quietly resolved to hire this Zhao Xiaodong. After a long week, he finally completed interviews with the more than 500 applicants. He instructed them to check the results the following Monday morning. Yet this did not mark the true end of the selection. Xiangbei spent hours carefully narrowing the pile down to 160 resumes. These were the candidates he believed had potential. In fact, Xiangbei had played a small trick. The real interview would be held on Monday morning. At 8 o'clock Monday morning, when the hiring list was posted in the lobby, a ripple of noise ran through the crowd. Some beamed with joy upon seeing their names. Others wore worried expressions when they discovered they had not been accepted. Xiangbei stood on the platform and loudly announced those who had not been hired. Each could claim $1 silver as compensation for lost wages. Hearing this, the sorrow on the faces of the rejected eased a little. By then, only the 160 selected candidates remained in the hall. Standing on the platform, Xiangbei began to extol their excellence in voluble praise. As a man from another era, Xiangbei possessed a talent for painting grand visions. One by one, he spun thick, lavish promises with nothing more than his words. Just as the new recruits were lost in hope for the future, Xiangbei abruptly changed course and spoke a few words in Japanese. He then explained, our company is in fact a grain and oil subsidiary under Zhongshin Jurikaisha. In other words, we are a Japanese-funded enterprise. At this, the crowd began to whisper and murmur among themselves. Suddenly, a man in his 30s sprang to his feet. His voice rang out bold and steady. I refuse to join. Chen Xiangbei would rather starve than serve the Japanese. Under his influence, more than 30 people stood up, including Zhao Xiaodong and Wang Zihao. At this moment, Xiangbei leisurely said, even those who do not wish to work for our company. In a moment, there will be a compensation fee of 2 yuan. Please step to the left. Upon hearing this, another 10 or so people stood up and walked confidently to the left. In the end, there were 14 individuals who did not want to work in a Japanese enterprise. However, at this moment, Xiangbei's tone suddenly changed, and with a smile he addressed these 14 people, saying, congratulations to you, all 14 individuals. You have successfully passed our assessment and have been officially hired. Everyone was taken aback, not understanding what Xiangbei continued to explain. In fact, we are not a Japanese-funded enterprise. The choices you just made were our final test. As soon as he finished speaking, those who had been sitting on the benches suddenly turned pale. Xiangbei looked at them and continued, those of you sitting on the benches can each take 3 yuan and leave. The people who had been sitting steadily on the benches were suddenly left dumbfounded. They had never expected that this seemingly simple test would be so trickster. Although most felt a surge of anger at being played for fools, their frustration eased somewhat when they saw the 3 yuan. After all, 3 yuan was not a trivial sum for them. However, the 14 people present still felt lost, and they exchanged glances, completely bewildered by what this young man was up to. Xiangbei was naturally aware of their confusion, but did not intend to elaborate. He had specifically prepared these individuals for the anti-Japanese cause. If they were not resolute in their stance, they could easily be bought off by the Japanese, thus betraying their own country and people. Can Chen Xiangbei introduce himself? Chen Xiangbei smiled shyly and adjusted his clothes slightly. Xiangbei noticed that there were patches on his clothes, but they looked clean. My name is Chen Xiangbei from Jinan, Shandong. I am 32 years old, married with 2 children. However, when asked why he retired, Chen Xiangbei's expression slightly darkened. He slowly said, However, when asked why he retired, Chen Xiangbei's expression slightly darkened. He slowly said, I previously served under Chairman Han as a regiment commander. I am a straightforward person with a bit of a temper. I can't help but intervene when I see unreasonable things. Moreover, I do not understand how to navigate the officialdom and am not adept at catering to my superior's preferences. He paused as if recalling the unpleasant experience, then continued. Once I could no longer tolerate some of my superior's actions and confronted him, even getting into a physical altercation. As a result, I was dismissed from my position, thus ending my military career. As he spoke, a hint of helplessness and bitterness appeared on Chen Xiangbei's face. Chen Xiangbei, congratulations. I now officially appoint you as the manager of Dongfang Grain Industry with a monthly salary of 80 yuan. This news was undoubtedly a huge surprise for Chen Xiangbei, who had endured the ravages of war. You must understand, despite once holding the esteemed title of regiment commander, he had always adhered to his principles. Even when his elderly mother was ill for years, he had never accepted bribes or taken blood money. Now, the monthly salary offered by this small grain and oil company was even higher than the salary he received as a regiment commander, which was truly moving. However, that money was stolen on the train, and upon arriving in Jinan, he had to rely on pawning jewelry to make ends meet. If he could not find a job soon, he truly did not. However, that money was stolen on the train, and upon arriving in Jinan, he had to rely on pawning jewelry to make ends meet. If he could not find a job soon, he truly did not know what he would do. Unexpectedly, just when he felt cornered, such a huge opportunity fell from the sky. Wang Zihao was also appointed as the head of the business department with the same salary of 60 yuan. Song Gang was appointed as the head of the Human Resources Department, while Zhao Chuanjia was appointed as the head of the Procurement Department. Both Song Gang was appointed as the head of the Human Resources Department, while Zhao Chuanjia was appointed as the head of the Procurement Department, both with a monthly salary of 60 yuan. After Xiangbei finished reading these names, the crowd below erupted in cheers and applause. Xiangbei stood on the stage, scanning the crowd beneath him. After Xiangbei finished reading these names, the crowd below erupted in cheers and applause. Xiangbei stood on the stage, scanning the crowd beneath him. He noticed many people with tears of excitement glistening in their eyes. The turning point in their lives was simply too sudden, just moments ago they had lost a high-paying salary for refusing to work for the Japanese. Yet in the blink of an eye they had not only secured high-paying positions, but had also realized the dream of a promotion and salary increase. Chen Xiangbei was responsible for overseeing all company operations, while Zhao Xiaodang was in charge of the finance department, currently consisting of just 2 people. Song Gang's Human Resources Department needed to first organize a team of 6. They would be divided into 3 groups to recruit employees for the company in Shanghai, Nanjing, and Tianjin. A total of 1,000 employees needed to be hired. Even if the recruitment quota was not met, they could not hire individuals who failed the assessment, and they had to report the number of hires to the company via telegram daily. During the recruitment process, the hiring standards must align with theirs, especially regarding today's final assessment, which must be strictly enforced. Additionally, the company needed to recruit 100 automotive repair personnel to meet the future maintenance needs of the company's numerous vehicles. The salary for these automotive repair personnel was temporarily set at double the local wage. Finally, Xiangbei solemnly reminded everyone that if anyone engaged in nepotism during the hiring process, the company would terminate their employment without leniency. The procurement department tentatively planned to arrange for 8 people also in pairs to travel to Shanghai, Nanjing, Tianjin, and Beiping to procure transportation vehicles. The preliminary number for truck purchases was set at 1500. Meanwhile, the plan was to procure 150 jeeps and 1,000 tons of gasoline. Additionally, the company planned to establish at least 300 branch offices. This meant that everyone present had the opportunity to serve as managers of these branches. The 150 jeeps were specifically prepared for everyone. Our goal is to build the largest grain and oil transport company in the nation. Upon hearing this news, the crowd below erupted into a frenzy, discussing among themselves, how much is this going to cost? Is our boss running a bank? While I might have a chance to ride in a car in the future, the employees were almost ecstatic. After all, such benefits were simply too enticing. However, some expressed doubts, feeling that this was just a grand promise from the boss. Bang, 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 quiet down. Xiangbei knocked on the table and said, members of the procurement group, you must be cautious and cannot be taken advantage of by others. Be sure to inform the foreign firms you deal with about the quantity of vehicles we need to procure. Not only that, but we will also be purchasing a large quantity of low-priced grain from abroad. Specifically, we need 1,000 tons each of flour and rice. We also require 5,000 tons each of cured pork and beef and 1,000 tons of cooking oil. Our company will adopt an open bidding method to select suitable suppliers. Companies wishing to participate in the bidding can come to Jinan to submit their bids. Besides the procurement department, all remaining employees will be assigned to the business department. The business department's task is not easy. It involves covering 4 provinces: Shandong, Hebei, Hunan, and Anhui. In each county outside of the Japanese war zone, a grain and oil branch office must be established. However, due to the current shortage of personnel in the business department, they can only begin preparatory work in Jinan and the surrounding counties for now. After Xiangbei finished speaking, the crowd began to chit-chat again. Many looked at Xiangbei with suspicious eyes, perhaps wondering, are we encountering a scammer? Just then Xiangbei suddenly pulled out a large bag from under the table. The bag was bulging, and it contained a total of 2,000 yuan. This was everyone's travel expense. Xiangbei smiled and announced, today everyone can go find Section Chief Zhao to collect your travel. Then he changed his tone and became serious, saying, tomorrow all departments must start taking action. Each department can freely select suitable personnel based on their needs. The company also fully supports everyone in advancing their salaries. Hey, as long as you need it, feel free to ask Section Chief Zhao to collect it. Xiangbei looked around and noticed several individuals seemed eager to speak, but were hesitant. He quickly added, however, I must remind everyone that each employee only has 3 opportunities to advance their salary per year. Using one counts as one less. He quickly added, however, I must remind everyone that each employee only has 3 opportunities to advance their salary per year. Using one counts as one less. He quickly added, however, I must remind everyone that each employee only has 3 opportunities to advance their salary per year. Using one counts as no problem. Today, everyone will advance half a month's salary. Before Xiangbei's words could finish, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. No problem. Today, everyone will advance half a month's salary. Before Xiangbei's words could finish, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Finally, Xiangbei waved to Zhao Xiaodong and instructed, Section Chief Zhao, please find a few people to temporarily deposit the remaining money in the bank. If you have any questions about certain matters, feel free to ask Manager Chen, and he will provide answers. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot an extremely important matter that I need to mention to everyone. One of our company's shareholders is a very important figure, and that is Chairman Han. When Xiangbei mentioned this, everyone present was shocked. One of our company's shareholders is a very important figure, and that is Chairman Han. When Xiangbei mentioned this, everyone present, it turned out that behind our company was a prominent figure like Han Fujiu. With him as support, Xiangbei had a reason to mention Chairman Han at this time. The amount of funds involved this time was simply too substantial. If they were not careful, it could lead to potentially disastrous consequences reminiscent of a bank robbery by the Japanese. With Chairman Han as a shield, even if something unexpected happened, there was no need to worry too much. Since the arrival of the capable manager Chen Xiangbei, Xiangbei's work has become much easier. First, he rented a 5-story office building on Quanqing Road, with each floor exceeding 400 square meters, fully meeting the office needs. In the center of this office building hung 4 golden characters, Dongfang Liangyu. The reason Xiangbei wanted to start a grain and oil company was that all his plans would begin here. The building has already been renovated. It only requires some office furniture before it can be occupied. He also rented several large courtyards for employees who might find accommodation inconvenient. Meanwhile, the teams sent out for recruitment and procurement have all set out. The business department has also begun to actively establish the grain and oil company in the surrounding counties and cities. Xiangbei also specifically instructed Chen Xiangbei to rent 200 acres of land near Jinan. Manager Chen asked with some confusion, boss, are we going to grow our own food? Xiangbei patted his shoulder and said, first just rent the land. I'll tell you the specific plan once it's done. Naturally, these trivial matters did not require too much concern from Xiangbei. He entrusted all this work to Manager Chen. That day, Xiangbei arrived at the residence of the 20th Division. He presented his business card requesting to meet the commander of the 20th Division, Sun Tong. Sun Tong was born in Jiaohebei and fled to Feng Yuxiang's Northwest Army in his early years. After Han Fujiu took office in Shandong, Sun Tong served as the commander of the 20th Division and the Jinan garrison. Shortly after, someone led Xiangbei into the room. Xiangbei knew very well that he was seeking assistance, so he naturally could not come empty-handed. He had casually taken out an antique from his space, carefully wrapped it, and brought it along. Thanks to Chairman Han's introduction, Sun Tong was quite courteous to Xiangbei. After the two met and exchanged pleasantries, Sun Tong smiled and said, Brother Chen, logically speaking, with Chairman Han's recommendation, I should at least give you a position as a colonel. However, Sun Tong's tone shifted, and with a troubled expression, he continued, but you know right now the situation is 1 carrot for 1 hole. It's tough for me too. But don't worry, I'll arrange for you to be a battalion commander first. Once a vacancy arises, I'll definitely arrange it for you at the first opportunity. Hearing this, Xiangbei quickly stood up, respectfully saluted Sun Tong, and gratefully said, thank you, commander. Thus, Xiangbei successfully became the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion 3rd Regiment 20th Division of the 3rd Army, with about 400 soldiers under his command divided into 3 companies, 2 infantry companies, and 1 machine gun company. The moment Xiangbei stepped into the military camp, he was stunned by the scene before him. He had expected to see a group of well-equipped, spirited soldiers, but reality left him greatly disappointed. The first thing that caught his eye was the weapons in the soldiers' hands, which made Xiangbei involuntarily gasp. Although a small number of soldiers were equipped with the Hanyang-made Type 88 rifles, which were Chinese replicas of the German Mauser 188 rifle, the majority of soldiers carried old Hanyang rifles, and some even had locally produced rifles. These rifles, such as the Jin-made Type 38, but were not only outdated in design, but some had rifling that had already worn down. Such weapons on the battlefield undoubtedly compromised accuracy and lethality. Worse yet, the calibers of these rifles varied, making it difficult to find matching ammunition. The lack of ammunition directly resulted in the soldiers being unable to conduct live-fire training, and how could an untrained army perform effectively on the battlefield? Xiangbei sighed, inwardly realizing that those so-called standard rifles were not fully equipped even among the Central Army, let alone for these local troops. He shook his head helplessly, thinking that he had plenty of good guns in his space, but now he couldn't bring them out for use. Looking at the 3 heavy machine guns available, only one could actually be used due to frequent malfunctions. The number of bullets was equally insufficient, as such equipment conditions were indeed concerning. Finally, Xiangbei turned his gaze to the soldiers. Relying on such an army to resist the Japanese invaders made Xiangbei feel a headache just thinking about it. When he finally reached the soldiers, he took a deep breath and inquired about relying on such an army to resist the Japanese invaders made Xiangbei feel a headache just thinking about it. When he finally reached the soldiers, he took a deep breath and inquired about the distribution of rations. The soldiers exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, one of them stepped forward and answered, "Battalion Commander, we haven't received our pay for 3 months." Xiangbei's face instantly darkened further. He knew that the soldiers' lives had become extremely difficult. If the ration issue could not be resolved promptly, it would likely lead to serious consequences. Xiangbei decided to dig into his own pockets to pay the soldiers their overdue rations. He knew this was a huge risk. Once others in the barracks found out, it would surely cause unrest among the troops. But he had no choice. He couldn't just watch his soldiers suffer. Before distributing the rations, Xiangbei gathered the soldiers and sternly said, "Let me be clear, if anyone leaks the news of our camp's ration distribution, first we will recover the distributed rations, and then an additional 20 military sticks." To ensure confidentiality, Xiangbei entrusted this matter to the deputy battalion commander. The deputy battalion commander understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately took action to ensure that the news did not leak. Once the ration issue was settled, Xiangbei hurried back to the grain and oil company. He went straight to Manager Chen's office and said, "Manager Chen, immediately notify our procurement team to quickly purchase a batch of rifles." Xiangbei said casually. Chen Burwei, upon hearing this, became somewhat flustered, secretly pondering, why is the boss so whimsical, just thinking of one thing after another. Xiangbei said casually. Chen Burwei, upon hearing this, became somewhat flustered, secretly pondering, why is the boss so whimsical, just Xiangbei said casually. Chen Burwei, upon hearing this, became somewhat flustered, secretly pondering, why is the boss so whimsical, just thinking of one thing after another. Looks like he is still too young. If we are to open so many branches, how many security companies will we need to establish? Xiangbei seemed unaware of Chen Baorui's doubts, saying, "It's actually quite simple. A grain and oil company must have a security company, which is essential." Xiangbei seemed unaware of Chen Baorui's doubts, saying, "It's actually quite simple. A grain and oil company must have a security company. Purchase bullets according to specific models, and additionally 10 bullets per gun should be sufficient." Xiangbei had plenty of various calibers of bullets in his space. He only needed 10 bullets to mislead the outside world. He didn't dare to bring out the batch of arms he had obtained in Shenyang, as the Japanese intelligence network was widespread. Now Xiangbei felt unconfident. Exposing his cards too early could lead to being crushed before he even grew. After hearing this, Chen Burwei helplessly rubbed his temples and sighed. Logically speaking, equipping a security company with 100 rifles is indeed not excessive. But the problem is that we have too many branches to purchase such a large number of rifles. Relying solely on the black market may not meet our needs. Old Chen, you handle this as you see fit, whether in the black market or white market. As long as we can get the guns, price is not an issue. If you can provide the money, those who drink the blood of soldiers might even sell their little wives to you. Additionally, you need to urge the Human Resources Department to complete the recruitment work as soon as possible and arrange for them to return to Jinan. We currently have many affairs to handle, and time is of the essence. I have injected 5 million yuan into the company account. Therefore, when it comes to financial matters, you can make decisions based on the actual situation. Do not be overly concerned about small expenses. Instead, focus on quickly organizing the company structure. Furthermore, regarding the 200 acres of land you rented, it needs to be enclosed with a simple fence. Do not be overly concerned about small expenses. Instead, focus on quickly organizing the company structure. Furthermore, regarding the 200 acres of land, Old Chen, you must remember. In the future, we plan to establish such a security company in every county with a scale of construction identical to the one in Jinan. However, it is important to note that the barracks in each county should accommodate 1500 people for temporary residence. Boss, I feel that if we build such a large-scale security company in every county, the required funds will be enormous. Moreover, we currently only plan to hire 100 personnel. Is it really necessary to establish such a large? Doing so would likely waste a significant amount of funds. Old Chen, you cannot limit yourself to just these people in front of you. We must take a longer-term view. After all, this recruitment is to select one person from 15 candidates. Therefore, when they apply, this situation must be clearly communicated to them. In this way, a competitive relationship will naturally form among them. Those with poor performance will surely be eliminated. Moreover, Xiangbei will not reveal his true plans to anyone just yet. His ultimate goal is to select 10 individuals from these 15. These 3-0 people will become his strong backing for defending Shandong and his greatest confidence. Hearing this, Old Chen silently nodded at Xiangbei, indicating that he understood his meaning. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This boss is truly wealthy and reckless. Fortunately, we are just running a grain and oil company. If it were another industry, even managing meals would likely be unaffordable for so many people. Time passed quickly, and a week later the recruitment team members finally returned to Jinan one after another. They not only brought back 971 new employees, but the quality of these employees was also quite good. Not a single one was hired outside of the standard procedures to fulfill a task. This made Xiangbei feel very gratified, as the quality of employees is what he values most. To warmly welcome these newly joined employees, Xiangbei went to great lengths and specially organized a grand welcome banquet. However, the venue for this banquet was not in those resplendent and luxurious hotels, but rather at the unfinished security company camp. Despite the limited conditions of the venue, Xiangbei did not lower the standards of the banquet. He spent a fortune hiring numerous skilled chefs for major hotels in Jinan, meticulously preparing hundreds of sumptuous dishes. These dishes were exquisite in color, aroma, and taste, making one's mouth water. Among them were dompa pork, 5-spice chicken, and steamed mandarin fish. There were also braised sea cucumbers, stir-fried shrimp, and 9-tern intestines. These dishes would certainly not be out of place even for a wedding banquet in the 21st century. The reason Xiangbei was so generous in hosting this banquet for the new employees is actually quite profound, because many of these individuals will soon face brutal warfare. Some may even bleed on the battlefield and sacrifice themselves for their country. At the banquet site, Xiangbei stood on a high stool, scanning the faces of everyone present, and then slowly said, "Many of you have just stepped out of the campus gates. Some have just entered the hall of marriage, becoming husbands or wives. Some have just welcomed the birth of new life, becoming fathers or mothers." Then Xiangbei paused for a moment and continued, "However, I must tell you that despite your different life roles and responsibilities, each of you now bears an important task: procurement of grain from the northeast. You must understand that the Japanese have implemented strict blockades on grain from the northeast, prohibiting its transport to our side. This means that each of you may face life-threatening dangers. Therefore, I must clarify all the circumstances before anything happens. Of course, if you feel that this job is truly unsuitable for you, we will not insist, and will provide you with some compensation. The specific compensation method is to give each of you $5 as a subsidy. This way, after you finish your meal, you can go home directly. Giving everyone a meal's time is enough for you to think it over carefully. After finishing your meal, you can go to Director Zhao to collect the compensation." Xiangbei, of course, would not let the employees go to the northeast to buy grain. He was just deceiving them. He was simply indicating that the job had life-threatening risks to select talents for future resistance. Xiangbei, of course, would not let the employees go to the northeast to buy grain. He was just deceiving them. He was simply indicating that after all, the recruitment announcement had clearly stated that this job would involve certain risks. Moreover, the main reason that attracted them to apply was still the high salary. Time passed quickly, and the meal came to an end in the blink of an eye. After everyone finished eating, surprisingly, over 930 people voluntarily went to register with Section Chief Zhao, expressing their willingness to continue working. This number was actually within Xiangbei's expectations. He just did not anticipate that so few would ultimately choose to withdraw. Xiangbei smiled at everyone and said, "I believe that the choices you make today will make you feel incredibly proud. Perhaps you may not fully understand what I am saying right now, but by this time next year you will surely understand. What you see here is the training ground for the security company that will develop in the future. Many of you will also work in such a place in the future. From tomorrow, you two will form a group, and 600 people will head to Shandong, Jiangsu, Hunan, and Hebei to establish the grain and oil company and the security company. The same goes if anyone is found abusing their power for personal gain, they will be immediately dismissed without mercy. After the meal, everyone can go to Manager Zhao to advance half a month's salary." Hearing this, the people began to cheer, just like the old employees did back then. Xiangbei called Old Chen over, "Distribute $100 in public relations expenses for each county. After all, being new here, it is inevitable that someone will come looking for trouble." Old Chen silently nodded and said, "Boss, this alone will cost 300, plus the rental and construction costs of each company's site. I estimate that the 5 million on the account. No worries if the money is insufficient, just let me know. I will arrange for funds to be transferred to the company account." Xiangbei patted him on the shoulder, taking out a dozen sheets of paper that he had spent several days writing. Endurance training, such as long-distance running, weighted marching, armed cross-country of 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, etc. Strength training, explosive power training, short-distance sprints, throwing training, and basic combat skills. Survival skills, training, offensive defensive formations, fire cover, alternating advances, close combat indoors. Team coordination with machine gunners and riflemen, sniper team operations, and demolition team collaboration. Old Chen was really a bit confused after seeing this. What on earth did his boss intend to do? Looking at these words and diagrams, even the U.S. military doesn't have such comprehensive teaching materials. Boss, does a security company really need to practice these? Old Chen, you don't understand. Security companies may also encounter armed robberies. Besides, I am spending so much money to recruit the elite among the elite. If they can shoot, why would I need these training? Old Chen silently nodded, as if to say that the boss had a point. Spending so much money is to recruit the elite among the elite, right? Money is no object. Hire qualified professionals for me. Also select 300 elite staff members from our current workforce. Conduct a 3-month military training program using these textbooks. Trainees will receive double wages during this period, but those who fail the final examination will be dismissed. This initiative must commence within 3 days. Today, carpenters shall begin crafting the training equipment. Preparatory teams for each county may depart tomorrow. Recruit 1,500 security personnel per county, of whom 100 must hold at least a secondary school education. Applicants must be aged 18 to 30 with monthly salaries ranging from 10 to 15 silver dollars. Also stipulate 3 daily meals, including white flour buns and meat, served every 3 days. Xiangbei offered such generous compensation for 2 reasons. First and foremost, she lacked no financial resources. Second, and most critically, she intended to forge an army of unparalleled excellence. In this era, the physical constitution of the populace was generally frail. How else could one achieve rigorous selection without offering competitive remuneration? Xiangbei continued. Security personnel like soldiers face mortal peril and may well be deployed to the battlefield. Do you know what matters most? Xiangbei asked with a smile. Boss, I know. It's all part of the same old script, just as I experienced it myself. But boss, isn't our salary excessively high? Even frontline soldiers rarely earn more than 8 silver dollars per month. And here they'll enjoy white flour buns daily and meet several times a week. Even if we offered no pay at all, applicants would likely flood our gates. Xiangbei shook her head. Old Chen, I seek only the finest among the elite. Instruct recruiters. The absolute minimum standard for security personnel is a 5-kilometer run. Should any individual prove unfit, deduct 1 month's salary from the entire recruitment team. Old Chen pondered briefly, then said, Boss, our company alone requires 1,500 personnel. How shall we allocate firearms? Assign 100 rifles per company initially. Conduct shooting drills in rotating shifts. Each trainee fires 10 rounds daily, 5 in the morning, 5 in the afternoon. Ensure all security personnel understand this clearly. Their final salary will directly reflect their training performance. 10 or 15 silver dollars. That choice rests entirely with them. Decide for yourselves. Inform them we require only 200 personnel. Those failing the final assessment must return home. Boss, we've ordered 300,000 rounds. Won't you deplete them in a single day? Boss, ammunition is exceedingly precious nowadays. You're letting these young hotheads squander it recklessly. Old Chen, never mind. Master marksmen are forged by ammunition. When supplies run low, I'll dispatch agents to replenish them. Additionally, procure horses for each security company. Train cavalry units. They shall serve vital purposes in the future. 5 days later, the procurement department returned accompanied by over a dozen foreign trading firms. Jardine Matheson Co., headquartered in Shanghai, stood as the largest British firm in the Far East. Butterfield Swire monopolized Yangtze River shipping and engaged in sugar refining and aviation. Sassoon Co., founded on Jewish capital, built its fortune upon real estate, including the iconic Sassoon House on the Shanghai Bund and opium trade. The American firm Russell Co., the S.C. Co., specialized in importing electromechanical equipment representing General Electric and other U.S. manufacturers. Mitsui Bus and dominated coal and soybean trade in Manchuria and cotton procurement in North China, supplying strategic materials to the Japanese military. Mitsubishi Shoji engaged in shipbuilding and maritime transport, including the Nishin Steamship Company, and after the Marco Polo Bridge incident became a logistical pillar for the Japanese military. 6 smaller foreign firms were also invited. Xiangbei intended to place modest orders with Japanese companies to allay suspicion. She hosted the foreign merchants at the Grain Oil Corporation and invited Chairman Han to attend, an act designed to leverage his authority as a prestigious shield. Chairman Han himself was deeply impressed by Xiangbei's scale of operations and discreetly investigated her powerful backers, though he ultimately obtained no definitive intelligence. She reiterated quantities, specifications, and delivery deadlines for all required goods and scheduled an on-site bidding session for the following day. That night passed in quiet anticipation. The next day's auction venue was packed to capacity. Foremost among the bids was 1,500 trucks. The Ford BB model, Threaton payload, was priced at $1,450 per unit. Chevrolet's Threaton truck bid at $1,300. Dodge's T214, also rated for 3 tons, bid $1,700. Mercedes-Benz L3000, likewise Threaton capacity, carried a steep $3,500 price tag due to German industrial costs and long-distance shipping. Ultimately, Russell Co. won the contract for 800 Ford trucks and 100 Jeeps, emerging as the top bidder. The remaining 700 trucks were divided equally among the other 5 firms. Xiangbei used these 700 vehicles as a strategic overture to cultivate trust and pave the way for future arms purchases. Naturally, both Japanese firms received modest orders, mere tokens like tossing 2 steamed buns to silence restless dogs. Final contracts for grain, meat, and gasoline went predominantly to American firms. At that time, even with freight charges and a 30% tariff, wheat arrived in China at prices nearly identical to domestic equivalents. Only rice contracts were awarded to Southeast Asian nations. Every participating firm, large or small, secured some portion of the order. These transactions were merely appetizers. Over the coming months, Xiangbei would acquire vast quantities of weapons, medicines, grain, and other critical supplies, not from Japanese firms, but from all others. She secretly procured 20 trainer aircraft, demanding their clandestine delivery to northern Shaanxi within 1 month, and engaged 30 retired pilots under exorbitant 6-month contracts. She secretly procured 20 trainer aircraft, demanding their clandestine delivery to northern Shaanxi within 1 month, and engaged 30 retired pilots. She further contracted Americans for specially fabricated steel plates, 8 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters tall, ordering precisely 3 million units. She purchased large quantities of adhesives and synthetic plastics. Xiangbei handed the supplier a detailed schematic outlining precise manufacturing methods for both steel and composite materials. This knowledge stemmed from her prior life fascination with science documentaries. York, manager of the American firm, regarded the order with profound curiosity, yet hesitated to inquire what use a Grain and Doyle Corporation might have for such specialized steel plates. He refrained from asking outright. Xiangbei also planned to commission high-strength porcelain plates from Jingdezhen. Seeing these materials, do you now discern her intent? She intended to manufacture bulletproof vests. Though their efficacy remained unproven, even partial protection surpassed none at all. Every soldier's life in Huagua was invaluable. Xiangbei felt no pang of regret, however great the expenditure. The total value exceeded $6 million US dollars, with a 20% deposit alone amounting to $1.2 million. All contracts stipulated delivery in Shanghai by May. For this was only the first consignment. Xiangbei aimed to complete multiple such transactions before the Japanese seized Shanghai. Meanwhile, grain and oil companies as well as security firms were hastily constructing and recruiting personnel. Fortunately, the 300 rifles were secured, which had caused quite a headache for old Zhao. It took searching through over 20 suppliers to procure these 300 rifles, which came in a variety of types. It is said that some were even sold off from the military. Especially since the demand was so urgent and the quantity so large, a considerable amount of unnecessary money had been wasted. If it weren't for the fact that Xiangbei's wings were not yet fully developed, he would not have bothered with these worthless guns. The one truly busy was Zhao Xiaodong. Her finance department had expanded to over 10 people, and every day was a flurry of activity. The amount of money flowing out of her hands each day was no less than several hundred thousand. Just a month ago, this girl who was selling jewelry to make ends meet could now casually sign for tens of thousands. The various strange payment methods no longer surprised her. Initially, she felt some panic, but now she had long since become numb. Especially 2 days ago when the boss instructed her to disburse a sum of 5,000,000. It was actually for the purchase of 3 million porcelain pieces in Jingdezhen. They claimed it was made using a special high-temperature formula, but I suspect the boss must have some issues. The items bought could neither be eaten nor used, truly spending money like water thanks to the efforts of old Chun, who had dug up a high-priced instructor from the military. The training of the 300 employees under Xiangbei was beginning to show results. They were all being trained according to the standards of a new army camp from a later time. The employees were putting in their all, not to forget that this group was earning $50 a month. This was higher than what others earned in a year. Xiangbei then posted a ranking and discovered that some employees were just filling in numbers. After careful consideration, it was decided that after 3 months of evaluation, only 200 employees would remain. Everyone was afraid of being among those cut, so they all trained and studied desperately. This was a clear display of open ambition. Despite being exhausted like grandsons, every day none of them complained. During these 3 months, Xiangbei held several political classes for the employees every week. In his previous life, Xiangbei had only a few books of the instructor's sayings at home. The family was poor and had no leisure reading. Whenever there was free time, he would read them. Although Xiangbei couldn't recite the entire book, he could grasp the general meaning. Thus the instructor's sayings became Xiangbei's political textbook, which was quite convenient as it did not conflict with the Red Party's teachings. Training was one thing, but learning various political and military courses was another, including military strategy and tactics, joint operations command, and coordination of multi-force combat. Analysis of classical and contemporary battle examples, studies of Sun Tzu's art of war, the history of modern warfare, and the use of various weapons and equipment, such as firearms and vehicles, along with constructing field fortifications, demolition techniques, military mapping, troop organization, and personnel management. These employees were bewildered. They had come for high salaries, but found themselves in a Huangpu military academy-like environment. Everyone felt fortunate about their initial choice, and they jokingly referred to the Dongfang Security Company as the Little Huangpu. Some clever trainees also began to suspect the boss' motives. Those who were not selected were incredibly jealous upon learning of this. Xiangbei told them not to be jealous as they would all have opportunities in the future. They were merely the first batch. The others realized this upon hearing the news. What Xiangbei valued most was the shooting training, as these 300 individuals were to become 300 instructors. In 3 months, they would teach the 1,500. Xiangbei also offered a sky-high reward, allowing each person 10 shooting opportunities per day. Even if they hit a perfect score of 10, they would receive a reward of 20 cents each time. This made shooting training the most popular subject. Some who had been soldiers earned over $10 a month. The reason Xiangbei offered such high rewards was that these people would eventually become instructors and possibly even battalion leaders or division commanders. Xiangbei hoped they would produce more sharpshooters. This strategy could be considered buying bones at a high price. He also created a shooting income ranking which further stimulated everyone's determination to practice their marksmanship. Recruitment of security personnel was also proceeding in an orderly manner, with Xiangbei specifically instructing each county needs to recruit 10 females with at least a junior high school education and a base salary of 15 yuan. After these recruitment announcements were made, some counties saw applications from 200 to 300 people, necessitating the involvement of police to maintain order. This also caused Xiangbei to spend quite a bit of unnecessary money. After all, he had initially promised such high benefits with the simple provision of steamed buns for every meal. Just the promise of meat every day led to an unknown number of applicants. Moreover, there was a minimum salary of $10 a month, which was significant in this era. The population of a county was only around 200 to 300. Almost half of the county's young and strong men came to interview primarily because the salary was too high. After layers of selection and various tactics, only 2,000 were left in the end. Xiangbei publicly stated that out of these 2,000, only 200 would remain. After layers of selection and various tactics, only 2,000 were left in the end. Xiangbei publicly stated that out of these 2,000, only 200 would remain. After layers of selection and various tactics, only 2,000 were left in the end. Xiangbei publicly. On the other hand, it was also to placate the government. A security company retaining so many personnel would imply rebellion. Externally, he declared that only 200 employees would ultimately be retained, and the high recruitment was to select the best. The company also decided to evaluate and hire 100 people after the first month, and after 6 months evaluate and hire the final 100. They employed 300 retired instructors who would only conduct simple physical and shooting training during the first 3 months. The company also decided to evaluate and hire 100 people after the first month, and after 6 months evaluate and hire the final 100. They employed 300 retired instructors who would. Even so, a young man named Chen Xiangbei earned a reward of $21 in the first month. This further motivated everyone, as $21 was equivalent to half a year's income for a family. Meanwhile, in the first month, every security company dismissed the bottom 200 employees based on evaluations. This left the remaining 1,800. They practiced shooting with all their might. This caused the operational costs in the first month to reach $900. In the second month, Xiangbei transferred out half of the highest educated individuals from each county. This included those 10 females. 100 trainees from each county totaling 3,000. After these 100 were transferred out, the remaining trainees trained even harder. It's worth noting that after 5 months, only the last 100 spots would remain. Xiangbei provided travel expenses for the 3,000 with 2 to 3 people grouped together to secretly enter Shandong. This was termed the final assessment, known as the long-distance trek, and employees were instructed to inform their families that they would undergo 6 to 7 months of close training with no contact allowed. Among those who came to Shandong this time was Chen Xiangbei. At 37 years old, Chen Xiangbei is the eldest in his family, with only his mother and 2 younger sisters. Having lost his father at a young age, he was raised by his mother, who supplemented their income by mending clothes. He once served as a regiment commander in the Central Army, but was ultimately sidelined due to his straightforward nature. However, apart from leading troops in battle, Chen Xiangbei was not skilled in anything else. He had done odd jobs and pulled rickshaws, but the earnings were meager. Even now, at nearly 40, his mother still mends clothes for others to help with household expenses. Sun Changfa had contemplated lowering his head to his superiors for a chance to return to the army. But his mother said, Changfa, although our family is poor, we cannot do anything that goes against our conscience. If you go back to help that corrupt officer just for the sake of a salary, I will lose all respect for you. Yet due to the pressure of making a living, Sun Changfa resolutely joined a security company. Meanwhile, Chen Xiangbei often brought gifts to his superiors, which earned him a good reputation in the army. This time Xiangbei took a 20-day leave and drove a truck to Shandong. He also brought along over 20 female employees. The reason for taking these employees to Xiangbei was that he was planning a major operation. Xiangbei intended to do business with the Red Party. He also brought along over 20 female employees. The reason for taking these employees to Xiangbei was that he was planning a major operation. The training for his employees would cover artillery, tank operation, air force basics, radio communication, and battlefield first aid, with the tuition already paid last month. Since Xiangbei wanted to operate independently, investing in tuition was worth it. It would be impossible to hide if these troops were trained in Shandong. Thus, Xiangbei chose to conduct secret training in Shandong. Although the Red Party did not have many instructors, this was not a concern. Chen Xiangbei paid handsomely to find a large number of teachers nationwide, driven by the principle of being wealthy and willful. In plain terms, he was renting space from the Red Party, which also served as indirect support for them. Apart from aircraft, all these supplies were already in Xiangbei's space, with the planes and instructors arriving 3 days ago. Xiangbei arrived in Shandong, though he set out 2 days later than the 300 employees. Yet he was not the last. The 20 young women in the back of the truck were jostled about, needing an entire day to recover. The reason for hiring these female employees was to have them handle communications and battlefield first aid, as women had certain advantages in these areas. Receiving him was Director Chen Xiangbei, who arranged for the nearby 10 villages to provide accommodation. Upon meeting, they exchanged friendly greetings, and Director Chen candidly said, "Should I call you Captain Chen or Manager? You're truly generous with that tuition fee. You can call me whatever you like, as long as you know that I do all of this for the sake of resisting Japan." Xiangbei replied with composure, feeling at home. The Red Party had thoroughly investigated him, though they only knew part of the truth. Director Chen said, "Captain Chen, the 30 training planes and instructors you purchased have already arrived. We have also prepared the 20 warehouses you requested. I'd like to make an audacious request. Could our soldiers also learn to fly planes?" Xiangbei smiled and said, "I was wondering what the matter was. That's a trivial request. Anyone who wants to learn can come. Not only your people can learn. In the future, these 30 training planes will also belong to you as a personal gift from me to your party." To ensure this transaction went smoothly, Xiangbei was putting in all his effort. "I also have a favor to ask. I'd like to be recognized as your party's procurement minister in name. I hope that's appropriate." "Captain Chen, first I thank you for your generous gift. As for the procurement minister position, I need to consult with my superiors. Also, the food and drink for your 300 employees is a concern. You understand our situation here." "I assure you," Director Chen Xiangbei interrupted, "we will handle all our resource needs, including gasoline and ammunition. We can manage everything ourselves." The reason Xiangbei wanted the title of procurement minister was that he planned to purchase a large quantity of arms in the future, and having that title would help to obscure his true intentions. Currently, Xiangbei had no official title and was merely a small captain externally. If the outside world learned of his plans in Jinan, he would likely be eliminated before he could even grow. Upon hearing that they would handle their own accommodation, Director Chen felt relieved. After 3 days of waiting, all the employees had arrived one after another. Here Xiangbei was not afraid of Japanese spies. He took out 100 rifles, 200 tons of flour, 50 tanks, 30 radios, and 200 Czech-style light machine guns from his space. He also had 200 Type 92 heavy machine guns and 20 anti-aircraft machine guns. He brought in 100 Type 92 70mm infantry guns, 50 Type 96 on 105mm howitzers, along with corresponding training rounds and a small amount of live ammunition. Taking advantage of the darkness, he moved everything into the warehouses. That night, Xiangbei held a general meeting. Due to the large crowd, they borrowed a loudspeaker from the Red Party. Standing on a platform, Xiangbei bowed deeply to the audience and said, "First, I apologize to everyone. I have deceived all of you. The Dongfang Grain and Oil Company and the Dongfang Security Company are both fabrications." At this moment, the crowd began to murmur, exchanging glances, unsure of what the boss was talking about. "The money I receive each month is real. I get to eat steamed buns every meal. How can that be fake?" Xiangbei continued, "My true purpose is to resist Japan, as our nation suffers under foreign oppression. The 4 eastern provinces have been lost for 4 years, and the government has done nothing. The purpose of establishing the Dongfang Security Company was to resist Japan and save our nation. From today on, I announce the establishment of the Qilu United Army. Of course, if you join the United Army, you will inevitably go to the battlefield. Sacrifice is very possible. I do not wish to deceive you all. Of course, you are free individuals and have the right not to join the United Army. You will have 3 months of rest here, and when you return home, you will receive double your salary. The young man standing on stage is Sun Changfa. That is the man willing to forfeit his salary for the fight against Japanese aggression. This is what it means to be Chinese. In every era there are heroes who step forward as well as many traitors. Perhaps it is just the way the land. Xiangbei stood up and asked, "What is your name?" "Boss, my name is Sun Changfa." The mention of boss drew laughter. Xiangbei had certainly heard of this name and had even studied his profile in detail. Among the over 4,000 people in the security company, his overall performance was exceptional. Especially notable were Sun Changfa's military command and strategic planning abilities. He also had unique insights into military management, closely approaching the management systems of future armies. Notably, Sun Changfa had previously served as a regiment commander in the Central Army, which was what Xiangbei valued the most. Xiangbei felt helpless mainly due to a lack of qualified personnel. Xiangbei picked up the microphone and shouted Sun Changfa. To this he received a loud response from Sun Changfa. Xiangbei continued, "I declare. I appoint Sun Changfa as the acting commander of the Qilu Allied Army." Xiangbei knew this was somewhat hasty, but he had no one else available. He could only hastily make a choice. If Sun Changfa proved incapable, they could easily make a change later. If the tens of thousands in the audience saw that Sun Changfa could become a commander. "I appoint Sun Changfa as the acting commander of the Qilu Allied Army." Xiangbei knew this was somewhat hasty. Unbeknownst to him, Xiangbei had injected enthusiasm into the crowd. At this moment, only a fool would think of leaving. To put it plainly, this was Xiangbei serving everyone a delicious and juicy pie. After Xiangbei's announcement, the audience was stunned. A 37-year-old commander. "Boss too, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it," Sun Changfa stuttered. Xiangbei shouted, 37 years old, so what? At 17, Hua Xiubing led 800 cavalry deep into enemy territory, defeating over 2,000 enemy troops, and was granted the title of Champion Marquis. At 21, Hua Xiubing along with Wei Qing led 5,000 cavalry on a northern expedition, annihilating the Xiongnu left king's forces in the Battle of the Northern Desert. Xiangbei asked again loudly, "Sun Changfa, are you younger than Hua Xiubing?" Sun Changfa stood at attention and shouted loudly, "Not younger." Xiangbei asked again, "Can you be a competent commander?" "I can." "Good." Xiangbei firmly patted Sun Changfa on the shoulder. He addressed the crowd below. "Today, we have only 300 men. Tomorrow we will have 300. Today among you we will have 1 commander, and by tomorrow we will have 10 commanders. 50 division commanders and 200 regiment commanders. Sun Changfa can achieve this. Can you all do it?" The crowd shouted in unison. Yes. Xiangbei was undoubtedly a genius speaker. He genuinely believed in Sun Changfa. Director Chen on the side clapped his hands until they turned red. "The Allied Army is impressive. General Chen is impressive." The crowd echoed in unison. "General Chen, General Chen, General Chen." From this day forward, General Chen officially stepped onto the political stage of Huagua. The next step involved dividing the 300 men into 300 classes, with 300 class leaders elected. Xiangbei was unaware of each person's abilities and planned to appoint various ranks of officers upon graduation. There were 30 classes for tank training, focusing on maintenance, driving, and shooting. Operational skills included off-road driving, night driving, and navigating complex terrains like marshes. Shooting techniques covered static and dynamic shooting with the main gun, as well as tactics and coordinated combat. Tactical formations for coordinated attacks, defenses at the company and platoon levels, infantry and armored cooperation, and air-ground collaboration. Xiangbei spent a significant sum hiring 4 tank instructors from the beautiful country. The artillery class had the largest number, reaching 120. Artillery tactics were studied, including battlefield deployment principles of firepower utilization, such as suppression, destruction, blocking fire, and load training. Ballistics, mastering the flight patterns of shells, range calculations, and the influence of weather conditions on shoot. Map reading and surveying, including understanding and utilizing maps, target location, and coordinate calculations. Ammunition knowledge, understanding the uses and destructive effects of different types of shells, such as artillery shells, armor-piercing shells, and rockets. Equipment operation and maintenance. Artillery operation included aiming, shooting, and retracting towed artillery, such as howitzers. Practical skills involved shooting commands from single artillery pieces to coordinated group fire, including firepower planning and parameter calculations. Position construction, including concealment and camouflage, excavation of fortifications, and defense against enemy counter-battery fire. Coordinated operations involved joint operations with infantry, armored units, and air forces to provide fire support or block enemy movements. The machine gun class had 30 students, focusing mainly on the maintenance and shooting of machine guns and coordination with multiple arms. There were 80 classes in total, including automobile, driving, battlefield, first aid, radio communication, and anti-aircraft machine gun defense. There were 30 classes for fighter aircraft piloting, covering flying, bombing, aerial, shooting, aircraft repair, and maintenance, and coordination between ground units and aircraft. These trainees studied numerous subjects. Moreover, they would have only 5 months before stepping onto the battlefield. The Allied army designated a 10-kilometer radius as a military restricted zone with trainees taking turns on guard duty. In that space, they brought out a total of 200 German MP-36 submachine guns. They also hired many locals to support the army's logistics. One day Director Chen found Xiangbei and said, "General Chen, you have a good relationship with the foreigners. See if you can help procure sulfa drugs. If not, other medical supplies will do. We currently have many wounded lacking antibiotics." Director Chen, what a coincidence. I was just thinking of donating a batch of medicines to our army. We have some in our warehouse, but not much sulfa. General Chen, whatever you have will do. If you can give us 10 boxes, we won't complain about it being too little. If you can give us 10 cases, we won't complain about it being too much. Xiangbei smiled and said, "Then I will give you 50 cases. Hearing this, Director Chen was stunned. How could there be so much sulfa? Finding even one box of sulfa in northern Shaanxi is difficult. 50 cases. That amounts to 2,000 boxes. You don't need to calculate the price. Director Chen gave Xiangbei a thumbs up. General Chen, you truly are something. Quickly send a truck to fetch it. If I wait until tomorrow, I might feel bad and not give it. Xiangbei had nothing but praise for the Hong party, as there were 2 trucks of medical supplies, 100 boxes of sulfa. Xiangbei planned to allocate half to the Hong party. In the afternoon, with the sunlight just right, Director Chen arrived as scheduled, sending 3 donkey carts to transport supplies. Xiangbei couldn't help but chuckle at the sight from a distance. He felt a pang of regret, blaming himself for not having made things clear. Just the 50 boxes of sulfanilamide would require an entire cart's worth of space. However, when his gaze swept over the medical supplies, he realized that this load of medical items would need at least 10 or 8 donkey carts to fit. Just as Xiangbei was lamenting, his attention was suddenly drawn to a figure on the 3rd donkey cart. It was a short-haired woman quietly sitting behind the soldier driving the cart. Her appearance startled Xiangbei, evoking a sense of familiarity. Who could this woman be? Why did she seem so familiar? At that moment, several donkey carts slowly drove into the warehouse, leaving everyone astonished by the sight before them. The warehouse was packed with all kinds of medicines, and that was not all. There were also those advanced weapons, all brand new and gleaming, as if they had just come off the production line. Even from a distance, one could smell the strong scent of gun oil. As Xiangbei was in shock, the short-haired woman approached him. Seeing this, Director Chen quickly stepped forward to introduce, saying to Xiangbei, "This is." Before he could finish, the woman appeared particularly poised. She smiled and proactively extended her hand to shake with Xiangbei, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Han Bing." Director Chen stepped forward, saying, "This is our reconnaissance department's Chief Han Bing." When Xiangbei heard the name Han Bing, his pupils suddenly contracted, as if struck by an invisible force. Han Bing is senior agent of the Revival Society, codenamed Shadow. When Xiangbei heard the name Han Bing, his pupils suddenly contracted, as if struck by an invisible force. Han Bing is senior. Xiangbei pondered to himself. After activating the system, it turned out she was indeed Shadow. He couldn't help but feel regret. He had been too complacent lately and had let his guard down. However, now was not the time for self-reproach. A more pressing issue lay before him. Han Bing must not be allowed to return, for if she relayed information to the Revival Society, the situation in Shandong would spiral completely out of control. Not only that, the Japanese might also catch wind of this information, and the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Xiangbei faced a thorny problem. He had no evidence to prove that Han Bing was an agent of the Revival. In this situation, eliminating her here was clearly impossible. After all, this was a public place with many eyes around. Any misstep could lead to a conflict with the Red Party. This was not the outcome Xiangbei wanted. If he waited until night to seek her out, he couldn't guarantee that intelligence wouldn't leak in the meantime. Time was of the essence. Xiangbei had to devise a foolproof plan that would prevent Han Bing from leaving while keeping his own secrets hidden. He anxiously contemplated solutions, but couldn't find a perfect way. Just as he was deep in thought, 3 carts were already loaded with medicines, and Director Chen came forward to bid farewell. "Thank you, General Chen, for your generosity. I speak on behalf of the soldiers," Director Chen said sincerely. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiangbei suddenly interrupted. "Director Chen, may I discuss something with you? I can donate another batch of medicines to your party, but I have a condition. Namely that Chief Han teaches reconnaissance classes for our soldiers for 7 months. I wonder if Director Chen and Chief Han will accept." Director Chen stepped forward, saying, "That's a great idea. But Chief Han is very busy. Is it possible to send someone else?" Xiangbei did not respond. He was waiting for Han Bing's input. Seeing Xiangbei's silence, Han Bing said, "I am indeed quite busy, but I will try my best to find time to complete the Allied course." Xiangbei contemplated how to keep Han Bing here. She absolutely could not leave this place, but he couldn't make things too obvious. Seeing that Xiangbei still had not spoken, Han Bing smiled and said, "I happen to be less busy tomorrow and can teach the Allied forces." Director Chen quickly responded, "Since Chief Han is free tomorrow, that's wonderful. Then General Chen, let's leave it at that for today, or I will have Chief Han come early tomorrow." At that moment, Xiangbei suddenly grabbed Han Bing's wrist. "Chief Han, you cannot leave today." Director Chen was perplexed by Xiangbei's rashness. In his impression, Xiangbei was not someone without restraint. "General Chen, what do you mean?" How can you be rough with a female comrade? Director Chen shouted, and Xiangbei realized he had been impulsive, having not found a suitable reason. Seeing that Director Chen and the others were about to leave, he had grabbed Han Bing's arm in a moment of desperation. Xiangbei no longer hesitated and decided to confront Han Bing directly, his gaze sharp as he locked eyes with her. He did not hide his suspicion. I suspect Chief Han is an undercover agent of the Revival Society. Therefore, under no circumstances can Chief Han leave my base, at least not for the next 7 months. As Xiangbei uttered the words military undercover agent, he fixed his gaze on Han Bing's pupils, missing no subtle reaction. Sure enough, he noticed a fleeting look of fear in Han Bing's eyes. However, that fear lasted only a moment before she quickly regained her composure. Xiangbei inwardly sighed. Han Bing was indeed an excellent agent. Even when faced with such a sudden accusation, she could control her emotions in an instant. But Xiangbei knew that no matter how skilled an agent was, there would inevitably be instinctive reactions when confronted with such accusations. Han Bing's voice remained calm as she looked directly at Xiangbei and questioned General Chen, what evidence do you have for such claims? Can you take responsibility for what you say? Xiangbei sighed in resignation and replied, I indeed have no conclusive evidence. But if I did, you probably wouldn't be standing here talking to me right now. Director Chen looked sternly at Xiangbei, saying, General Chen, you must speak with evidence. Chief Han has undergone rigorous scrutiny by our party. Her loyalty is beyond doubt. Therefore, please do not jump to conclusions or speak recklessly. Director Chen said, our Qilu Alliance Army holds sincere intentions towards cooperating with your side. You have seen it with your own eyes. How about this? I propose to have Section Chief Han teach here for 7 months. During this period, we will ensure her personal safety and daily needs, and we will not restrict her personal freedom within the military exclusion zone. Additionally, we will pay you an extra $100 each month as remuneration. After 7 months, Section Chief Han can freely decide whether to stay or leave. How does that sound to you? I hope you won't rush to refuse. Please discuss this with your leaders after you return. Director Chen gazed intently at Chen Xiangbei's resolute expression, knowing that a forceful rejection would likely lead to an impasse. He simply could not understand why Chen Xiangbei was so certain that Director Han was an agent of the Revival Society. If Chen Xiangbei had known Director Chen's thoughts, he would have certainly said, Director Chen, the reason I can be so sure that Director Han is an agent of the Revival Society is that we are colleagues. Helpless Director Chen could only accept the medicine for the time being and return to discuss it with his leaders. Once the warehouse was left with only Chen Xiangbei and Han Bing could no longer hold back. She spoke up, saying, General Chen, I truly do not understand why you harbor such deep prejudice against me. I solemnly swear by my character and my beliefs that I am absolutely not the agent of the Revival Society that you claim. However, Chen Xiangbei merely chuckled lightly and replied dismissively, oh, is that so? Then do you dare to swear in the name of your mother? She spoke up, saying, General Chen, I truly do not understand why you harbor such deep prejudice against me. I solemnly swear by my character and my beliefs that I am absolutely not the agent of the Revival Society that you claim. Han Bing slightly raised the corners of her mouth, breaking the somewhat awkward situation first. General Chen, you are indeed humorous. You are detaining our party's cadre without any basis. From any perspective, it cannot be justified, right? Moreover, we are currently in a stage of cooperation. Are you not afraid that this cooperative relationship will break because of your actions? From any perspective, it cannot be justified, right? Moreover, we are currently in a stage of cooperation. Are you not afraid that this I am simply offering a high salary to invite you to teach our students. There is no talk of a rupture here. After saying this, Xiangbei turned to call over a student and instructed in front of Han Bing. You need to arrange for team members to accompany Section Chief Han 24 hours a day, documenting her every word and deed in detail. However, as long as Section Chief Han does not leave this military exclusion zone, she can go wherever she wants. Han Bing silently watched as Xiangbei's figure gradually receded into the distance. She pondered to herself, when and where did I expose my identity? Who exactly is this Chen Xiangbei? Now there are people following me closely every day. Trying to convey messages under such circumstances is probably as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At the same time, Xiangbei summoned Sun Changfa to gather the villagers responsible for cooking and the Red Party instructor. After everyone had gathered, Xiangbei personally conducted a careful selection to ensure no spies had infiltrated, allowing him to relax slightly. He repeatedly instructed Sun Changfa that during the military training over the next few months, except for relevant staff and necessary personnel, no unrelated individuals were allowed to intrude into the military exclusion zone. At the same time, all students during the military training must strictly adhere to the regulations and are not allowed to go out freely to ensure the smooth progress of the military training and the safety of the students. The next morning, just as the sun was rising, Director Chen arrived early. As soon as Director Chen arrived, he immediately convened the relevant personnel for a meeting and conveyed the leader's instructions. During the meeting, Director Chen specifically mentioned Section Chief Han's teaching work. General Chen, the leadership has already agreed for Section Chief Han to teach here, he continued. He shifted his tone. However, we have a small condition. We hope to send some students to participate in your tank and aircraft training so that our students can better learn and master these military techniques. Director Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Additionally, regarding your last mention of wanting to become our party's procurement minister, that has also been approved by higher-ups. This is a recognition of your abilities and experience, and I believe you will definitely be competent for this position. Director Chen, you may have misunderstood. What I mentioned last time was honorary. As long as my name is mentioned in your internal meetings, that would suffice. Please remember not to expose my true identity. Director Chen, first, I want to thank the leadership for their support and trust in our work. As for the tank and aircraft training, I fully agree. At the same time, I also hope that your party can strictly keep the information about the Alliance Army and my personal details confidential. This is very important. We will also provide you with a list of spies from the Military Commission and the Central Control, as well as those who are infiltrators within your party. This list is crucial for your party. It will help you eliminate internal threats and ensure the safety of the party organization. We will hand over this list to you at the earliest opportunity after the military training concludes. It is important to emphasize that if there is a leak of information regarding the Alliance Army and my details during the training period, then the number of personnel on that infiltrator list will significantly decrease. Additionally, I would like to obtain a list of all students participating in the training and a list of your communication personnel with us. I need to meet each of these individuals to better understand their situation. After meeting, this personnel list must not undergo any changes to ensure the accuracy of the information. Xiangbei, due to this period being too leisurely, the system has not activated on its own, causing Han Bing to encounter such great difficulties. Therefore, Xiangbei wants to meet with all personnel once. This is to prevent similar incidents from happening again. However, Director Chen felt quite puzzled by Xiangbei's demands. He believed that whether the personnel on this list would change in the future was not that important. After all, personnel movement and adjustments are common in organizations. However, due to Xiangbei's insistence, Director Chen could only reluctantly agree to his request. In the afternoon, Director Chen organized relevant personnel to arrive at the military exclusion zone. After meeting with Xiangbei and going through a careful identification, he found no issues. Xiangbei had been here for over 20 days, and just as he began to gradually adapt to the rhythm of life, here a telegram from Shandong suddenly shattered this tranquility. The content of the telegram made Xiangbei furrow his brow tightly, which stated that several foreign cargo ships had arrived in Shanghai, but some disputes had arisen during the process of cargo transfer. Moreover, there were many trivial matters, and no one was able to make a decision. Therefore, it requested the boss to return to Shandong as soon as possible. Xiangbei thought to himself that the telegram did not specify what kind of dispute it was. It merely urged him to return quickly. Logically speaking, he should have been on his way back already, as he had only requested a 20-day leave initially. Fortunately, the matters in Xiangbei had already been arranged in an orderly manner by him. So Xiangbei decided to set off immediately to return to Shandong. When he finally returned to Shandong, Old Chen couldn't wait to start complaining upon seeing him. It should be noted that Old Chen was the most trusted person by Xiangbei. He had already informed Old Chen of most of his plans. The relationship between the two was more akin to close comrades rather than a superior-subordinate dynamic. My dear boss, you've been gone for nearly a month. I was worried sick. Did you know? All of our over 20 security companies in Hebei have been sealed. They said we don't have gun permits and many of our employees have been detained. After hearing this, Xiangbei remained quite calm and smiled as he said, "In this world with all the chaos, how many have guns with permits? Did we not send some money to the local police station?" Upon hearing this, Old Chen felt a bit puzzled. I indeed didn't send any money before. Boss, this time it wasn't the police investigating on their own, it was an order from above. Moreover, the one who issued this order is Wang Kemming. You may not know, but Wang Kemming is a member of the Hebei Political Affairs Committee, Old Chen said. Hearing this, Xiangbei also found it rather strange. We have no enmity with Wang Kemming, why would he cause us trouble? Why don't we send him some money to resolve this matter? Old Chen scratched his head and said, I also think that's a solution. The money has already been sent, but the people have not been released yet. However, this money wasn't given for nothing, they have already given us a hint. It turns out that Wang Kemming's brother-in-law monopolizes the grain and oil supply for these 20-something counties. However, this money wasn't given for nothing, they have already given us a hint. It turns out that Wang Kemming's brother-in-law monopolizes the grain and oil supply for these 20-something counties. He struggled to recall memories from his past life and finally remembered that during the notorious warlord era, there was indeed a traitor named Wang Kemming. After the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war, this traitor actually defected to the enemy and organized a puppet government in North China, even taking on a false position. He willingly assisted the Japanese army in various military operations. Xiangbei really did not have the time to deal with him and sighed helplessly. He thought it best to deliberate on this matter further. He needed to come up with a plan. At that moment, Xiangbei suddenly remembered something else and turned to Old Chen. Old Chen, how is the truck situation you mentioned before? Old Chen hurriedly replied, Boss, the batch of trucks we ordered arrived in Shanghai 3 days ago. However, the trucks have been inexplicably detained. The forces there are simply too powerful, even the foreigners can't resist them. He thought it best to deliberate on this matter further. He needed to come up with a plan. At that moment, Xiangbei suddenly remembered something else, and turned to Old Chen. Old Chen, how is the truck situation you mentioned before? Go. Even the foreigners can't hold out. What kind of force is so powerful? The Kong family. Hearing this name, Xiangbei felt as if he had a splitting headache. It should be noted that in modern Huahua the Jiang Song and Kong families are not to be trifled with easily. Back in the day, even someone like Jiang Jinghua could not handle the Kong family. However, this batch of cars was crucial for Xiangbei. He urgently needed these trucks to solve the current problems, so he certainly did not want to hand them over to the Kong family. But the power of the Kong family was so vast, how could he provoke them easily now? Xiangbei naturally did not fear the Kong family, but now was not the time to fall out. With the Japanese still not driven out, would it not be a joke for his own people to start fighting among themselves? After much deliberation, Xiangbei decided to tolerate the Kong family for now. There would be plenty of time to settle the score with this fellow in the future. Now was definitely not the best time to confront them. Xiangbei planned to personally head to Shanghai and discuss the matter further once he arrived. In his past life, he had also worked in Shanghai for several years, so he had some understanding of the place. He had witnessed the prosperous scenes of Shanghai in the later years and harbored special feelings for the city. Speaking of which, the railway from Beiping to Shanghai had already been opened, which made things much more convenient. However, after experiencing the high-speed trains of later years, Xiangbei truly could not praise the current train speeds. To be honest, this speed was not much faster than the two-wheeled electric vehicles of later years. As far as Xiangbei knew, the current train speed was only about 35 kilometers per hour. Moreover, under normal weather conditions, it still took over 30 hours to reach Shanghai. What was even more surprising was that it took over 2 hours just to cross the Yangtze River. Indeed, because there was no Yangtze River bridge yet, the train had to take a ferry to cross the Yangtze River, reaching the regions south of the river. 2 days later, Xiangbei arrived at the Xiaobei station. After the outbreak of the Songhu battle, Xiaobei station became an important target for the Japanese bombing. In this life, Xiangbei was filled with uncertainty and worry. He did not know if he could truly stop the Japanese army's landing operation in Shanghai. However, Xiangbei was determined to do his utmost to find ways to notify the government as soon as possible about the specific landing time of the Japanese army and the number of troops. This way, perhaps he could minimize the potential losses. On this trip to Shanghai, Xiangbei only brought one assistant with him, named Zhang Chong, who was a native of Shanghai. Zhang Chong not only had outstanding personal abilities, but was also quite clever in dealing with matters, which was the main reason why Xiangbei chose to bring him along. After all, having a local guide could provide a lot of help. On the day they arrived in Shanghai, Xiangbei and Zhang Chong checked into the Peace Hotel directly. This hotel is renowned even in later years, and its predecessor, the Huamao Hotel, is one of the landmark buildings in Shanghai. The facilities inside the hotel were luxurious, equipped with the most advanced elevators of the time, and the overall decoration style was unique. On that very day, Xiangbei met with representatives from the American trading firm. Mr. Peter showed a look of deep apology upon seeing Xiangbei. He said, "Manager Chen, I am truly sorry. In fact, that batch of trucks has already arrived in Shanghai. However, unfortunately, Manager Kong has learned about these trucks. He is very interested in them and wants to acquire that batch of trucks. Therefore, the current situation is a bit tricky. Could you perhaps discuss this with Manager Kong?" Upon hearing this, Xiangbei inwardly cursed the American as being treacherous, as he couldn't handle the Kong family himself and was instead asked to negotiate with them. He knew very well that young Master Kong would never give him any consideration as a mere company commander. Even if Han Fuju arrived, young Master Kong would probably not show him any respect. "Mr. Peter, we have signed a contract for this batch of trucks, and I have already paid a deposit. According to the contract, if you cannot deliver the trucks as promised, you will have to compensate me 3 times the deposit, which amounts to 750 USD. Xiangbei stated with righteous indignation. Peter's expression visibly tensed at this point. He knew very well that young Master Kong would certainly not cover this compensation for him. 750 USD was by no means a small sum, even for a large trading firm like theirs. "Manager Chen, how about this? We genuinely want to fulfill the contract. Would you be willing to wait another month and a half? By then I can send you an additional truck. What do you think?" Peter said with an apologetic expression. "Mr. Peter, you know I have 300 stores, and with employee costs for a month and a half, this is not a small amount. Without this batch of trucks, my stores cannot operate normally." Xiangbei's tone became increasingly anxious. "How about this, Mr. Peter? I won't make things difficult for you. You help me secretly purchase a batch of weapons in America, and I can wait another month and a half for the trucks." Peter's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing this. He excitedly said to Manager Chen, "Manager Chen, rest assured, whatever weapons you want, just tell me, and I can definitely help you acquire them. I'm not bragging. No matter what you need, I have ways to get it for you." Saying this, Xiangbei pulled out a list from his pocket and handed it to Peter. Peter received it with joy, eager to see. However, when he saw the contents of the list, his mouth instantly dropped open in disbelief. The list clearly stated 5.0 Thompson submachine guns, 200 1918 155mm howitzers, and the corresponding ammunition for all 5 sets. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Manager Chen, stammering, "Manager Chen, are you sure this isn't a joke? P-36 fighter planes, and the corresponding ammunition for all 5 sets." Peter's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Manager Chen, stammering, "Manager Chen, are you sure this isn't a joke? The weapons you want could equip an entire nation. Even if it were to reclaim the 4 eastern provinces, it would be more than sufficient. Do you have any idea how much these weapons would cost? It must be an astronomical figure. Are you sure you have that kind?" Xiangbei replied nonchalantly, "Leave the money to me. You just need to tell me whether you can provide these supplies." The two men's gazes met, locking for a full 10 seconds. As if making a certain decision, Peter responded solemnly, "Manager Chen, if you really want these weapons, I can contact you. However, with such a large quantity of weapons entering China, it cannot be concealed. There is a high likelihood they will be seized, and then we would have put in all this effort for nothing. Mr. Peter, you need not worry about that. These goods do not need to enter Huaguo. Just getting them to the international waters nearby is sufficient. We will both keep this matter confidential, and no one will know the whereabouts of this shipment. Manager Chen, are you certain you want these goods?" That evening, young Master Kong arranged to meet Xiangbei at the Paleta Dots. The fact that young Master Kong was willing to meet Xiangbei already showed him considerable respect. That evening, young Master Kong arranged to meet Xiangbei at the Paleta Dots. The fact that young Master Kong was willing to meet Xiangbei already showed him considerable respect, as it was largely due to Han Fuju's influence. Kong Linkai is a name that resonates in the economic field after the end of the War of Resistance. His company Yangtze leveraged the power of his family to wield considerable influence at that time. The Yangtze Company monopolized the export of tung oil and pig bristles under the guise of centralized purchasing and selling. This not only gave them an absolute advantage in the market, but also made it impossible for other competitors to contend. However, that was not all. Kong Linkai even used warships to smuggle luxury goods. In this context, when the two met, there were no pleasantries exchanged, and they directly got to the point. "Manager Chen, I am very interested in the 700 trucks you ordered earlier. I hope you can transfer them to me at the original price. Would you be willing to part with them?" Young Master Kong stated directly. Xiangbei knew very well that this batch of trucks was crucial for his company, but he also understood young Master Kong's background and strength. "However, if I can transfer them to you, it's not out of the question, but my security company has recently encountered some troubles. Wang Keeman from Hebei has been making things difficult for me, which is quite troublesome. Therefore, I hope young Master Kong can mediate this for me." Young Master Kong smiled slightly, seemingly unsurprised by this request. He said casually, "No problem, I can handle it with a phone call. However, regarding the contract, I would appreciate it if Manager Chen could bring it over as soon as possible so we can complete the transaction." After saying this, the two shook hands, and what seemed like a simple transaction was thus completed. However, behind it lay intertwined powers and interests along with various complex interpersonal relationships. Xiangbei's need for the trucks was not particularly urgent since, after the July 7th incident 2 months later, the Allied forces in the Shaanxi province could not be trained in a short period. Even if he had sufficient troops, the 29th Army in Beiping would definitely not allow his forces to garrison. Similarly, Chairman Han from Shandong would absolutely not allow the troops from Xiangbei to enter his territory. After all, Chairman Han is wary even of the principal, let alone other armies. Similarly, Chairman Han from Shandong would absolutely not allow the troops from Xiangbei to enter his territory. After all, Chairman Han is wary even of the principal, let alone other armies. His Fang. Similarly, Chairman Han from Shandong would absolutely not allow the troops from Xiangbei to enter his territory. After all, Chairman Han is wary even of the principal, let alone other armies. However, more importantly, Xiangbei hoped to make use of the penalty for breach of contract. He wanted Peter to help him acquire a large batch of weapons. This was his true intention. Soon Peter provided Xiangbei with a detailed quotation list. It outlined the quantities and prices of various weapons. Among them there were 5.0 Thompson submachine guns, each priced at 210, totaling 10. 200 units of M1918 155mm howitzers at a unit price of 3.50, totaling 7 million. 500 units of M1920 105mm howitzers at a unit price of 1.80, totaling 9 million. 300 units of M2 light tanks at a unit price of 3.00, totaling 9 million. 250 units of M3 medium tanks at a unit price of 4.00, totaling 10 million. 250 units of P-36 fighter planes at a unit price of 2.50, totaling 6.25 million. Additionally, there were 5 units of corresponding ammunition, totaling 18.9 million. The total price for all weapons came to 64 million. Manager Chen, even if you only need to pay a 20 deposit, that still amounts to 12.8 million US dollars. Are you really sure you can afford such a hefty sum? You should know that in 1937, the military expenditure of the national government was merely 1.37 billion in legal currency. Converted to USD, that would roughly be 412.3 million. However, just Xiangbei's single order has already accounted for 1/7 of the national government's military expenditure. Xiangbei did want to set up a munitions factory, but distant water cannot quench a near thirst. The factory had not yet produced weapons when the enemy troops attacked Shandong. Xiangbei spent all this money, and it didn't stop there. He also forked out $2 million as a bribe. At this time, the foreigners had a similar neutrality act which prohibited sales of weapons to warring states, essentially an excuse for them to sit on the sidelines. At a critical moment, no one would help you. This money could be considered a fine for falsifying the delivery address. Mr. Peter, regarding my batch of trucks, I hope to increase the number to 2,000 units. Also help me purchase 200 American-made radios. I didn't dare to ask for too much at first, because Xiangbei roughly estimated that the minimum usage of radios would not be less than 500 units. Just how many ships would be needed to transport these 2,000 cars? Peter slightly calculated and found that transporting these trucks would require more than a dozen. Just how many ships would be needed to transport these 2,000 cars? Peter slightly calculated and found that transporting these trucks would require more than a dozen cargo ships. Adding another 200 radios, the price would also be close to $1 million. Manager Chen, are you saying that you really have the capability to come up with this money, right? Mr. Peter, I wonder if you would accept legal currency or Japanese yen. Peter excitedly nodded, replying, of course, that's fine. You should know that if this deal can go smoothly, even with just a 10 profit plus those 2,000 trucks, he would still be able to earn over $6 million in profit. Mr. Peter, I hope you can find a larger empty warehouse tomorrow morning, and also find a few dozen accountants. I will arrive on time with the cash. The next day, Xiangbei and Zhang Chong drove 2 trucks full of cash, slowly entering the warehouse of the American Trading Company. When the warehouse door opened and the mountain of cash was revealed, the 20-some financial staff members were left dumbfounded. The sheer amount of cash, all in legal currency and Japanese yen, would greatly depreciate in the coming years. Xiangbei was well aware of this and naturally wouldn't let this garbage remain in his hands. Moreover, he did not have the courage to take so much money to the bank for exchange. After careful consideration, Xiangbei decided to give this money to the Americans. After all, for such a huge transaction, the Americans certainly wouldn't want anyone to know about it, especially from the Japanese, Germans, and the Queen, the 3 potential arms exporting countries. They wouldn't want competitors to know the details of this transaction. As the saying goes, fellow traders are enemies. Xiangbei's decision was undoubtedly wise. Thus, the 20 financial staff members began the long and arduous counting work. They meticulously counted each bill, not daring to make the slightest mistake. After a full 12 hours of effort, they finally finished counting all the currency. Xiangbei was not worried about this result, as he was well aware of every cent in his space. He believed that these financial personnel would not cheat him during the counting process. After all, with such a large amount, any mistake would mean they had to recount everything. During these 12 hours, Peter wore a smile on his face that blossomed like a flower, unable to contain it. After all, who could earn a full $6 million in a single day? Meanwhile, Xiangbei had stayed in Shanghai for a full 10 days. In these 10 days, he not only safely received a large quantity of food and meat ordered from the Americans, but also conveniently procured weapons, boots, helmets, and other supplies worth $15 million from 3. Such a massive procurement action naturally raised high alert and mutual secrecy among these 4 countries, each wary of the other. Of course, all transactions were conducted at sea, which meant that the weapons and equipment worth over $100 million would not officially enter the borders of Hua country. This way, it would be hard for the outside world to know the specific flow and final use of these weapons. However, Xiangbei was very clear that it was nearly impossible to keep so many weapons hidden. But he was confident that even if the government learned that someone had ordered such a large amount of weapons, they would not immediately take action against him. The reason is quite simple. No matter which country these weapons were ordered from, they ultimately had to enter Hua country to be effective. And as soon as these weapons entered the country, the government could directly confiscate them without needing to go through much trouble investigating the source and direction of the weapons. How could anyone anticipate that all the weapons would not flow into Hua country through the ports? After all, Xiangbei possessed a space with such weapons. As long as these weapons did not appear on the market, no one could take any action against him. Based on the current situation, Xiangbei anticipated that he would have all these weapons collected by mid-July. This way, as long as he could hold on for another 2.5 months, Xiangbei firmly believed no one in Hua country would dare to easily move against him. It is worth mentioning that Xiangbei's space also held over $200 million in wealth, and this batch of weapons only cost a third of that. One could say that Xiangbei was now quite wealthy, with so much money in his pocket that it was nearly overflowing. With such ample financial support, Xiangbei naturally would not be content with the status quo. He planned to continue trading with the Americans in a week, ordering more food and meat. In fact, even if he increased the quantity of the last order by 20 times, Xiangbei would not feel it was too much. It's just that he worried that purchasing too much at once might scare Peter, so he chose to buy in batches. After returning to Shandong from the north, there was still an important matter that needed urgent attention. His army had yet to adopt a unified uniform. This was not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate choice by Xiangbei. Despite his team members being well-fed and robust, their combat prowess exceptionally strong, they were quite puzzled by their boss arrangement. The team members couldn't help but wonder why their boss, who was generous in all other aspects and willing to spend money, was so unwilling to spend even a penny on their uniforms. For now, the team members could only wear their own casual clothes, which were a hodgepodge of styles. At a glance, one would think they were a ragtag army. However, this was precisely what Xiangbei hoped for. He preferred the outside world to view these team members as a bunch of incompetent fools posing no threat. As the saying goes, great concealment lies in plain sight. It was far from time for his army to reveal its fangs. Nevertheless, Xiangbei was well aware that he could not allow his army to be dressed in these casual clothes on the battlefield forever. Although the uniform seemed trivial, it could indeed play a significant role. Not only would it exert a powerful deterrent effect on the enemy in battle, but it would also help stabilize the hearts of the people. Xiangbei, who came from a later era, knew the military uniforms of various countries like the back of his hand, with a particular fondness for the German designs. Despite the notorious reputation of the little mustache, one could question his military judgment, but not his aesthetic sense. German military uniforms are universally recognized as the most stylish. Upon returning to Jinan, Xiangbei went to the Hongju dyeing factory, where he met the entrepreneur Chen Xiangbei, whom he had admired in his past life. Although Chen Xiangbei was illiterate, he possessed a keen business mind, having learned many principles and strategies through listening to books, which he applied to commercial competition. Faced with various complex business situations and the challenges posed by rivals, he always managed to devise clever solutions. He was generous and sincere with friends, never nitpicking. When his friend Lu Jiejun encountered difficulties, he did not hesitate to offer a helping hand. He was also kind to workers striving to protect their interests during tough times at the factory. Chen Xiangbei abhorred the actions of the wealthy who oppressed the common people, standing firmly against the provocations and aggressive behaviors of Japanese merchants. He resolutely resisted and did not back down, demonstrating a strong sense of national integrity and justice. However, he had a fiery temperament and could not help but explode in anger when faced with unreasonable matters or the faults of others. He often harshly reprimanded employees who did not adhere to factory rules or performed poorly. Perhaps Chen Xiangbei had heard of Xiangbei's connections, so he was quite polite to him. He resolutely resisted and did not back down, demonstrating a strong sense of national integrity and justice. However, he had a fiery temperament and could not help but explode in anger when, after speaking, he handed over a list and a sample of the desired color. Chen Xiangbei appeared somewhat embarrassed and passed the list to Lu Jiejun. Now it was Xiangbei who felt awkward, having forgotten that Master Chen could not read. The colors needed for this batch were only two: wild field gray and black. The wild field gray was primarily used by the German army for their 36 type field uniforms at the onset of World War II. The jacket was gray-green while the pants were iron gray, presenting an overall wild field gray tone. This was designated for the majority of the army. The black was the uniform worn by the early SS troops. This black uniform had a unique symbolic significance at the time. Although it was later replaced, it was still worn as formal attire on special occasions. This was specifically tailored by Xiangbei for some officers and the Imperial Guard. Although the little mustache was a failed art student, his artistic aesthetic was still quite unique. While the military uniforms of countries like China, the United States, Britain, France, and Japan each have their own characteristics, most prioritize practicality, lacking aesthetic pursuit, and with no standout designs. German military uniforms are all custom-made, highlighting the strength and image of the soldiers and igniting the enthusiasm of countless youths to enlist. With tall black leather boots and a grand collar-fitted dress uniform, they exuded both solemnity and elegance, perfectly showcasing the military's demeanor. They are referred to as elegant devils. When a person's handsomeness surpasses the uniform, I believe he walks with an aura. In 1945, during the surrender ceremony, a defeated nation surprisingly emanated the aura of victory. Even German generals were filled with pride, not losing an ounce to their Soviet counterparts. When Master Chen heard that 300 bolts were to be dyed, he was taken aback, thinking Han Fuzhou was going to change the uniforms for the army. Master Chen, please keep the secret about these 300 bolts of fabric. If this secret is leaked, who knows how many people will die. Master Chen, I will tell you the truth. This batch of fabric is not for the nationalist army. It is prepared for the anti-Japanese effort. This matter is of great importance, and I ask that both of you keep this secret diligently, Xiangbei said earnestly. Chen Xiangbei slowly stood up and asked, could this batch of fabric be for the Red Party? But doesn't the Red Party use the 8 Uncle Gray? Not to hide anything from you two, I am currently acting as the procurement minister for the Red Party. With a loud slap as Xiangbei finished speaking, Chen Xiangbei slammed his hand on the table, and said, Captain Chen, did I dye this batch of fabric? I will reduce the price by another 3 yuan per bolt. For working against the Japanese devils, I can't earn a single cent. Xiangbei knew Chen Xiaoting's temperament, which is why he dared to reveal the truth to him. Master Chen, you will definitely earn this money. I noticed that there are quite a few empty workshops in your factory. I want to rent them out to set up a clothing and bedding factory here. I wonder if that would be convenient. Captain Chen, there is nothing inconvenient. Anything that involves fighting against the Japanese is convenient. You don't have to pay a single cent in rent. Use the factory for as long as you want. Chen Xiaoting said generously. In his previous life, Chen Xiaoting was driven to death by anger. After the July 7th incident, the Japanese entered Jinan, and Chen Xiaoting originally hoped that the station commander Han Fuzhu would defend the city. However, Han Fuzhu abandoned the city and fled, leaving Chen Xiaoting utterly disappointed in the country and the army. After destroying the dye factory, he soon passed away from vomiting blood. In this life, Xiangbei was determined that such a thing must never happen again. Therefore, he planned to use this opportunity for cooperation to bring Chen Xiaoting into his camp. However, Xiangbei knew that this matter could not be rushed. After all, plans need time to brew and perfect. Thus, he decided to patiently wait until the Japanese truly entered Shandong before revealing all the plans. During this trip to Shanghai, Xiangbei specifically ordered 100 sewing machines. These sewing machines would be used exclusively for the textile factory, an important project that Xiangbei prepared to cope with the future situation. He estimated that these sewing machines would arrive in Jinan in just a few days. Xiangbei calculated that to successfully draw Chen Xiaoting in, he first needed to spark his interest in the textile factory. Thus, he came up with a plan and decided to persuade Chen Xiaoting to take the position of factory manager at the textile factory. Manager Chen, I have a small request. Xiangbei said earnestly. Due to our current shortage of manpower, we hope Manager Chen can help us manage the textile factory for a few months. Of course, we will absolutely not shortchange you on rent and your salary. He paused for a moment and added, not only that, but you can also bring your workers' families to work here. We will provide 5 times the salary. Would that be convenient for you? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoting quickly waved his hand and said, Commander Chen, what are you saying? What rent and salary? Are you treating me as an outsider? If it's to fight the Japanese, I, Chen Xiaoting, would willingly donate all my assets. Xiangbei held Chen Xiaoting's hand and said, Manager Chen, if you don't mind, from now on I will call you Lu Gu's 6th brother. After Xiangbei called out Lu Gu, both Lu Jiejun and Chen Xiaoting were taken aback. During the conversation, Lu Jiejun had not called Chen Xiaoting Lu Gu even once. Xiangbei called out again, from now on I, Chen Xiaoting, have one more brother who is a hero fighting the Japanese. After finishing this, Xiangbei returned to the grain and oil company, and just as he sat down, Old Chen entered without knocking and said, Boss, the batch of employees in Jinan is graduating tomorrow. Do you want to go take a look? Xiangbei thought that 3 months had passed so quickly, and he certainly wanted to go see. Most of these people would eventually become regiment leaders or even brigade and division commanders. Xiangbei was also the honorary principal and certainly needed to meet them, at least to remember their names and faces. Sure, Old Chen will definitely be there tomorrow. You should come with me. Our company has established a textile factory located within the Hongju dyeing factory. In the next few days, have the personnel department recruit 130 workers, with at least 110 being women. For the recruitment, you can communicate with the Hongju dyeing factory. I promise to prioritize hiring their workers' families. The probation period is 1 month with a salary of 10 yuan each month and 12 yuan after becoming permanent. Old Chen, in the future, all our workers will have 2 days off each month. Only the security company will not have days off, as we have little time anyway. Let them endure a bit more hardship. Try to be generous with their wages. We can make it up for them later. Boss, are we paying too much? This price is already double the normal salary. The financial pressure on the company is particularly high this month. How can we lower the wages a bit? Old Chen, you're falling into your old habits again. We cannot lower the employees' wages. The common people are having a tough time. We should help as much as we can. But I still say this, I want the best of the best. Even for female workers, I don't want those who just muddle through. You must keep a close watch. The textile factory will be temporarily managed by Lu Gu. Who is Lu Gu? Old Chen, I forgot to tell you that I recognized Chen Xiaoting, the owner of the Hongju dyeing factory, as my elder brother. From now on, you must also call me Lu Gu. And Old Chen, please knock when you enter. Don't treat everywhere like your own bedroom. Old Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, Got it, boss, I'll remember next time. The next day, a group of people arrived at the security company. The current employees, even without military uniforms, looked like real soldiers. 300 people stood in the playground, and although they didn't have guns, each stood in military posture. They had the essence of a national flag guard team. Zhao Jigang, Song Changshuan, Wang Yong, Lu Pengfei, Sun Lina, Zhang Ming, Chen Xiaofei, and over 20 others. Xiangbei awarded generous bonuses to the top 3 from each department, among whom were several women. It seemed that several female generals might emerge from the allied forces. This was also what Xiangbei wanted to see. During this time, the status of women in the country was relatively low, and Xiangbei Xiangbei aimed to establish several role models to elevate their status. Among them, 276 graduated with excellent results. The remaining 24 also passed. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, dozens of people brought over a large number of boxes. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, "Zhao Jigang." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jigang jogged to the podium and received a CZ-38 pistol from Xiangbei's hand, which was engraved with Allied Forces Zhao Jigang. It was developed in 1937 by the state-owned arms factory in Czechoslovakia, adopting a brand new firing mechanism. This was also one of the first military pistols Xiangbei ordered. To commemorate their graduation, the names were specially engraved on it. When Zhao Jigang received this pistol, he was more excited than when he married. Zhao Jigang performed a standard military salute and said, "Thank you, Principal." When the employees below saw Zhao Jigang receive the pistol, although there were no whispers, one could still see from their eyes that the team's morale was shaken. Each was eagerly awaiting their name to be called next. It took more than 2 hours to distribute these 276 pistols. On the table remained 24 shiny pistols. Xiangbei stood in front and spoke loudly. "The remaining 24 pistols belong to whom? I believe you all have an idea. For now, I will keep them safe for you. In the next 3 months, each of you will have to train thousands of trainees. You must teach them all the skills you have learned. 3 months later, they will also be assessed. Their assessment results will ultimately determine your teaching performance. 3 months from now, I do not want to see this batch of guns on this table again. As they say, no need for a heavy hammer on a resonant drum. Today, I will use a heavy hammer to strike your 300 resonant drums. Do you have confidence in completing the task?" "Yes, yes, yes." A tsunami-like sound erupted from below. "Good. 3 months from now, I await your good news." On June 15th, Xiangbei sent an important piece of intelligence to Chen Xiaobei of the Revival Society. This intelligence was related to the nation's safety and the fate of the people. The Japanese army was highly likely to launch an attack against the 29th Army at Lugo Bridge on July. Furthermore, they were preparing to mobilize 3 to 5 divisions within the country, approximately 100 troops, to launch a fierce assault on the Pingjin area. When Chen Xiaobei received this intelligence, her heart tightened suddenly. She immediately realized that if this information was true, the Chinese army must act swiftly to respond to the impending crisis. Chen Xiaobei contacted Xiangbei to inquire about the source of the information. However, Xiangbei's answer left her somewhat puzzled. He stated that this intelligence was obtained from the business sector. Chen Xiaobei couldn't help but harbor doubts. How could such confidential information come from the business sector? She pressed Xiangbei for the specific source of the information, but he was vague, merely stating that it was indirectly obtained from the business world. After all, information from the business sector is often difficult to verify. Nevertheless, Chen Xiaobei decided to present this intelligence to her superiors. She knew well that the value of this intelligence far outweighed any doubts regarding its source. Therefore, she quickly forwarded the information to Boss Dai. Upon receiving this telegram, Boss Dai also recognized the seriousness of the situation. The information revealed in this telegram was likely to be true. If the Japanese indeed launched an attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, there was little Boss Dai could do. He could only present this telegram to the old man as soon as possible, hoping that the old man would take this intelligence seriously and urge the 29th Army to prepare adequately for defense. Because there were no Central Army troops in the Beijing-Tianjin area, the principal could do nothing. When the 29th Army received this intelligence, they were also greatly startled. They believed that this intelligence was 90 true. After confronting the Japanese for so many years, the Japanese had long wanted to strike. The next day, the 29th Army began to prepare for battle eagerly. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Chinese garrison received intelligence about the 29th Army's active preparations for battle. It appeared that there had been a leak of intelligence within the empire, and they began to investigate the source of the leak. The Chinese garrison was a product of the privileges granted for stationed troops in China, as per the Boxer Protocol. In April 1936, Japan decided to increase troops in North China. This made the army a regular force and field corps, with complete military types and offensive capabilities. Whether it could assist the 29th Army was uncertain, but they had done what needed to be done. If Xiangbei dared to send his allied troops to the Pingjin area, the 29th Army would likely be the first to object. The 300 staff members had already become qualified instructors and had arrived at the security companies in each county a few days ago. All teaching must align with Xiao Huangpa's standards. Each person had significant responsibilities. Xiangbei also recalled over 600 staff members to Jinan for training, which he had promised initially. When these employees arrived at Xiao Huangpu, they were all extremely excited, as the previous batch had received high salaries and attended military academies. Many of them eventually received customized pistols gifted by the principal, which had become an open secret among the employees, impossible to hide. Whoa, boss, why can they all go to Xiao Huangpu? Why can't I? Boss, I also want to fight the Japanese. Are you intentionally making things difficult for me? What nonsense are you talking about, Zhao shouting? What Japanese are we fighting as a security company? You know the finance department best. If you go to study, how will the finance department operate? Hang in there a bit longer, and they'll let you go in the next batch. No boss, you're lying. You said I could go in the next batch last time. When the next batch starts, you'll tell me to wait for the boss. If you don't let me go this time, I'm going back to Shanghai, Zhao Xiaodong said angrily. Xiangbei laughed and said, Zhao Xiaodong, are you going back to Shanghai? Going back to Shanghai to get married? Then I must give you a big red envelope. As soon as Xiangbei finished speaking, Zhao Xiaodong began to cry. It's just unfair, so many girls in our company have gone. Even our finance department has 3 girls going. Why can't I go? Xiangbei pondered internally, wondering why she couldn't. Because you look too much like Xiang Xiu, whom I failed to protect back then. I cannot allow any more accidents to happen to you, as graduating from military school means one must go to the battlefield in the future. Perhaps I am being too selfish, Xiangbei thought for a long time. Xiao Tang, if you really want to go, then go ahead. As for the finance department, find someone familiar with the business to take your place. Really? Boss, are you sure you're not lying to me? I've already found someone to replace me. It's settled, I'll report to Xiao Huangpu tomorrow. Though her tears had not yet dried at that moment, Zhao Xiaodong was as joyful as a little swallow. There were less than 2 months until the August 13th Battle of Shanghai. Xiangbei also sent intelligence to Boss Dai through Chen Xiangbei. The Japanese were set to land in Shanghai on August 13th. The 3rd and 4th fleets of the Navy had over 30 vessels, including 4 aircraft carriers. The Navy would also organize the Marine Corps in Shanghai into 7 battalions. During the battle, there would also be the 8th Brigade, the Taguchi Unit, and other Marine Corps. They also deployed the 1st Field Heavy Artillery Brigade, the 5th Field Heavy Artillery Brigade, the 6th Field Heavy Artillery Brigade, and the 2nd Independent Mountain Artillery Regiment, among other artillery units. When Boss Dai saw this telegram, his breathing quickened. How could the Revival Society obtain such significant confidential intelligence? This could be information that changes the fate of the nation. Such important intelligence must be confirmed before daring to present it to the old man. If it were wrong, he couldn't bear the blame. He secretly asked the Revival Society how they obtained this intelligence. When informed that it was obtained by the peripheral intelligence personnel from Shandong Dongfang Grain and Oil Company, Boss Dai began to hesitate about the authenticity of this intelligence. Why does this peripheral personnel always manage to obtain such important intelligence? However, the counterpart also provided such accurate information regarding the participating troops and landing time. Suddenly, intelligence personnel from across the country sprang into action. They were tasked with quickly confirming the locations of these troops and the accuracy of the intelligence. Accurate news returned only half a month later, confirming that all the troops mentioned in the intelligence were moving towards Shanghai, indirectly proving the intelligence's accuracy. Xiangbei informed them of the intelligence so early, yet it was delayed by them for over half a month. Xiangbei hadn't returned to the 1st Battalion for several months, and today, he finally remembered that he was still the battalion leader. Battalion leader, you finally returned. It's thanks to you that we were able to send the military pay these past few months. I heard that in the past 2 months, many soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd battalions deserted. We haven't had a single deserter in our battalion. At the last meeting, the regiment commander specifically praised our battalion, and the deputy battalion leader took credit for it. How has our battalion's training been lately? Has there been any live-fire shooting this month? The training is still the same as before. We've applied for bullets for shooting practice several times, but the regiment hasn't approved them. Xiangbei looked at the soldiers, who resembled a disorganized mob, and suddenly had the idea of infiltrating a security company. He had only visited a few of the security companies below, and what he saw were mostly data and reports. How were the lower-level recruits trained? The policies from above hadn't reached them. The security company was his foundation, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Xiangbei planned to conduct an undercover visit. The next day, Xiangbei arrived at a county under the jurisdiction of Dazhou, located at the junction of Shandong and Hebei. It was a relatively poor and backward typical county town with a population of around 300. The security company established here had almost siphoned off 1/7 of the young labor force. Initially, almost 2/3 of the county's young labor force had come here for interviews. After all, they could eat steamed buns every day and earn at least 15 yuan a month. However, due to strict requirements, only a small portion of people remained. Xiangbei disguised himself as a commoner and loitered at the entrance of the security company. He tried several times to sneak in, but failed every time. He never expected that the managers had actually made work permits for everyone. At least the security was decent. Xiangbei asked several employees about their prospects. Hey, do you still need to hire people at your security company? Xiangbei handed over a cigarette, saying, I also want to come to work. Maybe you can help me out. I won't let you help for free. Oh, I won't take a single cent from the first month's salary. Xiangbei asked about 10 people in a row, but they all said there was no way that the time had passed. Just when Xiangbei was about to give up, a man in his mid-20s approached. Little brother, you want to work at our security company? This time won't work. The employees inside have been training for 2 months. Xiangbei repeated his line. Big brother, please think of a way I can forego my first month's salary. A month's salary isn't enough if you want to get in. It's not impossible. You need to at least put forth 6 months' salary. Oh, I can find a way to help you in. One thing you should know is this money isn't just for one person. Getting you in requires a lot of connections, you know. If you agree, I can help you out. One thing I need to clarify is that 3 months' salary will be deducted from your future wages. Additionally, you need to provide 3 months' salary in cash. Xiangbei pretended to hesitate for a moment, then took out 30 yuan from his bag. Big brother, what is your name? You can't deceive me. My name is Zhao Wei. How could I possibly deceive you? Follow me inside in a bit. Don't talk randomly inside. You'll be able to eat steamed buns by noon today. Xiangbei followed Zhao Wei into the security company's courtyard and met a thin man in a room for 4. Little brother, what's your name? Xiangbei replied, my name is Zhao Jian. From now on, don't call yourself Zhao Jian, you have to call yourself Sun Gang. You must say you're Sun Gang to everyone. After saying this, Zhao Wei handed the 30 yuan to the thin man, saying, Brother Sun, this 30 yuan is yours. The thin man took the cash and counted it, confirming it was correct, then began to pack his bedding. Zhao Wei then took out a promissory note and asked Xiangbei to sign and fingerprint it. It turned out he had taken Sun Gang's spot in the security company. Sun Gang took the 30 yuan and left. The remaining 3 months' salary would be split between Zhao Gang and the accountant. Xiangbei didn't know the exact distribution ratio. By noon, Sun Gang came to call Xiangbei for lunch. At noon, Xiangbei really got to eat steamed buns which Sun Gang had delivered. However, Xiangbei was filled with anger and couldn't swallow it down. He was fortunate to come down to take a look. He wondered how chaotic things could be below. Xiangbei decided not to take action against Zhao Wei for now. He wanted to see the true situation below. After finishing his meal, Xiangbei returned to the dormitory where his 3 roommates had returned even earlier. I'm 19 this year, and my name is Sun Gang. Xiangbei introduced himself. 30-year-old Zhao Erniu was a simple farmer, while 22-year-old Zhang Xuanfang had just gotten married but had incurred a huge debt to pay for his bride. 18-year-old Jiang Ming had graduated from the county high school less than 2 years ago and had been unable to find work. Each person's experiences were different, but the purpose for coming here was the same. That was to make money. Upon seeing Xiangbei enter, Jiang Ming was the first to speak. This big brother just arrived, right? It seems you bought Sun Gang's spot. In the same dormitory, let's skip the formalities. We just call you by your real name from now on. Sun Gang is just a name for the higher-ups to see. Oh, what's your real name? My name is Chen Xiangbei, and I'm from Beiping. If this big brother fails the exam in 3 months and can't stay, that money you spent will be wasted. At this time, Zhang Chuanfang chimed in, little brother, don't let others deceive you. There are over 1,000 people in the security company now. In the end, only about 100 will remain. Do you think you will be among the last ones standing? Sun Gang always ranked at the bottom during evaluations. He knew he couldn't stay, which is why he sold his spot. Xiangbei asked what Zhao Wei did. The two laughed and replied together, Zhao Gang's sister-in-law is the accountant in charge of paying salaries. Zhao Wei is always stirring up these matters. I heard he has brought in dozens of new recruits this month already. Xiangbei thought to himself that it was also his fault for scaring these trainees and making them lose confidence, which allowed these people to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, Zhao Erniu spoke up, little brother, don't be afraid. Just put in more effort during training and it'll help you out later. You might just be one of the ones who stay until the end. Thank you, brother. At noon, Xiangbei went to the county town and used a long-distance phone call to contact Old Chun in Jinan, adding 5 new regulations starting this month. The first regulation was all employees will receive half a month's salary and the full amount will be distributed at the end of the 3-month exam. The second regulation was starting today, the shooting rewards are canceled and replaced with monthly rewards for first, second, and third place in various subjects. These will be 150, 0, and 30 respectively. The third regulation was daily training will be conducted in groups of 4 with 2 groups competing determined by a lottery. The winning group will enjoy steamed buns and stewed pork, while the losing group will get radishes and pickled vegetables. The fourth regulation was each branch company must rigorously investigate the buying and selling of spots. The fifth regulation is each employee will be issued identification photos and files. Xiangbei did not mention Zhao Wei's matter. He wanted to see if the person in charge here could uncover this issue. That afternoon, these 5 regulations were communicated to every branch company. Zhao Wei hurriedly found Xiangbei, saying, brother, the company is strictly investigating the buying and selling of spots. Remember, tell everyone you're Sun Gang. Xiangbei nodded at him. When the shooting training began, Xiangbei's performance was quite poor. Despite the array of firearms around, he had never received systematic shooting training until now. He nervously gripped the gun, his fingers trembling slightly as he aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. However, the result was disappointing. 4 out of 5 shots missed the target, and he ended up with a pitiful... He nervously gripped the gun, his fingers trembling slightly as he aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. However, the result was disappointing. 4 out of 5 shots missed the target, and he ended up with a pitiful score of 3 points. This performance drew laughter and whispers from those around him. Even Jiang Ming, younger than him, had scored 32 points, which made Xiangbei feel utterly humiliated. He wished he could find a hole to hide in, secretly lamenting, "But I'm your boss. Don't I have any dignity?" Just as Xiangbei was feeling extremely awkward, the assistant instructor approached him with a serious expression and asked what happened with your score. "What's your name?" Just when Xiangbei was unsure how to respond, Zhao Wei suddenly ran over, quickly whispering a few words to the assistant instructor. The assistant instructor's expression gradually softened and finally said to Xiangbei, "Your score is indeed not ideal. You need to train harder." It seemed the assistant instructor was also involved in the distribution of the money. After the training ended, Xiangbei saw Wang Yong, who had graduated in Jinan. Wang Yong was the chief instructor of the Xiajin company, and he stood above solemnly announcing the new 5 regulations. When he returned to the dormitory that evening, several roommates began to complain. Which heartless guy came up with such a terrible idea? They actually canceled the shooting rewards. If it hadn't been canceled, I could have earned at least 3 yuan this month. The roommates complained indignantly. Xiangbei suddenly felt as if he were being scolded right in front of them. The key was that he couldn't retort. It was truly infuriating. Well, it's bad enough that the shooting rewards were canceled, but now we have to fight for even a plain steamed bun. This is great. Originally 1 person was cursing, and now 3 are cursing right in front of me. Xiangbei really wanted to grab these 3 people and slap them one by one. What a complete lack of decency. It's as if he was born without a backside to come up with such a rotten idea. Isn't that right, brother Xiangbei? Jiang Ming asked with a foolish look. Xiangbei smiled at Jiang Ming, wanting to drag this little brat over and strangle him. But the only word that came out was right. "Xiangbei, you really need to practice shooting hard. I estimate that our dormitory will be grouped together in the future. Whether I can eat plain steamed buns depends entirely on you. You mustn't let me down." Another roommate chimed in. The next day, their dormitory number 16 was matched up against dormitory number 96, where everyone was tall and strong, especially a guy named Yang Gang. Standing at nearly 1.9 meters tall and weighing about 220 pounds, he was comparable to Wu Song. When Jiang Ming saw Yang Gang, he clearly wanted to avoid him. "Jiang Ming, you bastard, come here." "Why are you avoiding me?" Yang Gang said proudly. It turned out Jiang Ming and Yang Gang were from the same village, with Yang Gang being 3 years older and having bullied Jiang Ming since they were young. Yang Gang's father was considered a bully in the village, and he had many brothers. If reasoning didn't work, they would all gang up together, leaving the villagers in despair. Yang Gang's generation was even more arrogant. Although he wasn't exactly a bully, he was close enough. Jiang Ming had been bullied by Yang Gang since childhood, so he felt fear at the sight of him. "Jiang Ming, get over here. I've called you several times, but are you deaf?" After being scolded twice, Jiang Ming didn't retort and instead walked straight towards Yang Gang. Xiangbei grabbed his arm and said, "Jiang Ming, don't be afraid, you don't have to go over." Yang Gang became furious upon hearing Xiangbei's words. "You are really a busybody, aren't you? What does it have to do with you if I'm talking to him?" Xiangbei furrowed his brow. "If you don't clean up your mouth, I'll waste you. Oh, you may not be tall, but you have quite a bit of courage to talk to me like that. Looks like you want to stand up for him," Yang Gang said arrogantly. At that moment, Jiang Ming pulled Xiangbei and said, "Brother Xiangbei, you can't beat him. Don't stoop to his level." Several roommates stood beside Xiangbei. Xiangbei patted Jiang Ming on the shoulder and said, "Since you called me brother, I must protect you. What if I stand up for my brother? If not, you can draw a line, or I'll accompany you to the end." Just then, the 2 groups in front were competing in a 5-kilometer race with a 13-kilogram load. Yang Gang said, "Don't say I'm bullying you. Let's compete in a 5-kilometer race with weights representing our dormitory. I'm telling you, it's not a 13-kilogram load. If we're going to compete, let's do it with 25 kilograms. If you lose, you'll have to kneel and call me grandpa. Do you dare?" Clearly this was bullying Xiangbei, who stood at 1.75 meters and weighed only 120 pounds. Competing against Xiangbei in strength was pure bullying. Xiangbei chuckled lightly. "With such a big size, you only want to carry 25 kilograms. How shameless. Let's compete with 30 kilograms. You don't have to kneel and call me grandpa, just call Jiang Ming grandpa. Do you dare?" Yang Gang was genuinely getting angry. "You're looking for death. Let's compete with 30 kilograms. If you lose, both you and Jiang Ming will have to kneel and call me grandpa, plus an extra 10 slaps to the face. Do you dare?" With both sides in a standoff, many people gathered around the training ground. "Fine, if I lose, I'll kneel down with Jiang Ming and call you grandpa, plus 10 slaps to the face," Yang Gang said happily. "Brothers, listen up, everyone bear witness. If this kid dares to go back on his word, I'll kill him." As they both lifted the 30-kilogram backpacks, Xiangbei's body noticeably swayed, while Yang Gang appeared particularly relaxed. Yang Gang shouldered the backpack and began to jog forward. Meanwhile, Xiangbei, as he lifted the backpack, swiftly shifted the sand inside to a spatial area. He filled the backpack with some miscellaneous items, completing everything in the blink of an eye. Xiangbei followed closely behind Yang Gang, and before they'd even walked 500 meters, Yang Gang was already sweating profusely. Looking back at Xiangbei, Yang Gang found it strange how this seemingly weak person could possibly keep pace with him. After surpassing 700 meters, Yang Gang's steps clearly slowed down, yet Xiangbei remained right. When they crossed the 1-kilometer mark, Yang Gang was drenched in sweat and every step felt like a ton of weight. Xiangbei still kept pace behind him. Yang Gang gritted his teeth and insisted on pushing through. As long as Xiangbei couldn't last a second longer than him, he would consider himself the winner. At 1,200 meters, Yang Gang's footsteps began to drag on the ground, while Xiangbei still showed no signs of giving up, just 2 meters behind him. Yang Gang began to negotiate with Xiangbei. How about we call it even today? As he said this, he felt embarrassed with so many onlookers. Xiangbei replied, you were so arrogant before. If you call me grandpa, I'll let it slide. Yang Gang cursed, you son of a bitch, just wait. Yang Gang clenched his teeth, but could no longer move forward, yet he still didn't put down the backpack. Xiangbei gradually overtook Yang Gang, moving 2 meters ahead of him. Yang Gang glared at Xiangbei, his eyes burning with anger, but he only managed to move forward half a step. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily for 3 minutes before speaking. I'll pay 10 yuan to let this go, he said, pulling out 10 yuan from his pocket as he tried to get up and leave. Xiangbei stepped in front of him. You think 10 yuan is enough? Kneel down and call Jiangming grandpa. Yang Gang was about to retort when Xiangbei kicked him in the knee. With a thud, he knelt down, utterly exhausted. 2 roommates grabbed his arms, and then Xiangbei delivered a satisfying slap. Xiangbei felt great doing it. Yang Gang left without calling grandpa, which Xiangbei didn't hold against him. It seemed Yang Gang muttered something about waiting and blessing as he left. The next day, the training of over 1,000 people was conducted in batches, allowing for maximum utilization of the available training equipment. Through reasonable scheduling, it was ensured that all training programs could proceed in an orderly manner at the same time, essentially achieving full operational capacity of the equipment. During the shooting training in the afternoon, Xiangbei noticed a crowd gathering behind him, each face bearing an expression of schadenfreude. Clearly, these people had come specifically to watch him embarrass himself. With a sharp crack, Xiangbei pulled the trigger, completing his first shot. However, when he gazed at the paper target, he was astonished to find that there wasn't even a single hole. Well done, rookie. A burly man with a full beard shouted from behind him, his tone dripping with mockery. Immediately, he saw the man take 0.5 yuan from a seemingly honest middle-aged person. Damn, these people are betting against me. Xiangbei suddenly realized, cursing inwardly. Even worse, his next shot also missed the target, causing him to doubt whether he truly had any talent for shooting. The problem was that he had no idea where the bullets had gone. The bearded man asked the middle-aged man if they were still bet. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and replied, bet. Xiangbei felt a wave of darkness wash over him. This wasn't just looking down on him, it was genuine disdain. Speaking so close, do you think him deaf? He thought to himself at this point. Not only did they look down on him, but he also looked down on himself. Xiangbei sighed inwardly, truly wanting to rush over and ask what his odds were. Just then a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could he use space to see where the bullets had gone? This idea excited Xiangbei, and he decided to give it a try. When the third shot was fired, Xiangbei resolutely opened his spatial abilities. The limit of this space was 100 meters, and he was exactly 100 meters away from the target. As the gunshot rang out, Xiangbei was astonished to discover that within the spatial range, he could clearly see the trajectory of the bullet. Not only that, but he could even use his spiritual energy to alter the bullet's path. Xiangbei excitedly attempted to use his spiritual energy to change the bullet's trajectory. Originally, the bullet was supposed to miss, but under the influence of his spiritual energy, it miraculously struck the 7 ring. This discovery nearly made Xiangbei jump for joy. He eagerly fired another shot. This time, guided by his spiritual energy, the bullet accurately hit the 9 ring. This result further confirmed the operability of this method for Xiangbei. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and prepared for the final shot. With a bang, at last the sound of the 5th shot echoed. Under Xiangbei's control of spiritual energy, the bullet flew towards the target, as if it had been given life, finally landing steadily on the 10 ring. 26 rings. When the crowd heard Xiangbei's score, they all displayed expressions of disbelief. Zhang Chuanfang, with a look of guilt, awkwardly said, "Oh dear, it seems that this time I, as the older brother, have dropped the ball." He shook his head helplessly, appearing quite frustrated. It turned out that Zhang Chuanfang's shooting score was rather poor, having only hit 25 rings. In comparison, Jiangming's score was even worse, with only 24 rings. Looking at the bearded man, he was clearly dissatisfied with this result. Reluctantly, he pulled out 15 yuan from his pocket and handed it over to the middle-aged man. He mumbled, "What bad luck." Xiangbei, watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, those odds were too." If Xiangbei had known earlier, he definitely would have placed a bet. When Xiangbei's 3 roommates heard his score, they all displayed incredulous expressions. Indeed, this time, Xiangbei's shooting score unexpectedly ranked second only behind Zhao Ernia's 39. However, despite this, the dinner for the 4 of them that evening remained unchanged, still consisting of pickles and steamed cornbread. To make matters worse, Xiangbei was further disgusted by the people from room 96, returning to the dormitory, filled with pent-up frustration. It seemed that the team still needed more practice. The saying that sharpshooters are made with bullets was indeed true. Xiangbei decided. The first point was to increase each county's allocation of 50 Type 38 rifles and 10 rounds of ammunition daily. The Type 38 was to become one of the main weapons of the Allied forces in the future. They also needed to familiarize themselves with the performance in advance, as long as confidentiality was maintained. The second point was to increase the number of final recruits from the original 200 to 500. At the same time, the number of temporary staff would be reduced to 1,200, with specific criteria based on the assessments at the end of the month. Starting next month, 100 people ranked at the bottom would be fixedly eliminated each month. The news, once released the next day, sparked discussions, with some celebrating while others were worried. Those who usually ranked within 500 were naturally happy, but those who usually ranked outside of 1,200 would likely be leaving by the end of the month. This also ignited the fighting spirit of more people, encouraging those within 800 to strive harder. All of them had the possibility of ultimately staying. Even those who couldn't make it into the top 1,000 were training exceptionally hard now, because starting next month, 100 people would be fixedly cut each month. As long as they didn't fall into the bottom 100, they could earn an extra month's salary and enjoy a month of white steam buns. This also led to a strange phenomenon of spontaneous overtime training. There were even instances of fighting over training equipment. Meanwhile, the issue of selling spots came to light, resulting in the dismissal of accountants Zhao Wei and teaching assistants. All illegal earnings were recovered, and their salaries for the month were deducted as a consequence. Xiangbei thought about severely punishing these individuals, but they were merely small players in the company, not the military. Sending them to the police station for a while was an option, but this was clearly another way for the black dogs to extort money. Ultimately, he decided to let it go. These people were just minor figures, and when the team built the nation in the future, there would be a time when they would regret their actions. This time, a total of 6 security companies were found to be involved in the sale of spots. A total of 23 people were discovered. Fortunately, none of the students from Xiaowangpu participated. However, 7 of the responsible individuals had their salaries deducted for 3 months, one of whom was old Chen. This was a fine he imposed on himself. Xiangbei had brought the phenomenon of excessive competition to the year 1937, and the team members were filled with fiery spirits. The cooks added more fuel to the fire, preparing braised beef today, braised fish tomorrow, and braised pork the day after, constantly changing the dishes for the large pot meals. In such circumstances, no one wanted to eat steamed buns, and even the 4 members of Room 16 often practiced extra training. This was due to the efforts of the 4 individuals. In half a month, the 4 of them consumed 9 meals of plain steamed buns. Because the company increased the shooting bullets, now the lowest score among the 4 would not fall below 40 rings. Especially Xiangbei, who could achieve a score of 45 without relying on any spatial advantages. Due to the overall improvement in shooting skills, the training had now evolved into a distance of 150 meters. At the 200-meter fixed target, 100-meter moving target, and 150-meter moving target, even the weighted 5 kilometers had increased to 20 kilograms. That day, Room 16 was drawn to Room 221, and when they arrived at the training ground, Xiangbei felt that the bearded man had a hostile attitude towards him. Xiangbei activated his golden finger and discovered that he was just an ordinary employee, which he did not mind. During the 5 kilometers weighted run, he was intentionally knocked down by someone. Xiangbei fell hard, hitting the ground and scraping his hands. Zhang Chuanfang and the other 2 approached him to argue. The bearded man nonchalantly said, "I didn't do it on purpose." He smiled at Xiangbei and said, "Sorry about that. Did I offend you? No. Do I have a grudge against you? No." Xiangbei continued, "Did I sleep with your wife?" Upon hearing this, the bearded man's group became furious, and the 4 of them were ready to teach Xiangbei a lesson. Zhang Chuanfang, Zhao Erniu, and Jiang Ming quickly stood in front of Xiangbei. Xiangbei didn't expect that these 3 roommates would stand up for him at such a critical moment. The 8 of them pushed and shoved, none willing to back down. Xiangbei said, "It seems you have a grudge against me. If you're a man, don't involve others. Oh, let's settle this on your own." The bearded man was no coward either. "You made me lose a month's salary. What do you say we do about it?" At this moment, Xiangbei remembered that it was that guy who had placed a bet against him. Xiangbei smiled and said, "All right, I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Let's have a bet. Let's compare shooting skills at 100 meters moving target. I'll let you shoot twice while I shoot once. You decide how much to bet. It'll give you a chance to win back your losses." The 4 on the opposite side laughed. "You're really asking for it. I have the reputation of being a sharpshooter." His shooting skills are indeed exceptional, ranking within the top 10 in the entire company. You keep your word, well, man keeps his promise. You can bet as much as you want. After some discussion, the bearded man and his group pulled out 150 currency units along with the stakes from today's competition. Xiangbei also took out 150 currency units from his pocket. "I'm betting on today's competition. Whether I can eat steamed buns depends on this." Zhang Chuanfang stepped forward and said, "Brother, are you crazy? You let him shoot twice." Xiangbei patted his shoulder and said, "Trust me." The 8 of them arrived at the 100-meter moving target site, and the bearded man arrogantly declared, "Let me show you my shooting skills, rookie." Calmly, he fired 2 shots at the moving target. After shooting, he coolly tossed the gun to his roommate beside him. When the target paper was brought back, it revealed a score of 7 rings with 1 bullet having gone wildly off course. The bearded man looked at the target paper in disbelief. Still only 7 rings. Xiangbei had cheated using his spatial abilities to push one bullet off course. He smiled and approached the shooting position, saying, "What are you looking for, sharpshooter? Did you lose something?" When the moving target appeared, Xiangbei didn't even aim and casually pulled the trigger. Mimicking the bearded man, he stylishly tossed the rifle to Jiangming. When the target paper was brought back, there was a hole in it, scoring 8 rings. Xiangbei extended a hand towards the bearded man. "Where's your wager?" The bearded man gritted his teeth and pulled out a stack of currency from his pocket. Before leaving, he added, "Just wait." Xiangbei took the stack of currency without even looking at it and stuffed it into Zhang Chuanfang's hand, saying, "You 3 can split it." After finishing, he swaggered towards the cafeteria. Zhang Chuanfang and the other 2 followed closely behind, constantly asking, "Brother, are you sure? We're serious about this." At the dining table, the 4 of them happily enjoyed steamed buns and braised fish. Zhang Chuanfang kept making noise while eating. Today's braised fish is really delicious. The soup is so fresh. The faces of the 4 opposite them twisted in envy as they returned to the dormitory. Xiangbei told the 3 that he had to leave because of family matters. The 3 were reluctant to see him go, although they had only spent a little over 20 days together. Xiangbei cherished their friendship deeply, especially today when the 3 stood up for him. Xiangbei assured them that they would meet again in the near future, and when they did, he would treat the 3 to drinks. The 4 reluctantly said their goodbyes. The reason Xiangbei had to return to Jinan was that tomorrow was July. If the butterfly effect did not occur, tomorrow would mark the historical Marco Polo Bridge incident, the beginning of Japan's full-scale invasion of China. On the night of July 7, 1937, while the Japanese army was conducting exercises near the Marco Polo Bridge in southwest Beijing, they used the excuse of a soldier being missing to demand entry into Wanping City for a search, which was sternly refused by the Chinese defending troops of the 29th Army. The Japanese army then opened fire on the Chinese defenders and bombarded Wanping City. The 29th Army rose up to resist. The Marco Polo Bridge incident sparked a nationwide fervor for resistance against Japan, with the Chinese Communist Party issuing a nationwide call for all to resist. The mountain city also issued a statement declaring there is no distinction between North and South, no distinction between old and young. Anyone has the responsibility to defend the homeland and resist. After returning to Jinan from the north, he anxiously awaited news from Beiping. He pondered to himself, "I have dismantled the arms factory, and this act is like a small butterfly flapping its wings. Can it not have some impact on the course of history?" However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. On July 7th, history cruelly repeated itself once again. On this day, Japanese Captain Shimizu Setsuru led the 1st Regiment of the Japanese River Brigade stationed the 3rd Squadron's 8th team, totaling 180 Japanese soldiers. What was even more shocking was that this time the Japanese not only had a large number of troops, but were also well equipped with ample ammunition, clearly coming prepared. Around 11 p.m., the Japanese suddenly claimed that a soldier had gone missing during the exercise and arrogantly demanded to enter Wanping County for a search. This was simply unreasonable. The garrison of Wanping County would certainly not allow the Japanese to succeed easily, firmly rejecting their demands. Regimental Commander Ji Xingwen was even more unafraid, responding with righteous indignation. "You can forget about it. There has been no discovery of Japanese troops entering Wanping City. Don't think you can intimidate us. Our Imperial Army is always capable of entering Wanping City. If the situation escalates, it won't be on you, a mere regiment commander, to bear the responsibility." Captain Shimizu Setsuru shouted arrogantly. Ji Xingwen refused to back down, resolutely replying, "Responsibility. My duty is to defend Wanping City. To prevent invaders like you from stepping foot on our land. That is my responsibility." Seeing Ji Xingwen so unyielding, Shimizu Setsuru gritted his teeth in anger, but knew he couldn't do anything to Ji in broad daylight. He viciously threw down a threat, "You wait and see," and turned back to the east bank of the Yongding River. Ji Xingwen watched Shimizu Setsuru's departing figure, his vigilance not easing. He knew that the little devils would never give up, and that there would surely be follow-up actions. Sure enough, not long after, Ji Xingwen noticed the Japanese troops were reinforcing and quickly occupied some key points outside Wanping City. "Commander, I see the devils are reinforcing. You'd better report this matter. If something happens, we really can't Ji Xingwen's aide said with a worried expression. Ji Xingwen furrowed his brows, fully aware that his aide's concerns were not without merit. After a moment of thought, he decisively ordered, "Immediately call Deputy Commander Qin and report the situation here in detail." At that moment, Deputy Commander Qin, who was also the mayor of Beiping, was engulfed in a wave of intense anxiety. He had been anxiously waiting for this phone call, hoping that no calls would come in, that everything would remain safe. Soon a call came in, and the devils wanted to force their way into the city. The secretary also realized the seriousness of the situation and suggested that the mayor should have Wanping County negotiate. After all, if a conflict really broke out, they would likely find it hard to gain an advantage. Qin Dekun paced back and forth in his office, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. After much contemplation, he finally made his decision. He said to his secretary, Alright, you first send a telegram to County Chief Wang Lengzhai of Wanping County, asking him to talk to the Japanese. We can help them search for the missing soldiers in the county town to see if we can find any clues. As the clock struck 2 a.m., Chen Xiangbei crushed the last cigarette, but forcefully, into the already. He took a deep breath, hoping this call would bring him some good news. Mayor County Chief Wang finally returned the call, stating that the Japanese had taken a very hardline stance. They insisted on sending a small group of personnel into Wanping County for a search. Faced with this situation, after careful consideration, County Chief Wang ultimately agreed to their request. However, to ensure safety, County Chief Wang also sent our troops along to be prepared for any unexpected situation. Upon receiving this news, Mayor Chen sighed helplessly. At present, it seems we can only proceed this way for now. However, unexpectedly, not long after, the secretary rushed into the office, beaming with joy. He brought good news. Mayor, we found the missing soldier, and he has already been brought back. Hearing this news, Chen Xiangbei felt a great sense of relief, as if the heavy burden on his shoulders had been lifted. He slowly sat on the stool, remarking, "It's good that the person was found. This way the little devils have no reason to cause trouble again." However, the good times did not last long. Just an hour later, the mayor's secretary rushed into the office, panic-stricken, shouting, "Not good, Mayor." Chen Xiangbei's heart tightened, quickly asking, "What happened?" The secretary gasped, saying, "The Japanese have raised new demands. They want all the garrison of Wanping to withdraw to the west gate, allowing their troops to freely enter and exit Wanping County." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiangbei's anger flared, and with a loud bang, he slammed his hand on the desk. Seething with rage, he cursed, "These little devils, truly insatiable. They want us to retreat from the west gate. No way. You go call Ji Xingwen and tell him not to let a single Japanese soldier enter Wanping." The mayor was informed that fighting had broken out between Wanping County and the Japanese. At 4:50 a.m., the Japanese launched an attack outside the east gate of Wanping, destroying the command post of the defending troops, while simultaneously launching a fierce assault from the west gate, formally commencing the siege. Accompanied by deafening cannon fire, the Japanese infantry surged like a tide, aggressively charging towards. However, the defenders of Wanping showed no fear. With unyielding spirit and superb combat skills, they delivered a resounding counterattack against the Japanese. In an instant, a storm of bullets and shouts filled the air, with gunfire and cannon blasts resonating through the skies. The Japanese suffered heavy casualties under the fierce counterattack of the defenders, but did not retreat, still charging forward madly. After a fierce battle, the Japanese finally broke through the defensive line of Wanping's defenders on the morning of the 8th, capturing the Longwang Temple and the railway bridge. However, the Chinese defenders did not lose heart. They quickly organized a counterattack, engaging the Japanese in a thrilling battle at the Lagukio. In the battle, the Chinese defenders exhibited a tenacious spirit of resistance, using their flesh and blood to block the Japanese assault, inflicting significant losses on the enemy. Meanwhile, the Japanese army dispatched a large number of reinforcements from Tianjin, attempting to capture Wanping City in one decisive strike. On the 9th, after a grueling battle, the Chinese defenders successfully recaptured the railway bridge, regaining control of the eastern bank of the Yongding River. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the Japanese had no choice but to engage in ceasefire negotiations with the authorities in Beiping. However, this was merely a delaying tactic on their part. Once the reinforcements fully arrived, the Japanese launched another fierce assault on Wanping City on the 11th, further escalating the conflict. They not only increased their troop numbers, but also employed more formidable firepower, bombarding Wanping City relentlessly. When Xiangbei finally received this news, a whole day had passed. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how rapidly the war had erupted. Since the battle had already commenced, Xiangbei decided to relocate all security companies and grain oil companies north of Jinan to the south of Jinan, redistributing employees among different companies to continue training. For these areas would eventually fall. Thus, enhancing the training of security companies became particularly important. First, Xiangbei decided to organize troops for a simulated confrontation exercise. This exercise would simulate various combat actions in real battle, allowing soldiers to experience authentic war scenarios firsthand. Through intense confrontation with the enemy, soldiers could hone their combat skills. Tactical applications and the ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances were crucial. Furthermore, Xiangbei understood that mental resilience was equally vital on the battlefield. Therefore, he also planned to help the soldiers improve their psychological qualities, overcoming fears and anxieties to ensure they could remain calm and perform at their best in actual combat. In addition to the simulated confrontation exercise and psychological training, Xiangbei intended to conduct wilderness survival training and the construction of defensive fortifications. Wilderness survival training would teach soldiers how to survive and be self-sufficient in harsh environments, while the construction of defensive fortifications would enhance their defensive capabilities on the battlefield. However, when these training subjects appeared at the security companies, the trainees couldn't help but feel something was amiss. They keenly sensed that these training activities seemed somewhat out of place with ordinary security work. Despite this, everyone tacitly agreed not to question the reasons behind it too much. After careful planning and organization, 120 individuals were evenly divided into 12 groups. Each group was led by an experienced commander. Subsequently, a thrilling live-fire confrontation exercise officially commenced. In this intense exercise, the participants fully showcased their tactical skills and team spirit, continuously challenging themselves and pushing their limits. Through fierce confrontations with opponents, they not only sharpened their combat abilities, but also further enhanced their capacity to deal with various complex situations. Meanwhile, exciting news arrived from Jingdezhen. The porcelain pieces that had been ordered had all successfully reached Jinan. The steel plates ordered from the Americans had also arrived on time, and everything was progressing smoothly as planned. In high spirits, Xiangbei arrived at the Hongju dye factory, where he was warmly welcomed by Chen, shouting as soon as he stepped inside, "Sixth brother, you've really worked hard lately." In high spirits, Xiangbei arrived at the Hongju dye factory, where he was warmly welcomed by Chen, shouting as soon as he stepped inside. Chen, shouting, smiled and waved his hand modestly, saying, "Oh, it's all the result of everyone's hard work. But sixth brother, I still need your help to produce 300 sets of bedding, or I'll have to trouble you again." After some pleasantries, Xiangbei mysteriously said to Chen, shouting, "Sixth brother, today, I've brought you something good." Saying this, he took out magnetic plates, steel plates, and resin adhesive from his bag, skillfully assembling them together. Before long, a long rectangular board weighing a full pound appeared before everyone. The appearance of this board surprised Chen, shouting, who looked at Xiangbei and asked in confusion, "Xiangbei, this is a clothing factory. What use do these things have? Can they even be used to make clothes?" Upon hearing Chen shouting's words, Xiangbei smiled slightly and replied, "Sixth brother, you're right. These things are indeed meant for making clothes." Saying this, he took out a black vest from the side, which had 10 small fabric pockets. Each pocket was about 50 centimeters long, running across the top and bottom of the vest. These small pockets were stitched together to envelop the entire vest. Xiangbei leisurely began to stuff the 10 long rectangular boards into the pockets. Then, with a gentle shake, a simple bulletproof vest was revealed before everyone's eyes. The design of this vest was quite special. It was not worn like ordinary clothing. Instead, it needed to be pulled down over the head, and then the straps on both sides had to be tightened. Since this was the city center bustling with people, Xiangbei was concerned about causing unnecessary trouble. Thus, he took the bulletproof vest into a noisy workshop. Once inside, he found a wooden post and placed the bulletproof vest on it. Xiangbei's series of actions left Chen shouting, completely bewildered. He was just about to ask Xiangbei what he was when suddenly Xiangbei pulled out a military handgun from his waist. Before Chen shouting could react, Xiangbei had already fired 10 shots at the bulletproof vest draped over the wooden post. Only then did Chen shouting come to the realization, as if waking from a dream, that what Xiangbei had made was actually a bulletproof vest. This was something he had never even heard of before. In fact, bulletproof vests had been used by the British and German armies 20 years ago, with a small number being worn by sentries and machine gunners. As the shooting ended, people crowded around the bulletproof vest, curiously examining this mysterious equipment. Xiangbei then calmly removed the bulletproof vest from the wooden post. As everyone looked closely, they saw that the front of the bulletproof vest had been left in tatters, as if it had endured. On the wooden post, 2 clear bullet holes were shockingly visible. Chen shouting couldn't help but frown and said regretfully, "Xiangbei, it seems this bulletproof vest's effectiveness isn't ideal." However, Xiangbei appeared calm and collected unhurriedly, removing the 5 panels located at the chest. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to these 5 steel plates, which were embedded with 5 bullets and bore 3 deep bullet scars. Clearly, these bullets had struck the steel plates with great force, causing them to become severely deformed. However, the meticulous Xiangbei did not relent. He continued to search carefully between the gaps in the steel plates, and indeed found traces of 2 bullets. "Xiangbei, it seems this bulletproof vest does have some effect," Chen shouting exclaimed excitedly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. It turned out that while the bulletproof vest could not entirely withstand the bullet's onslaught, it successfully reduced the damage by 80, a result that left Xiangbei very satisfied. "Sixth brother, this matter is of utmost importance. The production of this bulletproof vest must not leak a hint of information. You must keep it strictly confidential. As for the workers, just tell them these garments are specially prepared for steel workers, and instruct them not to ask too much. Also, sixth brother, please take the finished bedding as I instructed to the warehouse of the Grain and Oil Company. From now on, for every batch of bulletproof vests produced, you must help me deliver a batch, and do not let this be delayed." Saying this, Xiangbei pulled out several photos from his bag and laid them on the table. Sixth brother focused his gaze and was astonished to see that the people in the photos were German officers and soldiers. "Sixth brother, look, this is what the clothes we are to make will look like. Find the best tailor in Jinan and have them make a sample according to this design. Once this batch of bulletproof vests is completed, we will start making military uniforms. I will bring you the measurements in advance," Xiangbei explained. Finally, Xiangbei smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, "Sixth brother, I must trouble you again this time. It may take several months of hard work." Chen shouting chuckled, "Xiangbei, don't underestimate your elder brother. It's not just about being tired for the sake of fighting the Japanese. Even if it costs my life, I wouldn't mind. Phew, sixth brother, you mustn't talk carelessly. As for this fight against the Japanese, I will definitely be at the forefront. If anything were to happen to you, how would my sixth sister-in-law manage to have a second child? She would definitely come to me for an explanation. Haha, upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, joking and laughing for quite a while. In his previous life, Chen Xiaobei was the manager of 2 dye factories in Tianjin. Zhou Taofei and Ding Wendong, after Zhou Taofei sold the factory to the Germans at a low price, was tragically shot dead by the Japanese as he was preparing to leave. After Chen Xiaobei learned of Zhou Taofei's death, he was consumed by rage and spat blood, and it was at that moment that his health began to deteriorate. In this life, Xiangbei would definitely not let such a thing happen. Moreover, with Xiangbei's subordinates urgently needing management talent, he planned to save these 2 individuals. Xiangbei suddenly spoke seriously. Sixth brother, I have received a piece of news, but I don't know how reliable it is. The Japanese are planning to target the manager of your dye factory in Tianjin. It would be best for you to bring them to Jinan. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaobei's expression changed dramatically. Xiangbei, is what you said true? Xiangbei nodded. Chen Xiaobei immediately sent someone to telegraph the 2 managers to return to Jinan urgently. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was July 22nd. On this day, Peter sent a telegram informing us that all the procured materials would arrive 30 nautical miles east of Taiwan in 3 days. Upon receiving this news, we acted immediately. Xiangbei rented a large cargo ship and hurried to the designated sea area. Upon reaching the destination, Xiangbei acted with extreme caution. He placed the remaining unpaid balance in the cabin in advance. After securing it, he was still not at ease and specially found a sturdy lock to tightly secure the cabin, ensuring that no one could easily open it. After completing these tasks, Xiangbei breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Now no one on the entire ship knew what was locked inside the cabin, and his secret was well protected. With everything ready, the cargo ship slowly sailed towards the designated sea area. After a long voyage, it finally reached its destination. As soon as they arrived, Xiangbei eagerly gazed into the distance. In the distance, he saw dozens of cargo ships anchored in the sea, resembling a forest of steel. He focused his gaze and indeed spotted Peter among one of the American cargo ships. Thus, without hesitation, Xiangbei boarded that American cargo ship and met with Peter. Upon meeting, the 2 greeted each other warmly, like old friends reuniting after a long time. After the pleasantries, they began to get down to business and seriously inspected the goods. This was no easy task, requiring careful verification of every detail to ensure that the quantity and quality of the goods met the requirements. As time passed, Xiangbei and Peter focused entirely on checking the goods, not letting any doubts slip by. This inspection indeed took a considerable amount of time, spanning the better part of the day. Unexpectedly, Xiangbei made a bizarre request. He requested that all crew members on the ship must remain in their cabins and not move around or peek. This was quite perplexing, after all, who would want to be confined in a small space. However, when the crew learned that Xiangbei was willing to pay each of them 30 for their impolite behavior, their attitude changed immediately. Their initial dissatisfaction and complaints were quickly overshadowed by the lure of money. Each person silently closed their mouths, seemingly no longer having objections to this condition. Although the crew members were unaware of the specific circumstances of Xiangbei's arrival, to assist those foreigners surely knew what cargo their ship was carrying. After all, this was not ordinary cargo, but weaponry that could overthrow a nation. If these goods were to inexplicably vanish, Xiangbei was certain that he would not survive a month. This was not only because the loss of the goods would bring him tremendous economic loss, but more importantly, he could very well attract major trouble, even risking his life. Subsequently, Xiangbei invited Peter and 5 others onto his cargo ship. Once on board, Xiangbei unhesitatingly opened the cargo hold, allowing them to carefully count the remaining balance. This action demonstrated Xiangbei's integrity and confidence in the transaction, while also increasing Peter and the others' trust in him. Meanwhile, Xiangbei was not idle. Under the escort of a small boat, he shuttled between different cargo ships, collecting batch after batch of materials. These materials were evidently crucial for Xiangbei, serving as his backbone and capital. He would not allow any slip-ups and had to ensure that every batch of materials was secured, making a significant commotion on each cargo ship, ensuring that those locked inside could hear it. Since Peter had only brought 5 people to count the cash and none of them were professional finance personnel, the entire counting process was unusually difficult and time-consuming. After a full day of relentless effort, they finally completed the counting of the remaining balance. However, unexpectedly, after the first count, they discovered a shortfall of a full 10000. Faced with this situation, the 5 had no choice but to carefully recount the remaining balance. Meanwhile, Xiangbei decided to put these 5 under house arrest, not allowing them to leave for a full 2 days. Peter could also understand this. When Peter witnessed all the goods vanish without a trace within just 2 days, his eyes widened in astonishment. Completing such a large-scale transportation of goods so swiftly is no ordinary feat. This left Peter deeply impressed by Xiangbei's capabilities while also realizing that a vast and efficient fleet must be hidden behind Xiangbei. Peter did not dwell too much on where the weapons would ultimately end up. For him, it was not a matter of concern. What he cared more about was whether this transaction could be completed smoothly, and if he could gain the profits he deserved, especially in a world filled with conflicts over interests. Initially, the crew members were quite satisfied with the additional reward of $30, as this unexpected income was undeniably a pleasant surprise for them. However, after being under house arrest for 2 days, they gradually began to realize that this business deal might not be as profitable as they had imagined. After settling the account, Xiangbei and his group embarked on their journey home with light hearts, having successfully completed the transaction while learning that several more batches of goods would arrive in Huagua over the next 10 days. This was undoubtedly good news for them, indicating that their fortunes were improving. However, upon returning to Jinan, Xiangbei received a shocking message. Beiping and Tianjin had fallen. The fall of these two crucial northern cities within a span of just over 20 days caught everyone off guard. During the process of the Japanese occupation of Beiping and Tianjin, approximately 100,000 Chinese troops were deployed, while the Japanese only had around 30,000. Despite the numerical advantage, the Chinese forces ultimately could not hold these strategic locations. Specifically, the defending troops in Beiping were the 29th Army, which included 4 infantry divisions, 1 cavalry division, a special operations brigade, and 2 security brigades totaling about 100,000 men. On the Japanese side, it was mainly the Japanese China Garrison Army, whose units gathered around July 20th in areas near Miungali Camp, Tianjin, and Beiping. Having completed the encirclement of Pingjin with a total strength of about 30,000 troops, even with a 3-1 advantage in numbers, the overwhelming gap in weaponry still made it a daunting challenge. In recent days, the situation in Beiping and Tianjin had become increasingly tense, prompting many people to flee the two cities in search of safety to the south. However, some chose to stay in Jinan, perhaps due to their familiarity with the city, or because they still held a glimmer of hope for the future. At this moment, Xiangbei made an important decision. He sent out recruitment information to the refugees from Beiping, hoping to have more people join his clothing factory. Once the news was released, it immediately attracted the attention of many, as a stable job during this turbulent period was indeed hard to come by. After several days of efforts, Xiangbei successfully recruited over 500 refugees. Though they came from different backgrounds, they all shared a common goal: to work hard for their survival. Their addition not only brought new labor to the clothing factory, but also further increased its production capacity. Meanwhile, Xiangbei conducted a comprehensive evaluation of the 1,200 members of the security company. Through detailed data statistics and analysis, he was astonished to find that even the last 100 members ranked among the elite in the Central Army. Faced with such results, Xiangbei pondered if he could keep all these members and train them rigorously, they would surely become a formidable force. Thus, he decisively decided to retain all personnel, but publicly announced that the evaluation would be postponed for 3 months. This decision seemed simple, but was imbued with Xiangbei's deeper intentions. He hoped to apply pressure on the members through this approach, compelling them to train harder in the coming time. Striving to cultivate each individual into a top-tier ace, ensuring that every member could become a sharp. Xiangbei found Han Fuju's actions perplexing. He clearly had an army of 80 to 90,000 at his disposal, yet when the Japanese invaders were at the doorstep, he did not reinforce defenses in Dezhou. However, despite his doubts and dissatisfaction, Xiangbei, being a junior officer, had no right to question or express opinions on the decisions of his superiors. Faced with this situation, Xiangbei resolved to establish a smooth communication channel within the army. He aimed to allow junior officers to freely express their thoughts and suggestions. In the following days, Xiangbei received 4 to 5 batches of goods, and the quantities were generally in line with his initial expectations. Though this brought him some comfort, he remained preoccupied with the radar he had ordered from Britain. Regrettably, that radar had not arrived as scheduled. It was said that the radar was classified as a non-sale item and could not be traded. However, Xiangbei did not believe that such so-called non-sale items truly existed in this world. Thus, Xiangbei decisively hired a British businessman, offering him a substantial amount of pounds to persuade the relevant parties attempting to break this deadlock. After some effort, the businessman finally returned with news that things had begun to take shape. On February 25, 1935, a British physicist, Robert Watson Watt, invented the world's first practical radar capable of detecting bombers up to 60 kilometers away. In January 1936, the first radar station was established on the Suffolk coast, followed by the British Air Force, adding 5 more, playing a significant role in World War II. Xiangbei was well aware of what radar meant for them, thus he was determined to acquire it, even if it meant personally traveling to Britain for a zero-cost purchase operation. However, apart from Xiangbei himself, no one else knew of this plan. As early as when all the security companies in the 4 provinces were just established, Xiangbei had made an astonishing request: the leased premises must be long and narrow. To meet this peculiar requirement from the boss, old Chen went to great lengths. He spent considerable time and effort searching for suitable venues, and even spent extra money unnecessarily. Yet old Chen did not complain, knowing that Xiangbei must have his reasons for doing so. If you were to view these training grounds from above, you would be surprised to find that their shapes resembled those of airports. Indeed, this was a meticulous design by Xiangbei. He had long been prepared for potential future scenarios. Once the training equipment was moved away and the grounds slightly tidied up, it could immediately transform into a On August 13th, the Battle of Songhu broke out. In China, various factions responded to the call to arms, dispatching a large number of troops to participate in the war. Among them were not only the main forces such as the Central Army, but also local troops from Guangxi, Guangdong. These troops came from different regions, each possessing unique combat styles and tactical characteristics, yet all shared a common goal: to defend the homeland and resist foreign invaders. According to incomplete statistics, China deployed a total of over 70 divisions, with approximately 7,500 soldiers. On the Japanese side, they initially deployed only parts of the 3rd and 11th divisions. However, as the war progressed, Japan continuously increased its forces with subsequent additions, including the 9th, 13th, and 101st Divisions, as well as the Heavy Wisteria Unit. These newly added troops further strengthened Japan's military power, bringing their total strength to about 3,000. In the face of the increasingly severe situation of the Japanese army's reinforcements, the Chinese army gradually shifted to a defensive posture, yet they remained undaunted and fought back fiercely. In Xiaobei, Hongkou, and Yangshipu, intense battles erupted, while strategic deployments to the north became urgent. Troops in Shaanxi must be redeployed by September 15th for reorganization and to strengthen defensive. Despite having a comparable number of combat aircraft to the Japanese, it was clear that their pilots lacked combat experience, putting them at a disadvantage in confrontations with the Japanese. In modern warfare, whoever controls the air supremacy controls the scale of war, and whoever controls the radar controls the air supremacy. At this critical moment, radar became a decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. However, time was of the essence, and he could no longer afford to wait. Thus, he unhesitatingly wired 500 to the British merchant, demanding that the radar be dispatched from British soil before August 20th. He also requested that engineers and installation workers come along, otherwise the transaction would be considered void. As the saying goes, as long as the money is in place, one can have as much mangpa soup as they want. Just 3 days later, uplifting news arrived. The radar would be dispatched within 5 days. Although time was very tight, it should still be in time for use. After thorough consideration, he issued an important order to lease several plots of land on the north side of the Yellow River in Shandong, and to install 5 radar bases in advance. The distance between each radar station was set at 120 kilometers, allowing for effective monitoring of aircraft activities coming from the north. On September 5th, he arrived in the Shaanxi region, immediately launching into work by inspecting the training conditions of various troops. Through on-site observation, he found that the training among the different branches was quite rigorous, with soldiers demonstrating a high degree of dedication and professionalism. However, he also noted some shortcomings in the joint training among multiple branches. This is a process that requires time and experience accumulation, and through continuous practice in actual combat, he believed that the collaborative combat capabilities among the various branches would be significantly enhanced. He consistently honored his commitments, not only paying a substantial fee to the Red Party, but also bringing along 3 truckloads of medicine. He reiterated that the 30 training aircraft would be left to the Red Party as a gesture of thanks. This action fully reflected his integrity and respect for his partners. Finally, he handed a paper to Director Chen, which read, Leah, a major secretary in the Military Coordination Department, former military intelligence agent codenamed Alter. Director Chen's face turned extremely grim as he took the paper. He repeatedly confirmed the accuracy of the information, but then said, how can there be only one Chen Dasha? This is completely inconsistent with what you initially said. You clearly mentioned the national government and the Japanese army. He shot a displeased glance at Director Chen and said, Han Bing must have already informed you, right? But you just didn't believe it. After a moment of silence, he continued, Director Chen, you can take Han Bing back. However, before November, she absolutely cannot come into contact with anyone. As for after November, that has nothing to do with me. He silently muttered to himself, thinking that he didn't watch much television, so remembering 2 names was already quite impressive. Now the weapons in his possession could be described as varied, with all types included. Compared to the future so-called international made of the ASEAN country, they were by no means inferior. Here there were not only fighter jets, bombers, and transport planes produced by various countries, but the quantity was also significant, totaling over 600 aircraft. He planned to organize these planes into 4 air divisions, ensuring that each division would possess a certain level of strength. Currently, most of the personnel in training here were pilots, bomb loaders, aircraft maintenance engineers, and a small number of ground support staff. He temporarily set the number of personnel in each air division at 100, with each division containing various types of aircraft, including bombers, transport planes, and fighters, totaling 150 aircraft. The artillery types exceeded 120 pieces, including 155 mm howitzers, 105 mm howitzers, and 76 mm cannons. He planned to establish 4 artillery divisions, each equipped with 150 pieces of artillery, a number that was already double that of a conventional artillery division. Each artillery division would be staffed with 150 personnel and would have a relatively complete structure, including not only artillery units, but also a large number of personnel responsible for transportation, communication, reconnaissance, and logistics support. The remaining 600 pieces of artillery he planned to distribute evenly among the various teams. He had about 630 tanks, while the Red Party currently had no tanks. Knowing that they would be embarrassed to ask, he decided to leave the 30 tanks for them, planning to establish 4 armored divisions. Each armored division would have 150 tanks with a total strength of 1500, which had a more complex structure, including not only tank units, but also motorized infantry, artillery, reconnaissance units, engineers, and personnel responsible for logistics and maintenance. After layers of examinations and numerous simulated military confrontations based on military quality, combat experience, team management, and communication coordination, as well as moral character, the officers at the division, regiment, and battalion levels, along with 300 soldiers, were appointed. He issued orders to the entire army for mutual supervision among team members. No one was allowed to leak any training subjects or matters related to the Allied forces. Including the team members in Shandong, they were to publicly declare that they were conducting training in a different location. Violators would be subject to military law. On September 10th, the transportation team returned these officers and soldiers to a security company no further than 300 kilometers south of Jinan, laying the groundwork for the gathering of troops in half a month. All military equipment, whether firearms, ammunition, or other strategic supplies, is absolutely not allowed to be taken away by the Allied forces. These supplies must be stored properly and kept safe. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, the members of the troops were in civilian clothes, making the team appear less conspicuous. They returned to Shandong quietly in batches along different routes and at staggered times. Meanwhile, Xiangbei secretly stored away the weapons in the warehouse. In the past few days, a large number of vehicles had left Shaanxi, and the disappearance of the weapons in the warehouse did not raise any suspicions. Perhaps because everyone's attention was focused on other matters, or perhaps because Xiangbei's actions were sufficiently discreet, everything seemed unusually calm. When Director Chen learned that Xiangbei had left these 30 tanks for them, he was deeply moved. He understood what these 30 tanks meant for the current army. They represented formidable combat power and strategic deterrence. The army was too embarrassed to even ask for a few. Director Chen was so emotional that tears welled up in his eyes. He firmly grasped Xiangbei's hand and said, his voice slightly trembling, "Brother, I won't say anything else from now on. Shaanxi is your family, your support." Xiangbei felt uncomfortable hearing this. It seemed as if he were the one providing the dowry. The family had not contributed anything valuable. He had never seen such a poor family. He chuckled inwardly. It seemed he would have to frequently provide for his family. Fortunately, there were no malicious old women watching closely. Listening to Director Chen's words and looking at the scene before him, Xiangbei felt a peculiar sensation rise within him. He felt as if he were a bride about to be married, filled with anticipation for the future and reluctance to part with his family. After returning to Jinan, apart from the 300 soldiers training in Shaanxi, Xiangbei decided to conduct a final examination. This examination particularly focused on the over 900 members who graduated from Xiaowangpu, as well as the squad leaders and deputy squad leaders. The examination covered multiple aspects, including military literacy, combat experience, team management, and communication skills, as well as moral character, among other subjects. In addition, there was a voting segment for over 300 team members to ensure the selection of the best officers. After a series of rigorous assessments, the officers at all levels were finally determined. However, their positions remained confidential and were scheduled to be officially announced on September 26th. After in-depth discussions with Lao Chun and some senior generals, the Allied forces ultimately decided to establish 4 group armies, each consisting of several combat units. 3 infantry divisions, which are the core strength of the group army, equipped with rifles, machine guns, mortars, etc., are responsible for primary combat tasks, including defense and long-range attacks. 1 cavalry division with some group armies, including cavalry units mainly used for reconnaissance, alert pursuit, and rapid penetration tasks. 1 artillery division equipped with mountain guns, field guns, howitzers, etc., responsible for providing fire support for infantry and cavalry. 1 armored division equipped with 150 tanks. Signal troops to ensure communication within the group army. Logistics troops responsible for material transport, ammunition supply, and food supply. Medical troops in charge of treating the wounded, bandaging, evacuation, and health epidemic prevention to minimize non-combat casualties. Military police maintaining military discipline and public order. Each group army comprises 8000 personnel in number that is already quite streamlined. Chen Xiangbei serves as the commander of the first group army. Sun Changfa serves as the commander of the second group army. Zhao Jigang serves as the commander of the third group army. Xiangbei personally serves as the chief of Air Force, overseeing 4 Air Force divisions with a total of 4000 personnel. However, the selection of the commander for the fourth group army posed some difficulties. From a comprehensive performance perspective, Zhao Xiaodang is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the commander position. However, throughout the long history of Huaxiao, it seems there have been few precedents for women holding the title of commander. This undoubtedly brought some uncertainty to Zhao Zietang's appointment. But Chen Xiangbei thought, what does it matter if the woman I like becomes a commander? Besides, Zhao Xiaodang has the capability, wasn't there Mu Guiying in ancient times? Moreover, if that foolish Chen Changfa can be a commander, why can't Xiaodang? If she truly lacks ability, we can always replace her later. The allied forces need hard power. It's simple and straightforward, and we push hard. In the end, Xiangbei decided to call Zhao Xiaodang to the office for a face-to-face discussion on the matter. When Zhao Xiaodang walked into the office, Xiangbei felt an indescribable sensation rise within him. He never expected that the final candidate would be Zhao Xiaodang. Xiaodang began, I truly never anticipated your performance would be so outstanding. At this point, there was nothing left for him to hide. He paused briefly before continuing. The purpose of forming this army is to resist the Japanese invaders. Therefore, regarding your future work arrangements, I would like to seek your opinion first. Zhao Xiaodang looked at Xiangbei quietly, her eyes resolute and courageous. Do you wish to enlist, or? Before Xiangbei could finish his sentence, Zhao Xiaodang interrupted him without hesitation. Enlist. Zhao Zietang's voice was crisp and powerful, as if there was not the slightest hesitation. Xiangbei looked at Zhao Xiaodang in surprise. He had originally planned to elaborate on other positions available for selection, but her decisive answer left him momentarily speechless. Boss, even if I have to be a private soldier, I want to be a soldier fighting the Japanese. Zhao Zietang's voice was resounding, revealing her unwavering resolve. Alright, I understand. You can go back now. Although the boss' response was brief, it seemed to carry some deeper meaning. Upon hearing this, Xiangbei already felt assured. He understood Zhao Zietang's determination and desire, and he knew what he needed to do next. He decided not only to make Zhao Xiaodang a soldier, but also to make her the first female commander in the history. To achieve this goal, Xiangbei began to carefully plan, selecting an exceptionally qualified chief of staff for Zhao Xiaodang to ensure she received the best guidance and support in the military field. Time flew by, and before long it was September 26th. On this day, security companies in every county held all-hands meetings. Xiangbei also personally attended one of the security companies, standing on the podium, facing a multitude of employees below. Hello everyone. Many of you know me, and many do not. But it doesn't matter, my name is Chen Xiangbei. Yes, I am the boss of this security company, and also the owner of the grain and oil company. But more importantly, I am a son of Huaxia. First of all, I want to apologize to everyone. His tone was sincere and serious. I deceived you all. The security company is actually just a facade. Xiangbei continued seriously, his voice echoing in the silent venue. I believe that even the dullest person can see that we are not a legitimate security company at all. Ha ha ha. Before he could finish, a loud laughter erupted from the audience. However, Xiangbei was not affected by the laughter. His gaze remained resolutely scanning every person in the audience. Northeast China has been in decline for years. The Japanese have committed atrocities in Northeast China, yet our national government has done nothing, turning a blind eye to it all. Last month, even the neighboring Hebei province fell. Now the iron hooves of the Japanese devils are almost up. At this point, Xiangbei's emotions grew more intense as he waved his arms and shouted loudly, as upright sons and daughters of Huaxia, who will protect our wives, children, and families. What should we do? Should we just cower and pretend we see nothing? Or should we pick up our guns and fight those devils? Kill the devils. Just then someone in the audience suddenly shouted. This voice acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Kill the devils. Kill the devils. The thunderous shouts reverberated throughout the venue, deafening. The people's emotions were completely ignited as they waved their fists and roared as if they wanted to vent all their anger and resentment. Brothers. Xiangbei's voice remained clear amidst the chaos. Going to the battlefield to fight the enemy could very well cost us our lives. However, if we do not resist, our loved ones and our homeland will suffer the ravages and trampling of the enemy. I am once again giving you a choice. If you do not wish to fight the enemy, I bear you no grudge. You can go home after settling your salary at the finance department. The scene was silent, eerily quiet, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, or after several seconds someone suddenly shouted, Fight the enemy, fight the enemy. There is not a single coward among us, nor anyone willing to back down. Xiangbei took a deep breath and continued, brothers, we are going to the battlefield to fight the enemy. This is a battle of life and death. But I must tell you, if misfortune strikes, I, Chen Xiangbei, will take good care of your parents and children. His voice was powerful and resonant, as if it could penetrate the soul of everyone present. Moreover, the Allied forces will be responsible for providing for your parents in their old age and raising your children until they turn 18. Before his words fell silent, the crowd erupted into a fervent cheer. Long live the Allied forces! Long live the Allied forces! The sound was thunderous, echoing in the air. After a while, the crowd's emotions gradually calmed down. Xiangbei smiled slightly, then walked to the table and picked up a Type 38 rifle and a Thompson submachine gun. He skillfully donned the bulletproof vest and displayed it to everyone. Brothers, each of you will receive such a weapon. Xiangbei waved the Thompson submachine gun in his hand, confidently stating, with this advanced equipment, we can easily defeat those Japanese devils. The team members below lit up at the sight of the gun, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. Not only that, your marksmanship will definitely be able to crush the Japanese. Xiangbei's words exuded immense confidence. This is not me boasting. Hearing this, pride surfaced on the faces of the crowd. They were well aware of their own strength. Any one of them pulled from the ranks would be a sharpshooter. These skills were honed with an enormous amount of ammunition. In just the past 6 months, the ammunition consumed had reached tens of millions of rounds. Such an astonishing number would be hard for any army to bear. If it weren't for Xiangbei promptly ordering a large shipment of ammunition from abroad, the stocks at the Shenyang arsenal would have long been depleted. At this point, Xiangbei suddenly tapped the bulletproof vest he was wearing and exclaimed, "Do you see this? This is a bulletproof vest. It can reduce damage by 80. His words were filled with pride, and he added, "I can confidently say that only our Allied forces have such equipment in the world." Hearing this, the crowd unanimously showed expressions of surprise, evidently amazed and excited by such advanced protective gear. Finally, Xiangbei firmly declared, "As your leader, I will do my utmost to protect the life and safety of each and every one of you brothers. Brothers, do you know how powerful our Allied forces are? In a few days you will witness it all firsthand." Xiangbei stood before everyone, his voice strong and filled with confidence and authority. He began appointing officers at various levels, starting with the squad leaders, company commanders, battalion commanders, regimental commanders, and finally the division commanders. With each name read out, the corresponding officer would step forward to receive their certificate and a pistol engraved with their name. When he called out 32nd Regiment, 1st Battalion Commander, a figure rushed forward like the wind. It turned out to be Xiangbei's roommate, Zhang Chuanfang. Zhang Chuanfang excitedly ran up to Xiangbei, saluted smartly, and stammered, "I'm boss, a general. Xiangbei." He seemed a bit nervous, unsure of what to say. On August 13th, the Battle of Songhu broke out. In China, various factions responded to the call to arms, dispatching a large number of troops. "Tonight I'll treat you 3 brothers to drinks and have a good get-together." After saying that, he placed the pistol and certificate in Zhang Chuanfang's hands. Zhang Chuanfang was taken aback. He never expected that the brother he once helped out would turn out to be his boss, the great general of the entire army. "My brother Zhang Chuanfang, unexpectedly, is the great general." Next to rush up was Zhao Dahan, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 66th Regiment. This red-faced, bearded giant nervously saluted Xiangbei, visibly sweating and trembling. Xiangbei smiled at him and asked, "Still betting?" "Not betting anymore, General." Zhao Dahan shook his head vigorously and said, "Sorry, General." Xiangbei replied with a smile, "Come on, it's no big deal. You'll have plenty to brag about now. Remember when you defeated the general, right?" Zhao Dahan shook his head vigorously. I dare not, General." Xiangbei patted his shoulder and handed him the certificate and pistol. Finally, Xiangbei began to announce, "Chen Xiangbei, commander of the 1st Army Group. Sun Changfa, commander of the 2nd Army Group. Zhao Jigang, commander of the 3rd Army Group." The crowd took turns coming up to receive their pistols and certificates. Zhao Xiaotong, commander of the 4th Army Group. When this appointment was announced, the crowd erupted. Although there were a few female officers at the battalion level, having a girl under 20 as the commander of an army group was undoubtedly like dropping a bomb in the water. Those in the know might think Xiao Xiaodang was deserving of the position. However, most people found this appointment somewhat abrupt. As a girl, whether she could effectively lead a force of 8,000 to 9,000 troops was still in question. Let alone others, even Xiao Xiaodang herself was dumbfounded and did not step onto the stage for a long time. She couldn't believe the name she heard. Xiangbei read out the name loudly again. Zhao Xiaodang. Present. As commander of the 4th Army Group. At this moment, Zhao Xiaodang finally reacted and hurried to the podium. She saluted smartly, and Xiangbei handed her the pistol and certificate, saying, "I believe in you, you can do it." At that moment, tears glistened in Zhao Xiaotang's eyes. After the meeting concluded, Xiangbei made arrangements in strict secrecy, allowing soldiers from Texas to lead 2 companions back home without carrying any firearms. They were to await further arrangements. Because Xiangbei had stored quite a few light weapons and a small number of tanks in each county. Once the Japanese army reached the Yellow River, they would surround and crush the enemy. At the same time, Xiangbei made a shocking decision. He would transform the training grounds in Shandong into a makeshift. Although this idea seemed somewhat insane, he firmly believed it would provide a tremendous advantage for future battles. After a period of intense construction, the original training ground was remodeled into an airport of considerable scale. Runways, parking aprons, control towers, and other facilities were all in place, essentially meeting the conditions for military aircraft takeoff and landing. Moreover, Xiangbei secretly installed 5 advanced radar systems at designated locations. These radars were meticulously wrapped and camouflaged, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it nearly impossible to detect them without careful observation. With everything ready, all Xiangbei could do was wait for Han Fuju to withdraw from Shandong. He believed that when the Allied forces' aircraft landed again on this land, they would be astonished and delighted by this suddenly emerging secret weapon. October 1st, 1937, was an extraordinary day for Dezhou. The iron hooves of the Japanese invaders ruthlessly trampled this land as the 10th Division of the Japanese Army launched a fierce attack on Dezhou, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Faced with the fierce advance of the Japanese forces, the troops, led by Han Fuju, did not retreat. They engaged in a desperate struggle against the Japanese army in Dazhou, Leilang, and north of the Yellow River in Huimin. However, the conflict between Han Fuju and Chiang Kai-shek complicated the battle significantly. Han Fuju, proud of his military strength, often paid lip service to Chiang Kai-shek's orders while acting against them. He not only refused to remit a single cent of Shandong's tax revenues to Chiang Kai-shek, but also openly defied his commands, truly embodying the phrase listening to declarations but not orders. This behavior was undoubtedly a challenge to Chiang Kai-shek's authority and further intensified the conflict. What was even more unexpected was that during the Xian incident, Han Fuju actually sent a telegram to the young marshal openly supporting his decision. This action undoubtedly embarrassed Chiang Kai-shek and brought his dissatisfaction with Han Fuju to a peak. However, even during the fierce battle with the Japanese army, the old man, under the pretext of strengthening the Shanghai battlefront, transferred a heavy artillery brigade originally allocated to Han Fuju. This undoubtedly created immense difficulties for Han Fuju in battle and deepened his resentment towards the old man. This decision stirred up a hornet's nest. The 29th Division of Han Fuju's troops, led by Chao Falin, and the 81st Division, commanded by Zhang Shadong, were urgently dispatched to support the 29th Army of Song Jiu in the 6th War Zone. Just as division commanders Chao and Zhang were preparing to pursue victory and deal a heavy blow to the Japanese army, Han Fuju suddenly received orders to withdraw immediately to Yuqing. Han Fuju urgently summoned his staff to discuss countermeasures, and everyone unanimously agreed that collaboration with the Japanese was not an option. It would be tantamount to treason and would surely lead to eternal condemnation. However, continuing to fight the Japanese might also lead to a dead end. The more Han Fuju thought about it, the angrier he became, and he cursed, "The old man wants to use the Japanese to weaken us, while using us to weaken the Japanese. Yet in this critical moment, he actually transferred my heavy artillery brigade. What a cunning plan." After deep contemplation, Han Fuju decided to adopt the strategy of retreating from the 36 stratagems. He understood very well that if he exhausted the troops he had, he would truly become a lone wolf, unable to stand anywhere. Thus Han Fuju decisively issued the order, "Relay my command, all troops are to retreat south immediately, leaving only the 485th Regiment to hold the rear." Under the wise command of Brigade Commander Yun Shichong and Regiment Commander Zhang Diyun, the 485th Regiment, like a steel wall, firmly relied on the walls of Dazhou, valiantly resisting the fierce attacks of the Japanese army. In this thrilling battle, they engaged in a desperate struggle with the Japanese army, lasting a full 3 days and nights. This brutal combat dealt a heavy blow to the Japanese, costing them a significant number of casualties. However, the brave and fearless 485th Regiment also paid a painful price. Regiment Commander Zhang Diyun and nearly all the officers and soldiers of the regiment heroically sacrificed their lives in this fierce battle, defending the dignity and territory of their country with their lives. Meanwhile, Xiangbei's troops also received orders to withdraw south. Faced with this command, Xiangbei knowingly asked, "Commander, where exactly are we supposed to withdraw to in the south? The Japanese have already reached our doorstep. Why do we still need to retreat south?" The commander helplessly shook his head and sighed, "If you ask me, how would I know where to withdraw to? The higher-ups are having a disagreement with the old man. We can only follow orders. Just let us retreat, and don't ask any more questions. Recent times have made it imperative for you to stay close to the unit. No one can predict when the troops might sub." Xiangbei recalled the history of his previous life, when Han Fuju retreated from Jinan, and the troops he commanded upon his orders set fire to important facilities such as the provincial government, high courts, and train stations, euphemistically named scorched earth resistance. However, this behavior did not inflict substantial hindrance on the Japanese. Instead, it brought immense disaster to the innocent civilians. In this life, Xiangbei would never allow such a tragedy to happen again. He was determined to stop this foolish act. Thus, through clever bribery, he successfully obtained the authority to implement this action. He also dispatched his soldiers to protect these sites. Starting a fire would be easy, but repairing these places would. Meanwhile, Xiangbei also divided the 1st Army Group of the Allied forces into smaller units. Disguised as civilians, they spread out along Jinan, Binzhou, and Dongying. The Second Army Group was sent to Shandong and Liaoqing to join forces with the First Army Group to prevent the Japanese from advancing south. The Third Army Group was dispatched to Qingdao and Yintai along the coast tasked with defending the Shandong Peninsula and preventing the Japanese from landing from the sea. In the previous life, the Second Fleet of the Japanese Navy and its Marine Corps invaded on January 10, 1938, landing at Shandong, Hejianshan Village, Huiquan Bay, Shazaku, and Fushan Bay, with dozens of aircraft providing cover, quickly penetrating the urban area with little resistance. Xiangbei had long prepared the Third Army Group to be stationed here. By the last day, you wouldn't see a single Allied soldier on the streets of Qingdao. Xiangbei would not allow a single Japanese soldier to leave the Shandong Peninsula alive. The Fourth Army Group was stationed in the southern region of Shandong, safeguarding the fruits of victory in Shandong to prevent any changes. Xiangbei had previously rented a large number of warehouses in these areas to store vast amounts of weapons and logistical supplies. On December 23rd, the cold wind howled and snowflakes danced. In this icy and snowy day, the 10th Division of the Japanese Army, led by Koguchi Renja, split into two routes, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. They aggressively crossed the Yellow River east of Chiha and Jiang, attempting to encircle Jinan in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, over 4,000 soldiers of the First Army were already on high alert. They had been equipped with fine weapons and gear since the 22nd, armed to the teeth. The soldiers wore sturdy military helmets, donned crisp German-style uniforms, and wore thick leather boots. They were also equipped with bulletproof vests, wielding submachine guns, and laden with grenades, each appearing imposing and fierce. Not only that, the First Army also had an armored brigade equipped with advanced tanks and armored vehicles. Their formidable firepower was capable of destroying any enemy defenses. A field artillery brigade equipped with various calibers of artillery could launch a fierce bombardment on enemy positions, and two air divisions stood ready to deliver devastating strikes at any moment. However, just as Han Fuju was leading his main forces to retreat from Jinan towards Taiyan on December, this decision shocked and confused many citizens, as Jinan was an important strategic location, and giving it up so easily did not seem like something the governor of Shandong would do. Two entire regiments of infantry were dispatched northward like a torrent of steel, rushing powerfully towards Chiha and Jiang. They were tasked with a critical mission to intercept the Japanese army. As Han Fuju's main forces retreated from various parts of Shandong, the Allies swiftly and accurately filled this gap like a timely rain. They seamlessly took over multiple regions in Shandong, demonstrating high levels of organization and coordination. The orders received by the two dispatch teams were even more perplexing. They were instructed not to repel the Japanese forces, but to allow them to advance 500 meters each day. For Commander Wang Weiming of the 045 Regiment, this order was utterly baffling. When he received this directive, confusion and disbelief filled his heart. His troops had long been eager to engage the Japanese devils. However, this command felt like a bucket of cold water poured over the entire team. In Wang Weiming's military career, he had never encountered such an order. He couldn't help but wonder if there was some hidden meaning behind it, or if the higher-ups had a particular strategic consideration. But regardless, he had to obey the command. It was a soldier's duty. This was truly a perplexing situation. Wang Weiming looked bewildered. He was undoubtedly an outstanding commander. Not only had he successfully calmed the soldiers' anxious emotions, but he also carefully explained the deeper meaning behind this decision. Attracting more Japanese troops as a single division of Japanese soldiers clearly could not satisfy the Allies' appetite. The reason for Xiangbei issuing such seemingly absurd orders was actually well thought out. If the Allies could repel this Japanese force, Han Fuju, once he learned of this news, would likely order his troops to return to Jinan immediately. This would put the Allies in a passive position, disrupting the original strategic deployment. Even if Han Fuju did not drive the Allies out of Jinan, there would inevitably be mutual suspicion and vigilance between the two armies. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Therefore, Xiangbei had no choice but to confront the Japanese army. This way they could both eliminate the living forces of the Japanese and prevent their retreat, achieving two objectives. Another important reason was that there were their own radar systems near Jinan. There were also numerous temporary airfields nearby, which was undoubtedly a huge advantage for the Allies. Xiangbei planned to encircle the Japanese air power here. The 10th Division of Koguchi Renja was like bait. If they left Jinan, the Allies' air force would not hold any advantage. To achieve the goal of confronting the Japanese, Wang Weiming decisively took a series of measures. He first ordered the soldiers to lay a large number of landmines along the Japanese advance route. These landmines were like hidden assassins. If the Japanese attempted to clear the mines, it would waste a lot of time. Moreover, the Allies' guns were not to be trifled with. How could they afford the time to clear the mines? Meanwhile, Wang Weiming fully mobilized the shooting skills of the Allied soldiers. These soldiers were all well-trained sharpshooters, launching precise and fierce attacks on the Japanese from a distance. Each time they pulled the trigger, it was like conducting a mobile target shooting training session at 300 to 500 meters. Bullets streaked across the sky like meteors, accurately hitting their targets, causing the Japanese to not even dare to show their heads. The commander of the Japanese 10th Division, Koguchi Renjia, stood on high ground observing the battlefield through binoculars. When he saw the enemy's uniforms, a sense of surprise welled up in his heart. The uniforms of these people were completely different from those of Han Fuju's troops, which puzzled him greatly. According to the intelligence Koguchi Renjia had received, there were no other troops stationed in Shandong. However, this enemy before him was exceptionally tenacious, putting immense pressure on the Japanese army. Not only were their weapons and equipment remarkably advanced, but their marksmanship was also exquisite, causing heavy casualties among the imperial soldiers. Watching the Japanese soldiers continuously falling on the battlefield, Koguchi Renjia felt an overwhelming anxiety. He realized that if this continued, it would be difficult for the Japanese army to break through the enemy's defenses. Thus, he decisively ordered the artillery to prepare to bombard the enemy, hoping to break the deadlock. However, just as the Japanese artillery was adjusting nervously, Wang Weiming had already discerned their intentions. He had long since contacted the air power and directed the Allied soldiers to take appropriate defensive measures, denying the Japanese artillery any opportunity. As the roar of planes shattered the sky, 50 American-made B-25 Mitchell bombers descended like a flock of fierce falcons, striking the Japanese positions with thunderous force. The heavy bombs carried by these bombers poured down like rain, completely overturning the Japanese positions. In an instant, the Japanese stronghold was engulfed in raging flames, and the shockwave from the explosions stirred up clouds of dust and smoke. The Japanese were caught off guard by this sudden strike, instantly plunging into a sea of fire. The primary targets of this bombing raid were the Japanese artillery positions. The concentrated shells exploded on the Japanese artillery positions, turning those once imposing cannons into heaps of scrap metal. The artillerymen were blown to pieces, a sight too gruesome to behold. When Koguchi Renjia crawled out of the dirt pile in disarray, he was stunned by the scene before him. The open ground was littered with the dismembered bodies of Japanese soldiers, and blood had stained the earth. The horrifying cries echoed in succession, sending chills down the spine. Koguchi Renjia widened his eyes, staring in terror at this hellish scene, hardly able to believe it was real. When had the Japanese army ever suffered such a great loss? His heart was filled with anger and despair. Koguchi Renjia screamed hysterically, ordering his subordinates to immediately call for a temporary air support unit. He knew very well that relying solely on ground troops could no longer withstand such a fierce bombardment. They urgently needed air support to turn the tide of battle. The Temporary Aviation Regiment was officially established in Beijing. Located at Nanyuan Airport, the Temporary Aviation Regiment, upon receiving a distress signal from Kishi Rinkai, did not dare to delay for a moment. They immediately dispatched an escort formation consisting of 20 bombers and 10 fighter jets, roaring towards the battlefield like a pack of steel beasts. The Jinan radar station issued an urgent warning signal, detecting approximately 30 unidentified aircraft rapidly approaching the Jinan area from the direction of Dezhou. Faced with this sudden situation, Xiangbei decisively issued orders demanding the nearby county airports to immediately launch about 150 aircraft for interception. However, the outcome of this aerial battle was astonishing. It was as if 3 sheep had wandered into a wolf pack. The disparity in strength made the battle overwhelmingly one-sided. Although the Allied forces also suffered the loss of 3 aircraft, they ultimately concluded this brief and brutal aerial battle with a staggering score of 3-3-0. While this aerial battle achieved a significant victory, it also exposed many urgent issues that needed resolution. Firstly, the runway of the temporary airport was too narrow, posing certain safety hazards during takeoff and landing. Secondly, the organization of the attacking formation was chaotic, lacking effective coordination, which severely diminished combat efficiency. In addition, the poor camaraderie among pilots also affected the overall combat effectiveness. In response to these issues, Xiangbei took a series of decisive measures. He ordered the immediate expansion of Jinan Zhangzhuang Airport to improve airport facilities and runway conditions. At the same time, he also required each flight squadron to strengthen flight training, enhancing pilots' technical skills and team cooperation abilities to ensure they could respond more efficiently to various complex situations in future battles. Meanwhile, Xiangbei made a special request. He called in engineers to modify a bomber to meet his specific needs in actual combat. It was an astonishing airborne fortress equipped with 16 heavy machine guns arranged on both sides and front and rear of the bomber. With a caliber of 14.5 mm, its power was greater, allowing it to be effective at longer distances, resulting in more severe damage to targets. This unique design granted the aircraft formidable firepower on the battlefield. All of this stemmed from a chance discovery by Xiangbei. When he realized he could manipulate space to control weapons, a bold idea surged into his mind. Could an ordinary bomber be transformed into an armed platform? After considerable reflection, Xiangbei decided to put this into practice. He had long known that his space possessed the ability to absorb bullets fired from outside, undoubtedly granting it additional protection. With such an advantage, his bomber could be said to be virtually invincible. First, it was nearly impossible for the enemy to shoot it down as bullets would be absorbed by the space before hitting the aircraft. Secondly, the bomber's fuel tank would never run dry, providing him with an unlimited operational radius. Moreover, he could utilize the space to carry a large number of aerial bombs, making Xiangbei's bomber resemble a mobile arsenal, and he himself became akin to an air division. However, it was not without its flaws. Xiangbei's ability to open space could not be prolonged. Just like the incident in which he fainted in Beijing could not happen again, thus the duration of the space opening must be limited. Nevertheless, this decision also brought him considerable trouble. His bomber could not have a bomb aimer or a gunner, as having others aboard would make it difficult to keep his secret. Secondly, persuading the officers around him to let him pilot the bomber was nearly an impossible task. Who has ever seen a regiment commander personally flying a bomber? It was not a matter of whether others believed it. It was a question of whether his superior had lost his mind. The modification work on the bomber was still underway, while Xiangbei was leisurely searching for various excuses. Although he could slowly find excuses, the urgent issue was that he himself did not know how to pilot an aircraft. Xiangbei was determined to participate in the daily training of pilots. However, when he discussed this matter with Old Chun, he faced strong opposition. Old Chun even mentioned resigning from his position as the commander of the 1st Army Group, which forced Xiangbei to speak soothingly. After a long period of debate and bargaining, Xiangbei finally secured the opportunity to participate in daily training. Despite this, his subordinates only reluctantly agreed to this decision. As for Xiangbei personally piloting the bomber into battle, he did not dare to bring it up. Meanwhile, Xiangbei actively procured a large number of aircraft, other weapons, as well as production lines for food and light weapons from foreign sources. He ordered large chemical equipment from Germany. Among these, he was particularly interested in radar, believing it would play a crucial role in combat. At this moment, Chairman Han arrived in Taiyan. Surprisingly, he found that the Japanese did not launch an attack as expected, thus decisively stopping his flight. Upon learning of this situation, Xiangbei devised a plan. He quickly dispatched a regiment disguised as Japanese troops, quietly following behind Chairman Han at a distance of about 30 kilometers. As a result, Chairman Han mistakenly believed that the Japanese were still in hot pursuit, not daring to relax, and thus had to resume his flight. Thus, until early January 1938, the troops finally withdrew completely from Shandong. The Allied forces subsequently took over the entire Shandong region and issued a nationwide telegram. They announced the establishment of the Qilu Allied Army in Shandong, using it as a base to resist the Japanese invaders. The Allied forces expressed their willingness to cooperate with all parties to resist Japan. That Han would unilaterally withdraw from Shandong was undoubtedly a blatant challenge to his authority. The next day, he received a telegram from the Allied forces addressed to the nation. What was this Allied army in Shandong? The Military Intelligence Bureau indeed had not received any information regarding the Allied army. They were still verifying the situation. Han Fuzhou made an unexpected decision during the evacuation. He incorporated 5 security police squads into his army and took them away. This action led to a rapid reduction of police forces in places like Jinan, as the police departments originally responsible for maintaining social order and ensuring public safety suddenly lost a significant amount of manpower. The sharp decline in police strength severely impacted the normal operations of the police department. The provincial police system, having lost unified leadership and command, became leaderless, with each faction acting independently. As a time traveler, Xiangbei had some understanding of history and knew that Chairman Han took away his troops, but he never imagined that Chairman Han would also take the police force with him. This situation completely caught Xiangbei off guard, forcing him to take emergency measures in the face of such a severe crisis. He decided to redeploy some soldiers from various military regiments to temporarily handle police duties, filling the gap left by the reduced police strength. Although these soldiers were not professional police officers, they possessed a certain level of military training and discipline, hoping to maintain social order in a short time. At the same time, Xiangbei also had to rehire those team members who had previously been laid off by the security company. While these members lacked law enforcement experience, their physical fitness, marksmanship, and discipline were not in question. Even those laid-off members would be considered elite if placed in the National Army. Xiangbei needed to train and manage them in a short period to ensure they could perform police duties. After a week of re-recruitment, 200 police personnel were carefully selected. Following short-term training, strict screening was conducted on the personnel left in various police departments. The public was encouraged to report police misconduct with rewards. Those police officers who had committed crimes against the public were resolutely targeted. For those with criminal behavior, the penalties were quite severe. Serious offenders could face the death penalty, while less serious cases would be imprisoned. At the same time, all illegal gains would be confiscated and distributed to the informants at a ratio of 70-30. The police department would receive 70% and the informants 30%. This reporting method quickly proved effective, swiftly eliminating the bad apples within the police force. As the trained police officers gradually took their posts, the social security situation improved dramatically. After participating in this revenue-sharing operation with the informant, Xiangbei deeply realized that it was undoubtedly an excellent method to combat the local underworld and corrupt officials. It was also a great opportunity to accumulate funds and develop people's livelihoods. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the ink. These illegal funds were undoubtedly an enticing target. To further encourage people to report actively, the police department introduced a new policy. Even if the bribers came forward to report, or if they were minor participants in criminal activities, the police department would not punish them. Instead, they would receive commendation. Furthermore, for the clues provided by these individuals, if the related criminal activities were successfully prosecuted, the police department would distribute the seized assets to them according to a certain ratio. Once this policy was launched, it immediately attracted widespread attention and heated discussions in society. There was a case where 5 people were involved, and only the main offender did not report. The remaining 4 accomplices all reported the main offender. In the end, only the first informant received a... In the vast land of Shandong, local thugs, criminal elements, unscrupulous businessmen, exploitative landlords, and corrupt officials eroded the fabric of society like a tumor. However, with the rapid rise of the Allied forces, these evil forces were quickly apprehended, leading to a surge in reporting activities across Shandong. However, this surge also brought some negative impacts. Some ill-intentioned individuals took the opportunity to falsely accuse others, resulting in several cases of false accusations. In response to this situation, the police department promptly took action, swiftly issuing an announcement stating that once false accusations were verified, the accusers would face fines and detention. This measure effectively curbed the trend of false accusations, bringing the reporting behavior back on track. Meanwhile, the collection of large amounts of embezzled and illegal gains highlighted social fairness and justice. Moreover, during the crackdown on organized crime, the assets of Japanese-funded enterprises and Japanese individuals in Shandong were all seized. After a thorough investigation, illegal gains totaling over 930 million legal tender were seized. To maintain financial order and protect the interests of the public, the authorities of the Allied forces resolutely announced the abolition of legal tender use in Shandong. At the same time, the public was given 1 month to exchange their legal tender for silver dollars in order to ensure the safety of their property. After 1 month, legal tender would be completely banned from use in Shandong. This clause caused a huge uproar. Many local forces severely criticized this decision, believing it would lead to economic disorder and cause significant losses to the country. They accused Xiangbei of taking a reckless action, not fully considering the potential consequences. At this moment, Secretary Mao was reporting to Boss Dai. Chen Xiangbei, 19 years old, from Beiping, orphaned, making a living by pulling rickshaws. He once served as the head of the Dongxing police station in Beiping before joining Han Fuzhou in Shandong. He served as the commander of the 1st Battalion of the 20th Division of the 3rd Army. He provided secret intelligence about the 77 incident and the Shanghai Suzhou battle in advance, making him a meritorious figure. He established the Eastern Grain and Oil Company in Shandong. It oversees 3 group armies equipped with aircraft, tanks, heavy artillery, and a large number of trucks. Although we have not engaged in battle with the Allied forces, their combat effectiveness should be comparable to that of the Japanese army. At least the Japanese army has not invaded Jinan, indicating that their combat power cannot be underestimated. Later, he founded the Eastern Security Company, which is the predecessor of the Qilu Allied forces. Most of his weapons came from the U.S., the U.K., or Germany, and the Soviet Union. However, many of the weapons used by the Allied forces also came from the Japanese army, which we find quite puzzling. We have not received a clear answer regarding the source of his wealth. This individual is likely closely related to the Red Party according to reliable intelligence. He is very likely to serve as the procurement minister of the Red Party, so the source of his wealth is probably from the Red Party. Additionally, intelligence from Yan'an indicated that tanks and fighter planes have also recently appeared among the Red Party there. This is certainly not a coincidence. At this moment, the Japanese were frantically printing fake currency in an attempt to undermine the financial system of Huaxiao, which undoubtedly posed a severe threat to the national economy. Faced with the government's inability to respond, the mountain city chose to print money as madly as the Japanese. However, Xiangbei would not allow the people of Shandong to suffer such losses. He was determined to protect their property and ensure that their hard-earned money would not go to waste. Yet the common people of Shandong generally did not understand this decision. They believed that Xiangbei was being somewhat dictatorial. Legal currency was convenient and easy to carry. But why does General Chen insist on prohibiting its use? What is he thinking? 99% of the people opposed this decision, and even old Chen could not comprehend it. Even Zhao Xiaodong, upon hearing the news, specifically sent a telegram to dissuade him. Yet Xiangbei could not tell them that in a few years legal currency would become worthless. Even if it were used for wiping, they would still resent it. Xiangbei acted dictatorially regarding the issue of legal currency. Wasn't it just letting the common people grumble a bit? It was better than watching them cry on the ground a few years later. At the same time, Xiangbei cleverly utilized this batch of legal currency to order a large quantity of oil exploration and extraction equipment, as well as oil refining equipment. He understood that energy was crucial for the development of a region, and this equipment would bring new economic vitality and development opportunities to Shandong. Moreover, this way the vehicles of the Allied forces would no longer need to import gasoline. It would take years of normal negotiations to procure this equipment. But Chen Xiangbei had plenty of money. If they disagreed, he would offer more. If they still disagreed, he would resort to bribery. If that failed, he would go for a $0 purchase. Why should he be bound by embargoes and rules that required him to pay more? There were many twists and turns, but he was able to achieve his goals. In his past life, Xiangbei did not truly understand what it meant that money could make the devil push the millstone. In this life, he truly grasped the power of that saying. As long as you can provide enough money, most people would sell out, even their own father, let alone the interests of factories and the country. Not only focusing on oil equipment, Xiangbei also turned his attention to other key areas, ordering coal mining and large-scale steel-making equipment, as well as production lines for cars, tanks, planes, and even agricultural machinery. Xiangbei also ordered several sets of the world's most advanced fertilizer production lines from the Germans. These initiatives would not only enhance Shandong's industrial strength, but also provide more advanced tools and technical support for agricultural production. However, Xiangbei also realized that relying on foreigners to procure weapons was not a long-term solution. The prices of foreign weapons were high, the transportation routes were too long, and supplies could be cut off at any time. To obtain this batch of production lines, Xiangbei had to pay a hefty sum to the Americans. Xiangbei wanted to keep the power in his own hands. Food procurement could not rely on foreign countries in the long term. Long-term food imports undoubtedly posed potential risks to the security of Huaguo. Thus, Xiangbei decided to take a bold action. He forcefully acquired a large amount of farmland from the hands of landlords within Shandong at only 1/3 of the market price, and distributed this land equally to the farmers who had no land. For those farmers who had spent generations working as laborers for the landlords, this was undoubtedly a historic. When these farmers stood on their own land for the first time, they were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as their families tightly embraced each other. This was an experience they had never had before. A land ownership had finally returned to their own hands. It meant they now had a stable source of livelihood and dignity. At the same time, when Xiangbei announced the exemption of all agricultural taxes in the province, this decision was like a heavy bomb, causing a stir even among Old Chun and Zhao Xiaodong. It should be noted that during this specific historical period, agricultural taxes accounted for as much as 40% of the total tax revenue. Meanwhile, the Allied forces were facing immense pressure from military expenditures. If they were to lose agricultural taxes, this important financial support would plunge their expenses into a severe shortage. However, despite facing such great pressure, Xiangbei displayed a firm stance. He firmly believed that exempting agricultural taxes was a crucial measure for the vast number of farmers, which could effectively lighten their burdens and improve their living standards. Ultimately, under Xiangbei's insistence, the policy of exempting agricultural taxes was officially implemented in Shandong. This land, which bore the weight of 5,000 years of civilization, had long held the deeply rooted concept of farming and paying taxes. In ancient times, tax exemptions would only occur occasionally in special circumstances, such as natural disasters. However, when the law to permanently exempt agricultural taxes was introduced, the entire Shandong province seemed to ignite, bubbling with excitement. The common people were overjoyed, tears in their eyes. They could hardly believe that the Allied forces not only distributed land for free to the poor, but now exempted taxes as well. For them, this was simply the best news imaginable. Although the Allied forces appeared particularly dictatorial in abolishing legal currency regarding the free distribution of land and tax exemption, this bit of dictatorial behavior was still acceptable. Thus, people poured into the streets, shouting "Long live the Allied forces." The slogan "Long live General Chun" expressed heartfelt support and gratitude for this policy. Even farmers who could barely afford meat surprisingly set off firecrackers to celebrate. This clearly demonstrated the people's support for these two policies. At that very moment, this law spread rapidly across the country like a gust of wind. Various factions reacted differently upon hearing this news, leading to a cacophony of opinions. Some local powers expressed strong dissatisfaction and criticism of the Allied forces' practice of purchasing land at low prices. They believed this behavior severely harmed the interests of local landlords and constituted an unfair transaction. These local forces questioned the actions of the Allied forces and even incited the public to protest. Some local powers also expressed strong opposition and confusion regarding the Allied forces' decision to exempt taxes. They believed that taxes were an important source of national finance, and exempting them would lead to a decrease in fiscal revenue, thereby affecting the country's development and construction. These local powers severely criticized this decision by the Allied forces, deeming it an irresponsible act. However, the common people across the country did not share this view. Whoever exempted their taxes would earn their gratitude. Moreover, at this time agricultural tax rates were exceedingly high. The money saved could buy a few new outfits for their families. It could allow their children to have a few more meals of meat. These voices would not appear in the newspapers. Even the Central Daily criticized the Allied forces for this short-sighted behavior. Meanwhile, Xiangbei's wallet became increasingly thin due to these measures. He had only a quarter of the cash he originally had, and the economic situation was extremely tight. To alleviate the financial pressure, Xiangbei had no choice but to take out the antique porcelain from his space. He sent someone to the market to sell it, hoping to exchange it for some cash to maintain daily expenses. Now Xiangbei was no longer afraid of the Japanese knowing. Even if they found out, there was no way to forget it. If he did not find a way to make money, the funds in Xiangbei's hands would only suffice for his army's needs for 2 years. The old man stood up and said, "This Chen Xiangbei is truly a talent. He has managed to preserve the strategic stronghold of Shandong, earning significant merit. In the current situation, all anti-Japanese forces are targets we must strive to win over, especially since the Allied forces have already occupied this strategic area of Shandong. Let's appoint Chen Xiangbei as the governor of Shandong province, while also serving as the deputy commander of the 5th War Zone, and grant him the rank of a general in the army. Such treatment should entice Chen Xiangbei. Of course, aside from the official title and military rank, we must not neglect the provision of resources. The government will provide a certain amount of funding and weapon support, but it is crucial to ensure that Chen Xiangbei retracts the resolution he previously proposed to abolish fiat currency. In a country, if the legal currency cannot circulate normally, what kind of situation would that be? This is related to the financial stability and economic development of the nation. At the Jinan military airport, the flight squadron prepared for takeoff. With the roar of the aircraft, Xiangbei piloted the bomber as it slowly ascended into the sky. During this period, the speed of aircraft was relatively slow. Maximum speed approximately 483 km per hour. Cruising speed 322 km per hour. Range 2,173 kilometers when carrying 2,000 pounds of bombs, with a maximum range of up to 3,861 kilometers. Service ceiling 7,315 meters. Self-defense weapons typically equipped with 7 to 10-12. 7mm machine guns. Xiangbei replaced them all with 16 heavy machine guns of 14.5mm caliber. These have greater firepower and can operate effectively at longer ranges, causing more destructive effects on targets. Only upon reaching the skies did Xiangbei realize that while he could control the firing of weapons in space, the effective range was limited to a diameter of only 200 meters. This distance was somewhat useful on the ground, but in the air the effectiveness diminished significantly. It could only provide protection against nearby aircraft, while distant enemy planes remained completely undetectable. He initially thought he could wreak havoc in the sky. He soon discovered that the spatial control was utterly inadequate for attacking enemy planes, so he would still need to deploy gunners. How could he maintain secrecy regarding his spatial abilities? He had to think it through carefully. Every day, Xiangbei tirelessly accompanied the flight squadron in rigorous training. Their sweat soaked the training grounds, and each takeoff and landing honed their skills. Meanwhile, in northern Jinan, the Japanese army was steadily retreating, pushed back to the north of the Yellow River. However, Xiangbei was not in a hurry to completely annihilate them. He had a more long-term plan in mind, waiting for reinforcements from the Japanese army. Xiangbei understood that to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy, he needed to devour a large target in one go. A mere division would not satisfy Xiangbei's current appetite. He had been plotting for a long time and could not easily let go of this opportunity. On the night of January 9th, the Allied forces quietly arrived at a warehouse located in the suburbs of Qingdao. There they received a large quantity of weaponry, which included not only conventional firearms, but also heavy artillery and tanks. Once fully equipped, the Allied forces hurriedly advanced overnight to the possible landing sites of the Japanese army. They had only one goal: to annihilate the impending Japanese forces and make thorough preparations to defend Qingdao. Before the battle commenced, Xiangbei issued the order that the Allied forces would not take prisoners. When the Japanese received intelligence that there were no troops in Qingdao, they unhesitatingly landed in Qingdao from Sandaku Shandong to Fushan Bay and Huiquan Bay. The scale of this Japanese landing was enormous, with a total army strength of about 8,000 men, encompassing infantry, artillery, cavalry, logistics, and engineering units. Just as the Japanese were 2/3 into their landing, the Allied forces decisively launched an extremely fierce attack. With the Allied forces holding absolute advantages in weaponry, troop numbers, geographical situation, and air superiority, the outcome of this battle was never in doubt. Remarkably, within a mere 50 minutes, the Allied forces utterly annihilated all 8,000 Japanese troops with overwhelming force. Not only that, but they also successfully sunk 7 warships, destroyed 2 warships, and captured 2 warships. Such a brilliant achievement is indeed noteworthy. However, this victory did not come without cost, as the Allied forces paid with the lives of 195 brave soldiers. Among them, 180 soldiers sacrificed their lives in the process of capturing those 2 warships. The lack of a navy had always been a shortcoming for the Allied forces. It was only from this day onward that people realized the Allied forces had quietly arrived at the Shandong Peninsula. Even Chongqing was unaware that the Allied forces possessed 4 army groups. This demonstrates how well the secrecy was maintained. From then on, the heavy responsibility of defending the coastal areas of Shandong fell squarely on the shoulders of the 3rd Army Group. At this moment, the aide-de-camp to the general came to report General Chief of Staff, He Yingqing has come to visit. He says he has brought along an old friend of yours. May I ask if the general wishes to meet with them? Zhang Chong asked. Zhang Chong currently served as Xiangbei's secretary, the same young man who accompanied Xiangbei to Shanghai. Meet them, of course. I am curious to see which old friend chief he has brought along. After meeting, Xiangbei took the initiative to extend his hand for a handshake, foregoing the military salute. Besides, the two were no longer in a superior-subordinate relationship. With a beaming smile, Xiangbei said, Chief, I have long admired your name. I have heard it like thunder. It is truly a stroke of luck to meet you today. He quickly humbly replied, General Chen, you flatter me. You are the It is truly a stroke of luck to meet you today. He quickly humbly replied, General Chen, you flatter me. You are the After their pleasantries, the purpose of his visit became clear. General Chen, I hope the Allied forces can join the National Army in the anti-Japanese campaign, fighting together against the enemy. The higher-ups greatly appreciate your talents and leadership abilities and have specifically appointed you as the governor of Shandong province. You will also serve as the deputy commander of the 5th War Zone, and you will be granted the rank of a general in the army. The Allied forces will be provided with a military salary of $2 million each month. Additionally, we will equip them with another division to support their resistance against Japanese aggression. Finally, General, he shifted the topic to a crucial issue. Of course, I hope you can withdraw the clause abolishing the fiat currency in Shandong to maintain the stability of the national financial order. Xiangbei fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to phrase his response. After a brief pause, he raised his head, looking firmly at General He, and replied, Personally, I have no objections to joining the series of joint resistance against Japan. However, I hope to retain the current designation of the Allied forces. He paused slightly before continuing, Yet there is one point I must clarify. In the Shandong region, although fiat currency has been abolished, the dollar is still in normal circulation. Xiangbei frowned and said solemnly, We have received reliable intelligence that the Japanese army will soon forge a large amount of counterfeit currency. Moreover, the quality of the counterfeiting is so high that it will be difficult to distinguish between real and fake. I hope the government has sufficient measures to prevent this malicious scheme of the Japanese. However, if their plan succeeds, the financial and living conditions of Huaguo will be unimaginable. He sighed and continued, In this case, the devaluation of fiat currency is likely inevitable. I believe you also do not wish to see the hard-earned wealth of the common people vanish into thin air, do you? Xiangbei's words revealed his concern for the populace, hoping the general would understand his worries. Therefore, I sincerely request you to explain this matter clearly to the higher-ups. I personally do not oppose fiat currency. I am merely concerned that its devaluation will bring huge losses to the common people. Listening attentively to Xiangbei's words, the general occasionally nodded in agreement. After Xiangbei finished speaking, he pondered for a moment before saying, Brother Chen, the intelligence you provided is very important. I will report this matter to the higher-ups as soon as possible. General, I would like Chongqing to help me find a talent, the founder of Jinling Yongli Yafa factory, named Fan Sudong. I want to establish a potassium fertilizer enterprise in Shandong. I hope, General, he can assist me in bringing him and those engineers to Shandong. This is my only request to the higher-ups. General, did you not bring me a familiar person? Who might that be? Xiangbei asked with a puzzled expression. You see, my memory, I was so focused on discussing serious matters that I completely forgot about this. He patted his forehead, revealing a look of sudden realization. After a while, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door, followed by a female officer in Nationalist Army uniform gracefully walking in. She stood tall with agile steps, exuding a temperament of elegance and heroism in every gesture. The newcomer approached the two, first saluting with a standard military gesture, and then said in a clear and strong voice, Lieutenant Colonel Liaison Officer Chen Xiaobei reporting for duty. Next, she turned to Xiangbei with a smile and said, General Chen, long time no see. Seeing this, He Yingqing quickly introduced, Brother, this is the acquaintance I just mentioned to you. Officer Chen is quite a... She was originally the head of the intelligence unit in Beiping, now responsible for the liaison work between the Allied forces and us. Upon hearing General He's introduction, Xiangbei secretly mused, this is a beauty trap. Chen Xiaohui is so beautiful, there must be some purpose behind this. However, Xiangbei wasn't entirely averse to the beauty trap. After all, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. He was just worried whether Chen Xiaohui might be a femme fatale, appearing gentle on the surface, but hiding unknown intentions beneath. With such a background, what wouldn't they be capable of? Xiangbei couldn't help but feel anxious, genuinely worried that Chen Xiaohui might strike at him in the dead of night. However, the higher-ups are providing $2 million each month. I can't simply turn away this person, can I? Although Xiangbei felt somewhat reluctant, he understood he couldn't completely disregard the higher-ups like Han Fuji. Thus Xiangbei extended his hand and warmly welcomed Officer Chen's arrival. Officer Chen, it's been a year since we parted in Beiping, hasn't it? Indeed, General Chen, it has been a long time. Chen Xiaohui responded with a smile. The last time I saw you, you were still the section chief of the Beiping police. Xiangbei laughed heartily, humbly, saying, not at all, I was merely a minor character back then. Officer Chen, it seems you've indeed risen significantly in the past year. Now you are a prominent figure wielding hundreds of thousands of troops and overseeing 35 million citizens. Chen Xiaohui said honestly, when I heard this news in Beiping, I couldn't even believe it myself. When I was a squad leader in the Beiping police, I owe a lot to your help, Officer Chen. This matter has always remained, Xiangbei gratefully said. The three exchanged polite words, and the atmosphere was quite amicable. That evening, Xiangbei even held a banquet to entertain the two guests, raising their glasses in joyous conversation. The next morning, sunlight poured over the entrance of the Jinan Hongju Dai factory, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. Military vehicles passed through in succession, stopping at the dye factory's entrance. The soldiers disembarking from the vehicles were all well equipped and wore serious expressions. They were dressed in German military uniforms with long boots and a service pistol at their waists, while holding Thompson submachine guns in their hands. The bulletproof vests and steel helmets added to their imposing presence. At the center of this convoy was a special military vehicle, its windows tightly closed, making it impossible to see inside. The appearance of this troop left the two disabled guards at the dye factory's entrance terrified. They had never seen such a spectacle and felt that these soldiers were not here for a friendly visit. In a panic, they ran into the factory, shouting, not good. Not good. Boss, a lot of soldiers have come. You should go out and take a look. Inside the dye factory, Chen Xiaoting and Lu Jiejun were discussing matters in the office. Upon hearing the shouting from outside, they exchanged surprised glances. Hastily getting up, they rushed toward the entrance. When they arrived at the door, they saw a group of soldiers standing in formation, and among them stood a tall man. The man wore a smile, and upon seeing Chen Xiaoting and Lu Jiejun, stepped forward to offer a respectful greeting, saying, Lu Ge, long time no see. Chen Xiaoting focused his gaze and recognized that the visitor was Xiangbei. Joy surged in his heart, and he hurriedly stepped forward to meet him, saying with a beaming smile, big boss. If you call me that, I might just get angry. Brother Lu, between us brothers there is no need for such formality. Oh, let's just be as we were before. After a few pleasantries, everyone walked into the room together. As soon as they sat down, Xiangbei got straight to the point and said, Brother Lu, I actually have something I need your help with this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoting quickly waved his hand and said, oh, whatever it is, just say it. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely not refuse. Xiangbei smiled slightly and continued, Brother Lu, I would like to invite you out of retirement to serve as the vice chairman of Shandong province. You would oversee the province's economy and people's livelihoods. With your abilities and experience, you can surely make this work thrive. With a loud crack, the teacup in Chen Xiaoting's hand fell to the ground, shattered due to his excitement. He was immediately stunned upon hearing this. After a long while, Chen Xiaoting finally came to his senses, his face displaying an extremely troubled expression, and said to Xiangbei, Xiangbei, please don't joke around with your brother Lu. You know I can't even recognize a few big characters. How could I possibly have the ability to be a vice chairman? Isn't that just embarrassing me? He paused slightly as if organizing his words, then continued, besides, my dying factory business is barely holding on by a thread. To have me manage the economy of the entire province would be asking for my life. Please don't joke about your brother Lu anymore. Chen Xiaoting said while shaking his head repeatedly, clearly feeling very anxious about this proposal. However, Xiangbei did not back down due to Chen Xiaoting's refusal. He continued, Brother Lu, now that I have taken charge of Shandong, there are not many people I can trust. Aside from you and Brother Jiejun, who else can I turn to? If you both refuse to help me, I will only be left to watch others laugh at my expense. Moreover, as a Shandong person, shouldn't you do something practical for our people here? If I hand this position to an incapable person, won't the common folks suffer? As he spoke, a hint of helplessness and anxiety crept into Xiangbei's tone. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoting couldn't help but feel a bit soft-hearted, yet he still felt he was truly unqualified for such a position. At that moment, Xiangbei suddenly changed the subject and said, I plan to appoint Brother Jiejun as the director of the Shandong Provincial Department of Education. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiejun was instantly stunned. He knew very well how capable he was, and for such an important position as the director of education, he truly lacked the confidence to take it on. After several rounds of bargaining, it was finally agreed that Lu Jiejun would serve as the director of the vice-governor's office, and Chen Xiaoting accepted the position of vice-governor. Xiangbei had one more important reason for seeking Chen Xiaoting's help that he hadn't mentioned. Xiangbei planned to turn Shandong into a stronghold where in the future there would be oil industries, automobile manufacturing, aircraft manufacturing, large steel mills, and military industries, along with large power plants. The Allied forces would eventually need to be self-reliant. Xiangbei certainly did not have the ability to manage so many enterprises, but Chen Xiaoting did. Although there was space, it couldn't always be at zero cost. The things acquired would eventually need to be used, and sooner or later it would expose the truth, which was definitely something that couldn't be explained. To protect the secret of the space, it should be used as little as possible in the future. Moreover, he still needed to head north to fight against the Japanese invaders, so he had no extra time to manage things in Shandong. However, thankfully Chen Xiaoting was highly capable, and with Lu Jiejun assisting him, Xiangbei was still quite at ease. At that moment, Chen Xiaoting finally spoke up, his voice slightly low as he said, "Xiangbei, I also have something I want to ask you for help with." He paused briefly, then continued, "The Baichang Trading Company in Qingdao owes me a total of 3 million in." Chen Xiaoting's tone revealed a hint of helplessness and frustration. "I really didn't want to do this business in the first place, but what could I do? They have the Kong family backing them, and it was hard for me to refuse." He sighed and continued, "But it's been 3 years already, and I haven't been able to get back a single penny." "What kind of situation is this?" Xiangbei quickly asked. "Brother Lu, which Kong family are you referring to?" Chen Xiaoting's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees. "Which Kong family is there in Huagua? Isn't it that young Master Kong heir? Relying on his father's power, he throws his weight around all day." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. Clearly the contract is written clearly, yet he refuses to give a single penny. Isn't this obviously bullying people? Xiangbei pondered and asked, "Brother Lu, is this Baichang Trading Company in Qingdao very large?" Chen Xiaoting shook his head. "I'm not very clear about the specific size, but I heard that some ships from Baichang and foreign merchant ships are sneaking in and out of trade through loopholes in the Japanese blockade." Xiangbei thought to himself, how can one fight against the Japanese while simultaneously engaging in business without missing a chance to make money? "Brother Lu, I understand this matter. Oh, just leave it to me to handle." Xiangbei decided to host a banquet for Brother Lu that evening and also invited Miao Handong and Zhao Dong. Xiangbei was well aware that these two were both exceptional talents, especially Miao Handong, whose abilities were not inferior to Chen Xiaoting's. However, regarding Chen Xiaoting's work in military uniforms, he had kept it very secretive, and even Miao Handong and Zhao Dongchu were completely unaware. When Miao Handong walked into the private room, he immediately saw a young man around 18 or 19 years old in addition to Chen Xiaoting and Lu Jiejun. However, the two didn't pay much attention to the young man. Miao Handong smiled and asked Chen Xiaoting, "What's the occasion for treating us to dinner today?" Seeing this, Chen Xiaoting also joked with a smile, "Brother Miao, we just missed you." At this moment, Miao Handong noticed Xiangbei and said, "This young brother looks familiar." Xiangbei stood up to introduce himself. "I'm Chen Xiangbei, working with Brother Lu for a living." To be precise, Xiangbei and Chen Xiaoting were indeed in the same department, so saying they were working together was not inaccurate. "Young brother, your name is quite impressive, sharing the same name as our chairman Chen." Miao Handong began to talk to himself. "This chairman Chen is far more formidable than Han Fuzhu. I heard he originally ran a grain and oil company, and then he even purchased a large amount of flour from my flour factory." Miao Handong became increasingly animated as he spoke. "Recently, the Allied forces managed to purchase the land I owned back home for merely 1/3 of its value. This caused me a loss of a full $9,000. At that moment, I thought that Chen Xiangbei was not even as good as Han Fuzhu. It was outright extortion." At this point, Chen Xiaoting could no longer hold back and quickly signaled to Miao Handong, indicating for him to stop. However, Miao Handong seemed completely oblivious and continued to talk on his own. Who would have thought that this Chen Xiangbei actually distributed all the land he bought to the common people? Later, this kid even exempted the Shandong people from all taxes, permanently, truly doing what others dared not do in ancient times that would be equivalent to rebellion. This Chen Xiangbei is truly remarkable. I, Miao Handong, have lived more than half my life and have few people I admire. He is one of them." At this moment, Xiangbei stood up. "Mr. Miao, I would like to offer my apologies. I am truly sorry, Mr. Miao. Regarding the land issue, it was entirely my fault, as I was in a tight financial situation at the time, which led me to resort to such a desperate measure." Upon hearing this, Miao Handong's expression suddenly turned peculiar. He first glanced at Chen Xiaoting, and then a flush spread across his face, turning it bright red up to his ears. Miao Handong hurriedly stood up. "You are Chen Dazwai. I apologize for my earlier remarks, and I hope you can forgive me." After speaking, he bowed to Xiangbei, and just at that moment, Chen Xiaoting hurriedly interjected, "Oh, we are all brothers here, no need for such formalities." While saying this, he warmly beckoned everyone to sit down. Immediately after, Xiangbei directly stated, "The reason for inviting Mr. Miao here today is that I asked Sixth Brother for assistance. This visit is mainly to earnestly request Mr. Miao to take up the position of advisor to the Shandong provincial government, as well as concurrently serve as the director of the finance department. What does Mr. Miao think of this?" Chen Dazwai, what merits or abilities do I possess? How could I take on the position of director of the finance department? Chen Xiaoting smiled and spoke lightly to Miao Handong. "Brother Miao, if I can be appointed as the vice chairman of Shandong province, why can't you take on the role of director of the finance department?" Miao Handong and Zhao Dongshu were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their ears that Chen Xiaoting had actually been appointed as the vice chairman of Shandong province. Zhao Dongshu was probably thinking, sixth brother, can you even read the documents? If word got out that the vice chairman couldn't read, wouldn't that make him another Han Fujiu? They would surely be laughed at. Seeing this, Xiangbei quickly explained, Mr. Miao taking up the position of director of the finance department is not just helping me, it's also helping sixth brother. I also wish for Mr. Zhao Dongshu to take on the role of director of the transportation department of Shandong province. Zhao Dongshu thought to himself, so it turns out there's something in this for me too. Once Miao Handong and Zhao Dongshu learned of Chen Xiaoting's position, they no longer hesitated. Just as everyone was in high spirits, someone suddenly pushed the door open. I thought I was seeing things, but it really is Boss Chen. Last time Boss Chen had quite the means. Oh, isn't that Boss Miao as well? Upon seeing this person, Chen Xiaoting frowned. Sixth brother, who is this person? Wu Qichuan from the Shandong Taxation Bureau. Xiangbei suddenly recalled this person, who was sent by Lin Xiangrong from Shanghai to investigate Chen Xiaoting for tax evasion. Unexpectedly, after Chen Xiaoting had dealt with him last time, this person remained in power. At this moment, Miao Handong spoke. Director Wu, today we are gathered as friends. Let's discuss matters another time. Boss Miao is really acting high and mighty. It seems you want to kick me, Wu, out. Wu Qichuan thought to himself, I'm the director of the Shandong Taxation Bureau, overseeing your business dealings. I never expected these two would dare to confront me, and he was just about to explode with anger. Then he heard Xiangbei say, get out. This time Wu Qichuan was really infuriated. No one in Shandong dared to speak to him this way. Pointing at Xiangbei's nose, he began to curse. Are you looking to die? In Jinan, no one dares to speak to me like this. At this moment, Xiangbei was genuinely a bit angry and regretted allowing the plainclothes guards to stay downstairs. At this moment, 4 plainclothes guards rushed forward and quickly subdued Wu Qichuan. I apologize, Dazhuayu, I have failed in my duty. Return to the military law office by yourself. Xiangbei simply stated. As for this Wu Qichuan, he should be investigated and dealt with accordingly. At this moment, Wu Qichuan was already half sober from the alcohol. If he weren't being held by the guards, he would have collapsed right there. Even if he was foolish, he knew something was wrong, and thus our director Wu was completely out of the picture. A week later, at the first Shandong provincial finance meeting, Xiangbei proposed to attract investment across the province. Especially targeting heavy industry, Xiangbei had previously purchased a large amount of equipment from abroad, including oil and coal extraction equipment, smelting, automobile and aircraft manufacturing equipment, chemical engineering, a large amount of military equipment, and major power plants. These machines nearly emptied Xiangbei's pockets as the Allied forces aimed for self-sufficiency. Even for the war in the Korean peninsula, they needed to plan ahead. In fact, there was an even more important reason. Xiangbei would eventually procure a large amount of supplies for zero cost, and it would be unclear where they came from. If Shandong's industry developed, well, many things could be sourced from his own territory. Thus, it was necessary to enhance external investment attraction and provide appropriate tax incentives. When it came to industrial development, Xiangbei's limited funds had to sustain the entire Allied forces. Now, having exempted the people from taxes and reduced commercial taxes, they still needed to develop Shandong's heavy industry. Truly, money was needed everywhere. The little bit of US dollars he had might not be enough, as he had nearly searched through the Japanese bank in Huagua. If he wanted to raise more funds, he would have to go to Japan itself. In his past life, it was said that the Japanese took away 600 tons of gold from Huagua and 100 tons from Southeast Asia. In reality, Xiangbei had long arranged for this money. As long as the Japanese transported this gold back from Southeast Asia, he would set a trap for them. He would reclaim all the capital and interest that belonged to Huagua in one go. After contemplating the gold issue, Xiangbei stood up and said, our Shandong is a major agricultural province. Our commercial sector is extremely weak, and I hope to transform this agricultural province into a heavy industry province. The reason Xiangbei wanted to develop industry in Shandong was due to his ample confidence. Regardless of which party it is, don't even think about breaking in. We must protect the sanctity of Shandong. Minister Miao, do you think that if we exempt some commercial taxes, will those large enterprises from Shanghai or other places come to establish branches in Shandong? Director Miao, I believe this task of attracting investment falls squarely on your shoulders. You must take this seriously, as it concerns the future development of our region. I decided to send several professional teams to nearby cities that can freely communicate to conduct investment promotion. As long as someone successfully brings in large enterprises for investment, I will reward them with 200 silver dollars. I believe everyone will give their all. Once the enterprises arrive, naturally the population will increase. With more people, the economy will flourish accordingly. At that time, our tax revenue will naturally flow in continuously. Although the government may have to tighten its belt in these years, as long as we persevere, good days will definitely not be far away. Oh, by the way, Xiangbei, I want to add one more point. We still need to impose normal tariffs on all imported goods. This cannot change. Also, regarding tobacco, we need to implement a monopoly system. Not only should there be taxes on tobacco production, but also heavy taxes. This way we can both increase fiscal revenue and control tobacco consumption. However, it is important to note that we maintain a zero-tolerance attitude towards brothels, smokehouses, and casinos. Once discovered, they must be dealt with immediately with no leniency. Minister Miao, the military will allocate a fund of up to 20 million silver dollars to our finance department. This fund will be specifically used to build 5 large cement plants within Shandong. This is undoubtedly a significant infrastructure construction project which holds extremely important significance for the economic development and transportation improvement of the Shandong region. Once these 5 large cement plants are completed and put into operation, they will provide ample cement supply for the Shandong region. And this cement will be prioritized for the construction of roads within Shandong. Our goal is to achieve county-to-county road connectivity, allowing each county to connect with the outside world through an efficient transportation network. It will also facilitate troop movements between cities, such as widening a certain section of the road, and can be requisitioned as a temporary runway when necessary. This approach can be said to draw inspiration from the later principle of wanting to get rich, first build the road, and apply it thoroughly. By improving transportation conditions, not only can it promote the flow of goods and personnel, but it can also drive local economic development, bringing more opportunities and vitality to the Shandong region. After the meeting, Xiangbei returned to the Pearl Spring Courtyard, where most of Shandong's historical governors resided. Even Kangxi and Qianlong stayed here during their southern tours. Originally, Han Fuju's scorched earth policy would have been burned. He was rescued by someone sent by Xiangbei. Now many high-ranking officials from the provincial government and the allied forces live here for security reasons, as the Japanese hold a deep hatred for him. Xiangbei has been contemplating whether to quickly reclaim the northeast and drive the Japanese army out of Huaguo. On the eve of the Japanese surrender, there were still some troops within Japan. When accounting for the 63 divisions in Japan, the total Japanese military force worldwide was about 27 million, with around 35 of that force stationed in China. After careful consideration and precise calculation, Xiangbei came to a conclusion: if the Americans do not enter the war, this means that even with spatial advantages and the military strength of Huaguo, defeating Japan would not be an easy task. Even if he could ultimately triumph over Japan, it would surely be This is not the desired outcome, as such a victory would bring about significant losses and would not be beneficial for his control over the future. If he alters the original timeline, Xiangbei will lose the ability to grasp the initiative of this era. Therefore, he resolved to adopt a more cautious and gradual strategy, gradually eroding the Japanese army's influence without changing the historical process. It is worth mentioning that there are nearly 4,000 troops at hand. Additionally, the total number of police and civil servants also amounts to around 5,000 to 6,000. These people all need to be supported by Xiangbei, while also constructing a large number of provincial state-owned factories. The cash in the space is already quite limited, leading Xiangbei to decide to take another risk soon. He planned to conduct business with the Yokohama Specie Bank in Shanghai and Hong Kong. If it weren't for Xiangbei's relatively timid nature, he would have gone to Tokyo, Japan to conduct business. Currently, the biggest shortcoming of the Allied forces here is intelligence personnel. Back then, over 200 intelligence personnel were trained in Shaanxi, but they never found anyone who could lead the entire department. Currently, a deputy section chief is managing the department temporarily. Although a lot of money has been spent, there have been virtually no results. There are doubts that Shaanxi was just making a show in intelligence education, and he suddenly regretted leaving those 30 tanks in Shaanxi. I treat you all as brothers, but you treat me as a foolish younger brother. In his previous life, he opened his heart to friends, but it seems he was the one being foolish. However, upon careful thought, if other armies sought the Allied forces to train intelligence personnel, being able to share 60 of the core content would be a significant gesture. He secretly mused that Chen Xiaohui was indeed quite remarkable. Not only was she capable, but she was also beautiful. However, despite this, he absolutely could not hand over his intelligence department to someone from the military intelligence to manage. After all, that is where his core secrets lie. If he really did that, it would be as if he farted on this side in the morning, and by noon, the military intelligence would catch the scent. As night fell, he decided to call Chen Xiaohui over for a discussion. When Chen Xiaohui hurriedly arrived after receiving the notice, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, unsure of what important matter Commander Chen needed to discuss with her so late. However, when she walked into the room and saw Xiangbei's desk filled with various cosmetics, she was instantly stunned. Chen Xiaohui looked at Xiangbei with a puzzled expression, completely bewildered by what was going on. She asked in confusion, "Commander Chen, did you call me here just for these cosmetics?" Xiangbei smiled slightly and explained, "That's right, I would like to ask you to help me with some reconnaissance makeup." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaohui was utterly perplexed. She simply couldn't understand why Chen Xiangbei would make such a strange request at this time. However, since she was already there, she couldn't refuse and had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Initially, he had called someone from his intelligence department for makeup. But after seeing the makeup, Xiangbei was disappointed. He wondered what these people had learned in Shaanxi. It seemed he still needed to hire experts to train them. "Chairman Chen, why are you learning makeup? You don't need to go out for reconnaissance. It seems he was trying to pass the time, realizing that all the excuses sounded quite flimsy. He inexplicably blurted out, "I just wanted to see you." After saying that he regretted it, and Chen Xiaohui's cheeks instantly flushed like two clouds of fire resembling the evening glow of spring snow melting over the branches. Neither of them spoke further. One pair of jade hands was applying makeup to Xiangbei's cheeks, while two pairs of eyes were just 30 centimeters apart. When their gazes met, both hearts raced. Xiangbei forced himself to calm down, thinking to himself that she is from the military intelligence. He tried to resist her allure, but when the fragrance mixed with the girl's body scent entered his nostrils, Xiangbei surprisingly reacted. It had been a year since Xiang Xiu passed away, and during this time, he hadn't been with any woman. Perhaps it was the surge of male hormones. Could it be that Chen Xiaohui practiced some enchanting technique? As they drew closer while painting, their eyes seemed to be able to hear each other's heartbeats. Chen Xiaohui exhaled softly while Xiangbei was panting. He suddenly embraced Chen Xiaohui and kissed her fiery red lips. At first, Chen Xiaohui struggled symbolically for a moment, but then she became even more passionate than Xiangbei, knocking over the cosmetics on the table. The flames sparked between them, almost igniting the table. They spent the night in silence. The next day, they lay in bed, revealing their true selves to each other. He thought to himself that he was truly useless. How could he be so helpless? He clearly knew it was a trap, yet willingly jumped into it. Wasn't it said that traversers remained unperturbed? His willpower was indeed weak. It was also Chen Qiaohui's fault. If she had resisted a bit longer, perhaps he would have given up. But maybe it would have been even more exciting. He silently scolded himself for being lecherous. How could he not have anticipated this? This was actually Chen Qiaohui's first time. They gazed at each other for a long time, and Xiangbei spoke up. "How about coming to be my intelligence minister?" Chen Xiaohui thought for a moment and replied, "Aren't you afraid? I am from the military intelligence." "Afraid? Then why let me be the intelligence minister? Will you betray me?" After a long silence, Chen Xiaohui remained silent. The two lay in bed with no more words. When she got dressed and was about to leave the room, she said, "I won't." Xiangbei revealed a long-lost smile, for a line of text appeared in his golden fingers' view. Chen Xiaohui, Minister of the Allied Forces Intelligence Department. It seems my efforts last night were not in vain. Could this be another leading lady of lust? Caution. It is said that to penetrate a woman's heart, the path is recently a certain route. If Chen Xiaohui manages the intelligence department for the Allied forces, Xiangbei would feel much more at ease. He planned to go to the Japanese-occupied Shanghai and Hong Kong banks to carry out some zero-yuan purchase transactions. Such matters must be kept confidential, and he intended to go to Shanghai alone. He formally introduced Chen Xiaohui to Old Chen and Zhao Xiaodong. Old Chen Xiaodong, this is Colonel Chen Xiaohui, liaison officer. She is now the Minister of the Allied Forces Intelligence Department. The three exchanged polite greetings, but Xiangbei noticed a hint of hostility from Zhao Xiaodong towards Chen Xiaohui. He then told Old Chen and Zhao Xiaodong that he had some personal matters to attend to. As for military affairs, you two can discuss and handle them. If Minister Chen has any questions, you can always consult the two brigade commanders. Yes, Chairman. I have entrusted all domestic issues to Lu Gu and Miao Handong. Zhao Xiaodong said, "Boss, it's fine for you to deal with personal matters, but the guard company must follow you 24 hours a day to ensure your safety." Xiangbei nodded in agreement, temporarily agreeing to them. He planned to notify them after leaving Shandong. If he told them now that he was going to Shanghai alone, he probably wouldn't even be able to leave the Pearl Courtyard. He stored a fighter jet in his space, fully prepared. He placed 90 of the weapons in his space into a military. He boarded a train heading to Shanghai, which took several twists and turns because Jiangsu was occupied by the Japanese. It had been 2 days since he left the Pearl Courtyard in Jinan. A diligent guard delivered a letter to Chen Burui. After reading the letter, he slammed it on the table. This little boss was truly a headache. Running out to handle personal matters without even a single guard, and saying he'd be gone for half a month. This was simply absurd and irresponsible to the Allied forces. Did he even realize how many Japanese wanted to kill him now? Chen Burui complained to himself continuously. In Shanghai at a small inn. Around 8 p.m., just as he planned to rest, he heard a knock on the door. Using his space ability, he saw that it was 2 policemen conducting a routine check. After a brief thought, he resolutely decided to open the door of the inn. The 2 policemen stepped in and began questioning Xiangbei about his background. Facing the police's inquiries, he maintained his composure. His identification was actually forged by his secretary Zhang Chong, who was a native of Shanghai. Thus, when filling in the forged address, Zhang Chong cleverly wrote down the street next to his home. The 2 policemen glanced at the family address on the ID and found a flaw. It turned out that the inn where Xiangbei was staying was located on the street next to the forged address. Who would leave their home to stay in a hotel? One of the policemen started speaking a lot of Shanghai dialect. He thought to himself that this was bad. He had written on his household registration that he was from Shanghai just to come here. If a Shanghai native couldn't understand Shanghai dialect, wouldn't he be exposed? It seemed he really wasn't cut out to be a spy. It was also his fault for not clarifying things with Zhang Chong earlier. The 2 policemen exchanged glances. They then said it was nothing and advised him to sleep early before exiting the room. Once outside, one went down while the other made a phone call to summon help. He thought to himself, you damn dog working so hard. It seemed that he would be unable to sleep tonight. He had to hurry up and pack his things and move. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and activated his space transferability. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on the street far away from his previous location. The street was exceptionally desolate at this time as the Japanese had imposed a curfew and hardly anyone dared to stroll outside at night. However, wandering on the street wasn't a long-term solution. He couldn't just roam around all night. Just as he felt a sense of helplessness, he suddenly remembered that the last time he came to Shanghai with Zhang Chong, he had visited his home. Moreover, he was carrying a letter from Zhang Chong to his family. Although going to Zhang Chong's house at night might be a bit inconvenient, there was really nowhere else to go now. After much hesitation, Xiangbei decided to take a chance and go to Zhang Chong's house. He walked quickly to the door and lightly knocked. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking sounded particularly loud in the silent night. After a while, a woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? He quickly replied, it's me. Oh, it's Boss Chen. Is Xiaoqiang back too? As he spoke, the door opened, and standing there was indeed Zhang Chong's mother. She welcomed Xiangbei into the room and brewed a cup of tea. Auntie, hello. Xiaoqiang didn't come back this time. This time I came to Shanghai alone to handle some affairs. Here Xiaoqiang delivered a letter to you. Although there was space to know the contents inside through the envelope. However, he did not act this way, for he was a person from the 21st century with his own principles and bottom lines that he would not allow himself to cross. Without waiting for Xiangbei to respond, Zhang's mother continued, "I'll get you some dishes to try so you can also experience our family's culinary skills." Saying this, she turned and walked toward the kitchen. Seeing this, Xiangbei hurriedly stepped forward to stop Zhang's mother, saying, "Annie, I've already had dinner, you don't need to fuss about it." Zhang's mother paused, smiled at Xiangbei, and asked with concern, "Boss Chen, did you really eat? Don't be polite with Annie here, just treat it like your own home, and let me know if you need anything." Xiangbei smiled gratefully, and replied, "Annie, I really have eaten, thank you for your kindness." Zhang's mother still seemed a bit uneasy, and continued, "All right, then since you say you are full I won't insist. But are you sure you're really full?" Xiangbei quickly nodded, reiterating that he had already eaten dinner. Only then did Zhang's mother feel relieved, and said, "I'll go tidy up your room first. Xiaoqiang said you must stay at home, so he can be at ease." After saying this, Zhang's mother turned to tidy up the room. Xiangbei stood there inwardly sighing that Zhang Chong was indeed a considerate person. Letting you stay at his home not only ensures safety, but also allows one to feel the warmth of a home. Bang bang, Zhang's mother opened the door and said, "What time is it already, and you still know to come back?" At this moment, a girl around 18 or 19 walked in, retorting, as she came, "Sister Lan's house is right next door, what is there to be afraid of being late?" The girl froze in her tracks when she saw Xiangbei. "Mom, who is this?" "Ah, this is Boss Chen, your brother's boss. He came to Shanghai on a business trip and needs to stay here for a few days, so he decided to stay at home. You little girl, hurry up and come over to greet him." "Hello, Boss Chen," Zhang Kai respectfully said. Xiangbei smiled and replied, "Hello, just call me Brother Chen." At this time, Zhang's mother introduced, "This is my daughter Zhang Kai." Xiangbei looked at the girl, noticing her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation towards him. This made Xiangbei feel somewhat bewildered, not understanding why she was looking at him like that. Being stared at made Xiangbei feel a bit awkward. The girl with her big watery eyes stared intently at Xiangbei like a little fangirl, and softly asked, "Are you the Boss Chen from Shandong?" Xiangbei awkwardly responded, "Yes." Zhang Kai seemed satisfied with the answer and unhesitatingly pulled. She sat directly opposite Xiangbei and lowered her voice, saying, "Boss Chen, wasn't it particularly thrilling when you fought the Japanese devils?" Hearing this, Xiangbei's heart suddenly sank, and his expression became somewhat serious. This was because the Allied forces had strict regulations prohibiting officials at all levels from leaking any information about the Allied forces to their family members. Even the fact of joining the Allied forces had to be kept secret. Frowning, he asked, displeased, "Did Zhang Chong tell you?" "Don't wrong my brother. My brother once attended an interview at your company. The recruitment newspaper is still at home. Besides, your Allied forces made such a big deal in Shandong. The newspapers in Shanghai reported it long ago. They say the predecessor of the Allied forces is the Dongfang Grain and Oil Company. Since you are my brother's boss and share the surname Chen, you must be Chen Xiangbei. Who else could be Boss Chen? It must have been my mother's confusion that led to your deception." Xiangbei thought to himself, "So that's how it is. This girl seems quite clever and appears well suited for intelligence work." At this moment, Zhang Kai suddenly lowered her voice and said to Xiangbei, "Boss Chen, do you think I can go fight the Japanese devils? I also want to find my brother." Xiangbei quickly responded softly, "You're still too young, it's better to focus on school." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai immediately pouted in anger and retorted, "Are you kidding me? We are twins. I was just born 10 minutes later than him. How can you say I'm younger?" Xiangbei was momentarily at a loss for words in response to Zhang Kai. After all, it wasn't his place to decide. He still needed to consult Zhang Kai's brother. So after a slight hesitation, he said, "You shouldn't ask me about this, you need to discuss it with your brother." He took out a women's watch from his pocket. Smiling at Zhang Kai, he said, "It's our first meeting, and I don't have much to give you. I happen to have a watch that I think would suit you well." After saying this, he gently placed the watch into Zhang Kai's hand. Zhang Kai held the watch with her mouth wide open, taking a deep breath. "Boss Chun is truly generous. Do you know how much this Vacheron Constantine Platinum Diamond watch is worth?" Xiangbei shook his head and said, "I don't know. Is this watch very valuable? This was bought for 0 yuan from Yin Rugung's basement. How could I say how much it's worth? I don't even recognize the brand. In my past life, I was always delivering takeout. How would I have seen a Vacheron Constantine?" Zhang Kai held the watch and said, "There was a classmate in our class who brought this watch to show off. It's this model, and they said they spent over $1,000 to buy it." After saying this, she reluctantly pushed the watch back, saying, "I can't wear such an expensive watch." Xiangbei pushed the watch back again and said, "This is fake. I bought it for 3 yuan. Zhang Kai picked up the watch and laughed, saying, "You're lying." Xiangbei then quietly said, "Don't call me Boss Chen in the future. Oh, just call me brother." Zhang Kai nodded vigorously. The Japanese bank is located on the bund of Shanghai's international settlement. Xiangbei passed by the Japanese bank 7 times in 2 days before figuring it out. The Japanese treasury holds a large amount of cash and gold, all disguised. Not only are there many hidden sentries in the walls, but pressure bombs are also installed beneath the gold in the treasury. Its energy is more than enough to kill several people. Xiangbei thought to himself, only Zhang Chong knows that he has come to Shanghai. Furthermore, he still doesn't know that he has come to rob a bank, so it seems that no one has leaked information. The only possibility left is that the Japanese are scared of being stolen and have transferred their cash. After finally arriving in the city of Shanghai, Xiangbei naturally did not want to return empty-handed. After all, it was not easy to make this trip, and he should at least achieve something. Thus, he thought of a plan, disguising himself as a beggar near the bank to observe the bank's activities. This way, he would neither raise suspicion nor miss any crucial observations. However, after several days of lurking near the bank, Xiangbei had yet to witness any cash transport vehicles entering or exiting. This left him quite puzzled, as it was only logical for the bank to have cash flow. Even more perplexing for Xiangbei was the absence of substantial cash reserves within the bank. Nor were there any currency vehicles entering. What was going on? He pondered deeply, yet could not find an answer. Due to the curfew in place, Xiangbei could only stake out during the day near the bank, making it impossible to continue his observations at night. This undoubtedly posed certain difficulties for his investigation. However, Xiangbei did not give up easily. He purchased a fake identification at a high price on the black market and then checked into a hotel with a view of the bank. This way, he could observe the bank around the clock, no longer worrying about missing important clues at night. After 2 sleepless days, Xiangbei was exhausted, feeling like a son of a son. He even dreamed about his deceased father several times. Xiangbei secretly vowed to capture more enemy soldiers on the battlefield in the future. Keeping them trapped until death would be more torturous than any punishment. After a period of observation, he finally uncovered an astonishing secret. Every night at midnight, 2 armored vehicles would quietly enter the bank. This discovery exhilarated Xiangbei, prompting him to decide to track these 2 armored vehicles. After multiple follow-ups, Xiangbei finally unraveled the mystery. These 2 armored vehicles returned each night to the Japanese command center in Shanghai. This revelation deepened Xiangbei's understanding of the cunning and treachery of the Japanese. "Those damn little devils are truly insidious," he muttered darkly. He knew that the Japanese command center was not an easy target. Attempting to strike here would undoubtedly be a challenge. The Japanese military command center in Shanghai is located in the Hongkou district, which is not only heavily fortified, but also has a strong security presence. The Japanese Navy and military police together number over 300 personnel guarding day and night with strict vigilance, making it nearly impossible to approach easily. Faced with such tight defenses, Xiangbei fell into deep thought. He began to consider various factors, weighing whether this risky venture was worth it. After all, to successfully breach the defenses of the Japanese command center in Shanghai would require a fair amount of... He still had nearly $100 million worth of foreign currency. If he did not purchase weapons and food in the last 2 years, he could manage for 2 to 3 years. However, many projects in Shandong had already ordered machinery and factory buildings, and supporting facilities also needed to be constructed. Not purchasing weapons in the next 2 years was unrealistic. Currently, he was like a thorn in the eyes of the Japanese, especially since this thorn not only grew, but was also thick. The Japanese would certainly want to remove him swiftly. Passing by the military police command center, a surge of impulse rose within him. Due to distance limitations, he could only observe a part of the cash, but even this portion exceeded the wealth he had acquired in the northeast last time. Now the Allied forces were facing immense financial pressure, and this money was undoubtedly a lifesaver for them. Xiangbei contemplated how this sum could alleviate their current predicament. After much deliberation, Xiangbei finally made up his mind to take the risk and pursue this endeavor. If successful, Shandong would not face any economic pressure for the next 10 years. Moreover, perhaps even the principal would have to act according to his wishes. However, Xiangbei was also acutely aware that this was not an easy task. If the plan were to be exposed, escaping Shanghai safely would likely become exceedingly difficult. Thus, before taking action, he needed to think of an escape route. Since he had already decided to act, he might as well aim for something significant. Xiangbei secretly calculated that the Japanese had 2 arms depots in Shanghai, which were undoubtedly excellent targets. If he could successfully rob these 2 arms depots, not only would he acquire a substantial amount of weaponry, but he could also deal a heavy blow to the Japanese. The first was located within Peace Park, where the Japanese had enclosed the area and constructed 6 reinforced concrete ammunition depots. The other was in the backyard of the Honda Silk Factory in Hongkou. At that time, it was an important arms depot for the Japanese Navy. This place was heavily guarded with high walls, barbed wire, and searchlights, while armed Japanese soldiers stood watch at the entrance and patrols were constantly moving. To avoid alarming the enemy, it would be best to take them all out in one night. The distance between these 3 locations was about 15 kilometers. Considering safety, it was most appropriate to target the vault first. After 3 more days of careful investigation and planning, Xiangbei intended to fly back after completing this mission. He chose Adaoya Road in Shanghai, which would later become Yan'an East Road. At its widest point, it was over 60 meters wide, and at its narrowest around 30 meters. Taking off in a fighter jet would be more than enough. Besides, the Japanese were under curfew at night, and there would be no one on the road. Xiangbei returned to Zhang Chang's home carrying a sack and dropped it on the ground with a thud. "Auntie, I will be returning to Shandong tonight. This money is for you and Zhang Kai." Upon hearing it was all money, Zhang's mother was terrified. She knew that Boss Chun was wealthy. They had only stayed for a few days. How could he give such a large sum? She glanced at the unconcerned Zhang Kai. That silly girl was wiping the sweat off Xiangbei with a towel. Did Zhang Kai know? A watch that Xiangbei casually gave her was worth over $1,000. This couldn't possibly be a betrothal gift, could it? Perhaps he truly took a liking to our girl. Zhang Kai was indeed quirky, petite, and cute, somewhat resembling Huang Rong from Jin Yong's works, causing Zhang's mother to feel a great deal of anxiety. Thinking to herself, he didn't even clarify the betrothal gift, throwing so much money on the ground. Xiangbei said, "Annie, here are $3,000. Please accept this for now. You never know when I might need to come back to Shanghai and trouble you again." Zhang's mother thought to herself that $3,000 was nothing to be concerned about. Even if they bought this house and included his precious daughter, it wouldn't be worth $3,000. After several rejections, Zhang's mother finally accepted. Xiangbei repeatedly reminded her not to deposit it in the bank, not to exchange for any paper currency, and to bury any excess underground. "Xiangbei, I want to go back to Shandong with you to find my brother," Zhang Kai said, playfully tugging at Xiangbei's sleeve. "Your brother is working in Shandong. Oh, what chaos will you add?" Zhang's mother scolded. "What kind of job does my brother have? He is certainly a formidable person." Zhang Kai's words were cut short by a glare from Xiangbei. Weakly she said, "Anyway, I don't care. If you don't take me, I'll go find my brother myself." Xiangbei wouldn't take her, not to mention that he had his own matters to attend to. Even if he had nothing to do, he wouldn't take her to Shandong. He truly intended to bring her back. How would his subordinates view him? At midnight, wearing a Japanese military uniform, Xiangbei entered the Japanese garrison headquarters using his spatial abilities. Xiangbei noticed that there were more Japanese soldiers around, giving him the opportunity to sneak in. He successfully entered the underground treasury. Looking at the nearly 1,000 square meters of the basement, gold and various currencies were piled high, far exceeding what he had seen in Shenyang. These currencies likely didn't come solely from Japanese banks. There should also be a significant amount taken by the Japanese from the Shanghai market. Xiangbei didn't rush to store this cash in his space. Instead, he calmly utilized his spatial abilities to carefully inspect each pile. He didn't dare be the slightest bit careless, because he knew that the wealth behind it could be hiding countless dangers and traps. As time passed, Xiangbei's examination became increasingly meticulous. Finally, after 15 minutes, a smile appeared on his face. However, this was not because he had discovered more wealth, but because he had uncovered the treacherous tactics of the Japanese. It turned out that the Japanese not only had high-voltage electricity on the anti-theft door, but also placed a pressure bomb beneath the gold. Even more unexpectedly, a seemingly ordinary antique box contained gas bombs. As long as someone opened this box, the poison gas would instantly burst forth, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiangbei sighed inwardly, realizing how insidious the Japanese truly were. If it weren't for his spatial abilities, anyone else who came would have fallen into the trap. Nevertheless, he was not daunted by these traps. Instead, they ignited his fighting spirit. He began methodically storing the gold, antiques, and various currencies into his space, moving swiftly and accurately. When the last box of gas bombs was left in the treasury, Xiangbei let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know the exact composition of this box of gas bombs, he was certain it was nothing good. "Since you have schemed against me so insidiously, I cannot allow you to have it easy," Xiangbei thought to himself, deciding to leave the Japanese a little surprise. He carefully inspected the pressure bomb, contemplating how to maximize its effectiveness. After some deep thought, he decided to modify the bomb to better execute his plan. He meticulously checked the internal wiring and devices. He quickly found areas for improvement and began to operate. After some effort, Xiangbei successfully connected the pressure bomb to the circuit of the anti-theft door. This way, as soon as someone attempted to open the door, the bomb would be triggered immediately, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. To ensure everything was foolproof, Xiangbei also placed a full ton of military-grade explosives on the bomb. This was no ordinary explosive. It was a high explosive specifically designed for military use, powerful enough to destroy a large building. However, Xiangbei did not detonate this powerful bomb immediately. He was well aware that triggering it now would be futile, since the Japanese high command was not residing here at night. If he detonated it recklessly, not only would it fail to achieve the desired effect, but it could also cause unnecessary trouble. Xiangbei calculated inwardly that the best timing would be during the day tomorrow. By then, the Japanese high-ranking officials would gather in this building for work, and catching them all at once would truly be... Although a ton of explosives was astonishing, Xiangbei felt there was nothing excessive about it. He thought that those working at the garrison headquarters were probably not virtuous people. Who among ordinary citizens would come to work in such a place? Most of them were likely complicit in wrongdoing and deserved to die. After completing his business, Xiangbei headed straight to Peace Park. The Japanese armory was constructed with reinforced concrete, and the entrance was a semi-human-high arched opening. The 6 armories were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. When they were built, the Japanese set up metal doors and earthen barricades outside the ammunition depots for secrecy and security. Entering this armory was actually much more difficult than entering the garrison headquarters. As night fell, the entire armory area was eerily quiet, with not a single soldier in sight. However, bright searchlights were scattered everywhere, illuminating the area as if it were daylight. Xiangbei cautiously avoided the beams of those searchlights, making each step particularly arduous. After much effort, he finally managed to infiltrate the first armory. Upon entering, Xiangbei was stunned by the sight before him. Boxes of brand new 38-type rifles were neatly arranged, gleaming with a metallic luster, alongside formidable 92-type machine guns with mountains of ammunition piled nearby. Xiangbei moved through the armory. As time passed, he unknowingly spent over an hour before he had collected everything from all 6 armories. In addition to the common weapons and equipment, the armory surprisingly stored mountain guns and heavy weapons like mortars with a staggering amount of ammunition. Even more unexpectedly, there were also large quantities of explosives, aerial bombs, landmines, and grenades. The armory of the Honko Honda yarn factory remained largely unchanged from before. Looking at the mountains of Japanese weapons, Xiangbei couldn't help but feel a sense of numbness. Despite the fact that these Japanese weapons were not particularly remarkable, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. By the time he had gathered all the weapons, it was nearly 4 in the morning. The sky brightened earlier on this side of Shanghai, and the heavens gradually took on a fish-belly white hue. Xiangbei dared not waste a moment, and quickly rushed towards Edoa Road. Xiangbei finally arrived at Edoa Road. He encountered some significant obstacles that obstructed the road, severely affecting the aircraft's takeoff. However, for Xiangbei, this was not a major problem. He swiftly cleared these obstacles into his space, ensuring the road was unobstructed. After some effort, the runway here met all the requirements for aircraft takeoff in both width and length, causing no hindrance to their departure. After surveying the surrounding environment and confirming its safety, Xiangbei decisively summoned a fighter jet from his space. The fighter jet sat silently, radiating a cold metallic sheen. Xiangbei quickly climbed into the cockpit and skillfully started the engine. As the roar of the engine echoed, the wings of the aircraft began to tremble, slightly resembling a colossal beast on the verge of awakening. However, at the moment the aircraft ignited, a tremendous noise surged forth like a shockwave, engulfing the entire block. The nearby residents were jolted awake by the sudden noise, illuminating their windows with curiosity directed towards the source of the sound. Xiangbei's heart tightened. He knew he could not afford to delay any longer and had to take off quickly, leaving this place behind. He gripped the control stick tightly, pushing the throttle to the maximum, and the aircraft shot forward like an arrow. Just as the plane was about to take off, an unexpected event occurred. A truck suddenly barreled into the intersection. The truck driver clearly did not anticipate an aircraft taking off at that moment, panicking and failing to brake in time. Xiangbei's eyes widened as he watched the wing collide violently with the truck's cabin. The immense impact caused the plane to shudder violently, losing its balance. Xiangbei desperately tried to regain control, but it was already too late. The uncontrollable aircraft crashed forward like a headless fly, barreling straight into nearby businesses. A resounding bang echoed as the nose of the plane crashed into the shop, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Due to inertia, the plane continued to slide forward, the fuel tank rupturing under the violent impact, and fuel gushed out like a fountain. In an instant, a raging inferno erupted, engulfing the entire building in flames. Xiangbei was seen lying on the road 80 meters away, having escaped the cockpit only by utilizing space in his moment of desperation. Xiangbei stood up, dragging his injured left leg. Einstein was right. There seemed to be a necessary connection between space and speed, or else how could he have broken a leg? Xiangbei's leg was completely shattered, and he could only support his body with his hands moving forward step by step. Each step was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered to leave the scene. The flames behind him grew larger as if they intended to consume the entire world. Xiangbei knew it wouldn't be long before the enemies would arrive here. He had to leave quickly, not allowing himself to fall into the hands of the enemy. Xiangbei retrieved a car from his space, struggling to open the door and sit in the driver's seat. His injured left leg barely allowed him to exert force, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed down on the accelerator with the little strength he had left. The car slowly started, and Xiangbei drove towards Zhang Chang's home. After securing the car, he used space to enter Zhang Chang's house. Xiangbei dared not knock on the door before dawn. If the neighbors heard, who knows what might happen. Xiangbei tiptoed to Zhang Kai's bedside, gently nudging her, afraid of waking the others. Zhang Kai's eyes fluttered open, and before she could react, a hand swiftly covered her mouth like lightning. "Don't make a sound, it's me," Xiangbei whispered. Zhang Kai's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Xiangbei, her face filled with shock. She was about to speak when Xiangbei made a gesture to silence her. "I couldn't get away, you need to wake up and help me with..." Xiangbei's voice carried a hint of urgency. Zhang Kai slowly sat up, finally noticing Xiangbei's condition. His face bore multiple abrasions, and his clothes were tattered, as if he had gone through a fierce battle. "Xiangbei, what happened to you?" Zhang Kai asked with concern. Xiangbei did not answer, simply pulling out a medical kit from behind and handing it to her. "Sister, don't ask anything, just help me with the medicine first." A pained expression crossed Xiangbei's face. During the time Zhang Kai tended to his wounds, her mother also woke up, startled by Xiangbei's condition. The mother and daughter worked together to clean Xiangbei's wounds. His leg was definitely fractured, and going to the hospital was unrealistic. It was likely the enemies would start searching the city after dawn. Staying in Zhang Chang's house was never safe. He feared it might implicate the mother and daughter. At that moment, Xiangbei regretted coming to Shanghai, never expecting to find himself in such a predicament. His allies in Shanghai also had teams, but he couldn't contact them. There was space in the radio, but he didn't know how to. He had riches in hand, but couldn't even buy a safe house. Though he commanded hundreds of thousands of troops, the only ones who could help him now were this mother and daughter. At this moment, he regretted not listening to old Chen, always believing that having space made him invincible. At 8 a.m. the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Xiangbei's face, and he remained lost in sweet dreams, oblivious to the outside world. Suddenly, a thunderous bang erupted like thunder cracking through the air. The sound was not only deafening, but also made the very ground tremble. Xiangbei was jolted awake by the sudden noise, sitting up abruptly, bleary-eyed and momentarily disoriented, unsure of what had happened. After a while, his consciousness gradually returned, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the gift left for the enemies last night exploded? Xiangbei guessed correctly. The loud bang was indeed caused by the gift he had meticulously prepared the night before. However, he was unaware that the consequences of this explosion were extremely severe. Major General San Bu San Lang of the Garrison Command, along with over 200 soldiers, were instantly obliterated, leaving no trace of their corpses. While Xiangbei achieved such a great feat, the true hero would forever remain unknown, which was indeed ironic. At the same time, this also signaled the impending large-scale search operation in Shanghai. Given Xiangbei's current circumstances, he had no way to escape this search. As he pondered how to deal with the upcoming situation, Zhang Kai entered the living room looking terrified and asked Xiangbei, "Did you hear that noise just now? I don't know if it was an earthquake or an explosion." Xiangbei feigned calmness and replied, "It's probably an earthquake." He did not want Zhang Kai to worry too much, nor did he want her to suspect his involvement in the incident. Zhang Kai seemed unsatisfied with this explanation, but did not press further. "Xiangbei, I need to talk to you about something. Could you help me rent a room near your house? It would be best if it were within 100 meters of your home. The price is negotiable. I have a significant need for it. Just say it's a storage room for renting. Also, could you help me buy a few newspapers? I suspect the enemies will definitely search here in the next few days," and Xiangbei planned to use the rental house to play hide and seek with them. No matter what, he could not implicate these two women. When he received the newspapers, Xiangbei finally realized something major had occurred in Shandong. According to reports, 3 days ago, the Japanese army deployed a full 5 divisions totaling around 1 million men, marching south of the Yellow River like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Jinan, as the capital of Shandong, was facing unprecedented danger at this moment. With the situation deteriorating, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. However, no amount of regret would help now. The most important thing was to return to Shandong as soon as possible. As time passed, it finally reached the afternoon. Sure enough, a group of uninvited guests came knocking. A fierce-looking Japanese soldier and 2 traitorous policemen arrived to search the residential area. Xiangbei had long been on alert. He used his spatial abilities to envelop the area. Thus, every move of the Japanese and the 2 traitors was laid bare before him, as if under a microscope. These invaders barged into homes under the guise of searching, mercilessly ransacking them like robbers. The two policemen were even more complicit, not only failing to stop the Japanese's misdeeds, but also joining in to take advantage of the chaos. They turned Zhang Chang's home upside down, leaving it in shambles. In the end, they found $20 silver in a drawer and seized them with glee. Fortunately, aside from these $20, the house did not suffer much damage. Xiangbei used his spatial abilities to shuttle back and forth between his home and the rental. At least he was safe. It seemed that the land route was definitely not an option. Given his current situation, it would be hard to leave Shanghai. In an emergency, Xiangbei had Zhang Kai call Peter. By evening, Peter appeared at the rental. "General Chen, you are truly mad. How dare you show up in Shanghai now?" "Peter, don't ask anything, just tell me if you can help me leave Shanghai." Peter pondered for a moment and said, "It's difficult." Xiangbei didn't waste time on pleasantries. "They'll give you 100 yellow croakers, or just get me to Shandong." Peter thought for a moment and said, 200 yellow croakers will help you." Xiangbei thought to himself, the Americans are truly greedy. "Fine, but I can't give it to you now, you'll get it only after we reach Shandong." "When can we leave at the earliest?" Xiangbei asked eagerly. "Tomorrow, I will give you news and I guarantee you will leave Shanghai within 3 days, Peter replied, patting his chest. On the morning 2 days later, sunlight streamed through the airplane's window onto Xiangbei's face. Looking at Peter, who was sitting beside him, enthusiastically introducing his uncle, Mr. Lawrence, a consul from the... "Uncle Lawrence is quite an impressive figure," Peter said proudly. "He is very influential in the diplomatic world." Xiangbei secretly sighed in his heart. No wonder Peter had been so confident before. It turned out he had such a formidable uncle behind him. However, this time he had indeed been bitten hard by this uncle and nephew duo. 200 yellow croakers worth up to $1.00 was no small amount. But Xiangbei did not mind too much. He believed that fortunes turn, and sooner or later he would earn back this money from the beautiful country. On the plane, Xiangbei began to carefully calculate the gains from this trip to Shanghai. With 1 leg and 200 yellow croakers, he had exchanged for over $400 million, dozens of tons of gold, and over $1 billion in currency and yen. How many people had the Japanese robbed in Shanghai? But Xiangbei could guarantee that this funding was just the tip of the iceberg. There were enough weapons to equip 4 divisions. Although it couldn't be said to be a huge profit, it certainly was not a loss. Shanghai truly lives up to its reputation as the largest metropolis in the Far East. Xiangbei couldn't help but exclaim. However, he still knew nothing about the situation in Shandong and was deeply worried. As the plane landed accompanied by a violent shudder, Xiangbei finally felt that he had regained control of his destiny. On the way back to the command center, he could faintly hear the distant sound of cannon fire. This sound weighed heavily on Xiangbei's heart, making him think that the situation on the battlefield in Jinan was probably even more severe than he had anticipated. When old Chen saw Xiangbei being pushed down from the car in a wheelchair, he was startled by the sight before him. Xiangbei had multiple abrasions on his face and body, and his left leg was clearly fractured, looking quite serious. Old Chen rushed forward anxiously and asked, "Boss, what on earth happened? How did you get so hurt?" Xiangbei waved his hand to signal old Chen to calm down before slowly saying, "Don't worry about how I got hurt. Quickly tell me about the situation with the Japanese army." Zhang Chang pushed Xiangbei to the sand table, and upon a closer look the sand table displayed a detailed military map. Old Chen next to him pointed at the sand table and said the Japanese currently have about 1,000 troops with 5 divisions. They have divided into 5 armies spreading along the Yellow River, forming a long snake formation. Xiangbei gazed at the sand table as the lines from Dongying, Binzhou, Jinan, Liaoqing, and Handan wound their way southward intimidatingly. "Our first army group has split into 3 routes confronting the Japanese army at the battlefields of Binzhou, Jinan." The person continued explaining. "The second army group is engaged in a stalemate with the Japanese in Liaoqing and Handan." Xiangbei carefully examined the troop distribution on the sand table, quietly analyzing the situation of both sides. Currently, both sides have suffered certain losses, but the Allied forces seem to have a slight advantage. However, 3 days ago the situation changed. The Japanese actually dispatched multiple flying squadrons from the Kanto army in the airspace between Dezhou and Jinan. The person's voice slightly raised. "The Japanese deployed over 400 fighter planes, engaging in an aerial battle with our 300 or so aircraft. Due to the Japanese's numerical superiority and experienced pilots, the Allied Air Force suffered great losses. In the end, the aerial combat concluded with the loss of 80 Japanese aircraft and 150 of our own. I must take full responsibility for this aerial defeat," Old Chen said, obviously feeling a bit down. "What responsibility do you have? If anyone should be responsible, it should be me. Besides, I am in charge of the Air Force, and it is also true that our pilots lack combat experience. So losing some aircraft is not a big deal, but we must do our best to bring the pilots back." Xiangbei said firmly. "Boss, we are severely lacking in fighter jets, and the Japanese have not gained an advantage. Thus they chose to duel in the air. If we run out of fighter jets, we will lose air superiority, and the ground battlefield will also be affected. But our Air Force being so passive is not a long-term solution," Old Chen complained. I will find a way to deal with the Air Force. Once I have sorted them out, we will launch a general offensive. When Xiangbei turned around, he found Peter standing beside him. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't settled the fare yet. Why didn't you just ask me for it? He could clearly feel that Peter's aura was significantly diminished compared to when they were in Shanghai. Zhang Chang, go to the finance department and get 200 yellow croakers for Peter. Old Chen, please host this uncle and nephew for me tonight. Especially Peter's uncle, be sure not to offend him. He is a significant figure, we might need to seek his assistance in the future. Tell them that I need to go to the hospital to check my leg and cannot accompany them. That night Xiangbei checked into Chilu Hospital accompanied by the guards. Chilu Hospital is a church-run hospital with a high reputation both domestically and internationally. The doctor recommended surgery which mainly involved incision and repositioning using steel plate screws and other internal fixation materials to secure the fractured ends. However, due to the relatively backward medical technology and equipment at that time, the surgical risks were high and the incidence of postoperative infections and other complications was also significant. In the end, Xiangbei decided to go through with the surgery, and around 8 p.m., Chen Xiaohui arrived at the ward taking care of Xiangbei's daily needs like a devoted wife. Xiangbei felt somewhat unaccustomed to this. How could the formidable female spy be in such a state? Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaodong surprisingly brought chicken soup to the ward. Boss, how did you get hurt so badly? They said to let you take the guards look at what happened to you. After saying this, she picked up a wet towel to wipe Xiangbei's face. Chen Xiaohui was not to be outdone and also took another towel to wipe Xiangbei's hands. Xiangbei felt increasingly awkward at what had happened during his absence. Both women were acting unusually today. Chen Xiaohui fed Xiangbei fruit, while Zhao Xiaodong fed him chicken soup. The tension between the two women grew stronger, and soon they began to argue. It was unclear who spoke first, asking Xiangbei to mediate. It was truly a headache. Can you both be quiet? I'm a patient here in a hospital. Seeing Xiangbei angry, both women involuntarily shut their mouths. First, I thank you both for the fruit and soup. You both can go back now, I want to rest for a bit. The two women exchanged glances. Boss, I'm leaving. They'll come to see you again tomorrow, said Zhao Xiaodong. Xiangbei, I'm leaving too, they'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Neither of you should come tomorrow, Xiangbei said with a stern expression. The Japanese are increasing their troops in the north. You both need to focus on your duties. Especially you, Zhao Xiaotong. Shouldn't you be returning to your Fourth Army? Even though there are no battles in the south for the time being, you should stop running to Jinan so often. Understood, boss, Zhao Xiaodong replied, pouting. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later Xiangbei was discharged from the hospital. However, instead of returning to Pearl Courtyard as usual, he went directly to the Air Force command set up at the airport. Although Jinan was the main battlefield of this war, the number of fighter jets stationed there was quite limited, with only currently the Allied forces had only about 150 fighter jets, which also needed to be distributed across 5 different battlefields. In contrast, the enemy's air force was quite formidable. They had approximately 2,300 aircraft available for combat, with about 280 reserve planes. More importantly, their aviation industry could produce 60 brand new planes each month. In comparison, our Air Force appeared significantly smaller, totaling around 600 aircraft, but only a little over 200 were truly combat-ready, even less than 1/7 of Japan's forces. If it weren't for the 600 planes purchased by Xiangbei, which slightly balanced the score, our Air Force would really be at the mercy of the enemy. The planes ordered by the Allied forces were initially expected to be delivered in 2 months at the earliest, but due to various reasons the situation had become even more complicated. It was unclear whether due to the tense current situation or external pressures, 2 countries had expressed a desire to delay delivery. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the Allied Air Force, which was already in a passive position. The difficulties they faced were now even greater. Xiangbei used his crutches to board the aircraft. Build a small ammunition depot for me in the cabin. I will need it tomorrow morning. Xiangbei used his crutches to board the aircraft. Build a small ammunition depot for me in the cabin. I will need it tomorrow morning. Zhang Chang said confidently. Xiangbei shot Zhang Chang a glare. Why so much nonsense? Execute the order. Yes, sir, Zhang Chang replied, performing a standard military salute. He hurried off to convey the orders. Xiangbei knew that Zhang Chang was right, but without some cover, how could it be convenient for him to replenish bullets from the warehouse at any time? Zhang Chang received orders to select 20 of the best gunners from the First Army. These gunners needed to possess excellent shooting skills and rich combat experience to handle various complex situations that might arise. Zhang Chang understood the importance of this task and did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. After a strict selection process, he finally chose 20 of the top gunners from many candidates. The next day, these 20 gunners arrived at the Air Force Base on time to report to Zhang Chang. They were all in high spirits, full of anticipation and confidence for the upcoming tasks. Zhang Chang gave a brief mobilization speech to these gunners and then led them to the hangar. Inside the hangar was a brand new B-17 bomber, which would become their aerial fortress. To enhance the aircraft's firepower, Xiangbei modified the guns on the plane, replacing all the original ones with 14 5mm caliber heavy machine guns, which had greater lethality and range. Moreover, Xiangbei optimized the shooting holes of the aircraft, increasing the original 10 shooting holes to 16, allowing the plane to have powerful fire coverage in all directions. After a series of modifications and adjustments, this B-17 bomber had been completely transformed into a true aerial fortress. It would carry these 20 outstanding gunners to play a significant role on the battlefield with machine guns located in various positions, including the waist, tail, belly, top, and nose. Since the Allied forces had a severe shortage of fighter jets, Xiangbei decided to take matters into his own hands. These despicable little devils were actually bullying the fewer. Let's see how I deal with you. The next morning, as the sun just rose, the 20 spirited gunners came as agreed, ready to report. Among these 20 gunners, 16 were primary gunners responsible for operating the machine guns in combat. The other 4 were substitutes and responsible for transporting ammunition to ensure the continuity of firepower and supply during the battle. The eyes of the crowd were unanimously drawn to the brand new B-17 bomber in the hangar. This bomber was massive with smooth lines, and the engine compartments beneath its wings exuded a majestic presence. Even more striking was the bold lettering on the fuselage that read "Flying Fortress," as if declaring its formidable power to the world. When they learned they could board this eye-catching bomber and participate in aerial combat, each gunner was overwhelmed. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, their hearts brimming with eagerness for the impending battle. However, just as everyone was joyfully preparing to board, a sudden order came through. They were to remove all their gear, including bulletproof vests and various firearms, keeping only their helmets. Did the Allied soldiers now understand the benefits of bulletproof vests? Initially, there was some resistance to this order. When they saw the pilot and co-pilot, their eyes widened in disbelief. The co-pilot was actually wheeled in on a wheelchair. Was there a mistake? Were the Allies so short on pilots that they had to let a cripple fly the plane? When Zhang Chong changed into his pilot uniform today, he sensed something was off. He had just been trained by Xiangbei yesterday and didn't say much today. As Xiangbei boarded the plane with crutches, Zhang Chong quickly stopped him. "Commander, you're not going to fly the bomber, are you? If you fly the bomber out, Commander Chen will definitely execute me. Last time you went to Shanghai, I almost faced the same fate. Please spare me, Commander. If you insist on doing this, I will call Commander Chen immediately." At that moment, the 20 gunners realized that the pilot in the wheelchair was actually their commander. "If you dare to report this, I'll execute you right now." Zhang Chong prepared to board for combat. Xiangbei contemplated whether or not to take Zhang Chong along. Old Chen's side would surely notice this situation quickly. However, Xiangbei thought to himself that since everything on the Air Force's side had already been arranged, he could directly contact the Air Force Minister for any combat missions. At this moment, the bomber was slowly taxiing down the runway, and before long it soared into the sky like a majestic eagle, swiftly leaving the airspace of Jinan. Xiangbei served as the co-pilot of this bomber, while the pilot was a true native of Shandong named Tang Bingxing, who appeared to be in his 30s. As usual, Xiangbei instinctively used his golden finger and took a quick glance at Tang Bingxing's profile. He was startled to discover that Tang Bingxing was actually an intelligence officer of the Communist Party. Xiangbei couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Director Chun, how could you be so inconsiderate? How can you just casually send someone to me?" Tang Bingxing seemed to sense Xiangbei's discontent and hurriedly explained, "Commander, I am not one to fear death. But for our lone bomber to recklessly penetrate enemy territory without escort is a guaranteed mission. Even if we sacrifice ourselves, it's not a big deal. But if something happens to you, Commander, the Allies are finished. Commander, won't you reconsider? It's still not too late to turn back." "Captain Tang, carry out your orders and fly in a northward direction," Xiangbei replied with displeasure. Yes, after about an hour of flying, they finally entered the airspace of Beiping. He had not anticipated that to counter the Allies, the Japanese had actually redeployed a full 10 flying squads from the northeast, roughly estimating around 300 aircraft. Moreover, with the originally deployed flying teams in the Pingjin area, the total number of Japanese aircraft in North China had astonishingly reached over 500. Meanwhile, the Jinan battlefield only had 40 aircraft. How could they fight when outnumbered 10-1? Xiangbei was lost in thought. From the northern skies, 6 Type 97 fighters came soaring in. These Type 97 fighters could reach a maximum speed of 460 km per hour and were armed with two 7mm machine guns mounted on the nose. These 6 fighters, like ferocious lone wolves, quickly divided into 2 teams and charged towards the flying fortress bomber like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. In the eyes of the Japanese pilots, this bomber was merely a defenseless live target ready to be shot down as soon as it fell within range. Thus, without hesitation, the Japanese pilots opened fire the moment they entered range, attempting to destroy the bomber as quickly as possible. The 14 5mm heavy machine guns mounted on the bomber were no ordinary weapons. They possessed immense lethality and deterrent power. These heavy machine guns not only had a large caliber, but also fierce firepower capable of easily penetrating targets and causing massive destruction. Moreover, the gunners operating these heavy machine guns were the elite marksmen of the Corps. Having undergone rigorous training and accumulated combat experience, they could accurately aim at targets in an instant, leaving the enemy with nowhere to escape. In addition, the effective range of the 14.5 mm heavy machine gun was also quite impressive, reaching over 2,000 meters. This meant that at considerable distances, it could pose a deadly threat to the enemy. In contrast, the effective range of the Japanese 7 mm machine gun was merely 1 kilometer, clearly at a disadvantage. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the Japanese opened fire, they lost 3 aircraft in an instant. The squadron leader was also stunned. Their squadron had been expected to dominate with absolute numerical superiority. How could they lose half their combat power in an instant? In the blink of an eye, the distance closed to about 1 kilometer, and the Japanese began to frantically retaliate. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunners in the bomber felt a bit tense upon hearing the enemy aircraft firing. After all, this was their first aerial combat, and it was natural for them to feel anxious. However, when they realized that although the enemy planes were firing continuously, not a single bullet could hit their bomber, their fear gradually transformed into confidence. Seeing this, the gunners grew bolder and began to fight back fiercely without hesitation. A torrent of firepower poured out like a torrential rain, forming a powerful defensive line. When the Japanese fighters faced this bomber armed with 16 heavy machine guns and boasting a 360-degree coverage, they appeared so small and fragile. In just one encounter, 3 Japanese fighters were ruthlessly shot down, instantly turning into wreckage in the sky. The gunners in the cabin watched this scene, their excitement overwhelming. They cheered for their first victory, exhilarated that the first aerial battle was so easily won. A sudden barrage of artillery fire erupted from the ground. As the anti-aircraft guns continued to fire, the bomber did not ascend to evade the attack as expected. Instead, it unexpectedly lowered its flying altitude. The density of the anti-aircraft fire increased, and shells exploded around the bomber, forming a dense web. Faced with such fierce attacks, the gunners inside the bomber felt an unusual tension. Their hearts raced, and beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Every anti-aircraft shell could destroy their aircraft in an instant. If even one shell struck the bomber, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, the bomber was loaded with a large number of aerial bombs. If these bombs detonated, the entire aircraft would likely turn into a massive fireball, instantly reduced to ashes. However, despite enduring such fierce attacks, this bomber seemed to be favored by the goddess of luck, ultimately managing to locate the enemy's airfield. At that moment, dozens of Japanese fighters soared into the sky like hungry tigers, pouncing on their prey, while many other aircraft were taxiing on the ground. In an instant, the bomb bay doors slowly opened. The bombs fell like hailstones onto the enemy airfield, producing deafening explosions. This is not merely a metaphor, but a scene that truly occurred. At the moment of the bomb release, it seemed he possessed an endless arsenal, continuously unleashing a torrent of aerial bombs like raindrops. The sheer number of bombs was at least 20 times the payload capacity of this bomber. They descended upon the enemy airfield like a swarm of fierce locusts. Bombs fell like raindrops, shattering the runway into pieces, while the aircraft were torn apart in explosions, and the hangars and fuel depots were engulfed by flames in an instant. Zhang Chong stood on the aircraft, gazing at this breathtaking scene, unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, we actually hit the fuel depot. This power is incredible," he said, stunned by the sight before him. Meanwhile, the Japanese fighters were desperately tearing through the air like a pack of wolves. Bullets rained down upon the fortress in the sky. One by one, the fighters were shot down like meteors, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the fortress only had 1 or 2 bullets pass through its fuselage. No one was harmed, and it did not affect the aircraft's flight. This was still a deliberate concession by Xiangbei, allowing a few bullets to hit the bomber. If it weren't for Xiangbei's concession, not a single bullet would have touched his aircraft. At the very least, there had to be some semblance of a fight. Otherwise, if the plane returned without a scratch, it would be too far-fetched. The gunners inside the bomber began shouting, "I've shot down my 3rd one. I've also downed 3. I've only shot down 1. They sounded like young men playing video games in an internet cafe. They were unaware that without Xiangbei's spatial protection, the bomber might have been shot down dozens of times. When the last Japanese fighter was shot down, cheers erupted within the cabin. As the aircraft prepared to return, it entered a thick fog. Xiangbei suddenly realized that the fighter had unknowingly flown into a dense thunderstorm cloud. This thunderstorm cloud appeared exceptionally vast, with rolling dark clouds resembling furious waves intermittently lit by dazzling lightning. Xiangbei felt a jolt of surprise, but he was confident in his ability to pilot the bomber safely through this. However, as the aircraft gradually penetrated deeper into the cloud, the surrounding clouds became increasingly violent, with massive flashes of lightning flickering as if to engulf the bomber. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly entered Xiangbei's space, sending a strong electrical current coursing through his body. Strangely, he did not feel the anticipated pain. Instead, a sense of indescribable comfort surged within him. Xiangbei was astonished to discover that his space seemed to undergo some kind of transformation. He could even feel his body growing stronger, as if boundless power were surging within him. Even more astonishing was that his previously broken leg seemed to be healing at an accelerated pace. Xiangbei could hardly believe everything happening before his eyes. He began to doubt whether he was hallucinating. To verify the authenticity of this sensation, he decided to actively search for the lightning, hoping to experience that marvelous feeling once more. Thus Xiangbei focused his mind, utilizing his spatial abilities to actively absorb the energy from the lightning. The sense of comfort washed over him again, even more intense than before. Xiangbei was delighted to discover that with the continuous influx of lightning, both his body and spirit were becoming stronger. This sensation resembled that of a person who had exhausted themselves to the limit, then slept for 3 days and nights, waking up filled with strength and vitality. It was a feeling that intoxicated. Although Xiangbei could not directly store the lightning in his space, he could draw energy from it. His space seemed to be expanding, capable of absorbing more and more lightning. However, when he attempted to release the lightning, he found that no matter how he controlled it, he could not unleash it. He even sensed a strange connection between his space and the world. When his space absorbed the lightning, Xiangbei entered a wondrous realm. It was reminiscent of the scenes in interstellar travel when crossing a black hole. At one moment, Xiangbei even glimpsed images from the 21st century. The visuals were so realistic that they felt tangible, and he was certain that what he had just experienced was not an illusion. Xiangbei pondered how far his space could grow once it absorbed enough thunder and lightning power. Even he could not ascertain. Xiangbei realized that his space might be undergoing an evolution, and this evolutionary process seemed to require his exploration and mastery. As the bomber continued to fly forward, it gradually emerged from the thunderstorm cloud. When the plane passed through Changzhou, suddenly a large number of fighter jets rushed in from the direction of Tianjin like locusts. The number of these fighters was substantial, estimated to be at least 1 to 200, and it was immediately apparent that they were Japanese fighters. Inside the noisy cabin, the roar of the engines was deafening, but at that moment a loud shout shattered the chaotic atmosphere. "Brothers, time to get to work." This shout sounded like a battle horn, and soon the cabin was filled with the sound of gunfire as the machine guns. However, due to the prolonged air battle, there were very few bullets left in the ammunition room. Seeing this, Xiangbei quietly utilized his spatial abilities to replenish a large number of bullets into the ammunition room, while also collecting the empty ammunition boxes and shells. At that moment, hundreds of enemy aircraft pounced like hungry wolves, launching a fierce assault. They charged towards the Allied forces' fighter jets at an astonishing speed, igniting a thrilling aerial battle. The gunners in the cabin appeared unusually excited, as the multitude of aircraft made it particularly convenient for them. Almost every minute, several fighter jets streaked across the sky, like shooting stars, leaving behind plumes of thick black smoke as they dove towards the earth. The black smoke seemed to howl in mourning, lingering in the air for a long time. Meanwhile, the bombers struggled to move forward through the hail of gunfire, occasionally hit by bullets, causing their bodies to shudder slightly. However, despite facing such relentless attacks, the number of enemy aircraft was swiftly dwindling. This breathtaking aerial combat lasted barely over 20 minutes, resulting in the loss of over 100 enemy planes. On the battlefield, wreckage and flames intertwined, creating a gruesome scene. Zhang Chong, serving as the gunner's assistant, dashed back and forth in the cabin, delivering ammunition to the machine guns. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat, with droplets trickling down his cheeks, soaking his collar. Tang Bingxing, meanwhile, was fully focused on piloting the plane, his eyes wide as saucers, fixed intently ahead. He dared not let his guard down for a moment, for even the slightest mistake could lead to disaster. This was the most bizarre aerial battle he had ever encountered. It felt as if their bomber had been enchanted, as if protected by a talisman, remaining unscathed despite continuous assaults. When the bomber finally flew over Texas, only a few fighters remained in pursuit, fewer than 30. "Lugo, I shot down 13 enemy aircraft today." Suddenly, a shout of excitement rang out from the cabin. 13? How can you say that? Lao Song has already shot down 17. Another voice immediately countered. Inside the cabin, voices of comparison rose and fell as everyone boasted about their achievements. However, Xiangbei suddenly fell into deep thought. In his previous life, the aerial Zhao Zilong Lu Tsuegong had shot down 11 enemy planes. They were all top aces. How could you big fools compare to Zhao Zilong? If your scores were posted, would you not be ridiculed by netizens? As they approached Jinan, only 6 enemy aircraft remained. It was likely that their ammunition had run out, and they began to turn back. Xiangbei decisively ordered the bomber to turn around and pursue the Japanese fighters. This was probably the only scene like this in the world, with 6 fighter jets being chased by a single bomber. Xiangbei would likely be criticized again, but regardless, the goal was to shoot down those 6 planes. When Tang Bingxing received this order, his ears felt slightly numb. He had done too many foolish things today. All the tactics he employed were contrary to what was taught in textbooks. But a command was a command, and he had no choice but to pilot the bomber in pursuit of the fighters. Due to the fighters' incredible speed, it was nearly impossible to catch up. Ultimately, he could only reluctantly shoot down 3 of them before turning south, returning to Jinan. As the bomber landed smoothly on the airport runway, Zhang Chong secretly pondered. Although he had narrowly saved his life, if this incident were to reach Colonel Chen, he would surely face punishment. As the bomber landed smoothly on the airport runway, Zhang Chong secretly pondered. Although he had narrowly saved his just as the gunners prepared to disembark, he suddenly received notice that he must not leak anything about today's. Anyone who dared to defy the order would face severe military punishment. Before leaving, each gunner and crew member received a bonus of $100, and they all happily patted their backsides as they left. Seeing this, Zhang Chong hurriedly reached out to claim his share of the money, only to be unexpectedly jabbed in the backside by Xiangbei's cane. "How dare you claim the money?" Xiangbei shouted angrily. "Aren't you the one who wanted to report to Colonel Chen?" Zhang Chong, while stuffing the dollars into his pocket, smiled and said, "Great leader, I was wrong. I will never." He then jogged to push Xiangbei's wheelchair. Commander of the North China Army General Fujitaro began to roar in his office. According to the accounts of 3 returning pilots, 5 flying squads with about 200 fighter jets were actually annihilated by a single bomber. If this were to reach the country, he would have to commit harakiri. Tell those 3 pilots to keep their mouths shut. Send a transmission to the country that the Allied forces deployed over 300 fighter jets. In aerial combat with our forces, the Allied forces destroyed over 200 of our aircraft. Our side also shot down over 250 Allied planes with casualties on both sides. Fujitaro said angrily. Zhang Chong had just pushed Xiangbei back to the headquarters when Lao Chen, catching the scent, came over. Lao Chen first shot Zhang Chong a murderous glare, and Zhang Chong felt like a slacker caught by the boss. He did not dare to meet Lao Chen's gaze. Lao Chen began to rant at Xiangbei. "My boss, my ancestor, can you not be so restless for a few days? If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to the Allies? How will I account for 35 million citizens?" Xiangbei, feeling guilty like a student who did poorly on an exam, remained silent. Lao Chen then turned his ire towards Zhang Chong. "Have you already forgotten what I said last time? At least the boss didn't get hurt this time. If anything happened to him, would executing you 10 times help?" "Zhang Chong, don't think I'm joking with you. This time the boss is fine, but I am still going to deduct a month's salary from you." Zhang Chong internally complained, "Am I unjustly accused?" Just like Lao was said, "Those who wrong you know better than you how wronged you are. The boss doesn't listen to me. What can I do? I was forced onto this job is truly unbearable, an unreliable boss and a manager who can't control the boss. I am like a little eunuch next to the emperor. If he causes trouble, I get punished. He achieves merit, and I still get punished. Luckily, I just got $100. This is such a waste. Lao Chen, this matter is not Zhang Chong's fault. It's all my idea." "Boss, how can you still say it's your idea? Are you planning to get rid of your legs? If you continue like this, I don't want to be this army commander anymore. It would be great to go to the battlefield like you. I also want to try what it feels like to charge into battle." "Lao Chen, are you done yet? I was wrong, but what happened again? You shouldn't punish Zhang Chong. He should be rewarded instead. This time, we owe Zhang Chong." Yes, Commander, we shot down the entire Japanese air squadron this time." Zhang Chong quickly boasted. "What nonsense are you talking, Zhang Chong? Today you only deployed a single bomber." However, Zhang Chong appeared exceptionally resolute as he gazed directly into Old Chen's eyes. "Old Chen, everything Zhang Chong said is true. There shouldn't be many Japanese fighter planes left in North China." Xiangbei echoed beside him. Old Chen clearly found it hard to believe this news. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhang Chong, and Xiangbei, his expression exaggerated like that of my dog seeing a chicken leg. After a while, Old Chen finally regained his composure and stammered, "Boss, is what you said true? I know that bomber was modified. But there's no way you could eliminate hundreds of fighter planes with just one bomber. You too must be joking with me. If you come back in one piece, they'll be grateful," Old Chen said disdainfully. Zhang Chong nodded vigorously. "Commander, the machine gunner statistics show that we should take down 236 fighter planes and 2 bombers in a day." Zhang Chong nodded vigorously. "Commander, the machine gunner statistics show that we should take down 236 fighter planes and 2 bombers in a day." Upon hearing this, Old Chen realized the two were not joking. "Boss, I need to head back. We are about to hold a military meeting. I also need to notify the 2nd Army Group." "Are you coming to the meeting tomorrow, boss? You should really listen to the military briefing." He glanced at Zhang Chong and added, "You better be careful. This time the boss intervened for you, but if there's a next time, it'll really drag you to live fire practice." Zhang Chong shrank his neck in fear. The next morning, the 1st Army Group was scheduled to hold a military meeting at Pearl Courtyard, and Xiangbei, as the highest commander of the Air Force, was also to attend. As Xiangbei rode in a bulletproof car towards Pearl Courtyard, he glanced through the bulletproof glass, and with a sweep of his miraculous golden finger, his gaze fell sharply on a figure outside. The figure was somewhat blurry, but it was evidently a Japanese person. A sense of unease surged within Xiangbei, and his brow furrowed tightly. Without hesitation, he activated his space ability, quickly enveloping a 100-meter radius with an However, as his sight crossed that barrier and landed on the road near Pearl Courtyard, his unease intensified. He noticed that on the seemingly tranquil street, there were several suspicious figures loitering. They either hid in the shadows or pretended to be passers-by, but their movements unmistakably exuded an unusual aura. He noticed that on the seemingly tranquil street, there were several suspicious figures loitering. They either hid in the shadows or pretended to be passers. Moreover, on a nearby vehicle, there was a pile of explosives seemingly ready to trigger a devastating explosion at any moment. Sweat broke out on Xiangbei's forehead, and he felt a deep sense of dread. If these enemies were coming for him, he feared he might not escape unscathed. It seems that there are already spies among the allies, and their target is evidently this military meeting. Xiangbei thought to himself, his expression growing grave. However, he was relieved to know that there were over 300 regular troops stationed at Pearl Courtyard. Additionally, with the 100-plus guards he commanded, such a formidable military force would make it extremely difficult for Japanese spies to breach. Nevertheless, Xiangbei did not let his guard down. The Japanese surely had contingencies. Therefore, he personally led his guards into Pearl Courtyard to conduct a thorough search, leaving no corner unchecked. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiangbei activated his spatial perception ability, meticulously examining every inch of the ground, not letting any clue slip by. After an intense search, they finally discovered an extremely concealed compartment beneath the meeting room. When the compartment was opened, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Inside were nearly 10 kilograms of explosives and a timing device. This was undoubtedly a significant threat. If these explosives were detonated, the consequences would be unimaginable. A layer of sweat instantly appeared on Xiangbei's forehead, and he couldn't help but feel grateful that he had arrived just in time today. Otherwise the Allies would likely have faced an unprecedented blow. To ensure absolute safety, Xiangbei decisively ordered the guards to conduct a comprehensive search of the meeting room's upper and lower levels, citing the discovery of numerous suspicious identities on the street. As expected, under the tight scrutiny of the guards, more hidden bombs and explosives were uncovered. They began to mobilize troops to surround the entire street, and Xiangbei instructed them to carefully inspect vehicles and personnel on the street, as there might still be bombs and armed individuals. As the time approached, many generals entered Pearl Courtyard. To ensure safety, the meeting room was temporarily changed, and Xiangbei was pushed in last in a wheelchair. The general has arrived. The guards announced as they opened the door, and everyone stood up. Xiangbei waved his hand, gently signaling everyone to take their seats. The staff began to read the battle deployment. The 1st Army Group of the Allies, the 101st and 102nd Divisions, will advance north from Jinan on the 13th at 7 a.m. to cross the Yellow River, as the Japanese have constructed numerous trenches north of the Yellow River to minimize casualties among our troops and facilitate our river crossing. At 7 a.m. on the 13th, artillery and armored divisions will conduct long-range strikes, and 10 Air Force squadrons will also launch attacks simultaneously to provide air support for the campaign. For this battle, we have prepared sufficient ammunition to minimize the enemy's secondary counterattack capability. Even so, the infantry will only have 20 minutes to cross the river. After the staff finished reading the battle content, the general asked, "Can I express my opinion?" 101st Division Commander Song, he raised his hand to speak. Xiangbei had stipulated that any officer regardless of rank could raise objections to battle deployments or military regulations. He said, "The time on the 13th is too tight. Our biggest shortcoming now is the lack of boats for crossing the river. Initially, we relied on the Yellow River's natural defenses and fought a defensive battle. Therefore, boats were not very useful to us, but now the defensive battle has turned into an assault. Previously, our greatest asset was the Yellow River, but now it has become our greatest obstacle. Given the current boats, we can only transport 1/5 of our forces in 20 minutes. Moreover, if the total time is set for 7 a.m., it will too easily expose our intentions, making it more susceptible to enemy fire. Our troops will become obvious targets during the river crossing, potentially resulting in heavy casualties. Thus, I oppose conducting the river crossing during the day. The time is also too rushed, and we do not have enough boats. Therefore, I wish to apply for a postponement of the operation and change the river crossing to nighttime." "Commander Song, you make a very valid point," Xiangbei said slowly. "Our most advantageous weapon right now is long-range strikes. The Air Force and artillery can provide more effective fire support, conducting precise strikes on enemy defensive positions. However, our Air Force is currently unable to conduct night patrols. These will all become our disadvantages at night. How about this? I will extend the long-range artillery fire and aerial bombardment by another 10 minutes. In total, you will have a half-hour safety period after your first batch of soldiers crosses the river. The Air Force will provide you with a 200-meter-wide safety zone, and how much time you have to establish your positions entirely depends on your speed of crossing the river. Therefore, the timing of the full-scale attack cannot be changed. Your army must overcome some difficulties." It was difficult for Xiangbei to judge whether the Japanese would dispatch fighter planes from within Japan to support the battlefield in Huagua. Thus, it is crucial to seize the positions on the north bank of the Yellow River while the Allied forces have air supremacy. The 103rd Division of the 1st Army will feign an attack on the Japanese north of the Yellow River from Dongying and Binzhou to distract enemy forces. If the Japanese divide their troops, the 103rd Division can take the opportunity to cross the river with the Air Force providing assistance. The Second Army will advance northward from Handan and Liaoxing with the goal of reaching Shijiazhuang and Hengshui within 10 days. Currently 500 Japanese troops are concentrated across from Jinan, and it seems we have made a very poor move. But rest assured our army now controls air superiority. We can also ensure the destruction of the Japanese artillery positions before the war begins. The attacking Japanese won't even be able to lift their heads, and our army has arranged for a large number of soldiers to lie in ambush in the Dazhou area months ago. When the time comes, they will become your strong support, keeping the Japanese firmly trapped along the Yellow River. Sir, are you referring to those trainees we sent to Dazhou? At this moment, everyone remembered that months ago, when the Allied forces had just been established, the commander had sent a large group of people to the Dazhou area, and those trainees originally came from Dazhou, making it convenient for them to hide in small groups. Xiangbei nodded in approval, saying, "Yes, we have buried dozens of weapons in the Dazhou area. In simple terms, we have already sent 200 sharpshooters into the enemy camp. It seems like a difficult assault, but in reality, we already have an 80% chance of victory right from the start." After hearing this, everyone became extraordinarily excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. After all, they had been in a stalemate with the Japanese for several months, and everyone felt a pent-up frustration. Now just thinking about standing on the opposite bank of the Yellow River tomorrow engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy felt like a long-suppressed volcano finally about to erupt. How could one not be excited? However, just as everyone was immersed in excitement, suddenly a series of dense gunfire erupted in the streets, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of explosions. This sudden change transformed the previously noisy scene into silence. The commanders looked out the window in shock, filled with confusion and unease. How could such dense gunfire suddenly erupt in Jinan? What is going on? While everyone exchanged puzzled glances, Xiangbei stood up. His voice was calm, but conveyed a sense of authority. "Everyone, do not panic. As far as I know, a small group of Japanese invaders has unknowingly infiltrated the city, and their goal is to launch an attack on our operational meeting." His words struck like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts. Immediately, Xiangbei's expression grew grave as he continued, "This indicates that there is a traitor among us. Whether or not you can accept this psychologically, this spy may very well be right beside you." His words plunged everyone present into silence, glancing at each other filled with suspicion and distrust. In an instant, the atmosphere became exceedingly tense. However, Xiangbei did not allow this tension to linger for too long. He quickly regained his composure and said to everyone, "The Japanese outside will be dealt with by the guard company, so you need not worry. Now I will give you half an hour. You must immediately make phone calls and bring everyone who knows the specific time of this operational meeting to this office." He also ordered Zhang Chong to gather all the staff from the Pearl Courtyard in the backyard. Xiangbei wanted to participate in the interrogation personally, although everyone was quite puzzled by Xiangbei's decision to take part. But no one dared to object to the boss' request. The reason Xiangbei wanted to participate personally was clear. He couldn't just point someone out from the crowd. It would be impossible to explain later. Half an hour later, Zhang Chong gathered all the staff in the courtyard. There were nearly 200 staff members alone, and over 10 interrogators were dispatched from Chen Xiangbei. Everyone was taken into different rooms for interrogation. Among all the personnel, Xiangbei focused on a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose face appeared honest and simple. When the middle-aged man was brought into an interrogation room, Xiangbei signaled Zhang Chong, who with a tacit understanding pushed the wheelchair and followed. The middle-aged man answered each question without a hint of flaw. Wang Fuguei, 42 years old, from Shenyang, had been serving as a logistics staff member in the kitchen of the Pearl Courtyard for 7 years. However, in Xiangbei's view, Yamada Kono was working in the Mitsui Co. Intelligence Division. When Xiangbei learned that Yamada Kono had been working here for 7 years, he couldn't help but feel deeply impressed by the Japanese intelligence system's capabilities. It was evident that the Japanese had dispatched a large number of spies to Huaguo's various sectors nearly a decade ago, demonstrating their long-standing intentions to extinguish Huaguo, possibly setting their plans in motion decades earlier. As Yamada Kono was fluently answering questions, Xiangbei suddenly spoke up. "Kana-kun, I admire you for being able to remain hidden here for 7 long years. Have you ever thought about when Mitsui will let you return?" After Xiangbei finished this line, Yamada Kono visibly froze for a moment, and his body began to tremble slightly. Under the aura of Xiangbei, even the hairs on his body stood on end. 2 guards approached Yamada Kono. After a few seconds of daze, Kono hurriedly said, "Sir, I do not know what you..." Xiangbei continued, "Kana-kun, I just heard that you have already married in Jinan. You even have a 6-year-old child. Do you want your child to study in Jinan in the future or return to Japan?" No one knew how much of a blow this seemingly casual remark was for Kono. It was clear that Kono had already collapsed, his body visibly slumped. Xiangbei smiled slightly, murmuring to himself. Clearly it was agreed to be 3 years, but 3 years turned into another 3 years, and then another 3 years, and now it's almost 10 years. When Kono heard this line, He looked at Xiangbei with tears streaming down his face. Xiao Yi felt that there was no need to deny any further. For the sake of his child and family, he had to give up his persistence. The inspections of items and personnel entering and leaving the Pearl Courtyard were extremely strict. According to Xiao Yi's confession as a procurement staff in the kitchen, he had secretly stuffed explosives into the rice and brought them inside. Generally speaking, even ordinary rice would undergo strict inspection procedures. However, due to Xiao Yi's long-term work here, everyone was quite familiar with him. Moreover, he often gave small favors to the soldiers in charge of inspections, which led them to lower their guard and not thoroughly check the rice he brought in. Who would have thought that such a seemingly trivial oversight would lead to such a massive breach? Even more shocking was that Xiao Yi, in order to ensure the plan went flawlessly, had spent a large sum of money to bribe a night shift guard. Under the cover of night, Xiao Yi worked in cahoots with this guard to secretly place the bomb beneath the conference room. Today, however, this guard happened to be absent, likely knowing that the scheme would eventually be exposed, and had fled. The interrogators admired this operation by the general. He must have received some information beforehand, prompting the spy to confess with just a few words. Xiangbei then asked, "How did you get the news about the meeting?" Hearing this, Xiao Yi smirked. It was the procurement list. Xiangbei sighed. What an obvious loophole. When a large number of senior officials attend a meeting, lunch is usually arranged. By just looking at the quality of the food on the procurement list, one can easily deduce the level and number of attendees. Xiangbei then asked, "Why didn't you choose to poison them instead? How do you know they are military leaders and not high-ranking government officials? Both operate in this courtyard." At this moment, Zhang Chang replied, "Boss, we have two sets of accounts for procurement. Which department procures the items and which department places the orders. It's easy to distinguish whether they are from government departments or the military. For meals at this level, it's quite simple for the kitchen to test for poison. How many chickens are raised in the kitchen? Each time the kitchen's ingredients are fed to the chickens in advance. The meals are also checked against the chickens." Although Xiangbei had lived in the Pearl Courtyard for so long, it was the first time he had heard of such a rule. Xiangbei felt overwhelmed, thankful that there were no spies from the military or government. The rest would be left to the interrogators. Xiangbei still needed to check on the people around those senior officials. He looked at the confidants brought by these leaders. Out of nearly 100 people, there were no Japanese spies. Instead, there was one military officer and two from the Red Party. Xiangbei rubbed his forehead, finding it difficult to handle, as he couldn't defend either side. He thought to himself that if they continued to lay traps for him, he would have to take action against both of them. But then he realized that all their petty schemes existed solely in their own minds. Was there really a need to deploy spies? It would be better to conserve energy to deal with the Japanese. You can do whatever you like. I have no secrets on my side. Even if there were secrets, you wouldn't be able to uncover them. The crackdown on spies in the streets concluded in chaos and bloodshed. This brutal battle resulted in massive casualties. Statistics showed that over 40 had been killed. Among them were not only Japanese, but also Chinese, along with innocent bystanders. The Allied forces also paid a heavy price, with several brave soldiers losing their lives in this battle. This deeply saddened and helpless Xiangbei. He couldn't help but recall how he once felt that a customer complaint while delivering food was a big deal. Yet now a simple command from him could lead to the loss of countless lives. Xiangbei's attitude toward life became both reverent and numb. He realized the fragility and preciousness of life, but also felt powerless against the death and destruction brought by war. What kind of scene would the banks of the Yellow River look like tomorrow morning? There might be many sons and daughters of the China leaving their lives on that riverbank. Faced with all of this, Xiangbei felt so small and helpless. He could not change the situation of the war or save every life. The only thing he could do was board the boat. To do his utmost to save more Allied pilots, he would drop more aerial bombs on the enemy's positions. This was the only thing Xiangbei could do, and it was also what he must do. Not even God could stop it. At 6 o'clock the next day, the gunners were waiting beside the bomber. Each was eager to try, as since the last air battle, Allied pilots had taken this bomber as their role model. Compared to ordinary soldiers, pilots received much better treatment. Not only was their salary several times that of ordinary soldiers, but they also received extra income for each victory. Of course, this subsidy was not invented by Xiangbei. All countries offered corresponding rewards for pilots who shot down enemy aircraft. Initially, the Flying Tigers were awarded $500 for shooting down an enemy aircraft for China. In stark contrast, the gunners on the bomber received only $30 for shooting down an enemy plane. Despite this, these gunners were still filled with desire and anticipation to join this bomber. After Xiangbei strongly requested that this glorious achievement be kept secret, the news nevertheless spread like wildfire throughout the Air Force. People marveled at the miraculous and lucky nature of this bomber. Due to the strong demands and voices of the crowd, the bomber was officially renamed Lucky Number. This new name not only represented the good fortune of the bomber, but also became a symbol in the hearts of every soldier. Now boarding Lucky Number had become an unparalleled honor. Whether pilots or other crew members, before each takeoff they would intentionally come over and gently stroke Lucky Number, as if doing so could bring them luck and courage. As the gunners boarded the plane one after another, Xiangbei, leaning on crutches, was preparing to board. At that moment, Zhang Chong suddenly knelt down. "General, just kill me, otherwise the Corps commander won't let me off either." Xiangbei rubbed the child's head, thinking about how he had forced this child into such a state. "Get up, hurry, and don't embarrass me here. I will talk to Lao Chen, and don't worry, he won't trouble you again." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong grinned widely and scrambled onto Lucky Number. "Squad leader, when will our boat set off down the Yellow River?" a new soldier asked, his face filled with anxiety. "What are you so anxious about? The other side hasn't even signaled yet." Jiang Ming replied, impatiently fiddling with the oar in his hand while reprimanding the new soldier. This squad leader was none other than Jiang Ming, a roommate of Xiangbei, currently standing in the trench with the entire squad sheltered inside. Above the trench, small boats were tossed about as if waiting for some command. "Squad leader, did you really share a room with the commander?" another new soldier asked curiously. "Sharing a room is nothing. The commander is my real brother," Jiang Ming boasted proudly. "Back in the day, we even wore the same underwear." He continued, while keeping an eye on the situation across the river, seemingly waiting for an important signal. "With such a close relationship, how come he hasn't made you a battalion commander?" someone asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's face turned slightly red, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Then why are you still our squad leader?" At this, everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Ming's voice trailed off, clearly lacking confidence. He paused, and then said, "I just didn't want to rely on connections. I want to rise through my own abilities. Relying on the commander is no skill at all." His tone was firm, as if trying to prove his determination and principles to everyone. However, the laughter from the crowd did not cease, but rather grew louder. Bang bang. At this moment, thunderous sounds like cannon fire came from across the Yellow River, with flames shooting into the sky. Immediately, the charge signal was sounded, and Jiang Ming and his group rushed down to the Yellow River with their boats. In just 2 minutes, nearly 1,000 small boats entered the river. The Air Force deployed all 285 bombers to strike the Japanese positions along the northern bank of the Yellow River. A comprehensive bombing ensued, with bombs raining down on the enemy's positions like a torrential downpour, as if the entire sky had been torn apart, causing the ground to tremble violently. The artillery division was equally relentless, with shells raining down on the enemy's positions as if they were free of charge. Shrapnel flew like a storm, accompanied by powerful shock waves and roaring flames. Everything was utterly destroyed. The once sturdy defenses collapsed in an instant. The Japanese positions were already a chaotic mess, now further ravaged by the armored division's bombardment. Over a stretch of 10 kilometers, this place was no longer habitable for humans. It had transformed into a hell on earth, filled with death and destruction. Those unfortunate enough to be directly hit by the bombs were blown to smithereens, leaving behind no trace of remains. Meanwhile, those slightly luckier were struggling in the sea of flames, being scorched by the intense heat, writhing in agony. Their skin was charred, their hair burned away, emitting piercing screams, but these sounds were quickly drowned out by the explosions. Over 200 bombers, like diligent plow oxen, made repeated passes over the battlefield, returning after dropping their bombs. They reloaded with bombs for the next bombing run, while Xiangbei flew low, searching for the enemy's artillery position. After enduring heavy anti-aircraft fire, he finally located a Japanese heavy artillery position. This time, Xiangbei did not drop any aerial bombs. He couldn't bear to destroy such valuable artillery. Xiangbei was someone who valued his life. How could he waste such good equipment? He lowered the flight altitude of the bomber to within 100 meters. The machine gunners were also busy, continuously firing at the ground, with the barrels turning red. For this battle, 2 sets of heavy machine guns were prepared on the bomber. Zhang Chong continued to shuttle bullets and spare machine guns like a hard-working ox. Xiangbei began to spray nearly 1,000 tons of gasoline onto the artillery positions like a watering truck. Just as the Japanese were pleasantly surprised by the lack of bomb explosions, a heavy rain began to pour from the sky, with a diameter of only about 200 meters. Before the Japanese could react, a stream of heavy machine gun bullets rained down from an unknown direction. With sparks flying from the bullets, the entire artillery position was engulfed in flames. And it was a true sea of flames. The Japanese were running around in the inferno, rolling on the ground in a panic. To describe such a scene as hell is to beautify it. Xiangbei felt no sympathy for the little devils. His only concern was for the artillery. Some components of the artillery, like the aiming devices and wooden gun carriage parts, were more susceptible to fire damage. The aiming devices could lose accuracy due to the high temperatures, and the wooden carriages could be burned, causing the artillery to lose support and stability. But these were easy to repair. The Allies would not complain about having too many large-caliber artillery pieces. It is known that the Japanese had 3 first-class divisions equipped with about 600 pieces of artillery. If Xiangbei could preserve these artillery, it would be equivalent to the Allies gaining 3 heavy artillery divisions. Xiangbei searched for the Japanese artillery positions on the battlefield and discovered 2 more. Again and again rain fell upon the positions, the same routine, the same sea of flames. The difference was that a new batch of actors replaced the previous ones, and gasoline was too precious. Xiangbei would not waste it on those ordinary Japanese. After completing the main task, Xiangbei began to assist in the offensive. He still needed to fulfill the promise of a 200-meter safety zone for the 101st Division. Xiangbei began to recklessly throw bombs from the space, without concern for cost. The same area had already been bombed 3 times. Xiangbei had exceeded his promises. Japanese Division Commander Major General Higashia watched his soldiers struggle in the sea of flames. It felt like a dream, leaving him in a daze. This must have been similar to what the Japanese enjoyed during the Battle of Red Cliffs. Meanwhile, part of the 101st Division also reached the opposite shore. Basically, the first batch of soldiers landed without encountering any significant attacks. The Japanese trenches were filled with the scent of death. Apart from the bodies lying in disarray, it was hard to see any living person. These corpses had already twisted and deformed, making it hard to look at. Jiang Ming stood on the Yellow River embankment, gazing solemnly at this war-ravaged land. Behind him was a group of highly motivated soldiers, quickly and orderly climbing the embankment to begin constructing defensive positions. Not far away on the river, small boats busily shuttled back and forth. These boats were operated by designated personnel, ferrying soldiers from the opposite bank, ensuring a steady flow of reinforcements to the battlefield. They moved like phantoms, swiftly acting overnight to dismantle the various strongholds of the enemy in Shandong one by one. Even the city of Daxian, occupied by nearly 1,000 enemies, was successfully recaptured by the Allied forces in just one morning. The speed of the Allied forces was such that the enemies could not mount any effective resistance. After reclaiming Daxian, the Allied forces wasted no time and immediately organized their troops to march south, encircling the Japanese army along the Yellow River. Intense battles were about to unfold along the banks of the Yellow River. Meanwhile, the lucky number pretended to refuel and restock ammunition. With lightning speed, it charged into the battlefield like a ruthless soul reaper, mercilessly harvesting the life. Jiang Ming's team closely followed the main force, bravely fighting amidst the smoke and blood of the battlefield. There were no earth-shattering explosions, but every moment was filled with endless danger and tension. Bullets rained down like a storm, and a slight misstep could lead to being hit. Although everyone wore bulletproof vests, this did not guarantee their safety. At that moment, a stray bullet suddenly shot in like lightning, striking Jiang Ming in the chest. Fortunately, the bulletproof vest did its job, blocking this fatal blow. However, the tremendous impact still caused Jiang Ming to feel a sharp pain, and he even heard the sound of his ribs cracking. The other members of the team were not as fortunate as Jiang Ming. Old Sichuan, an experienced soldier, was hit in the head by a bullet in an instant. Although he wore a helmet, it proved to be of little use. The bullet easily penetrated the helmet, instantly exploding Old Sichuan's head. Brain matter and blood splattered onto the surrounding ground, creating a gruesome scene. Old Sichuan's body fell to the ground, as if his soul had been drawn out, lying still and devoid of life. Over the next 2 days, fierce battles continued, with both sides exerting their utmost efforts. Ultimately, after arduous efforts, the Japanese army was completely encircled. According to the enemy's own words, 3 divisions totaling more than 4,500 troops were all shattered in this brutal battle. Not only that, but more than 5,000 enemy soldiers were also captured. Xiangbei was truly a practical man. He was considering that there were still many infrastructure projects waiting to be repaired in Shandong, so these more than 5,000 livestock could be put to good use. If they were made to work, it would definitely alleviate a significant portion of the workload. Thus, Xiangbei decided to have these soldiers work for up to 17 hours a day until they were worn out. It was a case of utilizing waste. If necessary, they could just capture a new batch. However, Xiangbei was also well aware that the consumption of resources in this war was tremendous. He estimated that this one battle alone had consumed 1/3 of the Allied forces' ammunition reserves. At this rate, they might run out of ammunition before reaching Beijing. This time, Xiangbei truly could not hold back. It was the first major battle for the Allied forces. As the saying goes, one fights fiercely when impoverished, but resorts to carpet bombing when affluent. Even so, the Allied forces suffered over 3,000 casualties. The loss of nearly 2 regiments weighed heavily on Xiangbei's heart. In Tianjin, General Fuji Taro, the commander of North China, was seated in his somewhat dim office, his expression exceptionally grim, as if shrouded in a layer of iron-gray shadow. He tightly clutched a thin telegram in his hand, as if it were the last lifeline of his existence. However, the content of this telegram filled him with an overwhelming sense of heaviness and despair. 3 elite divisions had been completely annihilated in the south. 3 entire divisions, which were the elite forces of the Japanese army, had failed to bring back even one imperial. What did this mean? It meant that Fuji Taro, as the commander of North China, not only lost a large number of troops, but more importantly, how would he face the emperor's inquiries and accusations? Thinking of this, cold sweat began to bead on Fuji Taro's forehead, and his hands involuntarily trembled. He knew full well that with such a devastating defeat, he could not possibly account to the emperor. Perhaps committing seppuku was his only way out. However, reality did not allow him much time to ponder. The situation in the Pingjin area was already very severe with about 3,000 Japanese troops stationed there, but the pressure they faced was increasing day by day. With only a mere 150 bombers and just 45 fighters maintaining control over the Pingjin area, with such limited forces and equipment, was becoming increasingly difficult. But what could Fujitaro do? He dared not conceal the battle situation, and when this news reached the Japanese cabinet, the entire cabinet fell into an uproar. This was undoubtedly the greatest defeat Japan had suffered in China, a heavy blow to Japan's war situation. In order to salvage the situation, the Japanese government had to urgently mobilize reinforcements from northeast China and domestically to support the Pingjin area. At the same time, this action also alleviated some pressure on the central war zone, allowing other nationalist forces to catch a brief breath against the Japanese army. As the fierce battles in Shandong came to an end, the Allied forces completely took control of the entire Shandong province with overwhelming force. They seized more than 500 heavy artillery pieces, easily reparable for return to the battlefield. This victory not only solidified the Allied forces' strategic position in North China, but also laid a solid foundation for their further advance northward. Currently, the Allied forces and the Japanese army had formed a standoff along the provincial border of Shandong and Hebei, both sides poised for confrontation, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The morale of the Allied forces was high, eager to pursue their victory and charge into the northeast, driving the Japanese army out of this vast land. However, reality forced them to confront a cruel fact: limited manpower. Despite achieving brilliant results in the battles in Shandong, the Allied forces' manpower was ultimately limited, and they did not plan a large-scale, full-scale assault. Therefore, they could only adopt a strategy of steady progress, gradually advancing northward. In this context, Commander Xiangbei displayed exceptional strategic insight. He understood that the Japanese army had certain advantages in urban defense and offense, and siege warfare often resulted in massive destruction of buildings and heavy casualties among innocent civilians. Thus, he preferred to lure the Japanese army to open plains using his own mobility and flexibility to gradually wear them down. In this way, not only can we avoid the immense losses brought by urban street battles, but we can also fully leverage the advantages of the Allied forces in mobile warfare. Moreover, Xiangbei possesses a unique spatial ability that can significantly reduce troop casualties during combat. This ability can exert its maximum effect on open plains, but it will be limited in narrow urban streets. Therefore, Xiangbei firmly opposes engaging in siege warfare against the Japanese army. He would rather choose to engage in fierce positional battles with them on the plains. Limited ammunition must be used effectively, concentrating the Japanese forces for mass destruction. This way, he can fully utilize his spatial abilities, protecting the soldiers of the Allied forces while delivering a heavy blow to the Japanese army. The reason he does not eliminate all the bombers in North China is that Xiangbei believes that if the Japanese army loses their bombers, they are very likely to refrain from engaging the Allied forces in positional warfare. Xiangbei allows the Japanese to have bombers, but not fighter planes. You can have a shield, but not a spear. The Allied forces have radar for early warning capable of detecting the Japanese bombers entering Shandong at any time. Moreover, the lucky number can be deployed at any moment, placing the initiative of the war in the hands of the Allied forces. In addition, there are two crucial factors that lead Xiangbei to be in no hurry to swiftly retake northeast. Firstly, if the Japanese army repeatedly suffers setbacks on the battlefield in Huaihua, could this affect Japan's planned surprise attack on Pearl Harbor? After all, Japan's military actions in Huaihua are connected to their attack on Pearl Harbor. Secondly, the Japanese have not yet launched attacks on Southeast Asia. Xiangbei intends to wait until Japan has completely occupied Southeast Asia before driving the Japanese forces out. From a moral perspective, the Allied forces obviously cannot invade these countries without justification. However, if it involves reclaiming these occupied nations from the Japanese and re-establishing a regime belonging to the Allied forces, then such actions would be morally justifiable. Of course, if there are still dissenters regarding this, it seems that the only way to settle matters would be through strength, as ultimately it is about whose fist is stronger in this world. If it weren't for these two events, Xiangbei would have the capability to fly the lucky number bomber. With unlimited cruising distance and an infinite ammunition supply along with spatial defenses resembling an impenetrable wall, he would be virtually invincible. Every day he could fly around Tokyo, bombing it into a state that would make it unrecognizable to the point that they wouldn't even recognize their own fathers. However, while this action would bring immense satisfaction, it would also carry severe consequences. In addition to the two important events mentioned above, there is also the concern of being secretly hunted down by governments around the world. After all, such powerful weapons and abilities would undoubtedly attract the intense attention and vigilance of various governments. They would likely go to great lengths to capture Xiangbei, possibly even binding him to an autopsy table in an attempt to uncover the secrets he possesses. Xiangbei has the spatial ability to escape, but his family cannot. If the enemy threatens Xiangbei with his loved ones, what choice will he have then? In such a case, Xiangbei would be forced to remain on guard against everyone, a situation he certainly does not desire. Thus, unless he is pushed into a corner, bombing Tokyo can only remain a fleeting thought. Xiangbei's spatial ability is indeed versatile, but when it comes to collecting supplies and people, he needs to avoid any physical contact. Releasing objects only requires them to be within his spatial domain, otherwise that would indeed be invasion. As time progresses, the Japanese army's troop buildup in northern Shandong becomes increasingly frequent. However, surprisingly, the people of Shandong do not fall into panic as a result. On the contrary, they are filled with absolute confidence in the Allied forces, believing in their ability to resist the invasion of external enemies. In the past few months, a wave of construction has swept through Shandong. Large cement factories have sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain, among which 5 are particularly large. The construction of these cement factories not only brings employment opportunities to the local area, but also injects new vitality into economic development. It is estimated that in just over a month, these cement factories will be able to officially commence mass production, providing a continuous supply of high-quality cement for the roads being built throughout the province. Meanwhile, in Yinzhou, Shandong, an exciting piece of news arrives. A large coal field has been discovered here. After months of intense construction, the mining operations have already begun to take shape, and it is expected to start production soon. In light of this situation, Xiangbei decisively decides to send the 500 captured Japanese soldiers to mine coal. This way he can fully utilize these labor forces while conveniently managing them. To motivate these Japanese soldiers to work hard, Xiangbei establishes a strict assessment system. Each soldier must dig a ton of coal each day to earn 3 steamed buns as rations. If they fail to meet this standard for 3 consecutive days, they will face the fate of being executed. Xiangbei will not show any mercy towards the Japanese soldiers. He is well aware of the immense suffering and disaster these invaders have brought to the Chinese people and will not allow them any breathing space. Xiangbei, busy with official duties while sitting in a wheelchair, intends to take a break when he sees Zhang Chong, fidgeting, seemingly wanting to say something. "Commander, my sister Zhang Kai has arrived. She wants to see you." Upon hearing this, Xiangbei felt it was a must to meet her, as Zhang Kai had saved him in Hu City and had stayed at her home for quite some time. Moreover, Xiangbei also quite liked this girl, quirky and lively. "Commander Chen, do you still remember me?" A head suddenly popped out from behind the door, making a face at Xiangbei. "Oh, isn't this my great benefactor? I should be the one to welcome you," Xiangbei said with a smile. "Humph. Neither of you has any sense of gratitude, not even sending a telegram to my mother and me." Leaving us worried in Hu City for so long, Xiangbei thought to himself that he indeed had been remiss after staying at their home for so long. He had returned to Jinan with injuries and forgotten to send a telegram amid his busy schedule. "Sister, I apologize. I was too busy upon returning to Jinan and forgot to send a telegram to Andy," Xiangbei said sincerely. "Forget the apology. I'm not going back now that I'm here in Jinan. I'm just going to stay with you, Commander Chen. You need to arrange a job for me." This left Xiangbei both exasperated and amused as he silently pondered. This girl is truly beyond comprehension. But never mind, let her be. After all, she shouldn't cause any major trouble while staying by my side. He then turned to Zhang Kai and curiously asked, "Zhang Kai, with the situation being so chaotic and battles erupting everywhere, how did you manage to come here? You didn't sneak out behind your mother's back, did you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately felt a surge of anger. He stared wide-eyed, his face contorted with rage as he reprimanded his sister. "Zhang Kai, how could you do this? Did you leave a note for Mom? I need to quickly send a telegram back to Shanghai. Tell Mom you're in Jinan, and if you hadn't snuck out, how could she possibly allow you to come to Jinan alone?" Facing her brother's interrogation, Zhang Kai's voice became noticeably weaker. She lowered her head, muttering softly, I certainly left a note for Mom. It's just, she probably hasn't seen it. Besides, if I hadn't sneaked out, Mom definitely wouldn't let me come." As she spoke, Zhang Kai's legs seemed to be magically drawn behind Xiangbei, as if this would somehow give her more courage. "Upon the watch that brother Xiangbei gave me, you have no idea how much suffering I endured on my way here." Xiangbei watched this scene, secretly lamenting, "This girl must have been spoiled at home. Her reckless behavior makes me wonder how much trouble she'll cause in the future." However, with things having come to this point, I can't say much more. Thus, Zhang Kai naturally became the second secretary to the governor of Shandong province. Due to the significant victory of the First Army in Jinan, the Second Army also successfully accomplished they advanced northward, successfully reaching Hengshui and Shijiazhuang. This series of good news greatly boosted the national sentiment against the Japanese invasion. The Allied forces were awarded the honorary title of First Army of Huaguo for their outstanding performance, and the entire army felt immense pride in having joined the Allied forces. The old man personally issued a commendation order, which was purely a commendation order. It was nothing but a large pancake devoid of any filling. However, Xiangbei knew he could not just rely on words. To boost morale, the Allied forces not only gained honor, but also received tangible rewards. Xiangbei allocated a staggering $8 million in bonuses. This substantial sum undoubtedly served as a tremendous encouragement to all soldiers of the Allied forces. For the fallen soldiers, Xiangbei not only honored his word, but also provided their families with generous compensation. Firstly, Xiangbei granted each fallen soldier a one-time compensation of $100, which was a considerable amount in the social context of the time. In addition, their families could receive a pension equivalent to 80 of the deceased's monthly salary. This meant that even if the soldiers unfortunately perished, their families would still have some financial security and would not fall into dire straits. To ensure fairness, Xiangbei made an important decision. The original method of pension distribution would be changed to allow bereaved families to receive support for up to 10 years. This way, regardless of when a soldier fell, their families would receive stable financial support and would not lose this security over time. Although the current casualty rate among the Allied forces was relatively low, Xiangbei understood that as the war expanded, this number would inevitably rise sharply. However, he did not shrink back from this responsibility, as he understood the dangers and pressures these soldiers faced on the battlefield. For the soldiers' death might not be terrifying. What truly worried them was the thought of their parents and children being left uncared for after their sacrifice. Xiangbei knew that only by providing sufficient support to these soldiers could they fight bravely on the battlefield without any concerns. Although this initiative would impose a significant financial burden on the Allied forces, Xiangbei firmly believed it was necessary. He was willing to take on this responsibility and repay those brave soldiers who had given their lives for the country and its people with concrete actions. It is worth mentioning that in this life, the Allied forces successfully defended Shandong, and the historically significant victory at Taierswang did not occur. After occupying Nanjing, the Japanese forces advanced northward and captured Suzhou in just 3 months. At this point, they were very close to Shandong, attempting to conquer it by attacking from both the north and south. Faced with such a grave situation, the Fourth Army under Zhao Xiaodong did not back down. After more than 6 months of arduous effort, they meticulously constructed solid defensive fortifications. These fortifications spanned southern Shandong, making the area as impregnable as the famed Maginot Line. Last time in the hospital, Xiangbei had spoken harshly to Zhao Xiaodong, completely disregarding her feelings. Later, Xiangbei learned that Zhao Xiaodong had rushed to Jinan to visit him upon hearing he was injured her heart. However, when she hurriedly arrived at the hospital, she was unceremoniously scolded by Xiangbei. At that moment, Xiangbei was probably irritable due to his injury, which led to his impulsive actions. But when Xiangbei later understood the truth of the situation, he realized that his behavior had been somewhat excessive. Since that parting in the hospital, Zhao Xiaodong had devoted all her energy to the battlefield. She immersed herself in the trenches and had not returned to Jinan even once. After all, the pressure on the southern battlefield was immense. As the commander, he needed to personally go to the front lines to boost the soldiers' morale and also take this opportunity to apologize to Zhao Xiaodong. 2 days later, Xiangbei's lucky plane arrived in Zhazhuang. Whether this was fate from a past life or due to strategic reasons, Zhao Xiaodong had set up her command center in Taierswang. Without notifying the forward position, Xiangbei arrived at Taierswang under the escort of the guard company. Even Xiangbei's convoy encountered 3 or 4 rigorous inspections during the journey, which highlighted the strict discipline of the Fourth Army. Along the way, soldiers were seen busily engaged in constructing trenches and defensive works, working diligently to strengthen the fortifications. At that moment, Xiangbei suddenly caught sight of Zhao Xiaodong in the distance. She was wearing a steel helmet, her face covered in dust, completely shedding the image of the gentle Lin Mimi from the Jiangnan waters. In her place stood a resolute and decisive female general. She personally inspected the construction of the defensive works, meticulous and unambiguous. As Zhao Xiaodong gazed at the figure of Xiangbei from a distance, a surge of respect and grievance welled up in her heart. She quickly led her adjutant beside her, striding forward with determined steps directly towards Xiangbei. Upon reaching Xiangbei, Zhao Xiaodong halted, standing tall and straight. She saluted him with military precision, her movements crisp and meticulous. Her voice was clear and powerful. "Boss, why have you come to the front lines personally? Your leg injury hasn't healed, yet you need to rest." Xiangbei smiled at Zhao Xiaodong, his eyes revealing appreciation and concern for her. He spoke softly. "I certainly have to see our female general, otherwise how could I as your boss understand how hard you are working?" Then Xiangbei turned to the adjutant beside him and instructed, "Go to the command center and have General Zhao give me a detailed report on the situation at the front lines." Thus the group boarded a vehicle and headed towards the command center. Along the way, Zhao Xiaodong silently organized the content she needed to report in her mind. Upon arriving at the command center, Zhao Xiaodong stood before a large sand table and began to explain the situation at the front line in detail. Her words were concise and clear, presenting the key information about the troop deployments of both the enemy and their own side, along with the terrain and geographical features. Currently, the opposing Japanese army has 3 divisions: the 6th Division, the 16th Division O, and the 9th Division, with a total strength of approximately 850 men. Zhao Xiaodang stated sternly, lightly pointing to the corresponding positions on the sand table to indicate the locations of these 3 divisions. The 3 divisions of the Japanese army have 18 infantry battalions with 3 battalions, each of cavalry, artillery, engineering, and logistics units. Zhao Xiaodang continued her introduction, allowing Xiangbei to see the deployment of the Japanese troops more clearly. Zhao Xiatang's explanation was very detailed, and Xiangbei listened attentively. When he heard the names of these Japanese troops, a surge of anger welled up in his heart. The commander of the Central China Expeditionary Army, General Komatsu Taro, is an overall command. Zhao Xiaodang concluded, pointing again on the sand table to indicate the possible location of the Japanese command center. Upon hearing this, Xiangbei's eyes instantly lit up. He was all too familiar with the name Komatsu Taro, for in his previous life, it was this brute who led the Japanese army in the horrific Nanjing massacre. Xiangbei gritted his teeth and said, "I never expected this group of brutes to come to Shandong. It saves me the trouble of looking for them. If we can bring these brutes to Shandong, they can be put to work digging coal, repairing roads, and opening mountains." Xiangbei's heart ignited with a fierce rage, and he resolved to make these Japanese troops pay the price no matter what. Even Komatsu Taro is here. It's a pity the 13th Division is missing. Xiangbei muttered to himself, "But that's fine, having this old brood is enough. I must make sure he suffers a slow and painful death." In his previous life, Komatsu Taro was hanged as a war criminal, but in this life, Xiangbei would never allow him to die so easily. Xiangbei clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing, "I must find a way to capture all these bastards alive." If this matter were left to Zhao Xiaodong, she would definitely show no mercy, and might even annihilate all those. Xiangbei was as clear as day in his mind. He knew very well the heinous crimes these brutes had committed in Nanjing. How could he let them off so easily? Thus Xiangbei decisively ordered Zhang Chong, you immediately notify the major cities in the country to purchase large quantities of phenobarbital and chloral hydrate. Also mandrake flowers and aconite, as well as yarsagumba, these 5 types of drugs. No matter the quantity, we must acquire all of them. At the same time, immediately send a telegram to Cole in Germany asking him to buy directly from the manufacturer, preferably without packaging. Raw materials are the best. Mandrake flowers. This mysterious and beautiful flower was discovered in ancient times to produce unexpected effects when used in conjunction with plants like aconite and yarsagumba. Aconite, a highly toxic plant containing aconitine, is so poisonous that it can paralyze the nervous system, causing a person to lose consciousness in an instant. Yarsagumba, a highly toxic plant originating from Persia, has an exceptionally strong hallucinogenic and anesthetic effect. Just a small amount of powder can cause someone to fall into a deep sleep for several days. When mandrake flowers are combined with aconite and yarsagumba, their toxicity and hallucinogenic effects overlap, greatly enhancing the efficacy of the soporific drug. However, this combination also brings great risks. Due to the extreme toxicity of aconite and yarsagumba, improper use can easily lead to the death of the poisoned individual. Xiangbei didn't care whether this would kill the Japanese. What he wanted was to make them sleep as much as possible. If a few died from an overdose, that would just benefit those bastards. Xiangbei didn't care whether this would kill the Japanese. What he wanted was to make them sleep as much as possible. If a few died from an overdose, phenobarbital and chloral hydrate both have strong sedative, hypnotic, and anticonvulsant effects, effectively suppressing the central nervous system and helping people fall asleep smoothly and maintain their sleep. After hearing this, Zhang Chong felt a bit puzzled, but dared not ask further, simply acknowledging and preparing to execute. However, Zhang Kai, who was beside him, suddenly interjected, "General, what do we need so many sleeping pills for?" As soon as Zhang Kai's words were out, she was shot a fierce glare by Xiangbei, and she quickly shut her mouth. This matter left Xiangbei feeling quite troubled. He truly did not know how to explain his actions to others. He couldn't exactly tell everyone that he was planning to drug those vile Japanese. At noon and during the meal, only Zhang Chong and his sister Xiangbei and Zhao Xiaoding remained in the dining hall. Especially Zhao Xiaoding and Zhang Kai, who seemed to have a fateful connection. Upon meeting, it was as if old friends were reunited, happily chatting away, even feeling a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. The two of them chattered incessantly in Shanghai dialect, seemingly with endless topics to discuss, completely leaving Xiangbei and Zhang Chong out of the conversation. Watching them hit it off so well, Xiangbei couldn't help but feel happy for Zhao Xiaoding. However, when lunch ended and only Zhao Xiaoding and Xiangbei remained in the room, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Xiangbei noticed that Zhao Xiatang's emotions seemed a bit off. Her face clearly carried some resentment. Xiangbei felt a bit anxious. He tried several times to start a conversation with Zhao Xiaodong, but each time the words almost reached his lips only to be swallowed back down. Finally, Xiangbei mustered his courage and said softly, "Xiaotang, I want to apologize for what happened last. Perhaps it was because I had just undergone surgery and my temper was not good, so I was a bit harsh with you. Please don't take it to heart." As soon as Xiangbei finished speaking, Zhao Xiaoding turned away from him as if shocked by an electric current. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she was trying hard to control her emotions. Seeing this, Xiangbei hurried over with his crutches, picked up a handkerchief, and attempted to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. However, just as Xiangbei's handkerchief was about to touch Zhao Zitang's cheek, she suddenly turned away again like a startled deer. Xiangbei felt a bit helpless, but did not give up. Instead, he forcibly turned Zhao Xiaotang back, and continued to gently wipe her tears. When Zhao Xiaotang faced Xiangbei, the light drizzle suddenly turned into a torrential downpour. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaotang, like a child, tightly embraced Xiangbei and began to cry uncontrollably. This sudden scene caught Xiangbei off guard, and he thought to himself, "This is too much. I only said something However, just as Xiangbei was still pondering, Zhao Xiaotang suddenly seemed to make up her mind and wiped her tears. She took a deep breath, then mustered her courage to look Xiangbei in the eyes and asked, "What makes Chen Xiaohui better than me? Why did you choose her and not me?" This was indeed a bit sudden. What was going on with this girl? Last time he already felt something was off about her. It was hard for Xiangbei to believe that he didn't like Zhao Xiaotang, especially now that she was being so proactive. Seeing Zhao Xiaotang so sad, Xiangbei's heart softened, and he instinctively pulled her tightly into his arms. However, this embrace made Zhao Xiaotang cry even harder. She seemed to want to break free from Xiangbei's hold, but he refused to let go and held her even tighter. Indeed, women always seem to prefer being held tightly by men during such moments, as if it offers them some comfort. Xiangbei thought to himself that this move was indeed effective with women. After a long while, Zhao Xiaotang finally stopped crying and slowly extricated herself from Xiangbei's embrace. She looked up at Xiangbei with tear-filled eyes and asked, "Do you like me more, or do you like Chen Xiaohui more?" Hearing this question, Xiangbei's heart tightened. He truly did not understand why women always like to ask such questions. Was this something every woman in every era would say? He hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer honestly, "Xiaotang, of course I love you a bit more. Both of you are my beloved women, so please don't put me in a difficult position, okay?" After saying this, Xiangbei felt like a scumbag. He knew that such an answer would not fully satisfy Zhao Xiaotang, but he truly did not want to hurt anyone. A day later, Zhao Xiaotang walked in with a telegram and said, "Boss, you should return to Jinan. This is the front line after all, and it's quite dangerous here. Isn't it dangerous for my woman to stay on the front line?" Xiangbei gently took her hand and said, "Well, deal with these devils together before I leave." His voice was low and firm. "Boss, from the intelligence received today, the enemy is sending over another division, the 13th Division of the Japanese Army." His expression was serious and his brows furrowed, as if he were very worried about this news. "It seems the enemy wants to crush us with superior numbers." Zhao Xiaotang continued, her tone tinged with helplessness. "Last week the enemy even sent someone to persuade me to surrender." A flash of anger crossed her eyes. "They offered 20 million silver dollars for the independence of the Fourth Army." Xiangbei's interest was piqued, and he eagerly asked, "How did you respond to the enemy?" "I killed the enemy who came to negotiate." Zhao Zitang's answer was decisive without a hint of hesitation. "Sighed." Xiangbei sighed, seemingly dissatisfied with her decision. "Xiaotang, you need to send someone to negotiate with the enemy immediately, demanding 80 million silver dollars, and it must be in silver dollars, nothing else accepted. Tell the enemy that this 80 million silver dollars isn't for independence, but to sell the entire Fourth Army. Weapons and equipment can be exchanged on delivery. It's not an easy task for the Japanese to raise 80 million silver dollars, likely keeping them busy for half a month." Xiangbei's intention in doing this was merely to buy time while trying to fleece the enemy again. Once this money reaches the enemy's camp, Xiangbei is confident he can get his hands on it. Of course, given his current condition with crutches, it is clear that he is not suitable for hands-on action. The reason it must be silver dollars is that 80 million silver dollars is roughly equivalent to over 200 tons, and when it comes to war, moving such a large amount of material is nearly impossible. "Boss, is this really necessary?" Xiaotang clearly felt confused by Xiangbei's request. "It is." Xiangbei's voice rose an octave. "Don't ask anything else, just try to delay the enemy for 15 days. Xiangbei knew very well that the sleeping pills he ordered wouldn't arrive for at least 10 days. He also ordered Zhang Chong to custom-make hundreds of branding irons engraved with the characters for enemy. Zhang Chong had become smart, now doing whatever was asked without questioning. Xiangbei understood that confronting the enemy directly was definitely not a wise choice at this moment. After all, the 13th Division of the Japanese Army had already arrived, and the enemy completely outnumbered the Allied forces and was equally well equipped. Fortunately, all the perpetrators of the Jinling massacre were gathered here. Perhaps this was the manifestation of those wronged souls, and at this time the enemy dared to send people to persuade surrender, which was truly divine assistance. Xiangbei immediately realized this was an excellent opportunity. He turned to Xiaotang and said, "Xiaotang, we must make good use of this chance. In addition to demanding the 80 million silver dollars from the enemy, also ask them for a ship. No matter what, we must find ways to delay time as long as possible. At the same time, we also need to urge those enemies to deliver the silver dollars quickly." When Komatsu Taro received this news, his feelings were mixed. On one hand, he was incredibly angry at Zhao Zitang's actions because this guy was so audacious. How dare he kill the Japanese sent for negotiations? This was a blatant provocation against the Empire of Japan. However, on the other hand, Komatsu Taro could not help but feel a bit of surprise. After all, Zhao Xiaodang was now considering negotiations again, which indicated he still had some room for compromise, even though the price had risen from the original 20 million silver dollars to 80 million silver dollars. However, this time, it is not an independent matter considering the 4th Army Group possesses 8 elite troops, along with a complete set of weaponry and equipment. Although this price is slightly higher, it is not entirely unacceptable. Matsui was also surprised by Zhao Xiaotang's greed. This crazy woman actually wanted to sell the entire 4th Army Group. Just the weapons and ammunition for an armored division and a heavy artillery division alone would cost nearly $40 million, adding over 100 trucks and an entire set of weapons and soldiers. Although it is not worth $80 million, the difference would not be too great. Of course, he was not afraid of Zhao Xiaodang playing tricks. After all, payment and weapons would be exchanged simultaneously. Moreover, Matsui was well aware that Zhao Xiaotang's urgency for money was merely an attempt to pocket a sum and escape before the Japanese army took over the 4th Army Group. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow Zhao Xiaodang to succeed so easily. At the very least, he had to wait until the Japanese army successfully took over the 4th Army Group before considering giving her the entire sum. Of course, $80 million is not a small amount. Even Matsui, as the commander of the Central China Expeditionary Army, did not have the authority to make decisions unilaterally. He still needed to consult the cabinet and obtain approval before proceeding with this transaction. Moreover, if he were to purchase all the weapons of the 4th Army Group's heavy artillery division and armored division, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. In that case, wouldn't this army lacking heavy firepower be at the mercy of others? They could be dealt with however one wished. After all, Zhao Xiaodang held $80 million in her hands. With so much money, it wouldn't be so easy to slip away. Returning to Shandong was definitely out of the question, as it was the stronghold of the Allied forces who would not let her off easily. Since this woman asked for a ship, she probably intended to flee by sea. If she wanted to escape by sea, that would be even better, as the Japanese army completely controlled the coastal areas of China. So where could Zhao Xiaodang go? Undoubtedly, she could only flee to the territory of the Imperial Army. But that would be like walking into a trap. On the territory of the Imperial Army, what could she possibly achieve? At that point, the Imperial Army could deal with her as they pleased. She would be like meat on a chopping board waiting to be butchered. Moreover, did she still fantasize about taking away those $80 million? That is simply a pipe dream. This business, no matter how one looks at it, is bound to be a sure profit. Thinking of this, Matsui could not suppress the smile on his face. This would be the most glorious moment of his life, capturing a powerful army of 800 without a single soldier moving. However, to keep Zhao Xiaodang calm and prevent her from becoming suspicious, the Japanese decided to initially give her $500 to demonstrate their sincerity. A few days later, 2 mysterious figures quietly appeared at the agreed location. Their appearance was indistinguishable from ordinary Chinese citizens, but in reality, they were disguised Japanese. One of these 2 was responsible for translation, while the other was a Japanese army major bringing with him $500 in cash. Through several negotiations, Matsui had already agreed to the terms of this transaction. He promised to gather the substantial funds within half a month and discuss the specific transaction details with Zhao Xiaodang. Faced with such a huge transaction, Zhao Xiaodang remained very cautious. After careful consideration, she agreed to divide this batch of equipment into 5 transactions, as the quantity of weapons was simply too large. The first batch of equipment for sale included 60 howitzers, each priced at $350, totaling to $1 million. Next, the second batch for sale consisted of 100 M1920 105mm howitzers priced at $180 each, with a total price of $1.8 million. The third batch for sale included 70 M2 light tanks priced at $300, each totaling to $1 million. The fourth batch included 60 cubic meters medium tanks priced at $400, each totaling to $4 million. The fifth batch included ammunition worth $7 million. Just these alone amounted to over $30 million, so $40 million is indeed not expensive. Finally, the Japanese army would only pay the remaining amount after receiving the Allied forces army as agreed. The results of this negotiation made the Japanese feel very satisfied. They believed they gained significant benefits from this transaction. As days passed, the Japanese also began actively collecting money in the occupied areas. Due to the limited loading capacity of Japanese military trucks at the time, usually only 1 or 2 tons, hundreds of military trucks shuttled back and forth in the occupied areas daily, transporting large amounts of money. Meanwhile, Xiangbei was anxiously waiting for the medicines he had purchased from around the world to arrive one after another. Initially, he could only receive dozens of kilograms of goods each day, but as time went on, hundreds of pounds of medicines from Germany also began to arrive. Within just half a month, Xiangbei surprisingly received over a ton of medicines, which delighted him. To ensure the effectiveness of these medicines, Xiangbei combined mandrake flowers with aconite and other herbs, mixing them all with phenobarbital. After numerous experiments, he finally mastered the appropriate dosage. To further validate the effects of these medicines, Xiangbei also brought in several animals, such as pigs, sheep, and cattle, for testing. Through observation and testing of these animals, he continuously adjusted the medicine's formula and dosage, ultimately determining the best method of use. With just one day remaining until the agreed transaction, that afternoon at 3 p.m., Xiangbei found an experienced fighter pilot to fly the plane while he took the shooting position in the back. The twin-seat long-range fighter developed by Germany was designed to accompany German bombers on long missions to destroy enemy fighters. 10 fighter planes would be dispatched that afternoon to attack the Japanese army's positions. The day before, Xiangbei had already asked Zhao Xiaodong to inform the Japanese that Allied observers would come to the front lines to oversee the battle. To confuse the Allied High Command, the 4th Army Group would send a small number of fighter planes to harass the Japanese positions at 3 p.m. the next day. Although the fighter planes would not shoot at ground personnel, they requested that Japanese personnel take cover to avoid casualties. When Xiangbei was about to board the fighter plane, Zhao Xiaodong blocked his way like a madwoman. "Commander, if you want to board this plane, you must step over my dead body." Seeing that Zhao Xiaodong was genuinely anxious, Xiangbei stepped forward to comfort her. "The Japanese won't be willing to destroy these fighter planes, they will soon become their own." He embraced Zhao Xiaodong, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Xiaodong, trust me this once, and I will marry you when I return." At 3 p.m., the fighter jet successfully took off. As they approached the Japanese positions, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the sky, the deafening sound echoing as if it were tearing the heavens apart. Strangely, these anti-aircraft guns did not seem to be targeting anything, but rather firing aimlessly into the air. Meanwhile, the fighter jets only occasionally fired a few bullets at the ground. These bullets fell like raindrops, yet caused no substantial damage. Even more perplexing was the order given to the jets heading north to fly low and slow over the enemy's positions. The pilots, filled with confusion, nevertheless carried out their orders. They merely fired a couple of symbolic shots while the enemy soldiers quickly dove into their bunkers as if receiving some sort of signal. Thus, only the anti-aircraft gunners remained at their posts, pretending to engage with the fighter jets, while Xiangbei seized the opportunity to cleverly utilize the space. He dropped large quantities of sleeping pills into countless barrels and steaming cauldrons. To ensure no mess hall was overlooked, Xiangbei specifically ordered the pilots to fly back and forth over the positions spaced 200 meters apart. This way, even if the enemy soldiers were at their cooking stations, it would be difficult for them to notice that large amounts of sleeping drugs had been added to their pots. Over the course of dozens of kilometers, the fighter jets repeatedly flew over, and the quantity of sleeping pills. The pilots, however, remained completely unaware of the true objective behind the mission they were executing, flying around the enemy positions with blank expressions, not daring to voice any dissent. To prevent any mishaps, Xiangbei even added a large amount of sleeping pills to the feed of the cavalry's horses. During the flight, he discovered the silver dollars that the enemy had stockpiled in the rear of their positions. Meanwhile, the command center of the old dog Matsumoto Taro was hidden 50 kilometers away from the front lines. Xiangbei paid special attention to the mess halls near the command center. By the end of this flight, Xiangbei had completely grasped the firepower configuration and defensive positions of 4 divisions, particularly focusing on the command centers of those divisions. Once the fighter jets returned safely, Xiangbei promptly arranged combat missions, especially targeting the enemy's division command centers, with an emphasis on capturing live targets. Although the troops had been informed in advance about tonight's major operation, once each company received their mission orders, the company commanders were filled with confusion and disbelief. The unexpected aspect of tonight's battle was the absence of heavy fire support and coordination, it is well known that heavy firepower is crucial on the battlefield, capable of inflicting immense damage on the enemy and providing robust support for our offensive. Moreover, the higher-ups emphasized the importance of capturing the enemy alive, which was even more baffling, as it is not easy to capture enemies during fierce battles. Additionally, would such actions not pose more risks to ourselves? Even more unexpectedly, when our forces approached the enemy positions, they were ordered not to fire first. This meant we would be in a passive position, completely exposed to the enemy's firepower. Such strategic arrangements left us utterly perplexed. Furthermore, the soldiers received a strict notice prohibiting them from consuming any water or food sources on the enemy's positions. This order left the soldiers astounded, and some even burst into laughter. After all, no one knew whether they would survive on the enemy's turf, let alone taste their food and water. Moreover, everyone knew that the Allied forces had excellent rations with abundant meat served at every meal, while the enemy's food was practically inedible garbage. Thus, the soldiers felt a bit helpless about this order, while also finding it somewhat ridiculous. They thought to themselves, who would have the leisure to eat the enemy's food? We have our own delicacies, and would not take such risks. Xiangbei separately dispatched 2 mobile units. One unit was aimed at the $80 million, while the other targeted the old dog's lair Matsumoto Taro. Furthermore, this unit was instructed to capture their targets alive, without error. Faced with such complex and puzzling orders, the company commanders began to ponder the true intentions of their superiors, even starting to doubt Zhao Ziyatang's military command capabilities. As the night wore on, the clock struck 10. On this war-torn land, Zhao Erniu, as the company commander, bore a significant mission. He led his team stealthily, approaching the enemy's positions like a group of specters. Zhao Erniu silently contemplated that based on past experiences, the enemy's positions should be heavily guarded with spotlights sweeping back and forth and sentries standing alert. However, tonight was unusually quiet. Even the spotlights seemed to have lost their former vigor, no longer rotating frequently. As the company gradually approached the enemy's positions, the distance narrowed to merely 50 meters, yet the enemy's positions remained eerily still, like a slumbering giant. This strange tranquility put Zhao Erniu on high alert, signaling the soldiers to slow their pace and maintain heightened vigilance. As time passed, the Allied soldiers gradually grew bolder. They carefully climbed onto the enemy's positions, filled with anticipation and tension. However, when they finally saw the scene before them, everyone was astonished. The enemy soldiers were sprawled out in the trenches, sound asleep. Due to the darkness of the night, these Japanese soldiers completely failed to notice anyone quietly approaching. Zhao Erniu accidentally stepped on a Japanese soldier, yet surprisingly the enemy remained completely unresponsive, still immersed in a sweet dream. The entire company of soldiers froze in place, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Faced with this sudden situation, they had not anticipated it and did not know how to respond. At this moment, Zhao Erniu quickly regained his composure, decisively issuing orders: collect the enemy's guns, tie them up, and have a few people keep watch here. The others moved forward to attack. The soldiers, snapping out of their daze, immediately sprang into action, quickly confiscating the enemy's weapons and binding them securely. Just as everything was proceeding in a tense yet orderly manner, distant gunfire suddenly rang out. This unexpected sound shattered the previous silence, startling everyone. However, Zhao Erniu's position had yet to fire a single shot, as if it were a forgotten corner. Such situations were not unique to this front. The Allied forces elsewhere faced similar circumstances, allowing them to effortlessly seize these positions. As they sought the ocean, upon reaching the marked position to the north, they encountered a solitary barracks, which was at least the size of an infantry battalion. It is known that a single infantry regiment of the enemy consists of no fewer than 2,000 troops. Thus, this tent was somewhat daunting, considering they had only brought one battalion. At most, they would not exceed 600 men, and to claim otherwise would surely be a falsehood. This was a task personally assigned by the commander, and failing to complete, it would mean losing face. The captain gritted his teeth and ultimately gave the order as the troops silently surrounded the area under the cover of darkness. Approaching the tent, they heard no sounds, only the sounds of snoring. Even the enemy on guard appeared as if they were dead pigs slumped against the tent, sleeping soundly, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. However, the soldiers did not let their guard down. They cautiously approached the enemy, gripping their gleaming knives tight. To ensure that these enemies were truly asleep, they decided to slit their throats directly. Yet surprisingly, these enemies showed no reaction. Not even a groan of pain escaped their lips, as if they had completely lost consciousness. Though puzzled, the soldiers charged into the sleeping quarters of the enemy, without hesitation, shouting, "Don't move, raise your hands." However, the only response they received was the sound of intermittent snoring, as if these enemies had fallen into a deep slumber, completely unaware of their surroundings. Only in a few tents did the occasional weak gunfire sound, but it did not affect the sleep of the other enemies, and the soldiers reluctantly realized that these enemies were, as if bewitched, unable to be awakened no matter what. Since they could not rouse them, they had to think of another approach. They quickly fetched ropes and securely bound the hands and feet of these enemies to prevent any sudden resistance upon waking. Once this was accomplished, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and began a thorough search of the camp. They rushed into dozens of tents located at the camp center, discovering them filled with countless boxes that appeared heavy, the contents unknown. "You two open a box and see what's inside," the captain excitedly pointed at one of the boxes. Two soldiers immediately complied, straining to bring down the highest box. Due to the box's weight and their slippery hands, it suddenly lost balance and fell heavily to the ground with a loud. As the box broke open, a crisp sound echoed, and the soldiers gazed in awe as a cascade of silver coins poured out, sparkling on the ground. Sporadic gunfire rang out through the night, and by the next morning, only a few enemies had awakened. The plan to test the dosage had been successful, but fearing it was insufficient, the dosage was doubled. Following a night of battle, each team had achieved significant results. Surprisingly, only a handful of teams encountered minimal resistance. However, this did not dampen Xiangbei's spirits, as he was most concerned that the two mechanized units had successfully completed their missions. The Allied forces deployed an astonishing number of over 1,000 trucks, continuously transporting convoy after convoy of silver coins to the rear. These silver coins piled up like mountains, gleaming enticingly. When Ko Matsutaro was brought back, he was still sound asleep, completely unaware of his fate. This made Xiangbei feel a surge of anger, but he also secretly rejoiced that this old dog had finally fallen into his hands. Compared to the staggering sum of 80 million silver coins, what Xiangbei truly desired was this old dog. He gritted his teeth, thinking that once back in Jinan he would ensure this old dog was subjected to 1,000 cuts to vent his hatred. However, he felt regret that he could not capture the old dog's family. Otherwise, he would have unhesitatingly sent the entire family along with him. Fortunately, while he could not capture Ko Matsutaro's family, the 4 puppies had all been successfully captured. Xiangbei thought that he would let them off this time as a moment of kindness, so that these beasts would have some company on their journey to the underworld. After a night of fierce battle, by noon, all the battle reports were finally compiled. Excitingly, this battle claimed the lives of over 6,000 Japanese troops, and the number of prisoners exceeded 90,000. As for how many of these prisoners would awaken, they would have to wait until tomorrow to find out. The gains from this battle were tremendous, not only in seizing a colossal wealth of 80 million silver coins, but also in acquiring the complete equipment of 4 first-class divisions. This greatly enhanced the strength of Xiangbei's army by 1/3, making it akin to overnight wealth. However, faced with such a large number of prisoners, Xiangbei realized that managing them would pose a significant challenge. To facilitate management, he decisively ordered his soldiers to brand the enemy's faces. As the heated branding iron pressed against their faces, the words "enemy" were deeply imprinted. Surprisingly, those enemies who had been unconscious for so long awakened under the stimulus of the branding iron. However, many others, having consumed large amounts of sleeping pills, remained asleep. Seeing this, Xiangbei immediately ordered that those who had been asleep for so long be gathered together, and announced if they could not awaken within 3 days, they would be buried alive. Of course, the Allied forces also suffered over 800 casualties, with more than 300 injured. After the battle, the soldiers of the Allied forces were greatly impressed by the upper echelon's battle reports. Zhao Xiatang's prestige in the army was unshakable. As she watched convoy after convoy of silver coins being brought back, her admiration for her man reached its peak. What a brilliant scheme! With just a small tactic, those cunning enemies were left bewildered. Moreover, the cost of this scheme was minimal, yet it successfully captured hundreds of thousands of well-equipped Japanese soldiers. However, upon learning the detailed situation on the battlefield, a hint of doubt arose in her heart. She began to suspect her man. Had he implanted numerous moles within the enemy ranks? Otherwise, how could he so smoothly administer sleeping pills in the enemy's food? Once this thought emerged in her mind, it grew wildly like weeds, leaving her unable to find peace. The more she thought, the more she felt something was off. After all, accomplishing this under the enemy's tight defenses was no easy task. As the Allied forces' positions stretched southward like a torrent of steel, the areas north of Shuzhou had been successfully reclaimed in just 3 days. This victory not only allowed the Allied forces to seize a large quantity of weapons and equipment, but also expanded their occupied territory by a full 1/5. This was undoubtedly a significant strategic triumph, laying a solid foundation for future operations. To further enhance their strength, the Allied forces decided to continue recruiting new soldiers within their jurisdiction, adequately preparing for the upcoming establishment of the Fifth Army. Meanwhile, over the past few days, those captured by the enemy began to awaken one after another. However, due to the excessive use of medicine directed northward, over 7,500 enemy soldiers were ultimately buried on the spot, forever resting on this land. Even so, more than 8,000 prisoners of war survived. Faced with such a vast labor resource, the Allied forces certainly would not waste it. Thus, these prisoners were assigned to various places in need of substantial manpower, such as quarries, coal mines, highway construction, cement plants, and various large-scale construction sites. These captives, like livestock, required very little food, but were able to endure hardship without worry, and there was no concern that they would cause subsequent troubles due to work-related injuries. More importantly, this arrangement could save nearly $10 million annually. Of course, there was no need to worry about these enemies escaping, because first and foremost their faces had been branded with characters, making them easily identifiable in a crowd. To further strengthen the supervision over these enemies, a regulation was enacted encouraging the general public to actively participate in the capture of any escaping enemies. For each successful capture of an enemy, dead or alive, a substantial reward of $20 would be granted. Additionally, these enemies would be managed in groups of 10. If any one person escaped, the entire group's members would face execution. In this way, the enemies would supervise one another, deterred from fleeing easily, as they understood that if one escaped, they too would be implicated. Moreover, the enemies only needed to work 17 hours a day. To improve the efficiency of the prisoners, the North implemented optimized management methods at every worksite. Among these measures, the most crucial was the establishment of a bottom-ranking elimination system. Those prisoners who failed to complete their work tasks each week would be publicly dealt with to incentivize others to. Additionally, those ranked at the bottom of the monthly task completion would also face optimization. This was to foster a self-motivating atmosphere among the enemies. The North had never intended to allow any enemy a way out. Through this public and ruthless method, the prisoners were made acutely aware that if they did not strive to complete their tasks, only a dead end awaited them. Consequently, they would develop a strong sense of self-motivation, desperately vying for better results to avoid becoming the next unfortunate soul to be hanged. As a result, the entire management mechanism became exceptionally efficient. The prisoners, in order to save their own lives, would do their utmost to complete tasks and even compete with each other to achieve high rankings. This competitive atmosphere not only unleashed their potential, but also significantly improved the quality and efficiency of task completion. To select even more outstanding talents for managing prisoners, the North decided to adopt a special selection method after careful consideration. He specifically chose soldiers whose hometowns had been occupied by the Japanese army, as these soldiers had first-hand experience of the enemy's atrocities and would likely possess a stronger sense of responsibility and mission when managing prisoners. As for the candidates for the directors of the various regional war criminal management offices, the North decided to prioritize officers recruited from Jinling. This news immediately garnered widespread attention and response. Especially those officers whose ancestral homes were in Jinling, they eagerly signed up, hoping for the opportunity to serve as directors of the war criminal management offices. The North understood that there was no one more suitable for this position than these individuals, as each of these soldiers had either family or relatives who perished in that massacre. The only requirement he presented to them was the monthly quota of deaths. Specifically, for every 10,000 people there must be a death quota of 100 each month. That is to say, one. If this task could not be fulfilled, the relevant personnel would have 3 months' worth of wait. This completely resolved the infrastructure issues in Shandong. With the tremendous victory of the Allied forces in Suzhou, this news spread rapidly across the country like a spring breeze. Various regions sent congratulatory messages warmly commending the valiant performance of the Allied forces. Surprisingly, not only were there official congratulatory messages, but many grassroots organizations spontaneously donated money and goods to the Allied forces. This surprised the North greatly. He had never anticipated such a pleasant occurrence. At Zhao Zitang's suggestion, the Allied forces decided to take advantage of the situation and establish a dedicated Allied Forces Donation Association. This association would be responsible for managing and distributing donated materials from various sources, ensuring they were used most effectively to support the cause of the Allied forces. To facilitate the receipt and processing of donations, the Allied forces set up offices in several major cities outside the war zones. In this way, individuals and organizations alike could provide assistance to the Allied forces more conveniently, ensuring that funds were used specifically for their intended purposes. The donations and their uses would be published in newspapers each quarter, as the North dared not do anything to dishearten the public. Although each donation might not seem substantial, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle, this grassroots support undoubtedly further expanded the Allied forces' reputation and influence. Amidst the many congratulatory messages, the elders stood out exceptionally. This time he actually sent a whopping $2 million. After a long few months of sea transport, the machines ordered to the North finally arrived at the harbor island one after another. Despite the tense situation at the time with the enemy controlling the coastal areas of Huagua, the small days had not yet completely turned sour with the beautiful country. Moreover, these goods had not entered the territory of Huagua, so the ships at sea were not subject to confiscation by the enemy. Xiangbei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as he had been worried that these machines would encounter mishaps during transportation. Now that the machines had safely arrived at the harbor island, he could finally feel a bit more at ease. Xiangbei planned to personally go to the harbor island to receive these machines after completing the wedding. After all, these machines were crucial for the development of his career, and he needed to ensure that everything proceeded smoothly. This time Zhao Xiaoding also decided to accompany Xiangbei back to Jinan to prepare for their wedding there. However, as of now, Xiangbei had not officially discussed marriage with Chen Xiaohui. Although he understood in his heart that he should at least give Chen Xiaohui a title, he had not been able to find the right opportunity to talk to her frankly due to various reasons. After talking with Chen Xiaohui, she was very surprised by the sudden proposal. She did not expect Xiangbei to propose to her, but a new problem soon arose. That is, both strong women wanted to be the main wife, and within a few minutes of being together they began to argue again. In the end, Xiangbei decided to marry both to put an end to the dispute. On the wedding day, the Pearl Courtyard was decorated with great festivity. The ceiling of the hall was adorned with golden wedding characters reflecting beautifully with Western-style carved curtains, creating an atmosphere that was both traditional and fashionable. The groom Xiangbei wore a neat Zhongshan suit, appearing particularly spirited. He wore a bright red silk flower on his chest, adding to the festive atmosphere. The two brides were dressed in large red kipeos trimmed with pearls with phoenix crowns and veils shining together, looking as beautiful as fairies descending to earth. The friends and family present were all dressed in formal attire, smiling as they witnessed the happy moment of the new. Old Chun Miao Handong Chen shouting Zhao Jiejun and Zhang Kai along with other friends were invited and brought blessings and gifts, adding more joy and warmth to the wedding. Notably, Xiangbei's 4 roommates were all present, having spent many unforgettable times with him. Xiangbei not only promoted these 4 roommates, but also gave special treatment to Jiang Ming, promoting him directly to a squad leader. However, due to the intense fighting at the front, in order to ensure the stability of the war situation, Xiangbei decided not to allow any division commanders to attend the wedding. Although this might disappoint some, Xiangbei understood the cruelty of war and the weight of responsibility. He could not let personal matters affect the entire situation. However, Xiangbei did not forget his soldiers. To reward their bravery on the battlefield, he specifically ordered extra meals for the soldiers for 3 days. During these 3 days, the soldiers' tables were filled with sumptuous food, allowing them to eat to their heart's content. The most exciting event, however, was the execution of the old dog by slow slicing. Xiangbei had publicized the atrocities committed by the old dog 3 days prior in the newspapers. The Allied forces also constructed a 3-meter-high platform for the execution. Xiangbei had to put in considerable effort to find an executioner who understood the methods of execution. From the day of the wedding banquet, there were crowds of people at the foot of the platform for 3 full days. Slow slicing follows a strict set of procedures and methods. The executioner would gradually cut away the prisoner's flesh in a specific order and technique. Generally, it starts from less vital areas of the prisoner's body, such as the limbs and chest, and then gradually moves towards the critical areas. The old dog screamed in agony for 3 whole days on the platform, while the common people below ground gritted their teeth in hatred. Even Xiangbei disguised himself and went to the scene 3 times. It was not that he enjoyed this spectacle, rather he was certain that spies would infiltrate the crowd. Let's not forget that this old dog was a commander, and sure enough they managed to catch 1 or 2 spies every day. The newspapers published articles for 7 consecutive days, providing some relief to the people nationwide. 5 large cement factories had already begun production, with raw material mining, processing, firing, and grinding consuming a large number of workers. Fortunately, there were these free prisoners of war. Just the cement factories used nearly 6,000 prisoners of war, which is truly an astonishing number. However, although the prisoners of war undertook most of the labor, key positions were still guarded by our workers, as they are more professional and reliable. If we're talking about the most labor-intensive work, it would have to be Zhao Dong's transportation department. They were responsible for a lot of work, from the widening and leveling of foundations to the construction of multiple bridges, each requiring a large amount of manpower. Xiangbei allocated 3,000 prisoners of war at once, which shows the enormous scale of this project. In addition to oil fields, coal mines, steel mills, and numerous large factory constructions, especially the mining and the steel mill consumed a huge amount of manpower. In the end, it turned out that 8,000 prisoners of war were still not enough. Had he known there would be such a high demand for labor, he would have used less sleeping medicine at the beginning. Xiangbei had to adjust the mortality rate from the original 1 to 0.5. Even if the prisoners of war were insufficient, even when hiring workers, Xiangbei would not cancel the mortality rate. Because in his eyes these beasts were already dead, he was merely squeezing out their last value. If Xiangbei wanted to launch a large-scale northern offensive against Japan, he still had to develop the economy of Shandong, and the Yellow River was always an insurmountable hurdle. The Yellow River is wide and has a large flow, with a riverbed mostly made of soft silt, which poses a huge challenge for bridge construction. Building a stable bridge under such conditions is no easy task. Moreover, there are also many issues regarding materials. Some key materials needed for bridge construction, such as steel and cement, relied partly on imports, and the supply was very unstable. This greatly limited the construction of large bridges. As for the financial aspect, at that time the economy was still relatively backward, and the government faced financial difficulties. It was indeed a bit beyond their capabilities to invest a large sum of money in the construction of the Yellow River Bridge. However, these problems were not issues for Xiangbei. The reason he insisted on building the bridge was that after the flood season, the floating bridges on the Yellow River would have to be dismantled. By that time, even if they wanted to send reinforcements north, it would become very difficult, so constructing the Yellow River Bridge had become an urgent matter. Xiangbei hired many bridge experts domestically to conduct preliminary surveys and designs. On the 3rd day after the wedding, Zhao Xiaodong and Chen Xiangbei each returned to their respective workplaces. No one obstructed Xiangbei this time when he went to the harbor island, but he would no longer go alone. 20 machine gunners accompanied Xiangbei aboard the Lucky Number, flying westward around the Japanese battle zone towards the harbor island, with a few refueling stops along the way. After a long journey, the group finally arrived in Hong Kong. Xiangbei hurried to meet Peter at the agreed location. However, when he saw Peter, he could clearly sense that Peter was feeling a bit down. It turned out that Peter and his team had been waiting here for nearly 10 days while Xiangbei had not arrived. Xiangbei knew very well that Peter was unhappy because their goods had been stuck at sea and could not be delivered on time. All of this was because Xiangbei chose to let the goods drift at sea to avoid paying high tariffs. To calm Peter's anger, Xiangbei decided to give him a surprise. Xiangbei smiled at Peter and said, "Peter, don't worry, I have good news for you this time." He then detailed his plan to Peter. Xiangbei stated that although the cargo ships were somewhat old, only 50 to 60% new, he was still willing to purchase them all at a 25% premium over the market price. You can negotiate the price directly with the shipowners. This way not only can you complete the task, but you can also make a profit on the difference. Xiangbei said this lightly, as if it were not a big deal. Peter's eyes instantly lit up, clearly very interested. He excitedly said to Xiangbei, "Chairman Chen, if you really are willing to spend so much money, I will immediately send a telegram to contact the shipowners." "Mr. Peter, go ahead and contact them. You should know my reputation well enough." Upon hearing this, Peter quickly replied and hurriedly turned to leave. Peter had to send the telegram immediately. This was a lucrative order. It required Peter to speak, which could lead to a business worth tens of millions of dollars. Even if there was only a 10 profit, that would still amount to several million. At this moment, Xiangbei held over 1 billion RMB and a large sum of yen in his hands. He knew very well that if he didn't use this money now, it would likely become worthless in the future. Even in the few months after obtaining this fund, the RMB had already depreciated significantly. At the very least, he had lost over 1 million in currency value, and the longer the RMB and yen stayed in Xiangbei's space, the more it felt like waking up every day to find a truck missing from his yard. Even if Xiangbei was immensely wealthy, to say he wasn't concerned would be hard to believe even for him. In a few years, the Japanese would start printing counterfeit RMB, and the yen would rapidly depreciate due to the war. The reason Xiangbei wanted this batch of cargo ships was that they could be converted into makeshift warships. This was a last resort as the Allied forces had no warships. Secondly, Xiangbei needed to prepare for future landings on the Japanese mainland. This was a fleet of over 100 cargo ships capable of transporting at least 4 to 5 reinforced divisions at a time. While Peter was busy negotiating telegrams over the next few days, Xiangbei was equally busy on Hong Kong Island. He made full use of this time to indulge in the local cuisine. The culinary offerings of Hong Kong Island were truly abundant, with the most notable being roasted goose char, siu old fire soup, marinated goose oyster omelette, braised pork with preserved vegetables, hakka tofu, and various snacks. Especially the various seafood dishes, fresh and delicious, were mouth-watering. Xiangbei had people prepare thousands of these delicacies daily and send them to a temporary warehouse. These dishes not only satisfied the machine gunners, but also delighted Zhang Chong and Zhang Kai, the two foodies, to the point where they seemed reluctant to return to Shandong. However, in reality, the amount of food consumed by these people was less than one of the total. The majority was collected by Xiangbei under the pretense of preparing it for the crew and stored in his space. Xiangbei was quite considerate of his wife. He wanted to bring some back for her to enjoy. During this period, he was exceedingly busy on Hong Kong Island. He not only had to purchase large quantities of food, meat, medicines, and industrial supplies, but also had to engage in tough negotiations with various suppliers. It was unclear whether it was because Peter had driven the prices too low or if there were other reasons, but Xiangbei had to wait a full 7 days to hear back about the negotiation of this batch of cargo ships. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded. Regardless, the cargo ships were finally secured. However, even with the cost of the ships included, Xiangbei only spent over 300 million renminbi, while the rest was settled in yen, and he immediately cleared out the yen he had on hand. This meant he still had over 700 million renminbi to manage. To prevent his currency from becoming worthless, Xiangbei dispatched Zhang Chong, Zhang Kai, and the soldiers to rush between the major banks in Hong Kong. They exchanged large amounts of RMB for silver, dollars, and gold. If that wasn't enough, they would have to exchange for US dollars. After Peter withdrew all the foreign crew members, Xiangbei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the deep night, Xiangbei secretly used a small boat to withdraw all the ships and equipment into his space, as if these items had never existed. It is worth mentioning that this series of negotiations was completed independently by Xiangbei, and even Zhang Chong and Zhang Kai were unaware of the specifics. There are some things that these siblings cannot know. Many things cannot be explained. If this massive fleet were to mysteriously appear in the Yellow River, how would the siblings react? Zhang Chong and his sister spent over a week completing the currency exchange. During this time, Xiangbei busied himself daily with the procurement of various delicacies and supplies. After half a month of relentless effort from Xiangbei, the prices of goods on Hong Kong Island had significantly increased due to his large-scale purchases. However, despite the rising prices, Xiangbei did not stop his procurement activities until he felt he had gathered enough. This time, Xiangbei did not take action against the banks in Hong Kong as he had in the past. One reason was that he had come to Hong Kong openly, and such actions might attract unnecessary trouble and attention. Another important reason was that at this time the banks in Hong Kong were relatively small and did not interest Xiangbei due to their limited scale. After all, for someone like Xiangbei, he preferred to choose targets that were more challenging and promised greater potential benefit. As the saying goes, cast a long line to catch big fish. Similarly, Xiangbei would wait for the right moment to strike when the target became more valuable. After half a month of tireless efforts, everyone's tasks were successfully completed. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and their spirits were particularly light. As Xiangbei was preparing to embark on his journey back to Shandong, an astonishing piece of news suddenly arrived. The radar had reached Guangdao. This news filled Xiangbei with excitement, for this batch of radar held extraordinary significance for him. It is understood that the radar delivered to Guangdao was numerous, with various models totaling over 50 sets. Moreover, these radars had significantly improved performance, with their detection range astonishingly increased to 120 kilometers. This was undoubtedly a tremendous breakthrough, and for the Allied forces led by Xiangbei, this batch of radar was like a timely aid in a snowstorm. One must know that in modern warfare the role of radar is crucial. It is akin to a pair of sharp eyes that can promptly detect enemy movements and provide accurate intelligence support for one's own operations. With this advanced radar, the air power of the Allied forces would be greatly enhanced, almost as if it had doubled. However, such powerful weapons naturally come at a steep price. The price for each radar was as high as 9,000, which is no small amount. Just for these 50-odd radars, Xiangbei had already spent nearly $10 million. This was undoubtedly a hefty expenditure, but in order to strengthen the Allied forces, Xiangbei felt that it was all worth it. However, it was regrettable that the various aircraft he ordered had yet to arrive on time. This made Xiangbei feel quite anxious, as it seemed that countries had conspired to delay his orders, giving him an unpleasant feeling. Nevertheless, Xiangbei patiently awaited. After 3 more days, he finally witnessed the moment when all the radars were safely secured in their space. Although the issue with the aircraft remained unresolved, the arrival of this batch of radar eased Xiangbei's mind slightly. It also reinforced his determination to develop military industry. On the way back, Xiangbei began to calculate his financial status. Now the total assets he possessed were astonishing. Aside from the $80 million he had lost to the old devil, Xiangbei surprisingly possessed over $500 million in wealth. Additionally, the number of dollars exceeded 300 million, and the stored gold amounted to nearly 200 tons. It is worth noting that in this era, the total circulation of silver dollars in Huahua was only about 2 billion. Moreover, the entire national gold reserve was merely 1500 tons. This meant that the wealth controlled by the Allied forces now accounted for a significant portion of the entire country. Specifically, the Allied forces currently held 14 of the country's dollars and 18 of the gold. All of this was thanks to the zero-cost purchasing operation in the Shanghai market. It was precisely because of that successful operation that the Allied forces were able to obtain such immense financial resources. Now the amount of dollars they possessed even surpassed that of the government, undoubtedly giving Xiangbei an absolute advantage in economic strength. This wealth was sufficient to allow the Allied forces to flourish for a considerable time in the future. Due to Xiangbei's shrewd maneuvers, legal currency had long been abolished in Shandong, replaced by dollars. Xiangbei conservatively estimated that the circulation of dollars in Shandong accounted for over 14 of the nationwide circulation. Coupled with the 14, he held half of the dollars in the country were in Shandong. To facilitate large sums of capital circulation, the populace had privately begun to settle large transactions in dollars. In response, the Allied forces adopted a passive management approach. With the 1-month exchange period for legal currency long past, once any legal currency circulated on the market, the Allied forces would forcibly redeem and confiscate it at an 80 price. This policy was only implemented for 1 year, and after that all would be confiscated without compensation. With the iron-fisted tactics of the Allied forces in finance, legal currency had nearly vanished from the market in Shandong. Subsequently, everyone boarded the Lux ship preparing to return to Shandong. However, just as Xiangbei's plane entered the Guangdong territory, an unexpected incident occurred. Perhaps due to the strong intelligence capabilities of the enemy in Guangdao, the Japanese army quickly detected Xiangbei's whereabouts. Thus, the 4th Flying Corps of the Japanese army dispatched over 30 fighter planes to intercept Xiangbei's aircraft. At this time, most areas of Guangdong had already been captured by the enemy, and the situation was extremely grim. This ambush may have been related to the old devil's lingering vengeance. The Japanese launched a retaliatory action against Xiangbei. However, it was strange that the Japanese army seemed unaware of the power of the Lux ship. Logically speaking, they should have had some understanding of the Lux ship, so why were they so eager to court death? This was indeed perplexing. Many years later, Xiangbei finally learned the reason behind it. It turned out that Fujitaro, in order to evade responsibility, deliberately concealed the merits of the Lux ship. Meanwhile, the heroes of the Lux ship on the Allied forces side were also afraid to reveal the truth due to orders. Even Xiangbei was unwilling to make it public. Because of this, the Japanese intelligence department was still completely unaware of the Lux ship. This undoubtedly sent the Japanese a false signal, prompting them to recklessly send fighter planes to attack. The 30 fighter planes surged toward the Lux ship like hungry wolves brimming with ferocity. However, they had no idea that they were about to face a nightmare. The 16 heavy machine guns mounted on the Lux ship spat fire like serpents, unleashing a torrent of flames. In just a single exchange, 5 or 6 enemy planes were hit, instantly exploding into flames and crashing to the ground. This fierce aerial battle lasted less than 15 minutes, ending in a disastrous defeat for the Japanese. Ultimately, only 2 enemy planes fled in panic, as if terrified by the Lux ship's overwhelming firepower. Xiangbei would not give the Japanese an opportunity to escape, relentlessly pursuing from behind. Perhaps the fighter planes became overly eager in their chase, or perhaps they intended to use ground anti-aircraft fire to eliminate the bombers. They led the Lux ship into a dense anti-aircraft fire network, with Xiangbei not caring whether it was a military camp or an ammunition depot below. After all, it wouldn't be a civilian facility. The bombers began dropping aerial bombs. Xiangbei also began to draw treasures from space, and in just a few minutes the area below was engulfed in flames. Xiangbei knew very well that these small fry were not worth him exposing too many of his trump cards. Thus he decisively decided to have the bombers continue northward, deliberately pretending to refuel twice along the way to confuse the enemy. When the bombers finally returned to Shandong, Xiangbei learned about the aerial battle from 2 days prior. It was perhaps still related to the old devil's lingering vengeance. The Japanese army in the Jingjian region, seeking revenge against the Allied forces, dispatched over 100 bombers to launch an aggressive attack on Jinan. However, Xiangbei was not entirely unprepared. After reclaiming Shandong, he promptly relocated the radar north of Dezhou. This move bought the Allied forces valuable time to mobilize aircraft for interception throughout the province. Fortunately, the bombers were repelled before reaching Jinan, otherwise the city would have suffered a severe blow. It seems that the bombers from the Little Devils must be dealt with first. Commander, the person you were looking for has arrived. This statement left Xiangbei bewildered, wondering to himself, who did I ask for? Why can't I remember anything about this? Just as Xiangbei was puzzled, Zhang Chong continued, the founder of Nanjing Yonglia factory has arrived. His name is Fan Sudong, along with more than 20 of his employees waiting outside. Boss, weren't you planning to open a chemical factory? Xiangbei quickly organized his thoughts and hurried to the door to greet Fan Sudong and his group. When he saw Fan Sudong in person, a wave of admiration surged within him. Fan Sudong, an outstanding figure from Xiangyin, Hunan, was a legendary character in China's chemical industry. He was not only the founder of China's heavy chemical industry, but was also hailed as the father of Chinese chemical engineering. The Jinling Yonglia factory he established once achieved remarkable accomplishments in the chemical field. Unfortunately, the factory was later occupied by the Japanese, and Fan Sudong resolutely refused to collaborate with the Japanese army, even swearing, "I would rather die than accept their offerings." Such national integrity is truly admirable. Xiangbei warmly shook hands with Fan Sudong and welcomed everyone. Mr. Fan, I've long heard of your esteemed name. It is truly wonderful for you to come. Oh, I desperately need a professional like you to help me start this chemical factory. Fan Sudong smiled in response, saying, Commander, you flatter me. Contributing to the nation's chemical industry has always been my aspiration. Mr. Fan, already in his 50s, did not seem to be in good health. Xiangbei accompanied Mr. Fan and over 20 employees into the living room. Xiangbei expressed his apologies, saying, inviting Mr. Fan to Shandong was my foolishness. I previously overlooked Mr. Fan's age and health condition. I rashly invited Mr. Fan here. If I were to harm his health for my factory, how could I bear that? I would become a traitor to my country. Chairman Chen, I Fan am not here to build a factory for your personal sake. I am here to build a factory for the nation and to ensure that all citizens can have enough to eat. From this perspective, Xiangbei and Mr. Fan were aligned. Even if the invaders were driven out of Huawei, the issue of feeding the people would still be difficult. No matter which industry develops in the future, it cannot be separated from the chemical industry. Xiangbei also could not buy back the entire world for free. Self-reliance was an inevitable path. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Xiangbei's eyes, for he alone knew that Mr. Fan would pass away in 4 or 5 years. What Xiangbei could do was to equip this national hero with the best medical team, constantly reminding him about diet and rest. Mr. Fan, please take a few days to rest with your team. In a few days we will go to Qingdao. All the chemical equipment has already arrived at Qingdao port. Tonight, I will host a welcoming dinner for Mr. Fan and everyone. Zhang Chong immediately went to make arrangements. However, Xiangbei encountered another problem that left him uncertain. He stood still, frowning, his heart filled with hesitation. How should these cargo ships be arranged? Should they all be placed near Qingdao, or should these machines be moved into a warehouse in Jinan? Although the chemical factory was set up in Qingdao, many military factories chose to establish themselves in Jinan for safety reasons. This made his decision quite complicated. After careful consideration, Xiangbei ultimately made up his mind to protect the space. He decided to personally fly to Qingdao. After all, placing the cargo ships at the Qingdao dock would save a lot of time. However, the thought of having to transport the machines to Qingdao and then expend vast manpower and resources to bring them back to Jinan seemed rather absurd. Isn't this counterproductive? If only the Yellow River could accommodate large ships, then transportation could be done directly via waterway, avoiding such cumbersome back and forth. In the future, I must strive to avoid doing such taking off pants to fart things. Fortunately, many large factories have also been built in Qingdao, otherwise it would indeed be a troublesome matter. To reduce transportation costs and workload, Xiangbei decided to store most of the machines needed in Jinan. This would satisfy production demands while avoiding unnecessary transportation troubles. Later on, he could send a few more convoys to Qingdao, pretending to bring back some goods. After all, no one would know exactly how many convoys went to Qingdao. The next day, Xiangbei hurried to Qingdao without delay. Under the pretext of a confidential mission, he drove all the port workers out of the work area. As night fell, Xiangbei, taking advantage of the cover of darkness, stealthily docked hundreds of cargo ships at the port. Having power is great. With just one statement, the entire port was instantly sealed off. When dawn broke, Miao Handong arrived at the port on time. He quickly organized a large number of workers and systematically began unloading the goods. These tedious tasks naturally did not require Xiangbei's direct involvement. He merely needed to oversee and command from the side. Miao Handong came in person because Xiangbei had established a new company under his personal name, Xiangbei Group. Xiangbei incorporated all the enterprises he invested in under this group, and also decided to set the headquarters of the group in Qingdao. As for the name of the group, Xiangbei was derived from one character from the names of Xiangxiu and Xiangbei, commemorating his deceased wife in this way. Miao Handong was appointed as the general manager of Xiangbei Group, responsible for the daily operations and management of the group. The financial department, however, would be managed by other professionals to ensure the provincial government's financial stability, mainly because the enterprises invested by Ludong Group were too numerous. Even if Miao Handong resigned as the finance director, he would still be busy enough. Xiangbei assigned Zhang Kai to be the secretary of the general manager. Ever since Chen Xiaobei successfully rescued Zhou Taofei and Ding Wending from danger last time, these two had remained in Jinan. Among them, the management of the uniform factory was entrusted to Zhou Taofei. After careful consideration, Xiangbei decided to appoint Zhou Taofei and Ding Wending as the two vice general managers of Xiangbei Group. This arrangement not only alleviated some of Miao Handong's work pressure, but also allowed these two capable individuals to showcase their talents. In order to further enhance the management level of the Xiangbei Group, Xiangbei also plans to select outstanding corporate management talents nationwide. Meanwhile, he has meticulously selected 100 excellent officers from the Allied forces to participate in the management of these dozens of enterprises. After all, the Xiangbei Group is extremely important to the entire Allied forces, and Xiangbei is well aware of this, so he must exercise utmost caution to prevent any mishaps. As the machinery and equipment of various factories are gradually installed, it is expected that most factories will officially commence production within 1 to 2 months. Xiangbei privately calculated that if everything goes smoothly, it would take at most a year for the Allied forces to achieve internal circulation and no longer rely on purchasing weapons from abroad. This is undoubtedly a significant breakthrough in progress for the Allied forces. The recruitment of new soldiers in various regions was successfully completed in a very short time, mainly because the salaries offered by the Allied forces were very generous and the food and accommodations were quite good. Originally planned to last 3 days, the recruitment activity was completed in just 1 day, having filled the required number of recruits. The ones in newly recruited soldiers were evenly distributed across 10 different regions for Xiangbei understood that no matter what, this 3-month training period for the new recruits was absolutely essential. Only through rigorous training could these recruits gradually adapt to military life and master the necessary combat skills. After the 3-month training period, these soldiers would be evenly distributed among 5 group armies. This arrangement would ensure that each group army received sufficient reinforcements, maintaining a balance in combat effectiveness. In addition, 2 soldiers would be selected from the 4 group armies and transferred to the 5th group army. This method of having 4 veterans lead 1 new recruit would allow the new soldiers to integrate into the army more quickly, while ensuring that the overall combat capability of the Allied forces would not diminish due to the addition of new recruits. As for the nearly 100 cargo ships originally used for transporting goods, they would now be transformed into warships in Qingdao. Coupled with the radar brought back by Xiangbei this time, it could further compensate for the deficiencies of the warships. Although converting cargo ships into warships would inevitably compromise their combat effectiveness, it was indeed a necessary measure. After all, the Allied forces did not have their own naval power. In this situation, they had no choice but to adopt such a stopgap measure. Moreover, to quickly establish a decent naval force, an order was specifically issued for the 3rd Group Army to set up a naval academy in Qingdao. All personnel for the academy would be selected from within the 3rd Group Army, while Xiangbei would be responsible for hiring a group of outstanding naval instructors nationwide. At the same time, to make up for the personnel shortage in the third group army, Xiangbei also promised to allocate an additional 100 new recruits to them. However, when Zhao Zhigang learned that old soldiers would be replaced by new recruits, he felt a bit upset. Xiangbei noticed this and directly asked, "General, what do you mean by that?" "Sir, how could I dare to have such thoughts?" Zhao Zhigang hurriedly explained. "Don't think I don't know about your little concerns. Alright, I'll allocate 100 units of 155mm howitzers to you. That should be sufficient, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Zhigang's eyes immediately brightened, and he quickly said, "Your word is your bond, General. Just look at your little aspirations. When have I ever gone back on my word?" Xiangbei said impatiently. How could Zhao Zhigang possibly know? These 100 units of 155mm howitzers were specifically allocated to greatly enhance the mobile coastal defense capabilities of the Jiaodong Peninsula. Xiangbei has always harbored a vague sense of worry. He felt that the Japanese army's inability to break the deadlock on the southern and northern fronts may very well lead to a change in strategy, seeking a breakthrough from the relatively weak Jiaodong Peninsula. However, the reality is that many historical lines have already changed, making it increasingly difficult for Xiangbei to accurately grasp future trends. Upon returning to Jinan, Xiangbei did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately ordered the army to swiftly deploy the radar. It should be noted that the area controlled by the Allied forces now exceeds an astonishing 200 square kilometers, and such a vast region naturally requires a significant number of radars. However, after all the radars were installed, there were surprisingly very few left for the Navy. The number of radars in the possession of the Allied forces was simply too limited, causing Xiangbei to feel extremely anxious. He made a prompt decision and placed a new order immediately. However, what he never expected was that the response he received was due to the escalating situations in various countries. They would not be able to supply radars in the short term. Xiangbei was filled with reluctance and anxiety, so he kept contacting various countries hoping to receive different responses, but each communication left him more disappointed. With radars unable to be ordered and planes still delayed in delivery, Xiangbei's heart grew increasingly uneasy. He realized that if these issues could not be resolved, the safety of the Allied forces would be severely threatened. After careful consideration, Xiangbei made a bold decision to eliminate all Japanese airfields within 1,000 kilometers. This decision, though risky, was the best choice to ensure the safety of the Allied forces. Xiangbei carefully studied the map and ultimately decided to set the target on the area north of Hangzhou and south of Rihe. Within this range, the Japanese army has 4 Class A airports and 6 Class B airports, including Tongzhou, Zhuozhou, Hongqiao, and Tangshan airports, all of which are Class A airports covering 1.2 million square meters. Nanjing Tushan Town Airport, Anqing Oriental Airport, Wuchang Oriental Airport, Hankow Western Airport, Zhejiang Southern Airport, and Nanchang Northern Airport are mostly Class B airports covering 9.0 square meters. Additionally, the Japanese army has constructed 2 airports in Yinqing, Shaanxi. The total number of aircraft exceeds 400. This decision is undoubtedly extremely dangerous, as it may alter the original historical line. However, for the safety of the Allied forces, Xiangbei resolutely decided to take the risk. He was very clear that without the existence of the lucky number, he would absolutely not dare to take such a risk. Even so, it would still require meticulous planning. The lucky number naturally does not fear risks. However, many other aircraft would face tremendous risks, yet Xiangbei could not publicly reveal his secret to the entire world. He could only use the lucky number for the first wave of strikes, minimizing the risks for the subsequent aircraft. The bombing operation was aptly named the Web Action by Xiangbei. This name was chosen because the dozens of airfields were scattered around Shandong like a spider's web, creating an exceptionally bothersome situation. At Jinan Airport, Zhang Chang pushed Xiangbei, as usual, to the front of the bomber. Today's situation was somewhat special. Most of the combat aircraft were to participate in this operation. Many pilots rushed to the lucky number, gently touching the plane with their hands, as if this would bring good luck. Beneath the bomber, the gunners stood in neat rows full of spirit, each appearing particularly solemn. To capture this unforgettable moment, Xiangbei specially invited a photographer to take a group photo of all the crew members. However, due to confidentiality considerations, this photograph would not be distributed until after the war. As everyone boarded the aircraft in succession, according to the plan, the lucky number would take off first, while other models of combat aircraft would ascend in turn after 10 minutes. Inside each aircraft, discussions could be heard. Everyone knew that the general had boarded the lucky number, which meant that his plane would bear the brunt of the enemy's initial fire. With tears glistening in their eyes, each one of them would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for the general without a moment's hesitation. Taro Fuji, the commander of the North China Army, was in an exceptionally good mood these days, shining like the sun. Just a few days ago, an exhilarating message arrived. The cabinet had agreed to redeploy a large number of aircraft from Japan and Northeast China to support the North China battlefield. This was undoubtedly a tremendous support for him, illuminating the dawn of victory. Since suffering heavy losses on the battlefield last time, the number of aircraft in the Pingjin area had dwindled, posing a significant hazard for the impending decisive battle. To compete with the Allied forces, it was almost impossible to accomplish the task without a strong bomber as a backup. Taro Fuji was acutely aware of this, and he understood that the Empire was facing a shortage of aircraft on various battlefields. However, the strategic position of the Pingjin area was too important. It not only affected the situation in North China, but also concerned the interests of the entire empire. After much pleading, he finally secured this batch of precious aircraft from the cabinet. With over 300 aircraft, including 100 bombers and 200 fighters, this was like a timely help for Taro. However, the Prime Minister also issued him an ultimatum: if any accidents occurred with these aircraft, it would be difficult for him to retain his position as commander. To ensure the safety of this batch of aircraft, Taro Fuji dared not show any negligence. He urgently redeployed dozens of advanced radars and a large quantity of anti-aircraft weapons domestically. He also meticulously deployed a series of tight defense measures. No matter what, he had to ensure that this batch of aircraft would be foolproof and could not suffer any losses. For safety's sake, Taro Fuji dispersed this batch of aircraft across 3 different airports. He expended a great deal of manpower and resources to secure them. A new airport was secretly constructed in the mountainous area. To maintain secrecy, the surrounding villagers were all killed. The radars and anti-aircraft weapons airlifted from Japan had arrived yesterday and were temporarily stored at the new airport. This way, even if one airport was attacked, the aircraft at the other airports could still quickly support, preventing the entire aerial force from falling into paralysis. The Zero fighter, designed by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, characterized by high climb rate, small turning radius, fast speed, and long range. The Type 97 fighter, which began mass production in December 1937, comes in 2 models, Type 97A and Type 97B, equipped with 7mm machine guns. The Type 97 heavy bomber was meticulously developed by Mitsubishi and played a crucial role in the Japanese Army's invasion of China, becoming the main bomber in the mid-stage. This bomber features an all-metal monowing structure design that is not only sturdy and durable, but also possesses excellent flying performance. It can carry various types of bombs and has a relatively long range, which gives it a strong deterrent capability. In Tianjin, Taro Fuji held a brief yet fervent celebration at the airport to welcome the stationing of a total of 100 aircraft. However, just as people raised their crystal glasses preparing to taste the champagne, the air defense alarm at the airport suddenly rang out. The aide rushed to Taro Fuji's side, reporting anxiously, "Commander, an unidentified bomber has appeared in the direction of Shandong. Please, Commander, retreat for the time being." Taro Fuji's expression instantly became grave, but his stubbornness was ignited at that moment. Without hesitation, he responded, "With so many aircraft here, are we to fear just a single bomber?" Saying this, Taro Fuji decisively issued the order: all aircraft take off immediately. "I want to personally witness how our empire's aircraft shoot down this enemy plane." Japanese military aircraft took off one after another like hungry wolves, roaring towards their target. The aircraft ahead charged towards the lucky number like a swarm of bees, with bullets raining down on the bomber. The 16 heavy machine guns in the bomber also began to output madly. Both sides gritted their teeth, determined to eliminate each other, as Japanese fighters were shot down one after another in the air. The Japanese fighters became living targets, while the gunners on the lucky number worked like factory workers, as if performing a familiar and ordinary task. The lucky number remained as fortunate as ever, as if favored by the heavens. Though occasionally a bullet struck the fuselage, these attacks were almost negligible for the aircraft's flight and posed no risk whatsoever. In stark contrast to the lucky number, the Japanese fighters had completely lost their sanity, resembling in rage. They recklessly charged towards the bomber like mad dogs, completely disregarding their own safety. In this fierce aerial battle, an astonishing scene unfolded. A Japanese fighter actually attempted to ram the lucky number with its own fuselage. This near-suicidal attack left one astonished at their frenzied actions. When the fighter approached the lucky number, the Japanese truly fought to the death. Xiangbei had no choice but to utilize space. This was the first time he brought the enemy aircraft into space during actual combat, and he did so with both the pilot and the aircraft.